Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Forever Insane in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 21. Maka has entered a totally different world. She can feel the air change completely. It's dark, it's heavy, it's scary. Her eyes shake as they look at the boy that is standing with his back turned to her. He is looking at the window, but the curtain is drawn. Leave now, leave now. But she doesn't. Maka takes a step forward. The door closes behind her, sealing her fate. So you came back. Krona's voice is motor-toned. He doesn't turn around. Krona. Maka takes a step forward. Why would you come back? I know she told you about what I've done, the horrible things I've done. His voice is starting to get shaky. Maka takes a step forward. Stay back. He turns around to face her. His eyes are wide and haunted, a large smile ripped out on his face. Stay back or I'll kill you too. I'll rip you apart. I'll be covered in your blood. I'll feel the last breath you take before you go limp like a broken doll. You won't kill me? Maka looks him in the eyes, trying to hide her fear. How can you be so sure? The boy giggles as he slowly starts to walk towards her, that smile never falling. I've killed girls before. They die just like boys, they scream just like boys, they bleed just like boys. He keeps walking closer. Maka stands her ground. You haven't killed anyone, Krona. She speaks firmly, looking the boy in those haunted eyes. Oh yes I have. You should know, Maka. Medusa showed you everything. She showed you what I've done. His smile doesn't fall as he starts to circle around her. His fingers are twitching. Oh, you shouldn't have came back. I told you to stay away. I warned you. You would regret if you came back. Now look at you. He laughs and it's deranged. You're trapped here with me, a murderer. A demon. My hands are red, Maka. I can never wash them clean, no. I can only make them dirtier. The boy stops circling her. He reaches out a hand towards her. Maka doesn't even blink. She won't back down. I told you. I will never leave you. The boy's crazy smile stays, but his eyes light up and they start to shake. I can't stay away from you. She takes a step forward. You can't stay away from a demon. You still come to see me after you know what I've done. How idiotic is that? His face scrunches up in a grimace. You're not a demon. She takes a step forward and he takes a step backwards, his smile falling. You're Krona and I can't stay away from you. I've killed people, Maka. He smiles again, his fingers twitching. And I will end up killing you. I've already caused you so much damage. You won't kill me. She speaks firmly, looking Krona in his haunted, shaking eyes. I know you won't, Krona. You won't hurt me. Aren't you scared? He bends his back at an odd angle, his crazed grin growing. Aren't you scared? I have stole the youngest of their life. I've heard the child cry their last. I've pierced the heart of a baby. What makes you think I won't kill you? I can do it. It's so easy. The bones of the neck are a lot weaker than you think, Maka. Just one quick snap and... His smile grows, his eyes shake. Goodbye. I'm not scared of you because I know you won't hurt me. She keeps her voice firm even though she just wants to break down. You're shaking. He smirks as he straightens his back up. Maka is indeed shaking. Damn, she tried to hide it but her body had other plans. You fear me now just like everyone else. His smile grows but his eyes water. And just like everyone else you will die. He slowly walks towards her, his hand outreached. Maka doesn't move. You won't hurt me? She repeats in a whisper. You don't hurt people, Krona. I've hurt plenty of people. Hell, I've killed people. He giggles before he launches towards her. Now die, little one, I can't deal with you anymore. It wasn't you. You don't hurt people, Krona. It was Ragnarok. She closes her eyes waiting for whatever is coming, but she doesn't feel anything. Maka opens her eyes. Krona's smile has fallen, his eyes are shaking badly. What did you just say? You didn't kill those people. I know it was Ragnarok. She takes a deep breath, looking him in the eyes. That's why I came back, because I knew it wasn't you, Krona. It was all Ragnarok, wasn't it? He killed all those people, not you. But I let him. Krona takes a step back, his eyes are getting so glossy. He used my body. I knew what was going on. The blood is on my hands just as much as it is on his. No, Krona. He takes control of you. You can't stop what he does. She takes a step closer. I know you don't hurt people, Krona, it was all Ragnarok, not you. And no, Maka or Ragnarok had control of me, but... He looks down at his hands, he's trembling so bad. I saw all he did, I heard all their screams, but I never tried to stop him to go against him. He takes a shaky breath. I killed those people, Maka, so you see I am a demon, a monster. He bows his head. Why did you come back? Why would you even? I already told you. She takes a step closer and he takes a step back. I will never leave you. Maka, I killed people. He's screaming, tears streaming down his face. I don't care. Maka shouts and the boy's breath hitches. He's looking at her with such wide eyes. What? I don't care. She repeats, her breathing uneven. I don't know why you killed that family, Krona, I don't know really if it was Ragnarok or you, but I don't care. Her eyes look into his. It could have been fully you and I wouldn't care. She takes a step closer, this time Krona doesn't back away. I know there was a reason for it, I know you wouldn't just kill. She keeps walking closer. You don't like hurting people, Krona, you're a caring person, I seen it in your eyes when you first looked at me with concern, you can't hide that from me, you say you're a monster but you're not, I see through you. Maka, what if I told you my reason for killing them was because I was afraid? He bows his head. I was afraid to be left alone, afraid she would leave me, so you see I did it out of my selfishness, I killed them to save myself, Krona, you have nothing to fear now. She takes a step closer to the distressed boy. You never will be alone, I'll never leave you. She reaches out to touch him. And no. He moves away from her. Don't touch me, Maka, don't touch a demon, I don't deserve your kindness, I don't deserve your touch. He's trembling so much, tears falling down his face. Why you must be an angel, why you are too kind, too nice to me, I have killed people, but why you offer me absolution, please, I don't deserve this, I deserve to be locked in this room alone. No, you don't. She tries to grab him but he continues to move away. No one deserves to be stuck in a room for all their life, especially for a crime that was done by another, Krona, please, I want to touch you, I need to touch you. Her voice cracks. I need you, Krona, please stop pushing me away, I can't take much more. Krona stops moving away from her to look at her with wide eyes. Maka's trembling now. She's about to fall apart. Maka. The boy moves closer hesitantly. She can hear the concern in his voice. He pauses. I don't want to push you away, but I don't want to hurt you. The boy sniffs but the tears keep falling. I don't want you to be sad, but I'm afraid, Maka, I'm afraid you will get hurt. You won't hurt me. She looks at him with shaky eyes. I know you won't, Krona, so please don't push me away. A tear falls down her face. I need you. I need you too. He cries as Maka throws herself at him, wrapping her arms around him and burying her head in his chest. Oh Maka, I thought I really the gut you wouldn't come back, once you knew what I did, I thought you would hate me, you would want to stay away because you would be afraid of me, how can't you be scared, Maka? I was scared, Krona, I was confused. She cries into his chest. But I couldn't leave you, I could have, but I chose not to because I need you, all I've been doing is thinking about you, wanting to see you, and even as I read what you did I knew it wasn't you, and even if it was. She tightens her grip around him. I don't care, I need you. Oh Maka, why you don't know how good it feels to hold you. The tears keep falling down the boy's face, his chest wheezing. All I could think about is what I've done and what you will think of me, but you're still here, you still came, how can this be real? How can you not care about the blood that is on my hands? I don't know, but... She grips him tighter, loving just holding him. It hurts just thinking about never seeing you again, Krona, I don't care because I need you, I promise I would never leave you, and I meant it, without you I'll fall apart, I'll break without you, Krona, don't you see? Her breathing is so uneven. I'm a mess without you. Maka. Why do you keep pushing me away? Her voice cracks, she's trembling in his arms. I don't deserve to have you, Maka, I will just hurt you, I don't want you to be hurt, Maka, I don't even want you to ever be sad. He's trembling just as bad. The only way you can hurt me is if you push me away. She pulls away to hold the boy's face in her hands, it's hot and flushed, soaked by his tears. Krona, please, I need you. Why? His eyes shake so much. Why do you need a demon like me? I don't know how to explain it, but I just do. She rubs his face gently, her voice so soft. You're the only one I can open up to, the only one I want to be around all the time, the only one I want to hold. When you push me away, it feels like something is ripping inside, and it hurts so much. Her voice is starting to shake. So much shit has happened, Krona, and without you I'll go insane. You are the only thing that has been holding me together. I insane. His eyes flash, he looks so concerned. What happened, Maka? Are you okay? No. She chuckles, bowing her head. I'm really not. Maka. She feels the boy cup her cheeks, he gently brings her face towards his, he looks at her seriously. What happened? You won't believe me if I told you. She stares into those beautiful eyes of his. Try me. The boy's face is she's never seen his eyes so firm, he holds her face securely in his hands. Well, I've been hearing and seeing a lot of strange things lately. She averts her gaze. Like what? I've been hearing footsteps when no one is in my home, I've seen things move by themselves, and things turn on without me touching them. She takes a deep breath. I thought I was just going insane, but I think something is actually causing it. And no. Krona's eyes shake as he lets go of her face, he's trembling so bad, his face so pale. No. No. It can't be happening to you. His eyes flash as he lets go of her to grip his hair. She promised. She promised me you wouldn't be affected. Krona, what are you? Have you seen vertical eyes, Maka? His teeth are starting to chatter. In these dreams I've been having. She studies the boy. Krona, how do you know? No. His breathing is uneven as he grips his hair tighter. I won't let this happen to you. I won't. This wasn't supposed to happen. The curse wasn't meant for you. She said it wasn't. Curse. Maka's eyes flash as she takes a step forward. Krona, do you know who's done this to me? And no. He bows his head, his teeth are chattering so bad. Krona, please, if you. I won't let this happen. He whips his head up as he grabs a hold of her, his haunted eyes shaking. I won't let him touch you, Maka. I won't let him hurt you. You know about him, Krona. Maka's breathing is becoming uneven. You know about the demon. I don't know much. He grabs her shoulders. But I know what he does. How do you know all this, Krona? Maka can't help but to feel suspicious. He knows something she doesn't. I know all about curses and demons. He bows his head. Because I walk among them. Krona. Suddenly the air gets dense around them. Maka knows the demon is here. She feels breathing on the back of her neck. Krona whips his head up, his shaky blue eyes looking beside her. His eyes narrow. He pulls her into his chest, hugging her close as she shakes against him. Don't worry, Maka, he won't touch you. He whispers into the top of her head, his arms so inviting. She hears footsteps walk towards them. Krona looks up and glares. Then he calls a name she never wants to hear. Ragnarok. Suddenly the room gets even heavier. Maka can see her breath, the room is so cold. She feels someone else in the room, it's not just the demon now. Something else is with them. There's a loud boom, 2 sets of footsteps are walking away from them, they stomp and she hears something thump against the wall. The air gets a little lighter. She only feels one presence now. It's okay, Maka. Krona whispers again, pulling her closer. Our Ragnarok got rid of him, it's okay. Our Ragnarok. Maka's teeth chatter. She felt Ragnarok. You can't feel a personality. What the fuck is he? He won't hurt you either, he knows. Krona's gaze shifts, his cheeks becoming tinted. He knows how much you mean to me, and now that you know my secret but have stayed with me, our Ragnarok will accept you. I think he was just worried you would abandon us. Krona, what the hell is Ragnarok? Maka's eyes shake, she still feels the other presence, it's causing the hairs of her arm to stick up. I don't know. Krona keeps glancing the side of her. See, can you see him, Maka? He's standing right beside you. Maka gulps. She turns to look beside her. She doesn't see anything. No, I don't see him. She looks back at Krona. Oh, that's a good thing then. Krona gives her a small smile. That means you're not too far gone. Is he a demon? Maka locks eyes with him. I don't know. Krona frowns. I like to think he isn't. He looks to her side. Alright, I am sorry, Ragnarok, why you can go now. The air suddenly gets light. She doesn't feel anyone else in the room with them. Maka lets out a sigh of relief. This is all too much. Are you okay, Maka? Krona frowns, looking her over with such concern. Nothing makes sense. She bows her head against his shoulder. How did you know about the curse? How did I just feel Ragnarok? How did he get rid of the demon? How did Medusa? Maka looks up at him. What did she do to you, Krona? Her eyes flash. And nothing. He trembles under her gaze. She is really angry that I didn't listen to her. That's why she told you about what I've done. She said you would be afraid of me and leave. That I would be all alone again. His voice cracks. And never seeing you again was a scary thought, but... His eyes shake. Seeing you get hurt is even scarier. What did she tell you to do? Maka cups his cheeks and starts rubbing them. Be bad things. He averts his gaze. I really can't talk about it if I do. He trembles. She will hurt you, Maka, and I can't protect you from her. Krona. Please, we must not speak about her or of the demon. His gaze shifts. She hears everything, she sees everything. There's no escaping her. I doubt that, Krona. She pulls him closer. She's gone now, I saw her leave. She doesn't know what we are talking about. She never really leaves. He shivers. What? Please, no more. He grips his hair, his breathing uneven. I see, can't he deal with this? Okay, I'll stop. She leans her head against his. It's okay, Krona, calm down. Maka. He keeps trembling. I'm so sorry. Sorry about what, Krona? She grabs his hands to stop him from gripping his hair. Her voice is soft. Everything. He takes a shaky breath. For running into you that day, for taking up space in your life. He sniffles, the tears starting to fall down on his face. For being so weak, for being selfish, for letting you get close to someone like me. He's crying so much, his body shaking. Why, you would be so much better off if I would just disappear, Maka. Stop it. She grabs a hold of him, pulling his body against hers. The boy's breath hitches and his eyes shake as she gently wipes his tears away. You are amazing, Krona, you're the sweetest person I know. There is nothing bad about you, all the bad is Ragnarok, and he isn't you. She trembles against him, a tear falling down her face. Don't say something like that. It would never be better for you to disappear, Krona. If you disappeared, I would be alone. If you disappeared, I'd lose it. More tears fall. You're all I have left. My mother is gone, she's dead, Krona, and my heart is broken. Don't you remember, you're the one who pulled me back? You're the one who brought me back? Without you I'd break, Krona. Maka. Don't say sorry for being a part of my life. She trembles against him, her tears keep falling. That's like saying sorry for being the only thing keeping me going. She wheezes and she sounds pathetic. My mother's gone, I need you. Krona suddenly cups her cheeks gently. He has a deep frown on his face as he watches the water fall down her face. With a shaky hand he wipes the tears away, brushing the flesh of her skin so softly. Her breath hitches at the look in his eyes. His blue eyes are deep, looking deep with concern and affection for her. Please don't cry. The boy's eyes get watery as he keeps wiping her tears away. It hurts too much. I hate to see you cry. My heart feels like someone is gripping it. My stomach doesn't feel good. I feel sick. Please don't cry. I won't say those things again if it upsets you, but I can't help to feel that way. I killed so many people, Maka. I've hurt so many people. I don't care. She grabs him, her shoulders are shaking. You haven't hurt me, Krona, you have only helped me. Don't push me away, don't ever push me away. I am doing what's best for you. He cries. He can't stop crying now. I didn't want to tell you to leave last time, but I had to. I don't want you to get hurt, Maka. I don't want to be the cause of it. His voice is so shaky. If you were to get hurt, I think I would just die. He puts a hand to his heart. It hurts so much just to see you cry. If I ever saw you hurt I couldn't deal with it. What's best for me is you, Krona. She pulls him closer as if she didn't he would just disappear. I can't do this alone. I will only get hurt if you push me away, Krona. That hurts more than any physical wound. She grabs his hand and puts it against her chest where her heart is. It hurts me here, Krona. I don't want to push you away, Maka. Why you don't know how hard it was for me to shout at you to get out. I thought I was going to fall to pieces and then to watch you leave from my window. It hurt to watch you, but I couldn't keep my eyes off you. Once you were gone all I could think about was you and it hurt me. I wanted you there holding me in your arms, but I knew you wouldn't come back, and not after you knew. But I did come back. She wraps her arms around the boy, tangling her hair in his pink locks, causing his breath to hitch. And now I hold you in my arms, the place where you belong. You don't have to feel that pain, Krona. You don't have to push me away. She tightens her grip around him. Because you know I'll come right back. But all I can do is hurt you. Krona, you kept me from breaking. You made me feel again when I was incapable of such a thing. After my mother died you protected me from Stein when I was hiding in your room, and even now you protected me from the demon. The only time you have hurt me is when you push me away. I don't want to hurt you. He trembles against her. But I don't want to touch you with these blood-stained hands. Why you must be an angel, Maka. Why you must be, and no one would ever show someone like me kindness after knowing my sins, after knowing how much of a freak I am. I want you to touch me. She grabs one of his hands and brings it to her lips. She kisses the palm of his hand affectionately. I want your touch, Krona. I need your touch just like I need you. I don't care about what you have done in the past. I only care about right now. She keeps kissing his hand, licking his small knuckles. It's true. She doesn't care he's killed people. Maybe she is a bad person, but really they're not her problem. She doesn't know about the family, but she understands him killing the nurses. He's been here since he was 5. Maka can't stand any of the nurses other than Gurko. She would probably kill a couple herself. It's not like you can get in trouble here. He's insane. He can do whatever and just stay in this room because he is insane. Maybe Maka is insane too for kissing this boy's hand, the hand he's used to take the life of others. Maybe she's insane for being in here at all, but she doesn't care. She needs the boy. Why you don't care about my past? The boy swallows the lump in his throat, his eyes looking at her, they're hopeful. Why you only care about now? Yes, I only care about the here and now. I only care about how you make me feel. She gets closer, her breath on his lips. You're all I care about. Maka. His eyes get huge, his trembling increasing and his breathing becoming uneven, but his eyes are bright. I am all you care about. His voice is no more than a whisper. Yes. She cups his cheeks, leaning her head against his. Why you're not real? He tries to pull away, but she holds him there. Why you can't be? This is just too good to wonderful to be true. You. Maka pushes her lips against his, loving the feel of how soft his lips are, how they part when he gasped. She moves slowly, her lips lightly tugging at his bottom one. Her heartbeat is speeding up. It feels so good just to kiss him. Tell me, Krona. She pulls back just a little so she can talk against his lips. Wasn't that real? I think so. He pants against her. That one little kiss took his breath away. His face is so red. That's hard to believe too. I'm going to make you into a believer. She pulls him back into a kiss. It's needy. She can feel it, but she continues to bite his button lip. The boy shivers as her tongue moves across his lips, causing his mouth to open more. Maka shoves her tongue in, rubbing it against his. It's sloppy and wet. His tongue is timidly poking hers while hers is pretty much raping his. She feels the boy's body warm up, feels how much his ribs are moving up and down. Maka loves the effect she has on him. Her hands begin to move on their own. She starts at his chest, then goes down, feeling the bones of his ribs and the small muscles of his stomach. She stops at his thighs. Maka pulls him closer, her tongue raiding his mouth and her hands rubbing against his thighs. I am Maka. He groans, breaking the kiss. His face is so red, his lips swollen with kisses. I am getting that feeling again. So am I. She continues to rub his thighs, being gentle with him but firm enough to make it feel good. Krona is breathing so hard, little groans escaping his lips. His eyes go out of focus and he stumbles back a little. Krona, are you? She takes her hands off his thighs only for him to grab her wrist. See can you? He looks away, his face is so red. Can I what, Krona? Maka smirks as she leans into him, planting small kisses against his neck. I see can you He moans when she bites down on his neck, abusing the skin. Can I what? She repeats against his neck, licking where she bit him. Krona pants, his face so red, but he doesn't answer her. Do you want this? Her hands fall back to his thighs and begin to rub there. His breath hitches, his body tensing up. He is getting so warm. Well, Krona. She purrs as she kisses up his neck to his ear, sucking on the ear lobe. She rubs harder against his thigh. Is this what you wanted? I don't dash. Maka starts to rub the inside of his thighs as she bites down on his neck. He moans, his body twitches a little. Answer me. She licks his throat. Is this what you wanted, Krona? Why yes. He squeaks when she bit down a little roughly on his neck. That's what I thought. She chuckles before kissing up to his lips. The boy meets her eagerly, he grips her shirt as she rubs against him, moving her lips slowly against his. She feels his small tongue lick her bottom lip. It warms her whole being, and before she knows it she's pushing Krona till he's laying on his back on the bed, her getting on top straddling him. Maka. His face is so dark as he looks up at her, his blue eyes are becoming half-lidded, he looks slightly afraid. What are you doing? Making you feel good. She leans down and kisses him slowly, running her hands through his hair. It's a little naughty but she doesn't mind. I missed you so much. I missed you too. What are you doing? He squeaks, his body tensing so bad when she had rubbed up his leg till she was under his hospital gown. Do you have a problem with this? Her breathing is uneven as she feels against his bare thigh. It's so smooth, almost silkily. She likes it. She likes it a lot. Maka wants to feel all the parts of this boy, explore them all. It's really see close to dash. She grips his inner thigh, causing the boy's eyes to flutter and his head to lean back. Oh god, Maka, I am too warm. And he is really warm. Maka likes that too. It's okay. She soothes as she rubs his bare thigh in a circle, enjoying the groans and pants she's getting from the boy underneath her. Maka, I want. He looks up at her with his eyes half-lidded, he glances at her lips. She leans in and kisses him, continuing to rub into his thighs. Krona puts his shaky hands on her shoulders, he lightly nibbles at her bottom lip. She can feel how needy he is, how much he wants it. Maka pulls away, she can't help but to smirk out how the boy whimpers. His eyes shake as he stares at her lips, his face is so red. Maka takes her hand out of his gown to put his hands on her waist. It's okay. She whispers when he tenses. She holds his hands there. Maka. She cuts him off with a kiss. The boy doesn't seem to mind. He kisses her slowly at first, but he quickly begins to deepen the kiss. Maka can feel his grip on her waist tighten. She keeps up with him all the while, aware his hardened member can be felt against her thigh. The more they kiss, the more she can feel it. Maka pulls away to look at Krona. The boy is panting, his eyes half-lidded and hazy with lust, but there's also a hint of fear in his expression. Did I do something wrong? He trembles on her gaze and tries to pull his hands from off her waist. She stops him. You haven't done anything wrong. She speaks slowly as she takes his hands, making him feel a geyse in her sides. She brings his hands under her shirt, brushing his soft fingers against her bare flesh. Maka. His eyes widen as he watches her shirt ride up him, being able to see her flat stomach and where he's touching her. His lip quivers, he bites down hard on it. I don't think we should be doing this. I feel are really funny. How so? She keeps guiding his hands, pulling up her shirt in the process. She wants to feel her skin against his. She wants to feel nothing but him. The demon, her mother's death, all that is in the back of her head. All she can think about is Krona and how much she likes him touching her. Maka, that's too high. I am going to touch here. His eyes go out of focus, causing Maka to stop right before she gets to the beginning of her bra. She didn't want him pasting out on her. It's okay, you know. She leans down and plants a gentle kiss on his lips. It's okay to touch me there, I don't mind, but we can take this slowly. She pulls his hands from out her shirt. His eyes shake, they're so hazy, his face so red. Maka can feel how hard he is, it almost seems painful, cramped in the tight fabric. I want to try something. She moves the boy over so she can pull the blanket over them while still straddling him. Maka, what are you? His words die on his lips as her hands rub up his legs. She rubs up his thighs, taking the gown with her. Krona takes a sharp take of breath as he feels the cool air hit his free erection. The boy is trembling so bad. WWW, what are you doing? He squeaks, his body is so warm underneath her. Maka can't answer him. She's too busy with something else. Maka has heard about what dicks look like. Boys draw them enough on the lockers at school, but to see one in real life, it's different. She's fascinated by it just like she is this boy. Everything about him fascinates her. Krona is large. Well, he's large to her, and it's almost a little intimidating. She did hear something saying skinny guys have bigger dicks than fat dudes, but damn. Maka, don't look at it. He squeaks after seeing her just stare. He puts both his hands over his erection, trying to hid it from her. I really don't know how to deal with this. I'm sorry. She leans down and kisses him on the lips. It's soft, apologizing. She probably went too far, but it's hard to stay in line with this boy. She's never had someone she has wanted to touch so bad. Maka. He pants, breaking the kiss. This is really bad. I am in your. His eyes are so hazy. They tell her what his lips aren't. He doesn't think this is bad. She can see he wants more. How is it bad, Krona? She breathes against his lips as her hands start to go down his body. It's. His breathing is so bad his muscles clench as she goes down his stomach. I want to make you feel good. She slowly takes his hands away from his erection. They shake, but they don't fight against her. Maka doesn't look down at it so not to alarm him again. She moves in and kisses him slowly as her hands move downward. Her hand closes around the boy's shaft. It's so warm and it's throbbing. Maka. He breaks the kiss with a half moan, half squeak. His eyes are shaking so bad. Why you just touched my, why you're still touching my. He takes deep breaths, his eyes going out of focus. Why you're not supposed to touch there, Maka. It's giving me a tingling feeling. It can't be right. Really? She gently moves her hand up his shaft. It twitches against her as she makes it up to the tip. Krona takes a sharp intake of breath before holding it, shutting his eyes so tight. Are you sure I'm not supposed to touch here? She keeps rubbing him, exploring his length and warmth. She can feel her own body get really warm. Krona's face is almost blue now. He's holding his breath. Maka rubs up to his head, her finger bushing against the slit. The boy finally lets out his breath in a loud moan. He pants loudly, but he keeps his eyes shut. His moan only deepened her desire. Maka grips him tighter and starts pumping. She's heard enough stories about this at school. It seems easy enough. Krona's is going crazy. He moans loudly as he grips the bed sheets. He breathes heavy, sweat starting to form on his brow. Maka, this is, oh God, it. He keeps moaning and groaning, barely able to talk. It's okay. She leans down against his neck and begins to kiss the skin there while she keeps pumping him. She goes faster, she goes harder. Maka, this IVE never. He moans beside her ear, sending shivers down her spine. Is it good? She breathes heavy against his neck, gripping his member all the more tighter. Oh God, why yes. He squeaks when she rubbed up to the tip of his head. The boy shivers underneath. Please Maka, don't stop. He's pleading with her. She probably couldn't stop anyway. He's too addicting. She leans in and kisses him deeply. It's wet and sloppy. She's trying to mute his loud moans as she strokes him harder. The feel of him in her hands, the way she making him moan and groan, she likes it. She likes this power she has over him. Maka. He moans loudly, breaking the kiss. His eyes are open, they're wide and hazy. Why you have to stop? I have to pee. She doesn't stop. This causes her to go faster. She hasn't done this before, but she knows what that feeling means. She wants to make him explode. Maka, stop. He pants, moaning against her neck. He's sweating so bad. I am going to, I am about to. A strangled cry escapes the boy's throat, his eyes flutter as he bucks into her hand. She feels the warm liquid on her hand and feels the boy's body relax underneath her. Maka can't help but to stare at the boy. He looks so relaxed now, his eyes are dark and half-lidded with lust, but there's no fear, no worry in them like there usually is. She took that from him. She has made him feel bliss. Maka. He breathes out her name, it's a whisper, his breathing is slowly going back to normal. What did you just do? I made you feel better. She brings her hand up that is coated in the boy's seed. That was that. He can't speak. Maka loves how relaxed his body feels underneath her, how his half-lidded eyes look her over, his eyes full of lust for her. She did this to him. His breath hitches as he watches her take a small lick of the white stuff on her hand. She wants to taste him. It has a plain flavor. It doesn't really taste sweet for salty. Why you? His eyes watch her, but she can see he liked her tasting him. It's okay. She wipes the rest off on the edge of the bed before laying down next to him. I've never felt like this before, Maka. Krona turns his head to look at her, his bangs getting in his face. I feel so good, that felt so good, it felt amazing, and I just wow. I'm glad you liked it. She moves the bangs out of his face and tucks it behind his ear, smiling at him gently. Maka. He says her name in a song voice, a small smile gracing his lips as he looks over her face. His eyes still have that lust, but she also sees his adoration of her, sees how much she means to him. Why, you are incredible, Jay, just everything. You're incredible, Krona. She pecks his nose. Maka. He wraps his arms around her, pulling her against his chest. He locks eyes with her. Didu, you love me? She blinks. Maka opens her mouth to answer, but nothing comes out. It's okay, you don't have to answer. He smiles at her, his eyes light up. Because she was wrong. You came back, you still like me, you didn't leave me. A single tear falls down his cheek, that small smile still on his face. I am just so happy. He pulls her closer, nuzzling his head against the top of her head. I thought I would lose you, but here you are, in my arms. She was wrong, Maka. Did Medusa tell you I would leave? Maka blushes slightly at being held so gently by the boy. Why, yes, she told me why you would never come back, that you would be afraid of me. He trembles, his voice getting shaky. She told me you wouldn't like me anymore, but... He stops his trembling when he feels Maka rub his back. She was wrong. He whispers against the top of her head as he gently draws circles into her shoulder. Of course she was. She gets closer to him, snuggling up to his warmth. I told you I would never leave you, do you believe me now, Krona? Why, yes. He sighs in relief. I believe you, Maka, why you don't break your promises. Krona gently grabs her face by the chin and lifts her face up to his. They lock eyes, his blue eyes hold determination. Maybe? It's interesting. I am going to do all I can for you while you're with me, and no one can hurt you, and not even that demon. He rubs her face gently. Why, you do know not to fear it, right? Yeah, but it's hard. She raises an eyebrow. You still haven't told me how you knew that it was a demon or a curse. I can sense them. He averts his gaze, something flashing through his eyes. I can see demons, and I can feel curses. He grips on his arms rather tightly. I felt it when you walked in, but I was hoping it wasn't you. But you said something about a she. You said that. Suddenly the door flies open. 2 cops come marching in the door, with them a certain doctor. There she is. His glasses glare as he points towards her. Shit. Maka Albarn, you are under arrest for breaking into a patient's room and stealing a file. A cop barks, taking a step forward. I didn't steal any file. Maka growls back. Then what's this? Stein holds out Krona's file and her face pales. This was laying outside of the door. Don't tell me it wasn't you, because that's just a lie. Maka, you're in big trouble. It wasn't her. Krona puts a arm around Maka protectively. It was Medusa. Maka is innocent. Even if she didn't take the file, she broke into your room. Stein looks over at the 2 cops. Take her out of here. And no. He hugs Maka close, glaring at the 2 men. I am warning you, stay back or I'll have to deal with you. The cops keep moving closer, they have their sticks out ready to beat someone if they have to. The other has handcuffs. Maka is going to jail. I'll protect you. Krona whispers against the top of her head. I won't let them take you away from me. Maka doesn't respond. The cops are getting closer. She doesn't want Krona to get hurt. She would rather go to jail. Why you asked for it? Krona grinds his teeth, a growl emitting from his throat. Ragnarok. Maka feels the air get dense as the boy bows his head. The cops must not feel it, they keep walking closer. Suddenly Krona isn't hugging her anymore. He's right in front of the two cops. Hey assholes. The boy smirks at how the men jump at how fast he moved to in front of them. Let's see if your training prepared you for this. One of the cops moves quickly, getting around the boy, holding his arm behind his back to pin him. Get the girl. I'll hold him. The boy twists his body at an unnatural angle, making him able to grab the hand that's pinning his arms. He grips it tightly. Maka hears a snap. The cop cries out in pain as he falls back, holding his hand that's now twisted up at an odd angle. The bone is sticking out of the skin. Jake. The other man looks at his comrade in concern before he charges towards the boy, his stick ready to beat the shit out of him. Is this all you can do? The boy grabs the man's wrist, stopping his attack. A large crazy grin rips out on his face. Well, the law is fucked. He punches the cop across the face with his other hand, sending him flying across the room, hitting the wall with a crack. We need backup. The cop with the broken hand yells into a walkie-talkie. A patient is harder to deal with than we. You sneaky bastard. The boy is in front of him in a second, ripping the machine from his hand, throwing it down on the ground and stomps on it. It breaks under his weight. You'll pay for that. He grabs a hold of the man's arm, twisting it quickly. Maka hears another snap. Tears well up in the grown man's eyes as he cries out in pain, trying to move away from the boy. You pussy. The boy grabs him by the neck and lifts him off the ground like it's nothing. Stop crying like a bitch. Krona. Maka shouts his name when she sees that he is choking the cop. He's going to kill him. The boy tenses and lets go of the man. He falls on his butt, holding his neck, panting. Oh my. Stein blinks, watching the boy intently. He looks between Maka and Krona. What, you want some to Gramps? The boy jerks towards the scientist, cracking his knuckles. I've been waiting to beat the shit out of you for so long. Stop now. 5 more cops pile into the room. This time they all have their guns out. They're all pointing it at Krona. Put your hands up now. Fuck you. He grunts, crossing his arms. You girl. One cop yells towards her. Come on now, walk slowly over here with your arms up. If you come willingly, your punishment won't be as bad. Come on. Now. Maka starts to get off the bed. She doesn't want Krona to get hurt. Her heart feels gripped at just seeing them point those guns at him. The girl isn't going anywhere. The boy is suddenly right in front of her. He pulls her into an embrace, holding her protectively, glaring at the cops. This is my bitch, fuck off. The cops take a step forward. Oh, you still want to fuck around with me? The boy chuckles darkly as he lets go of her. He bends his back all the way to the floor, looking at them upside down. Fuck with this. The lights suddenly go out. When they turn back on, Krona is gone. Maka's breath hitches as she sees the boy standing behind the cops, his bangs covering his eyes. A large smile rips out into his face. The lights go back out. She hears screaming, banging and cracking. When the lights turn back on, Krona is standing in front of her with his back turned to her. All the 5 cops lay on the floor. They aren't moving. She can see the blood on his gown. Anymore. The boy laughs loudly. Does anyone else want to fuck with me? Why are you protecting her? Stein looks at the deranged boy blankly, like he didn't just see him beat the shit out of 7 cops by himself. Because I own her. He crosses his arms. Call this off. Now. I cannot allow that. Stein steps in himself. The boy takes a step forward only to pause. 12 cops pile into the small room. They all have their guns out, pointing at the boy. Take him out. One growls. No. Maka gets in front of him, With her arms outstretched, don't shoot. The cops pause but they don't put down their guns. Listen bitch, I don't need you to. I'll go with you, just don't hurt Krona. She puts her hands up and starts to walk towards them. You're not going any fucking where. The boy grabs her and pulls her back. Ragnarok, don't be stupid. She struggles with him but his grip is tight. Bitch, you're the one being stupid. He growls as he grips her hair and pulls it a little too roughly so she's behind him. I got this shit. If you don't let her go, we'll shoot. A cop growls. I don't think so. Ragnarok suddenly pulls Maka so she's in front of him. He grips her head roughly on either side. Put your guns down now or I'll snap her neck. What? Maka tries not to tremble but she is. He's bluffing. A cop growls. Oh. A smirk rips out on his face as she slowly starts to turn her head. Oh, God, Maka is so afraid. I'm fucking crazy as shit, man. I'll snap this girl's neck like it's a stick. He keeps turning her head. Alright, alright. The cops all place their guns down. Let go of the girl. Not a chance. The boy lets go of her head though, causing Maka to sigh in relief. All of you fuck off. Oh my goodness. What's going on here? Medusa suddenly walks into the room looking shocked at seeing the blood and the cops. Stand back. Stein grabs a hold of her but she moves from his grip. No, I demand to know what's going on. Medusa shouts, glaring at Stein. Maka has broken into the room and stolen Krona's file. His glasses glare. The cops are here to deal with her. She didn't break into his room or steal the file. She looks over at Maka, her yellow snake eyes lighting up. I let her into the room and gave her the file. What? Stein growls, his face is actually red, it's not blank, no, he's pissed. What were you thinking? The girl deserves to know what she's getting herself into. Medusa crosses her arms. I gave her the file so she would know, but even after reading it she insisted to seeing the boy. I didn't have the heart to stop her. Forget the girl. Stein growls at the cops. Take her in. She has done this. The 12 cops turn around to face Medusa. What the fuck is this bitch doing? Ragnarok growls under his breath, his eyes shaking slightly. You're right, it was all me, don't touch the girl. Medusa bows her head. You're fired, Alice, I can't believe you would do this. Stein shakes his head. Wait, Alice? Maka looks at Medusa. She's smirking. Oh, but I enjoyed this job so much. Medusa suddenly runs out of the room and disappears. She went this way. The cops shout and run after where they think she went, each picking up one of their fallen comrades. Maka, come on. Stein looks over at her. It's time to go, you're not getting in trouble, just come on. No. Ragnarok puts a arm out in front of her, stopping her. She isn't going anywhere. We have things we need to talk about. I can't. I won't hurt her. He growls. So fuck off, if I wanted to kill her I would have done it already. Make it quick. Stein stands by the doorway. The boy grabs her and pulls her over farther away from Stein so he can't hear. So you're serious about this? The boy crosses his arms looking at her blankly. Serious about what? She blinks, still trying to process all that's happened. About sticking around Krona. He grunts. Even after you know all the shit we have done, we killed a fucking Babai, for God's sake. No, you killed a baby, Maka growls. Maybe. He shrugs. It doesn't matter. Me and this bitch are pretty much one in the same. You can't have him without me. Krona doesn't kill. She glares. You do. The boy stares at her for a long moment. Did you fuck him? What? Maka blinks, taken aback at the random question. I heard some strange sounds coming from Krona and his blood was pumping. I was going to come and check on him but he told me to fuck off. He grumbles, crossing his arms. This bitch has grown some balls, I'll tell you that. I'll get him back though, I'll probably make him eat a bug or some shit like that. We didn't have sex. Maka averts her gaze, feeling a little odd talking to Ragnarok about this. Well, whatever the fuck you did, keep doing it. The boy cracks his shoulders. I've never felt this bitch so loose before. Maka blushes, not sure what to say. Today has been so crazy. Alright, well, I'm going to get out of here. Wait. She grabs the boy's wrist like that could stop Ragnarok from leaving. What? He growls. Why did you kill that family? She looks him in those haunted eyes. We had orders. He rips his arm from her grasps. Orders from who? Stein. Nurses run up to the man who is still watching them. You got to come, Kusik. It's patient 876 again. Damn it. He cusses and runs with them, forgetting about Maka. Oh. Ragnarok grumbles. Shit. What? The door slowly closes, revealing Medusa, who was apparently behind it. She smiles at them. Hello, Maka. Ragnarok. The door shuts. How the fuck did you do that? Maka blinks. This is all so confusing. How rude. She chuckles. I just saved you, you could at least thank me. I'm not thanking you for shit. Maka growls. It's your fault anyway. Such a mouth on you. Medusa smirks. You and her had that in common, didn't you? What the fuck are you talking about? It seems you choose to see my son anyway. Medusa's smirk falls. Why did you come back knowing he has killed others? I know it wasn't him. Maka looks over at Krona. It was Ragnarok. Krona doesn't kill. How can you be so sure? She crosses her arms, looking Maka over with a amused smile. Krona is. I don't care what you have to say, bitch. Maka glares. Fuck off and leave Krona alone. Oh my, I'm only trying to help you, Maka. Medusa sighs. It's the least I can do for poor Kami. Get my mother's name out of your mouth. Maka takes a step forward. Heed this warning, Maka Albarn. Medusa smirks. The ones you see as friends are the people you truly have to be worried about. There are dangers all around you, Maka. Step carefully or you will fall. I don't need. Medusa disappears. What the fuck? You saw her right. Maka turns to look at Ragnarok only to see Krona's body laying on the floor, his eyes closed. Krona. Maka runs to him and kneels next to him, shaking the boy. Maka. The boy groans, opening his eyes. Our Ragnarok stopped them, right? Yes, he did, but... Krona leans up and hugs her. He's trembling. I was so worried. He breathes against her neck. They're not taking you to jail. No. She hugs him back, her glossy eyes looking down. Krona, did you see her? See who? He tilts his head to side, looking at her. Nothing. Maka sighs and rubs her head. Are you okay, Maka? He frowns deeply. Yeah, I'm alright. She isn't really though. Everything is fucking crazy. It's 6:30, time to hey wait. The intercom cuts off. Maka blinks. That's weird. Maka stands up to leave. And no. Krona grabs her hand, looking up at her with those puppy dog eyes. Please don't leave me, Maka. I have to. Krona. Maka frowns as she leans down and gives him a passionate kiss on the lips. I don't want to, I really don't. Then don't. His eyes water. We can figure something out so you can stay. I don't want to be apart from you anymore, Maka. It's okay, Krona. She rubs his cheek soothingly. I'll be back Saturday, it's only a couple of days. Maka. A tear falls down his face. It's okay. She kisses his cheek, holding the frail boy close to her. I'll be back, you know I will. Will you think of me? He blushes, fidgeting. All the time. She kisses his nose. I can't stop thinking about you. I never want you to leave. He takes a deep breath. But I know you have to. I'll be back soon. She gives him one last kiss before walking towards the door. It's locked. Ragnarok. Krona mumbles sadly and she hears the door click. There you go, Maka. Just roll with it, Maka. Thank you, Krona. She smiles at him. Don't worry. I promise I will be back. She's about to walk out of the door. Think I. He bows his head. And never mind, I'll see you Saturday. See you Saturday. She nods before she walks out the door. It shuts behind her. Fuck. So much has happened it's hard to even think of it all. She's so confused. Everything is so fucking confusing. Maka walks down the hallway and takes the elevator down. It wasn't me. She hears a woman scream as soon as the doors open back up. You said you did it yourself. A cop growls as he holds someone in a hold while he puts the handcuffs on her. Maka's eyes widen. They're arresting that brown-haired lady at the front. I said no such thing. She screams. I'm innocent. Tell it to the judge, lady. The cop grunts as he starts to drag her out. Stein, tell them it wasn't me. She pleads to the doctor. Alice, don't even start. His glasses glare. Have fun in jail, don't think you have a job to come back here to. It wasn't me. Alice screams as the cops drag her out. Maka watches with dread gripping her heart. She knows it wasn't her. She saw Medusa tell them she took it, but she remembers Stein called her Alice. Just what the fuck? Maka, get out of here before I change my mind about having you arrested. Stein looks over at her coldly. She doesn't say anything. She Jason walks out. Maka. Kid waves at her, smiling from his car. How was your time with Krona? Do you feel better? She just looks at him. Then she gets in the car. Maka doesn't know how to feel. Maka. He frowns. Let's go back to your place. She sighs. Of course. He looks at her in concern but starts driving. Seriously, some questions have been answered but more have came up. When the hell is this all going to end? Okay, so let's recap. Ragnarok isn't a personality. She felt him. He was able to fight her demon off and unlock the door. Krona can see the demon while she can't. He knew about it without her telling him and said something about the curse. Medusa can fucking disappear from thin air. Medusa came in and took the blame, but they called her Alice and they took that woman away. Just what the fuck is going on? Maybe she's already insane and none of this is happening. Maybe it's all in her head. Maka watches her reflection in the window of Kid's car, grin crazily. Yup, maybe she's just insane. Chapter 22. Maka's heart is beating so fast. She feels sweat drip down her face. Her eyes shake as she looks at the home before her, this haunted place of death. She doesn't want to be here. She wants to leave. Make a choice. The snake by her feet hisses, looking up at her with its piercing yellow eyes. You can't have the boy without the darkness or the chaos. To choose him is to choose madness itself. Maka trembles, staring at the house. Her brain is telling her leave. Her heart is telling her to move forward. If you enter this house again, you will have him and all his darkness. If you leave, you're leaving the boy as well, but you'll be spared. The snake's tongue grazes her leg, causing Maka to take a step back. Maka's heart hurts. Make your choice. Maka grips her fist. She takes a step forward. I see you chose the path of the damned. The snake chuckles. Let's see how long you last. Maka ignores the snake as she keeps walking closer to the home. The closer she gets, the clearer she can hear crying. The house looks haunted. It's eclipsing the sun, causing shadows to dance all around it. The crying keeps getting louder. Maka steps on the first step to the front porch. The crying has turned into bitter wailing. With a shaky hand she pushes open the door. It's pitch black. She takes a deep breath before she steps in. The lights come on. Maka doesn't look down. She already knows what she's stepping in. Blood. It's everywhere. Krona sits in the middle of it all, his body covered in blood, a knife in his hand. He's wailing like a hurt animal, his little shoulders shaking so bad. Maka tries to speak but she can't. She walks slowly towards the small boy, being careful to walk over the mutilated limbs of whoever used to live in this house that is now haunted with death and the crying of this little boy. Maka stops right in front of the young boy. Her heart hurts so much her feet are soaked in blood. Blood really is thicker than water. Please stop. The little boy sniffles, clutching the knife in his hand. I didn't want to do this. I am so sorry. Krona. Maka frowns and reaches out to comfort him, to hold him in her arms. Suddenly a loud crying is heard. It sounds like the high-pitched cry of a baby. Krona's head whips up, his haunted blue eyes wide. And no. Oh no. She's going to be here soon. He gets up and starts to run out of the living room, his feet making bloody footprints as he goes. Maka runs after him without even thinking about it. The little boy stumbles over his own feet, tripping a couple of times, having to hold onto the wall so he doesn't fall. He leaves his bloody handprints on the walls, smearing the blood of the people you once lived in this beautiful home. Now it's covered in blood. Now it's haunted. Maka runs after him, but it seems no matter how fast she runs, Krona is always far away from her. The hallway they're running down seeming to go on forever. All the while the baby's crying is getting louder. She watches as Krona runs into a room at the end of the hall. Maka pumps her legs and enters right after him. The door shuts behind her. Sophia. Krona whispers as he runs over to the crib. He leans his head down in it. Please Sophia, you have to be quiet. She doesn't know about you. Why, you can be saved. Please Sophia, shhs, she will be here any minute. The baby keeps crying. Maka walks over slowly to see what Krona's doing. The boy is trying to pull a small pink blanket over a small baby. Tears fall down its face as it keeps screaming. Please. The boy is begging as he gently rocks the crib. Sophia, you must be quiet now. Everything is going to be okay. She doesn't know about you. The baby doesn't understand. It sees the blood that's covering the boy's face. Even babies understand that's not a good thing. It's okay, sshh. He's begging her as he takes a rattle from the crib and starts to shake it. The baby's crying slowly starts to die as her eyes look at the rattle the boy is holding with interest. See? Everything is okay. She doesn't know I won't hurt you. Krona smiles down at the baby, a sweet smile that's ruined by the blood that dirties his face. He hands the baby the rattle before he puts the blanket over her, tucking it so she isn't moving too much. Then he starts to put a whole bunch of stuffed animals into the crib to hide the baby. He looks over his work before turning to walk out of the room. Krona's breath hitches and he falls back. Maka looks over to see what caused this out of him, but she doesn't see anything. But the door is now open. Hello Krona. A voice coos. It's coming from where the door is. The boy's teeth chatter but he doesn't respond. Maka hears footsteps come closer but she doesn't see anyone. Krona sees them though and he's afraid. She hears white noise around her for a moment, like when an old VCR tape is done. The TV just turns to a bunch of static. Well, that's what she's hearing. The scene she watches twitches a little, as if it paused right here then restarted up. You killed them all? It's a woman's voice and she sounds close to Krona. Why yes Jay, just as you said. Krona bows his head. Then what's that? The boy tenses, his teeth chattering worse. He bows his head. The bitch was pregnant. They were planning on having a girl. The boy's voice changes. Keyword planning. How delightful. The woman chuckles. The boy grinds his teeth before bowing his head again. Are we going home now? The boy asks nervously, his eyes shaking as he looks up. Yes. The sound of the baby's rattle is heard. Krona, what was that? The woman's voice is suspicious. I don't know. I didn't hear anything. He smiles nervously. The rattle is heard again and the stuffed animals start to move. Do you take me as a fool? The woman growls and suddenly the stuffed animals are flying everywhere till the baby can be seen. The baby is holding the small rattle, looking up at the person Maka can't see with big, green innocent eyes. Please Dante. Krona runs over to the crib. He looks at the person with watery eyes. Please we can leave her alone, can't we? She hasn't done anything wrong. She didn't go against you. Please. Maka watches as the baby is lifted up and held like someone is holding her in their arms. What a beautiful baby girl. The woman coos, rocking the baby in her arms. Why yeah. Krona's eyes get hopeful. Sophia is really nice. We don't have to hurt her, right? Can't we just leave her here? Of course not. Krona's hope is crushed, she sees it in his eyes. But she didn't. Her bitch of a mother was blessed with this beautiful baby girl while I was cursed with you. The woman's voice is sharp. You disgusting piece of trash. Must you always disappoint me? I didn't. Kill her, Krona. The baby moves closer to the boy. Kill her for me, make me proud of you, maybe I won't want to puke every time I see your ugly face. Please, oh please don't make me do this. Krona falls to his knees, hot tears falling down his face. He crawls over and looks as if he's holding onto someone's leg, looking up at them with those big, sad eyes. Please, I can't hurt Sophia. You're a disgrace. Krona is shoved off like he was kicked. The boy falls back with a cry. I can't believe I cuddly gave birth to you, that you came from me, it disgusts me so much. As soon as I laid my eyes on you I knew you would be a disappointment. I should have just left you in the garbage like all my other useless trash. I am sorry. The tears keep falling down the poor boy's face, his shoulders shaking so bad. I am sorry, but I just can't. Please don't make me kill her. Of course I'm not going to make you kill her, Krona. The woman speaks in a fake sweet voice. So we can just leave her here. Krona looks up at the woman with bright eyes through his tears. Leave her here to what? You killed her mother and father. No, we can't just leave her, Krona. The woman chuckles heavily. That would be a waste. No, she will make a nice collection to my other guinea pigs. I've never had one so young though. I wonder how much she can take before she just dies. And no, Sophia is too young. She wouldn't last a second with your experiments. Krona cries desperately. You're right. Oh well, I have another use for her. Suddenly Maka sees a large snake sliver up next to the crib. Ah, who's my baby? She hears the woman coo. I have a snack for you. She brings the baby closer to the large snake. It's opening its mouth. I wonder how long it will take before the baby actually dies inside this snake. If I put her in feet first, maybe the acids would get to her before she suffocates. And no. Please don't. Krona is screaming desperately, his whole body shaking. Sophia hasn't done anything bad. Please don't. You know what to do, Krona. The woman coos. You know how to save her from this horrible fate. Please don't make me. I'm not. The woman chuckles. I'm giving you a choice. Krona bows his head. Be that way. The baby moves closer to the snake. I am so sorry, Sophia, please forgive me. Krona's voice is no more than a whisper. He looks up with tears streaming down his face. Ragnarok. The boy grips the knife and launches towards the baby. Suddenly everything goes black. Maka can't see anymore. All she hears is that white noise again. Everything starts to change around her. It's moving too fast for her to keep up with. Like a tape rewinding. And Maka's caught in the middle of it. She puts her hands over her ears trying to drown out the white noise. It's becoming unbearable. Suddenly there's a click. Maka opens her eyes. The noise has stopped. She isn't in that house anymore. She stands in front of a bus stop. A yellow school bus suddenly pulls up. Little kids get out, all smiling and laughing with their friends. Finally the last kid comes out. Her breath hitches. Krona comes out of the bus alone, the only one who wasn't chatting it up with someone. He wears that black dress with little black dress shoes to match. He has a white bow in his hair. He doesn't look like a little boy at all, he looks like a young girl. The boy smiles down at the plant he's holding in his hands as he passes her. It's a small flower in a pot. The pot has a small heart on it saying, Happy Mother's Day. Maka's heart swells. She remembers when she was young they did the same thing once for Mother's Day in science class. You would grow a flower, studying it, and once it grew you got to take it home as a gift. Maka remembers her mother's smile when she gave hers to her. It warmed her heart. And now Krona is about to give one to his mother. Excitement is shining brightly in those eyes of his. Maka follows him. She can't help but to smile. He's too cute when he isn't covered in blood. The boy's cheeks are tinted, the dress slightly swaying as he walks, holding the pot so carefully to his chest. He turns a corner walking up to a brown house. As soon as he saw it his eyes light up and he began running to it. Maka runs with him, watching the smile on the boy's face. Krona throws open the door, with Maka right behind him. Mom! Mom! He cheers excitedly, his eyes bright. Wait. Maka frowns. His eyes aren't blue. They're black. What have I told you about calling me that? A cold voice responds to him before Medusa comes out of a room to see him, her cold eyes looking down at him. I am sorry, Medusa. He looks down shamefully. I forgot because I am excited. Excited about what? She raises an eyebrow. To give you this. The boy blushes as he holds out the small flower, it trembles in his small hands. Happy Mother's Day we made them in Class A N. This is what they're teaching you. Medusa snatches the pot from his hands, studying the flower coldly. Why yeah, you just plant a seed in some soil and you can make life. His eyes light up. Do you like it? I picked out a yellow one because I thought. It's ugly. Medusa takes the pot and she throws it down. The pot shatters. Maka can only stare in disbelief. How can she? Krona's eyes water as he looks at the broken pot. Don't waste my time with these pointless things. Medusa growls. Anything you create cannot be beautiful. Life isn't something you create, Krona, it's something you will destroy. But I don't want to destroy. He sniffles, still looking at the pot on the ground. Useless. She snarls. You are not my son, you're a pitiful waste of a life like this flower. She stomps down on what's left of the pot. Krona can only watch her with tears streaming down his face. Clean it up. She throws him a broom and dustpan. Throw it in the trash where it belongs. Krona bows his head as he gets on his knees and slowly starts to clean up the mess that used to be a nice little flower for his mother. If only I had a girl, I wouldn't be dealing with this. Medusa holds her head in her hands. No, it's okay. A smirk rips out on her face. I'll make you of use to me. She turns her back on him. Don't worry, Krona. She coos. You'll soon have a friend for life. She chuckles as she starts to walk away. Forget about life, Krona, that's a part of light while you are of the dark. You will only cause death. She leaves. But I. Krona trembles, his head bowed. But I made life I don't want to destroy. No one responds to him. But I guess the life I make is as useless and meaningless as my own. He trembles, his words so bitter. Why you only think it's beautiful when I take away a creature's last breath? The boy holds his face in his hands as he cries. I only want to make you happy. He picks up the pieces of the pot slowly with shaky hands. But you want I never will. The tears slowly fall down his face, his dark eyes are starting to turn. I'll never make you happy with life. He looks at the crushed flower. Oh, only death. Krona. Maka feels a tear fall down her face. No, Krona, don't listen to her, that flower was beautiful, she is just a bitch. You can make life, Krona, your life is beautiful. She's wrong. She's so wrong. You're worth more than she'll ever be. She runs over to hold the boy in her arms, but everything disappears. She's back in that forest with the starless sky. It's sad, isn't it? The cloaked figure stands in front of her. The poor boy, his mother didn't love him one bit, did she? Maka doesn't respond, tears are still falling down her face. The boy's mother is so different than how Kami treated you, but at the same time they have much in common. Don't you ever fucking say that. Maka snaps, her eyes flaring. My mother was nothing like that bitch. Maybe not to you, but they are of the same kind. Fuck you. Maka growls. You don't know shit about my mother. I know more than you. The woman sighs. Oh, poor Maka, you don't know anything about Kami, do you? It's sad, really. Kami kept so much from you and now all this bad is happening to you and it's all her fault. Shut the fuck up. My mom has had nothing to do with all this. She growls, taking a step forward, her fist gripped. She has had everything to do with this. The woman sighs. Kami messed with the wrong people and she didn't have enough to pay for it. In turn, all these horrible things are transferred to you and yet you don't even know, do you? Leave me alone. Maka pants, turning her back to this woman. Do you even know what you are, Maka? The woman takes a step closer. I'm a teenage girl with too many fucking problems. She growls. That's what I am. Besides that, you're missing some valuable information. The woman walks so she's in front of her, she holds out her hand. Please come to me, let me tell you everything, let me make you what you truly are, Maka. I'm already what I am. She growls. I don't need you to be me. Ah, but you need me to be so much more. The woman takes a step forward. Trust me Maka, I can help you, together we can get this curse off of you, trust in me. Fuck off. Maka growls, her eyes flaring. Fine. She pulls her hand away. But heed this warning. The woman starts to fade away. Be wary of the mayor and his son, they're hiding something, they are dangerous to our kind. Maka, step carefully, where you are now is truly the Loin's den. Then she disappears. Everything disappears. Maka's eyes open and she wipes the water from them. Was that just a dream? Or were those real memories? She hopes it was just a dream, but she knows it wasn't. Krona, oh Krona. She hears a thump. Maka takes a deep breath. She hears another thump, it's closer now. Krona, mom, give her strength. She's slowly falling apart. But she can't fall apart. She has to be there for Krona. There's a thump right by her head and she hears heavy breathing. Maka turns her back on it. Suddenly the blanket is ripped off her. Maka can't help but to yelp, it's never been able to do that before. She watches as the blanket is thrown across the room. Her heart is beating too fast. She's afraid. Maka pulls her knees to her chest. It's okay, it's okay. Suddenly something grabs her and pulls her out of the bed. She screams and struggles with it. It lets go, she makes a run for the door. The lights are flickering on and off as she runs out of the room. She keeps running, she doesn't stop. The lights are slowly turning off as she passes them. She's afraid. Oh, she's so afraid. This isn't good. Something pushes her and she falls face first on the floor. It hurts, but she gets right back up, running. She grips the necklace her mother gave her. Please, please. She needs help. Her hand tingles that's holding the necklace, the lights stop flickering. Everything goes quiet. Maka pants as she walks over to the bathroom, being careful not to look in the mirror as she moves to the sink. She turns it on and splashes cold water on her face. She's going to lose it. It's too much, it's so much. Maka hears a sound behind her and on instinct she looks up to look in the mirror. Someone is standing behind her. Maka screams and turns to attack this thing. It grabs her arms, stopping her before she makes the hit. Whoa, there's no need to get so violent. We can share the crackers in a symmetrical fashion. Kid mumbles, his eyes closed as he holds her hands lightly. Oh, it's just Kid and he's sleepwalking again. A kid. SSH. He puts a finger to her lips. Come with me, we have to stop those hoodlums. The boy turns and starts dragging her along with him, he's stumbling a lot. They say you're never supposed to wake a sleepwaker, so what the hell is she supposed to do? They think they can just steal my things. After I work so hard to maintain symmetry. He grumbles as he starts leading her over to the staircase. A kid, I don't think they're downstairs. She shakes him lightly. Maybe you should check your bedroom, better yet why not check your bed? And just stay there. Oh, you're trying to tempt me, Maka. The boy gives her a goofy smile, pointing a finger in her face. That's all you've been doing, tempting me? Tempting you with what? She raises an eyebrow. Like you don't know. He leans into close for comfort. I really don't. She pushes him away from her lightly. There you go, pushing me away. The boy frowns. You pull me close, then you push me away, pull me close, then push me away, I don't like it one bit. Don't we still have to find those hoodlums? Yes. He shouts loudly, causing her to jump a little. He grabs her and starts to stumble towards the stairs. Come, I know they're down here. They think they can get away with it. I'll give them a good talking to is what I'll do. Kid, I don't think we should go down the steps. She watches how he stumbles wryly. You'll fall. I have the agility of a bat. He boasts, but that has nothing to do with falling. Kid, really I don't. He leads her over to the stairs, he takes his first step down it and then trips. Oh fuck her life. Kid. Maka grinds her teeth as she grabs a hold of the boy, trying to keep him from falling to his death. They have a lot of fucking stairs. The boy is a lot heavier than she thought and she's starting to get pulled down with him. Kid, you seriously have to help me out now. She hears him snore. He did not fucking fall asleep. but he did. That's why he's so heavy. Kid. She screams in desperation, she's losing her footing. Suddenly there's strong arms around her, pulling her back up with Kid, steadying the both of them. Oh my, that was a close one. The mayor sighs in relief as he takes the asleep boy away from her. You're telling me? She runs a hand through her hair. Of all the ways she could die. It would be so stupid to die falling down some fucking stairs because of her friend sleepwalking. At least being taken by a demon is more badass. Thank you for saving him. The mayor looks at her with his eyes so bright. He's all I have left, you know. Maka looks over at him, studying the mayor's faraway eyes. Maka. He looks over at her seriously, his eyes changing. Are you toying with my son? No, I don't know what you're talking about. She raises an eyebrow. Don't you see what you're doing with that patient is killing him? Don't you know his feelings? Yeah, I do. I know he doesn't like me kissing Krona, but it's just something that happens. Kid understands. Does he really? What? Never mind. The mayor takes a deep breath. Well, you better head back to bed, kiddo, it's not safe to be up so late. He picks up Kid and starts to walk away. The darkness will start messing with your head, you know. So better be careful. Good night. He waves her off as he disappears down the hallway. Maka stares at where the mayor was with a frown. That sounded like a warning. Does she really have to be wary of the mayor? She knows she doesn't have to be wary of Kid, right? Maka starts to pace up and down the hallway. Could they be conspiring against her? Maybe they know everything. Maybe the mayor wants her to sleep so he can kill her. Maka grips her head, her breathing speeding up. All the paintings in the hallway are staring at her, they're laughing at her. The laughter is so loud it's driving her mad. She looks over at a mirror in the hallway. It's not the paintings that are laughing. She's the one who's laughing. And she's still laughing, her green eyes shaking around madly. She puts her hands over her mouth to stop it, but giggles keep escaping her throat. Maka can't stop laughing. How can she? It's all so funny, you know. Krona's soft smile flashes through her head. Her laughter dies down as a tear falls down her face. It's all so fucking funny, you know. Aren't you laughing? You should be, because it's funny. The tears keep falling down her face, but the smile stays on her lips. They say laughter is the best medicine. She's just having a overdose. Are you sure about this, Maka? Kid looks over at her as they stop in front of the doors of their first period class. We really don't have to be here if it's too soon. I'm fine. She looks over at him blankly. I don't want to fail. Yes, but... He looks at her in concern. Stop worrying, I told you already. If you keep worrying like you are, all your hair is going to fall out. She rolls her eyes. I can't help it. He pulls her close to him, cupping her cheeks. If you ever feel the need to leave, tell me and we will. I won't let them give you a hard time, Maka. Alright, but it doesn't really matter, kid. She sighs. No matter what, they're going to act like they do. Maybe, but I won't let them go unpunished. He rubs her cheek gently with his thumb, his eyes staring intently into hers. I really care for you, Maka. I care for you too, kid. She raises an eyebrow at how close he's getting. The 5-minute bell rings, causing him to pause. Maka, one of these days will you give me the pleasure of taking you out? He holds her hands gently in his. I must tell you something I should have told you a long time ago, but I want it to have the perfect setting. Sure, kid, if it's really your pleasure to spend money on me. She grunts, not understanding the smile she gets from the boy. It's always my pleasure when it comes to you. He pulls up her hand and lightly pecks it. Maka blinks. She's not really sure what to say about that. He's been really touchy lately. Let's go to class, shall we? He beams at her, taking her hand and leading her inside. They're the last ones to walk in. All of them gasp at seeing them. Whoa, they're back. Why are they holding hands? I knew the mayor's son was getting it in with the insane girl. It makes sense, it looks like he needs more wild in his life, the dude's so stiff. I think she lives with him now. I heard that too. Kid just ignores them as he leads her up to their seats, well aware that everyone is watching. At this point Maka doesn't really care. They take their seats. Kid gives her hand a squeeze of reassurance. Maka doesn't squeeze back. I wonder where they have been. I told you fucking. I know where the girl's been. A familiar voice sounds, causing her to look over. Sol is leaning back in his seat with his feet up on his table. He gives her a smirk. She's been hanging at Chupacabra's. Like father like daughter. What, does she work there? I bet she does. Maka gives Sol the middle finger and he just shrugs it off. Chupacabra's. Kid raises an eyebrow looking at her. Long story. Alright everyone, shut up, class is starting. The teacher walks in and slams his stuff on his desk as the bell rings. I'm not in a good mood, so let's just get this over with. Maka knows the feeling. Everyone quiets down. Okay, today we are going to be learning. Maka tries to listen to the teacher, but Krona pops into her head like he always does. She remembers the boy's hazy eyes of lust, the way he moaned and how red he got. She remembers how the boy felt in her hand, how long he was, the pants he made. Maka feels her body start to get warm. She remembers his taste. And the look on his face when the boy had released, how calm he looked. She wants to touch him again. She wants to hear him moan her name. She wants to take all the bad away from him with her hands. His body was so silky like a girl's, but he's definably not one. She wants him. She wants him right now. Maka. Kid frowns. You got a little something. He points to the corner of his mouth. She wipes where he told her, realizing she was drooling. Oh God, is she really drooling over that boy? She wonders if Krona thinks about what she did to him, if he gets warm thinking about it like she is, if it turns him on like. Maka, are you sick? Kid puts a hand to her forehead. You're really hot. No, Krona's what's hot. She blurts out. What? His yellow eyes flash with hurt. Maka Albarn, since you want to talk in my class, why don't you come down and do this problem on the board? The teacher glares up at her. The class laughs. Maka shrugs and gets up, walking down to the board. She takes the chalk from him as she studies the problem. 2zab plus 43b equals 200. What the fuck is this shit? They made math just for her to fail. Like what the hell, why is there letters with fucking numbers? Whoever created this shit was a jackass. She puts the chalk to the board. Everything gets fuzzy. Things flash through her head. She sees Krona. His smile. When he cried. His laugh. His eyes. Those eyes. Her hand is moving without her really thinking about it. She finishes and puts down the chalk, turning towards the class. Done. She grunts. What the fuck is that? The teacher raises an eyebrow looking at the board. All the classmates are mumbling. What? Maka turns around to look at the chalkboard. Her breath hitches. There on the board isn't an answer to the math question. There is 3 vertical eyes staring back at her. Chills are sent down her spine at looking at them. That's fucking creepy. What the hell is that? I told you she was fucking crazy. Maka turns around to face the class. Her eyes meet Kid's. He's frowning deeply, his eyes shaking slightly. So what's the meaning of this? The teacher barks. Math sucks ass and I like eyes. She shrugs. Maka, I think you need to take a little trip. The teacher pulls out a pink slip from his desk. Yeah, get her out of here. Erase those creepy eyes. You don't like my eyes. Maka giggles, not able to help it, as she walks over to the board. To bed. She draws another 3 eyes. She presses down hard, causing the chalk to shriek against the board. A smile rips out on her face. Leave. The teacher growls, handing her the paper. Of course. She walks out of the room backwards, that smile still on her face. But my eyes will be watching you. Maka leaves before he can say anything else. Maka. Kid frowns deeply, looking over at the girl who is staring at her reflection in the mirror. Her eyes are blank and unblinking. She doesn't respond. Maka. The boy gently grabs her shoulder. She blinks and looks over at him. Are you alright? What happened today at school? The boy's frown hasn't left. I don't know what you're talking about. She averts her gaze. What were those eyes, Maka? Kid rubs her shoulder gently. I've never seen anything like them. I'll be honest, I don't know myself. She sighs. But I've been seeing them all the time in my dreams lately. Maybe it means something. I wouldn't know. Come with me. He grabs her hand, pulling her away from the mirror in the hallway. Maka just lets him lead her through the hallway into his room. The boy lets go of her hand to go over to his dresser and pick up his laptop. She quirks an eyebrow but doesn't say anything. When in doubt, he sits down and opens his laptop, typing something in. Look it up on Google. Hell yeah. Maka grins at him as she takes a seat next to him. Google is amazing. Quite. Kid's brows furrow. Okay, let's try. What does seeing a pair of 3 vertical eyes mean in a dream? He types it in and clicks. A lot of websites about dreams come up, but they're not about vertical eyes. Here we go. Kid clicks on one. A dark-colored website comes on the screen. A picture of those 3 eyes are staring at them on the website. The vertical eyes is a symbol from an old civilization. They used the eyes to warn the people of someone they should be wary of by painting the eyes on their door. Kid hums in interest as he scrolls down. The eyes themselves represent the eyes of a demon god of madness. Of course. What's the thing's name? She finds herself asking. It says here they called him Asura. Maka trembles at hearing that name. It sent a shock through her spine. A dark feeling is clouding her head and it's getting harder to see. The legend goes that the demon is the cause of all madness, and once a person has turned mad he claims them for himself. Kid continues, not seeing what it's doing to her. The legend says Asura was put to sleep a long time ago by a powerful. The boy takes a deep breath. By a powerful witch when he had taken her daughter. Even though he is asleep, his madness still reigns. Maka's itchy. She scratches aggressively at the back of her hand. The more Kid speaks, the more it itches. Her eyes are shaking and sweat falls down her face. She can barely breathe. The eyes were used to warn others of a not mentally stable person in this old civilization. They used to burn the symbol into an insane person's hand to warn all about the disease. Maka's hand is really itching. She doesn't understand. She looks down and there's 3 vertical eyes imprinted on the back of her hand. The skin around it looks burned, almost melting. Maka screams as she runs off the bed holding her hand. Maka? She hears Kid, but she keeps screaming as she runs out of the room. Maka. Her hand is on fire. Her hand is melting. She cries hysterically, still screaming down the hallway. Maka is grabbed by the shoulder and stopped. She struggles against them, but she can't get away. Maka. Maka. Kid is shaking her, trying to get her to calm down. What's wrong? My hand. She cries. My hand is on fire. My hand is melting. Maka, your hand is fine. Kid frowns as he grabs the hurt hand and pulls it up so she can see it. No, please it. Maka blinks. Her hand is fine. There's no 3 eyes. It's not melting. Tears fall down her face as she holds her face in her hands. She's totally losing it. And Kid surely knows that now. Maka. The boy speaks her name softly as he wraps his arms around her, letting her cry into his chest. Are you okay? No. She wheezes, gripping his shirt. Not at all. It's okay. He rocks her slightly like baby. No, it's not. She wails. My hand was on fire. I felt it. I saw it. But it's not on fire. You're okay, Maka. He rubs her hand to reassure her. It's okay. Kid, I can't take much more. Her tears won't stop now. I don't know what's real and what's not. Do you wish to see a doctor, Maka? These dreams and hallucinations may be from all the stress you have been through lately. I don't need a doctor. Her tears stop and she pulls away from him to glare. A doctor can't do shit for me. I didn't mean anything about it, Maka, but you. I'm not crazy. She growls, standing up with her fist gripped. I didn't say you were, Maka. He frowns as he stands up with her. You didn't have to. She takes a step back. I see it in your eyes. The only thing you will find in these eyes is concern for you. His frown deepens. I don't think you're crazy, Maka, I just think you have been through a lot and I don't care what you think. Maka turns her back on him, her arms crossed. Maka, The boy takes a step forward with his arm outreached to touch her. Hey kiddo, the mayor suddenly comes out of his room, causing both Kid and Maka to look over at him. The man smiles at them. Time to go hunting. Again. Maka looks between the two. You two have gone out hunting a lot lately. Yes, there's a lot to hunt. The man gives Kid a knowing glance. Can I come? She uncrosses her arms. She really doesn't want to be left alone. I'm afraid not. The mayor sighs. Why not? Not to brag, but I'm pretty good with a shotgun. Maka presses. It's going to take more than a shotgun. What? Nothing. The mayor turns his back to her. I'm sorry, Maka, but I enjoy the father-son time I have during hunting, but feel free to stay here and wait for us. He walks away. It seems I have to go. Kid looks over at her for a long moment. Will you be okay? I'll be fine. She growls, looking away from him. Kid frowns at her before he walks off to follow his father. Maka is pissed. The lights start to flicker above her. This whole hunting shit doesn't make sense, and because of it they leave her alone. A vase is thrown across the room and it shatters. Maka grinds her teeth. And they never want her to come. And those little glances they give each other. They're hiding something. Maka grips her hair as another vase is thrown across the hall. Then it hits her. The lights stop flickering and the vases stop breaking as Maka slowly lifts her head up, her eyes on fire. It's not even fucking hunting season. Maka runs down the hallway and down the stairs, determined to stop the two before they leave. She is going to demand they tell her what the hell they're doing. She's tired of not knowing. Wait. Maka shouts as she runs out of the house, catching the back of the mayor's car going down the street. Shit. Her eyes fall on Kid's Jeep. An idea hits Maka, then a wonderful, awful idea. A smirk rips out onto her face as she runs back into the house. She comes back out with keys in her hands, Kid's keys. He shouldn't have a key hanger in the kitchen. Maka doesn't even think about what she's doing as she runs over to the Jeep and hops in the driver's seat. She doesn't have her license, but hell, driving can't be that hard, she's done it a couple times before. Maka puts the key in the ignition before putting it in reverse. She backs out of the driveway with ease. So far so good. Once she's out, she puts it into drive and she doesn't turn fast enough, taking out someone's mailbox. Maka blinks. Oh. She backs up again, straighten herself back on the road. Maka glances at the broken mailbox that she guesses is the mayor's before she puts the car into drive and floors it. She has to catch up. She'll deal with the consciences later. Maka already knew where they were going. To that forest. Kid took her to see the stars. She was smart and took a shortcut. That's why now she's hiding in the shadows waiting for the mayor's car to pull up. Maka decided she shouldn't just demand to know what they're doing, because most likely they will just lie about it. So instead she's going to watch them, follow them, and see what they really do. What if they're a part of a cult? Maybe they're in a gang with the other townspeople and they're planning on taking her out. It would make sense. Why else would they be so nice to her? And offer a place for her to stay? They just want to keep their eye on her, wait till she's completely relaxed, or they're waiting for the right moment to try to convict her as insane. Maybe they're doctors and this whole time they have been studying her. Maybe she's not even here, maybe she's already a patient at the asylum. Who knows? Maka's eyes become alert as she finally sees their car pull up. Kid and the mayor get out of the car. They look serious. They're both frowning. Maka watches as Kid goes in the trunk and pulls out a bag of something. The mayor puts a wooden cross necklace on before putting one on his son. They nod at each other before entering the woods. Maka waits a minute before she follows after them. She can't be caught. Whatever they're doing, it's definably not hunting. They don't even look happy to be here. Father-son time, her ass. It's dark in the forest. The moon is casting shadows, causing her to jump every once in a while, thinking it's a person. It's dead quiet but the crackling of the leaves under her feet. Maka is more than paranoid. She's seen too many scary movies with a similar setting. This is perfect for a serial killer just to come out and start chasing her. She has to stay calm. Maka takes deep breaths trying to keep up with Kid and his father, but with their dark clothes they're hard to see, and soon Maka loses them. And she's lost. Maka doesn't know where she is or how she came in. She is about to have a mental breakdown. It's getting darker, it's hard to see. Maka starts to run through the forest, looking behind her every couple of seconds. She bumps into something hard. She screams, but it's only a tree. Geez, calm the fuck down. She takes deep breaths. Okay, so what is she supposed to do? No one knows she's here and she's lost. Maka smells something burning. She perks up. Someone must be around here, maybe they can tell her how to get out. Maka happily runs towards where the smell is coming from. As she gets closer though, she hears something that sounds like a muffled scream. What? She comes to a stop as her eyes fall on a clearing, the same clearing Kid took her to. What the fuck? Kid and the mayor are burning something. It's moving with a bag over its head. She at first thinks it's an animal, but she sees the melting feet, the human feet, and she can hear the muffled scream. Kid is holding a bloody axe, severed hands by his feet. Dead animals are all around them, dogs and cats. The smell isn't inviting anymore. It smells of burning flesh. They're burning a person and they're still alive. They're covered in blood. Maka can't help it. She screams. Kid and the mayor look over at her, their gazes meeting. Maka. Kid's eyes get wide with horror. Fuck. Maka keeps screaming as she turns around and starts to run. She's running for her life. They're murderers. She has to run. Maka. She hears Kid scream her name. He's running after her. Maka's heart is about to stop. She's being chased and she can't handle that. It's dark. She's going to die. Kid is going to kill her. She saw what he does. He won't let her survive. Maka's legs stop working out of fear, and with a whimper she falls on her face. Oh God, it's over. Maka. She looks over in horror to see Kid close behind her. He's still holding the axe. No. She screams as she gets up to run again, but Kid grabs a hold of her. She screams her lungs out, hitting the boy in the stomach, but he doesn't let go. He holds her with both of his hands. He's getting blood on her. Maka, please, you must calm down. This is a big misunderstanding. You have to believe me. You're going to kill me. She screams. No. No, I'm not. He says, trying to calm her down. Maka, I would never hurt you, you know this. You just don't understand what's going on. You. Oh, I understand. She shouts, still struggling with him. You're a fucking murderer. You and your father. And now you're going to kill me. No, Maka, I would never hurt you. He puts a hand on her cheek, rubbing it gently, but he has blood on his hand. Please listen to my. No. Let go. She keeps struggling, keeps screaming. Maka, you must be quiet, they will hear you. He puts a hand over her mouth, trying to muffle her screams. She bites hard on his palm. The boy yelps, but he doesn't take his hand away. She is still screaming pretty loud. Kid, you have to shut her up. The mayor runs over holding rope. Oh God, she is really going to die. Kid and his father are going to kill her. I can't. Kid's voice is shaky. Maka. The mayor speaks slowly, coming closer. You have to be quiet. If they hear you, all of us will die. She keeps screaming, biting Kid's hand. You leave me no choice. The mayor walks over to her. His eyes are cold. I'm sorry about this, Maka. She sees him lift his hand up before there's a sharp pain in her head. Then everything goes black. Chapter 23. I warned you, didn't I? The woman looks down at the girl who is just laying on the ground, her eyes blank and unblinking. Maka doesn't respond to her. Do you see now why they are of such danger? The woman walks closer. Do you finally see what you are, Maka? Maka can't speak. By this rate the mayor and his son will find out what you are before you do. She shakes her head. Is it so hard for you to understand? Or is it just you don't want to accept the truth? When she doesn't respond, the woman sighs. Your mind has shattered already. What a waste. Darkness is slowly wrapping around Maka, but she doesn't fight it. You could have been great, Maka, we could have been great if you would just listen to me. The darkness wraps up to her waist, getting her trapped in a cocoon. You have lost your mind. The woman fades away. He will be here soon to claim what is his, such a pity. Maka doesn't care. The forest around changes to darkness. She closes her eyes, accepting her fate. What does she have to fight for anymore? Maka. Maka. Krona's voice shouts in the darkness. He sounds worried, he sounds scared. She can't respond, she's stuck. P, please, you can't give up. She can hear he's crying. Maka opens her eyes and looks at the three vertical eyes that are staring into her soul. She can't see Krona. Only the eyes. P, please, Maka, I need you. The boy's soft voice hits a chord in her heart. Why, you said you would never leave me. I won't. Maka shouts, finding her voice as a fire burns her being. Glaring at the three eyes. She can't give up. At least for Krona's sake. At that moment a light fills up all darkness. Maka groans as her eyes slowly open. Her head hurts, it's throbbing, and her vision is fuzzy. She looks around groggily, realizing she's back at Kid's place in the living room. How the hell did she get here? Then it hits her. The burning smell. Seeing Kid and the mayor burning that person. Running from Kid. Being caught by Kid, and then nothing. Her teeth start to chatter as she shoots up from the couch. A sharp pain in her head causes her to yelp and fall back. Let's not be hasty, Maka. The mayor comes into the room, his once cheerful eyes staring into hers. They don't look cheerful as they used to. I had to hit you pretty hard to knock you out. I'm really sorry about that, by the way. He smiles sheepishly. Maka's heart is beating so fast. Her eyes are wide as she goes as far back into the couch as she can. No need to be afraid, Maka. Kid walks into the room holding a tray of cups, a deep frown on his face. We aren't going to hurt you. Come on, Maka, don't look at us like that. You know us, you know me, we would never hurt you. Oh yeah. She scoffs, looking between the two wryly. I'm pretty sure hitting me over the fucking head counts as hurting me. Like I'm going to believe for 1 second you're not going to kill me. I had to do that so you wouldn't alert the others. The mayor still smiles sheepishly. I did it for both yours and ours protection. I said I was sorry. You don't want to protect me. You want to kill me because you're murderers. Her eyes narrow as Kid moves closer to set down the tray of teas. Maka, we have our reasons. We are protecting the town. Kid frowns, his eyes shaking slightly at how she glares at him. We are good people, Maka. We won't hurt you, I promise. Good people. Maka scoffs. Yeah, good people, her ass. This reminds her of that one cannibal movie she watched. The father at the table was talking about how they were good people, then they said a prayer before they fucking ate someone's cooked liver. Oh hell no, she isn't trusting them. She has to get out of here. Yes, if you let us explain you will understand. Kid reaches out a hand towards her, causing Maka to flinch. The boy frowns and pulls away. Maka. Well, you see, the reason why we killed that woman was because she was a witch. The mayor chimes as if that was a legit reason to burn a person alive. How the fuck did you know she was a witch? Her eyes narrow. You know there was a thing called the Salem witch trials and they burned and killed innocent people, calling them witches. She growls. You're repeating the mistakes of the past. There is no such things as witches. That was a innocent woman you killed. Maka, we can just tell when someone is a witch. The mayor sighs. We can sense it. You can't sense shit. Her eyes are shaking. She's about to lose it. About to break. It's true, Maka. Me and father have been witch hunting since I was 8 years of age. He averts his gaze. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you, I didn't know how to bring it up, and I never thought we would get as close as we have. I'm so sorry you had to find out this way. Maka blinks. They're really serious about this. Something snaps inside her. You're fucking insane. She points at Kid. You're fucking insane. She points at the mayor. I'm fucking insane. She screams, gripping her hair. We all just need to be fucking locked away. Holy shit, what the hell is wrong with you? You believe in witches and you've been killing innocent people all this time. I've been in a home with crazy people. We're all fucking crazy. Maka, please calm down. Kid moves closer to try to comfort her. Get the fuck away from me. She cries, kicking out, landing a hit on the boy's stomach. Now Maka, is it so hard to believe witches are real? The mayor tilts his head, a knowing look in his eyes. You have been going through some strange things yourself, huh? This causes Maka to tense. She looks over at him with wide eyes. Please let me explain why I know witches are real. Let me tell you my pitiful story. The man sighs deeply, running a hand through his hair. The look in his eyes is a deep sadness. It causes her to calm down a little. So let me get this straight, you're not going to kill me? She looks between them wryly. Of course not. Kid frowns, holding his stomach. If we were, do you think you would still be here right now? The mayor tilts his head. Good point. Now listen to me, Maka, everything will make a lot more sense. The man takes a step forward. I used to be like you. I didn't believe in anything such as witches or magic. I believed in reality, and that was it. His eyes get a faraway look. Have you ever wondered about Kid's mom? Maka's eyes widen, but she doesn't say anything. Kid looks down, his bangs covering his eyes. A long time ago I fell in love with a beautiful woman. The mayor's eyes get glossy. She was my life. I gave her anything she wanted, spent all the time I had on her, the days with her were bliss. His eyes flash. Not long after we had been together, she wanted me to give her a child. Of course, even though I loved her, I thought it was best to wait. He sighs. I didn't hold out as long as I had wanted, and soon she was pregnant with Kid. He smiles sadly. It was the happiest day of my life, learning I would be a father, that we would be a family. The man takes a deep breath. The day came when Kid was born. I was so happy to find it was a baby boy, but when his mother laid eyes on him, his eyes flash. She went crazy. She ripped her IVs out of her arm, trying to get to Kid, trying to kill him. His breathing is becoming uneven. I didn't understand why she was acting like that. She told me she never loved me, and for giving her a boy I would pay dearly, and oh, I did. His voice cracks, but he regains himself. She cursed my family. She killed my mother, my father, every single one of them, till it was just me and Kid. He takes deep breaths. I knew then what she was, that she was a witch, a creature of magic that never actually loved me. She only wanted me to give her a girl to pass on her power to a witch. Having a boy is the ultimate disgrace. He bows his head. She came for me last, but I was ready for her. Their weakness is fire and crosses. You have to cut off their hands so they can't cast spells, and cover their mouths, then you burn them. That is the only way to kill them completely. He's trembling. She came to kill us both. I couldn't let her, and when she came I had my flaming cross ready, but when I looked into her eyes I saw the woman I fell in love with, and because I hesitated. The man takes off his suit, then his shirt, showing his back to Maka. It's the ugliest scar she's ever seen. It covers his whole back. It's still pink and fleshy, like it never truly healed. It looks like someone took a weed whacker to his back and sliced it up, or a bear had bit the shit out of it. Maka's speechless. I almost died. He puts his shirt back on. But when I looked over at Kid, who was crying, I knew I couldn't just die. I had to protect my son, so I... His hands are trembling. I killed her, and even after all the witches I've killed, killing her has haunted me to this day. Maka just stares at him. Can she really believe all this? Witches being real? Kid's mom being a witch? And then his dad killing her? Maka glances over at the boy. His face is stone. But his eyes, she can see a hurt in them, a yearning. It hits a chord. Ever since I killed her I made a vow that I would protect this town from the witches, that I wouldn't let what happened to me happen to anyone else. The mayor looks back at her. We have been having to kill a lot of witches lately. They have been coming around here more often, and now they're killing the townspeople's pets. Maka still doesn't respond. Do you believe me now, Maka? He tilts his head. I don't know. She eyes him wryly. Well, she means, there is a demon after her. Would it be so far-fetched to say there are witches too? Witches are evil creatures, Maka. They hate men and they cannot love. He looks away from her. They toy with the hearts of men just so they can have children to pass their power to, and if they get a boy they kill the man, but not before they take everything else from him. He takes a shaky breath. I cannot allow such a creature to roam freely. For every predator, there's a bigger predator waiting to snatch them up. We are the protection of this town, Maka. She doesn't respond. So Kid and the mayor are witch hunters. But are they really witches or are they just crazy? Maka doesn't know, and really she doesn't know if she does want to know. Father, can I speak to Maka alone? Kid's voice is hoarse. Of course, son. The man gives him a knowing look before leaving the living room. Maka won't look at Kid. I'm so sorry, I should have told you, but I. He searches for this words but none come. Maka doesn't respond. I knew you would probably think I was crazy, and really you have so much on your own to deal with, I just didn't. He trails off again before sighing. Please Maka, look at me, are you scared of me now? She looks down at her hands. I will never hurt you, Maka. He walks over towards her. She glares at him and he pauses. I just wanted to protect you, sometimes it's too much for even me, I can feel it stain on my sanity, I didn't want that for you, don't you understand, Maka? She doesn't. Remember how mad I got when you told me the kids at school were saying it was you who was killing those animals? When you told me they call you a witch. The boy's eyes flare at the memory only to soften as he looks at her. I got so angry because I know what a witch is, and it's not you, Maka, you're nothing like them, and for them to say that, to even compare you to that witch I kill. He grinds his teeth again, a fury in his eyes. Unforgivable. I knew who was doing the crimes and it burned my entire being that they were blaming it on you. Maka doesn't respond. Maka, me and my father keep order, we keep balance by getting rid of the witches. His eyes are shaking so much. Keeping order, my ass. She grunts. The boy's eyes light up at her, speaking only for them to dull at her sarcastic remark. Maka, witches ruin people's lives with their magic, they're horrible creatures. So you really believe in witches? She gives him a changeling look. How are you sure your dad isn't just crazy? Because I've seen what they can do, I've seen their power. The boy stutters a little. You may not believe us, but I promise you all that we have told you is true, Maka. Maka looks away from him. She can't trust Kid. He lied to her and he's killing people. But maybe there really are witches, a voice coos in her head. Remember, you have been cursed, maybe it was by a witch? Maka's eyes light in realization only to dull. Is she thinking crazy or not? Is this even happening? She doesn't know. Her mind isn't really processing it all right now, her head is still throbbing. Do you forgive me? The boy's voice is no more than a whisper. I don't know. And really she doesn't. This is all too much. Maybe she really is just insane right now. Why don't I take you to see Krona? The boy forces a smile, looking at her nervously. It's Saturday, you know. Maka blinks. Krona. Her heartbeat picks up speed. His name was like a fucking relaxer. She needs him. Maka looks at Kid and gives him a nod. The boy's eyes light in relief as he puts a hand to his heart and sighs. Maka still doesn't trust him. So I notice you took my Jeep for a spin. Kid mumbles as he gets his keys. Maka doesn't respond as they walk out of the living room. The mayor comes from outside looking confused. Hey, do you know what happened to our mailbox? It's completely bent over. I think the witches did it. Maka can't help her smirk as she pests the man and heads out the door. Maka doesn't trust Kid. She taps her fingers on the window as the boy drives. He's tense and he keeps looking over at her with a guilty look on his face. Her hairs are starting to stand up. She doesn't feel safe anymore with the boy. He is crazy like her. What if he decides that he senses that she is a witch, then he cuts her up and burns her alive? He's a lot stronger than her and she's alone in a car with him. Maka stares out the window. She dare not look at him. Her heartbeat is speeding and her hand is starting to itch. She ignores it. Her hand is already in bad shape from her scratching it yesterday, it has an open cut now that stings. Maka tries not to think about what she saw. But she keeps hearing the woman's muffled screams, keeps smelling the scent of burning flesh. It's haunting her just as the boy's gaze is. Krona killed people too, but there's a big difference in what he did and what Kid did. Krona had Ragnarok, so in a way the blood isn't on his hands, it's on Ragnarok's butt. With Kid he doesn't have a alter personality or whatever the hell Ragnarok is, he killed with his own hands, the blood is only on his hands. She used to trust Kid but she can't anymore. Maka feels betrayed. Like how you feel when for most of your childhood you believed in a fat guy who brought you gifts only to be told later it was a lie. You feel betrayed by your parents. But this is worse. She trusted in Kid only for her to find he has been lying to her and killing innocent people. How can you be sure they weren't witches like he said? A voice coos in her head. Come now Maka, you know this boy, he is a rational person. He wouldn't kill for no reason, especially in such a drastic way for no reason. Maka ignores this voice. Witches can't be real. She doesn't want to even think about it. She has enough nonsense to deal with. If there is a curse then there is a witch. That voice coos again. Maka grips her fist. You should know this Maka, can't you feel it? Can't you feel it in that dark heart of yours? She doesn't respond. Kid keeps glancing at her, biting his lip every couple of minutes. He knows she's pissed. And he knows she's insane. He has to. Her head still fucking hurts from the mayor hitting her. Like what the hell did he do? It feels like someone hit her with a brick. No, Maka doesn't trust Kid or his father. The only reason she's in the car with him now is because, well, she needs a ride to Cronus. But after today she's going back home. She doesn't want to be near him anymore. He betrayed her. He kills people. Maka doesn't need this. Her sanity is already staining hell. Who knows if this is even happening? Maybe this is all a dream and she will wake up someday with her mother smiling at her, telling her that she made breakfast. Maka smiles sadly out the window. If only this was a dream. No. It's a nightmare, and by the end of it she knows her mind will be lost. Hell, it may already be gone. Her eyes catch something. Stop. She shouts, breaking the long silence. What? The sudden yell causes Kid to swerve a little, almost hitting a oncoming truck. The boy grinds his teeth as he does a quick turn, saving them from dying but causing his car to end up in a ditch. Maka stares wide-eyed for a moment, gripping her seat at what just happened. Maka, what's wrong? Why did you just shout like that? Kid turns to look at her with nothing but concern. He doesn't even look mad that she's the reason his car is in a ditch. Maka blinks before looking over at him. I saw a flower shop. She states bluntly. What? Can we go in the flower shop? She tilts her head, her eyes scanning over to the building that's in front of them. You screamed to stop because of a flower shop. Kid looks at her with a flabbergasted face. Maka just nods. You almost got us killed for a flowers shop. Kid searches her eyes, probably trying to see if she gets his point. Make gives him a deadpan look. Are you okay? Fine. Kid sighs. Yes, we can go in the flower shop. Sweet. Maka gets out of the car that's still in the ditch and crawls out. She doesn't see Kid hit his head on the car wheel, the car giving off a long beep. Maka doesn't turn around. She heads into the flower shop. Maka holds a bag of things from the flower shop close to her, smiling slightly. Krona is going to like this. She doesn't notice that Kid is studying her from the corner of his eyes, and she fails to see the relief in his eyes when he catches her smile. The boy parks the car in front of the asylum. Maka is about to get out when he reaches out and grabs her wrist. Are you still mad at me, Maka? The boy's voice is soft. She doesn't respond. Please talk to me, Maka. His eyes shake. It's killing me. You betrayed me. She glares at him. I trusted you. Maka, believe me, I didn't like hiding this from you, but I thought it was best for you that you lied to me. She looks away from him, causing his breath to hitch. You kill people, Kid. How am I just supposed to accept that? What you do is crazy. You still don't believe us. He takes a deep breath. Maka, if you wish, the next time we go hunting we could take you. Then you would see we aren't lying, we aren't crazy. I don't want to see you kill someone. I don't want to see any more death or blood. Her eyes are starting to get dilated. I'm tired of all this crazy shit. Why can't things make sense? I'm tired of not fucking knowing. But at the same time, the more I know, the more it doesn't make sense. It's like I'm getting a whole bunch of pieces to different puzzles, none of them fit. Maka, I'm sorry about everything. He reaches out to touch her face, but she backs away. No more lies, okay? I'll be honest with you, I'll show you everything, even our books on witches and our techniques. Maka, I would never hurt you. He says the last part when he sees her back away from him in fear. He frowns deeply. Witches aren't real. She grips her fist. Something is hurting her heart. You're fucking insane. You and your father. Maka. I don't want anything to do with you. She screams as she rips her hand from his. She gets out of the car. Don't even bother coming to pick me up, I'll find my own way back home. You don't have to worry about me taking up space in your home so you and your father can have all the fucking crazy bonding time in the world. Maka, please. Kid gets out of the car with her. His eyes are shaking and he looks desperate. Please don't push me out of your life. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. But it did. She growls. Just leave me alone. You have to believe me. He pleads with her as he walks closer. I'm not crazy, Maka. Me and my father have been protecting the town. I don't believe you. Just leave me alone. She turns to leave but the boy grips her wrist. Please. The boy is trembling, something she's never seen Kid do unless symmetry is involved. She hears him swallow hard but she won't look back at him. This is hard for me. I don't know what to say to make this better, but please don't push me out of your life. I need you. Maka looks back at him with cold eyes. But at seeing the look in his eyes, how hurt he looks, how desperate. She knows from the look in his eyes he needs her. Maybe if she left he would have no one else to help deal with his crazy father. Maybe he will fall apart. Maybe he's just like her, without a mother, a asshole father, and like she needs Corona to hold on to, he needs her. Maka's expression softens. I can't trust you anymore. She looks away from him. I don't know what to believe. Everything is just so crazy and wild. I understand that, Maka. I expect I would lose your trust, but... He takes a deep breath. Don't push me away. I'm in too deep with you. I can't just let you go. Maka feels someone is watching them. Okay. She turns around to look at the boy who tenses at her gaze. You can pick me up today, but I want you to take me home. You're still my friend, but... At that moment Kid hugs her, almost tackling her. That's all I need to hear. He sighs happily into her shoulder. That I'm still your friend, that's all I need. You really are strange, Kid. Maka mumbles as the boy brings her closer, but she lets him. I won't let you down, Maka. You won't regret giving me a second chance, I promise you. He nuzzles his head on the top of hers. Maka opens her mouth to respond, but at that moment a force goes through her. It goes through her and hits Kid, causing the boy to fall back on his butt into a muddy puddle. She feels a familiar presence around them. But she isn't scared of him for the first time. It's weird, really. Kid's eyes are wide as he looks down at the puddle. He's probably trying to figure out what the fuck just happened. Maka looks over to the windows of the asylum. As she expected, she sees Krona by his window staring down at them. But the boy isn't looking at her, he's looking at Kid. His lips are twitched up into a satisfied smirk. His gaze moves and their eyes meet. Maka sees the boy's face fall, his face becoming a dark red. He probably just squeaked like he does as he pulls the curtain down quickly. What W was that? Kid stands up with wide eyes. Tell me you felt it. I didn't feel anything. Maka suppresses a smirk when she sees the boy's face pales. But I. You shouldn't be so clumsy. Maka turns her back on him and starts to walk towards the asylum's doors. I'll see you later, Kid. See you later, Maka. He mumbles as he watches her leave. What on earth was that? She knows the answer, but she isn't going to tell him. Maka walks into the asylum. Her heartbeat is picking up speed. But it's in the good way, not in fear. There she is. Gerksho shouts, smirking at her from the front desk when he saw her. What the fuck took you so long? Traffic. She raises an eyebrow at how excited the man looks as she walks over to him. She still feels that fondness. Just looking at him gives her a better mood just because she remembers what he did, who he beat up. Maka smirks. Alright, so what the fuck happened Thursday? He leans over, his eyes lighting up. I heard the cops were called and I was like, shit, she's fucked. But then I saw a whole bunch of cops who were fucked up being dragged out and this bitch being arrested. He nods his head to the desk. Well, long story short, Ragnarok beat the shit out of the cops and well, Alice got arrested. She smirks at the first part but it falls at the last. I heard she gave Krona's file to you. The man studies her. So you know everything now, right? Like how he went crazy and killed that family. Yeah. She averts her gaze, not feeling comfortable. And you're still going to see him? Don't you think that's a little okay? Not a little. Don't you think that's pretty fucking stupid? Krona won't hurt me. Listen kid, I like you, that's why I beat the shit out of your dad. You know he flinches every time he sees me in the bar. The man smirks. He does. Maka grins just thinking about it. Ah, it's nice to picture. Yeah, but back to the subject seriously, that guy is Coco for fucking Cocoa Puffs. I don't care. She shrugs. Are you taking me to see him? Please say you are. Stein gives me the creeps. You're telling me? That sadistic asshole. Gurko huffs before leading her over to the elevator. I never asked. The doors open and they walk in. He pushes a button and they start going up. How did Stein like his piss coffee? He didn't drink it. Gurko grumbles, his eye twitching. He gave it to some dumbass nurse. Maybe he knew it had piss in it, I don't know. Aw man. Maka frowns. I was hoping he drunk the whole thing. Oh, don't worry, sooner or later he will be drinking my piss. The man chuckles to himself, some scheme being thought out in his head. The doors had opened when Gurko was speaking with Stein standing right in front of them. His glasses glared. Who will be drinking what, Gurksho? The doctor's voice has a dangerous tone. Gurko is pale, trying to think of something to say. Giriko likes to drink his own piss. Maka blurts out. You know, he's shoved so far up his own asshole he feels no part of him should be wasted. Stein raises an eyebrow at the nurse. Gurko's eye is twitching really bad, his lip quivering to say sometime, but he bits his lip. Yeah, you know my piss is the shit. He's trying to keep his voice neutral, but you can see how pissed off he is. Do you want to know what he does with his shit? Maka smirks, enjoying this too much. No, I don't. Stein gives him a wary look. Gurko, why don't you take a trip to the hospital to get your stomach pumped? I cannot image what is in your bile fluids. I'm fine. His eye is twitching so much. Then get to work. I'd rather you not talk about your strange eating habits with Maka. His glasses glare. I have her now, I'll take her to Krona. Shit, not him again. Of course. I'm sorry, sir. He walks away from them, and when Stein isn't looking he gives Maka both his middle fingers, a vein popping out of his head. Maka just smirks at him. She's cracking up on the inside. Come with me. Stein starts to lead her down the hallway. She just follows him. So it seems Ragnarok has taken a liking to you. Stein comments. I don't know if I would call it a liking. She grunts. He hasn't tried to kill you. I say that's remarkable in itself, but he protected you. The man hums. Maybe you could help bring Ragnarok out for me to speak with, make him calm enough so I can. Ragnarok won't listen to me, and I rather not have him called when there's no reason to. She glares. All you want to do is your research. Of course, Krona's case is fascinating. The man leads her to the boy's door. I've never seen anything like it. Maka just glares at him. Stein brings out his keys and unlocks the door. Maka runs inside. Krona is standing by the window, his body so tense, his back turned to her. Krona. She smiles at saying his name. The boy squeaks before turning to look at her. Hi, I'm Maka. He gives her a nervous smile. How are you today? I didn't do anything if that's what you're thinking. I've just been standing here. His gaze shifts a lot. Oh? Really, just standing here? Maka tilts her head, a smirk on her face. MMMHM. He nods quickly. Huh. Maka walks closer. You know, something really weird happened outside the asylum today, Krona. Oh, really? His face is getting pale as he looks everywhere but her. What happened? He did a little nervous twitch in the middle of speaking. It's too cute. She already knows what he did, but he's really trying to play it off. And failing miserably. Well, while kid was hugging me, a force came out of nowhere and knocked him into a puddle. She puts a hand to her chin as if really thinking about it. That's strange, isn't it? Huh? He nods viscously, his shaking is getting worse. And when I looked over at the asylum I saw you smirking. At this point Krona lets out a squeak as her eyes lock onto his. Oh okay, it was me. He grips his hair, his blue eyes shaking. I told Ragnarok to push your friend off I saw him holding you and oh god my stomach clenched up and this feeling burned my heart and I couldn't stand to see him hold us so I called on Ragnarok I pushed your friend down. He bows his head. So you got jealous that kid was hugging me? She raises an eyebrow at how he tenses. I guessed that's what it was. The boy pouts crossing his arms. I don't like seeing him hug you when I want to be the one doing it instead I don't like seeing him touch you and I don't like him. He mumbles that last part, his pout deepening as he looks away. Ah Krona. She smiles at the boy as she walks over and cups his cheeks. The boy's pout falls at her touch. I told you, you have nothing to be jealous about. What did I tell you last time? Why you're mine. He looks at her hopefully, the words spoken nervously. I'm yours. She leans in, pushing her lips against his. Her heartbeat speeds as she feels the boy grip to her shirt needingly as she gently tugs at his bottom lip. Again she forgets about all the bad and all she can feel is him. Maka's hands go through his hair as she bites his lip, getting him to gasp. She sticks her tongue in, giving him a teasing rub against his before she pulls away. Krona's face is red and he's still holding onto her shirt. See? Nothing to be worried about. She pecks his nose, causing his face to get darker, and he looks away. Since you don't like kid much, you'll be happy to know we aren't in the best of terms now. Are really? The boy perks up only to slump, his eyes lighting in worry. Why is that? Did he try to do something? His eyes narrow, a dangerous glint to them. Did he try to hurt you? No, not really. She puts a hand to her chin. And not really. He grips his arm tightly. So he did try to hurt you. Let me just tell you the story. Maka turns on her heel, walking over to the bed Stein is sitting on. She grabs the end of the blanket. Move. Stein looks at her a moment before he gets up so she can take the blanket off the bed. Krona watches her with his eyebrow raised as she walks over towards him with the blanket around her like a cape. Here we go. She smirks as she pulls up the blanket and puts it over the both of them. Krona squeaks at the suddenly action and how close she is to him. What are you doing? He asks as she grabs his hands and leads him to sit down with the blanket still over them. I'm telling you a story and it's kinda scary, so I felt it needed a blanket. She shrugs. Haven't you ever been told a scary story before? And no. I've never really been told a story. He mumbles and averts his gaze. Maka bits her lip. Of course he's never experienced something like this. Well, she would tell the best motherfucking story for this boy. Are you ready, Krona? She looks at him seriously. I must warn you, what I'm about to tell you is based off a true story. I'm ready. Krona looks at her and moves closer, his eyes lighting in curiosity. He blushes when he sees how close they are and shifts a little. Okay, so there I was walking in a dark, spooky forest following kid and his creepy father who likes to wear women's aprons. She uses her hands to speak, her eyes never leaving the boy's. He does sound creepy. The boy's eyes widen a little. Why were you following them in a spooky forest, Maka? Because they told me they were hunting, but I knew they were lying. Her eyes narrow at the memory. I wanted to figure out what they were really doing. Now back to the story. It doesn't have a bad ending, does it? Krona bites his lip, gripping his knees to his chest. Why you don't die, do you, Maka? Maka blinks. Yes, I die, Krona. She deadpans. And no. He grips his head, his eyes actually getting watery. Why you can't be dead? Why you Maka? He wails, the tears falling rapidly down his face. Maka bites her lip, feeling a bit guilty for making him cry. She didn't expect him to actually believe that because, well, she is sitting right in front of him, clearly breathing and alive. No, Krona, I'm not dead. I don't die in the story. I was just playing with you. She gets closer and wipes his tears away. Don't joke like that. He pouts at her. It could almost be a glare, but its effect is ruin as he quickly hugs her tightly. I am so happy you're alive. And I'm not seeing your ghost right now. He hugs her so tight Maka can barely breathe. He's strong for how tiny he is. Krona can't breathe. She wheezes out. The boy quickly lets go of her, his eyes shaking. I am so sorry. I just. It's fine, hug me, but just a little softer. She puts his arms back around her and he blushes darkly. Oh okay. He averts his gaze but he glances at her every couple of seconds as if to make sure she's still there. Are you ready for me to continue? Why you don't die? I don't die. Oh okay. He nods but he hugs her a little tighter, burying his face in her shoulder. So I was walking in the dark forest, following ever so quietly behind Kid and his father, afraid I was to be caught, but somehow I lost them in the shadows. I was all alone in a dark scary forest without knowing how to get out or where to go. Oh god. Why you got lost in the forest? Were you scared, Maka? He looks up at her with wide blue eyes. Yes I was. I thought someone was going to come out of the darkness and slice me open. But no one did. Alright. He gulps, his eyes dilating in fear. No. She gently lifts his hand up, putting it on her neck so he can feel her pulse. Remember? I don't die in this story. Alright. His eyes go back to normal but he keeps his hand on her neck, gently feeling the pulse, the proof of her life, with relief in his eyes. So as I said, I was scared, and after a tree came out of nowhere and hit me in the face, I smelt a fire. A fire in a forest? Was the forest on fire? No, when I followed the smell I saw. Her eyes get a faraway look when she remembers what she's about to tell this boy. Why you saw what, Maka? His breathing speeds and he grips onto her tighter. She doesn't respond. Don't leave me hanging like this. He whines, shaking her slightly. I saw. Her eyes go back to normal. Why yes. He gets closer. I saw. She takes a deep breath as Krona keeps leaning closer and closer. A big freaking monster. She shouts, waving her arms in the air to add effect. Giga. He shrieks as he lets go of her, falling back in his fear. The boy is trembling. A monster. I thought those were fake. I don't know how to deal with monsters. Just kidding, it wasn't a monster. She states bluntly. Oh gee, good. He puts a hand to his heart and lets out a sigh of relief. I actually saw Kid and his father burning a person alive. What? That's. Wait a minute. His eyes narrow. Are you joking with me again? No, I really saw them burning someone alive. Her eyes get glossy, causing the boy to get closer in concern, obviously believing her. I was so afraid, Krona, I didn't know what to do, and before I knew it I was screaming and they saw me. And no. He grips her, his eyes slightly shaking. Did you run? Yes I ran, but Kid was chasing me. Something flashes through Krona's eyes. I wasn't fast enough and I was scared because he was chasing me and I can't handle that. My legs gave up on me and I fell flat on my face, all the while Kid is getting closer. He didn't hurt you, did he, Maka? His eyes narrow, his breathing is becoming uneven. He grabbed me, trying to get me to stop screaming while his father came up with rope. That's not fair. Krona glares, his eyes flickering. 2 against 1. I know I couldn't get away from Kid and they wanted me to shut up, so Kid's dad knocked me over the head, and then. She looks at him. I died. His breath hitches and his eyes get watery again. Why you said you didn't die? He sniffles as he tries to wipe the water away from his eyes. I know, I'm just pulling your leg. And no you're not. Why you're not even touching me? He raises an eyebrow. A figure of speech, it means I'm playing around with you. Maka chuckles a little. Jerk. He pouts, crossing his arms, looking away from her. I'm sorry, but your reactions are too cute. She gets closer and gives him a peck on the cheek. His face gets darker but he doesn't look back at her. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you. She goes over and whispers into the boy's ear. Maka sees the shiver run through the boy's body, and how he gulps. Would you like that, Krona? She smirks as she turns his head towards her. Aye. He is so dark, his eyes looking anywhere but her. Suddenly his eyes flash and he grabs onto her. Wait, if you didn't die then what happened? What were Kid and his dad doing? Well, I woke up back at their place and they told me that apparently the woman was a witch. Maka watches Krona tense at that part. They told me they were witch hunters and that they wouldn't hurt me. Do you believe their story? He averts his gaze, something flickering in his eyes. Not really, I mean witches really. She chuckles, but Krona isn't laughing. He's biting his lip like he wants to say something, but he just looks away. What's wrong, Krona? She moves closer. What is it? It all makes sense now. The boy mumbles. That's why I've been feeling so weird when I see him. I've seen him before somewhere, but that was a long time ago. Tried to kill my mother. Maka doesn't really know what to say about that. Is it sad even now? The fact of Medusa dying scares me. He trembles as he pulls his legs up to his knees. Even after everything, in the end she's the one who calls the shots. Without her I wouldn't know what to do. I would be stuck here forever. I would never get out. Why do you need her to tell you what to do, Krona? Maka gets closer, putting a hand on the boy's back. You can make your own decisions. But the thing is, with her alive I can't be, because if I go against her again she will. He looks at Maka sadly before looking down at his feet. Bad things will happen. She can't touch you here, Krona. You're safe to do what you want. She won't touch me, but I can't say the same about you. He tightens the grip on his arm. I won't let her hurt you, but now I don't know if what I'm doing is helping or hurting you. I don't know what she's planning, and it's been driving me crazy. She told me that I'm leaving this place soon. How are you going to leave? Maka ignores how the talking about Medusa had caused a chill to go down her spine. I don't know. He grips his knees tighter. We are just waiting for the order. Something crosses her mind. A shudder is sent through her body. Why was Kid's dad trying to kill Medusa? Are you that fucking stupid? Suddenly Krona grabs a hold of her, but by his eyes she can tell it's Ragnarok. Add 2 and 2 together, genius. You're saying he thought she was a witch? Maka raises an eyebrow. There is no thinking about it. His eyes narrow. Don't be so stupid. Don't you think it's weird how she just appeared out of nowhere? Maka doesn't respond. Or the fact she made those dumbasses see her as someone else to take the blame. No way. Medusa a witch. And Kid's dad trying to kill her. She can't believe it. She won't believe it. Look, I didn't come to talk about the bitch. I have to deal with her enough as it is. The boy grunts as he pulls her closer. I came to get something straight. What? Maka is too close for comfort. Are you really sticking around him? Because this bitch seems to think you are his, and he gets pissy when anyone else touches you. I am his. She doesn't blink as the boy gets closer. I see. A evil smirk stretches across his face. If you're his, you're mine too. Don't you see you can't have one without the other? You'll be seeing me all the fucking time, and I can't guarantee you will be safe. Hell, that bitch seems to have it out for you. I'm Kronos. She repeats, looking him in the eyes. And I'm a part of this bitch. He can never get rid of me, and I can never leave. His eyes flash with something before it's gone. Then I guess I'm yours too. She cups him by the cheeks. The boy's face has completely fallen and he looks shocked. Whatever you are, I accept you because you are a part of Krona, and I don't care that I'll see you all the time because you'll be seeing me all the time. I can't stay away from Krona. I will never leave him. Ragnarok is just staring at her. His mouth is slightly open before he closes it. His lips go in a tight line. I swear if you're fucking with this boy, messing with his fucking damaged head, I will personally rip you to shreds. He growls, baring his teeth. I would deserve it. She lets go of him. Ragnarok stares at her a moment longer before he gives her the middle finger. What's that for? She returns it out of habit. That's for fucking messing with this boy's hormones. God, I can't get a break from all the shit he thinks about, and it's not even hot stuff, it's gay stuff like you two holding hands and shit like that. He huffs before he bows his head. You better fucking fix him today. There's a pause. Oh ow. Krona groans, holding his head. I hate when our Ragnarok does that. He blinks, his face falling in fear as he grabs a hold of her. He didn't hurt you, did he? No. Make grabs his hands before pulling him against her body. She needs to feel him. Everything is crazy. Maka. He buries his head in her shoulder. I missed you so much, and I have been so worried about you. Don't be. She nuzzles the top of his head. I'm fine, Krona. Don't lie to me. He tightens his grip on her, causing her breath to hitch when he looks up at her with those watery eyes. So much has happened to you, why you just saw your friend kill a witch, and why you have this demon on you. I wish I could just stop it all. I don't want you to keep getting hurt, Maka. Just being in your arms, Krona, helps a lot. She hugs him tighter. With you, I can get through anything. Then I'll hold you forever. He clings to her. I'll never let you go. And I'll never let you go. She kisses the top of his head. I need you. I need you too. I can't even function alright without you. Every thought I have is of you, and this feeling I get when you touch me, it's so much at one time. He looks up at her with those eyes. Those beautiful blue eyes. The eyes that started her fascination with this boy. Make pulls the boy close, kissing him passionately. She loves the feel of him. She tugs, bites, and licks his bottom lip, enjoying the small pants she's getting from the boy. Maka pulls away to smile at him. Krona, you're beautiful. What? His eyes get wide, his face becoming so dark as he looks at her with those eyes so bright. You're beautiful. She smiles and rubs her nose against his. Everything about you, your innocence, your gentleness, your face, your body, your eyes. Maka puts a hand on his chest, feeling how fast it's beating. Your heart. Everything. You're just beautiful, Krona. The boy stares at her with wide eyes. She feels his heart just keep picking up speed. Then something like a cloud covers his eyes. His face gets pale and scrunches up in a grimace. I'm nothing close to beautiful. He pulls away from her. I'm ugly, dirty, a waste of a life. Krona, that's not true. Don't you see? He grabs her a little tightly, his eyes shaking with a mad smile on his face. Don't you see how ugly my face is? How much of a disgrace I am? Don't you see, Maka? Don't you want to run? To hide? Well, Maka. He keeps tightening his grip. No. Your face isn't ugly, it's beautiful, Krona, you're beautiful. She fights back a yelp at how tight he's gripping her. Why you can't just say things like that and not when for all my life IIVE. His eyes shake as he moves away from her. All my life I've been feared, IIVE been crazy, the dangerous boy. How can you just come and tell me I'm beautiful? As someone who was killed countless people, as someone who stabbed a baby in the heart, taking away that small life. He grips his hair. How can you find a person like me beautiful? Medusa even called me ugly. How can you just call me beautiful when I'm like this? So disgusting and frail. How can you call me beautiful when I'm not a girl? I'm a boy. A disgrace. A burden. Trash. Boys can be just as beautiful as girls, and I know it wasn't you, Krona. I saw what happened, I saw your pain. You didn't want to kill Sophia, you tried to hide her to save her. You're not ugly at all, Krona. You're not disgusting, you're not any of those things. Medusa is a bitch, Krona. She's the one who is ugly, she's rotten inside and out. But she's a woman, a girl. That. Cloud falls over his eyes again. She's what I lack, she's what I was supposed to be, but I'm this. Krona. She reaches out to touch him. When her hand touches his shoulder, something shocks through her. Light covers her vision, and before she knows it, her consciousness is fading away. Maka groans, rubbing her eyes. She isn't in Krona's room anymore. Maka's in what looks to be a small white room with only a bed and mirror furnishing it. Her breath hitches as her eyes fall on the small boy in front of the mirror. He's dripping wet, his body naked and shrieking. Krona stares down at his body, his nose wrinkled in disgust. His eyes are flaring as if looking at his own body made him angry. I deserve everything I get. He mumbles as he takes the towel he's holding and starts to dry off, still glaring at himself in the mirror. If only I was, then maybe Medusa would. His blue eyes get glossy and she hears him sniffle as he looks down his body. If only. The boy bows his head as he slowly walks away from the mirror to the small bed. He picks up a black dress that had been laid out for him. If only I was a G-girl, Medusa would be nice to me, Medusa would maybe even. He puts the dress on and smooths it out with shaky hands. He slides on the dress shoes that were by the bed before walking back to the mirror. The boy studies himself in the mirror, a sad smile coming to his face. If I was a girl I would have friends. If I was a girl I would be beautiful. If I was a girl Medusa would. His voice cracks and soon a hiccup. She would let me call her mother instead of Medusa. If I was a girl she would hug me. If I was a girl she would speak kindly to me. If I was a girl. He puts a hand on the mirror, his head bowed. But I'm a boy. A ugly, useless boy. Maka tries to walk closer to the boy to hold him in her arms and tell him it's okay, he's a boy, he's beautiful just the way he is, but for some reason she can't get any closer. Krona. She hears a voice growl. The boy squeaks before viciously wiping his tears away. See, come in. The door opens, and Medusa walks through with that cold look on her face. She's wearing a black cloak, a hood covering all her face but her eyes. They're piercing and evil like the snake she is. Not bad, but we have to be careful. The woman walks in holding a brush in her hand and a piece of ribbon. Come over here, Krona. The boy walks over to her without comment, his small eyes shaking slightly in fear of her. Now this is very important for me, Krona, if you mess this up you will end up just like your father. When Krona came in grabbing reach, she grabbed his hair and pulled him over. Do you understand me? Why yes, Medusa. The boy trembles, his teeth chattering. Good, if you so much as embarrass me I will lock you in that room again and I'll be sure to throw your father's severed head in there with you. She starts to push his hair roughly, causing the boy to wince. I swear I'll be good. Krona closes a eye when she ripped out a knot. I'll be calling you my daughter in front of the council, but... She grips his hair and pulls his head down to look at her. Don't you think for a second you are my child? You are nothing but a disgusting boy, not my child. I understand. She shoves his head and starts brushing again. Good, now repeat to me what you are to do. I am to keep quiet and not speaking unless someone addresses me. I stay by you and don't make eye contact with the other witches. Krona keeps wincing as she pulls at his hair. Good boy. She sneers as she finally stops brushing to put the white bow in his hair. She studies him a moment before nodding. Come, Krona, they're waiting for us. Medusa outstretches her hand towards him. Krona's eyes get so bright as he looks at her hand, his cheeks tinting a little as he reaches out a shaky hand, putting it into his mother's. Remember. She tightens her grip on his hand, causing the boy to yelp. This is only temporary, I have to make them believe I had a girl, I'm not going to be a laughing stock. Krona just nods quickly, nervously biting his lip at the pain. Disgusting. She wrinkles her nose before she turns and leads the boy out of the room. Maka tries to follow, but she hears static noise. It becomes hard to bear, so she closes her eyes and covers her ears. When she opens her eyes, she's in a different room. People all in cloaks stand in a circle. There's a lot of children with them, all of them dressed up nicely like they're going to some beauty show. She spots Krona next to one of the cloaked figures looking down at his feet, his face a deathly pale. Bring forth all the new children. A cloaked figure in the middle speaks loudly. All the girls step forward but Krona, who looks up to his mother for guidance. Medusa knees his back a little, sending him stumbling in the middle of the circle with all the girls. The cloaked figure in the middle slowly starts looking at all the girls. She stops in front of Krona. Wait a minute. The woman's voice booms. Krona looks like he's about to shit himself. We are missing one. The room is filling with chatter now about this missing child. I'm sorry, Maba, that would be mine. A woman steps forward, her bright green eyes shining through her cloak. She is feeling very ill, I had to leave her home. I see. The person apparently named Maba stares at her a long moment. May I be excused? This causes everyone to gasp. Excused. Maba's voice is sharp. Yes, so that I may care for my daughter, please. She bows her head. Everyone look back at Maba, they seem to be holding their breaths. I suppose so. She speaks slowly. Thank you so much. The green-eyed woman bows before scurrying off, but Maka notices Medusa is following her and she's dragging Krona with her. Don't you think that was careless? Medusa speaks coldly, causing the other woman to stop. My daughter is sick, I don't think it was careless at all. The woman speaks just as coldly. You know everyone is getting suspicious of you, you have been missing out on more and more meetings. Medusa studies her. They think you're planning on leaving us. The other woman doesn't say anything. Don't be stupid. You know what they do to witches that leave, you will surely be cursed. Medusa growls but her eyes flash with concern. But it's gone so fast. I can handle myself Medusa, I'm not a little girl anymore. The other woman turns to glare at her. I know what I'm doing. Well, I hope so. They stare each other for a long moment before the green-eyed witch snaps her fingers and she's gone. Stupid. She growls but again there's that concern. It looks unnatural on someone like her. Medusa. Krona looks up at her, maybe seeing the same thing Maka is. Don't speak my name, you disgusting creature. Medusa turns on him with her eyes flaring. I can do nothing with you but watch you waste the life that belonged to my daughter. Not you, you ugly piece of trash. Men are disgusting, you're disgusting. She looks away from her watery-eyed son. You will never be loved, no, you will be just like me. Alone and hated, you will never be considered beautiful with that disgusting penis. You are a beast, you have ruined everything for me. I. Krona's crying. Everything is fading away now but she hears Medusa's voice. Ugly. Useless. Trash. Disgusting. She repeats them and Maka realizes that this isn't happening all at once. Scenes are speeding all over the place of times she's said Theseus words to him. He was taught he was disgusting, that because he was a boy he was ugly, and Medusa made him dress like a girl, made him look at what he wasn't but so desperately wanted to be so she would love him. How could anyone think they are beautiful when their own mother called you ugly? How could you believe someone who speaks so kindly to you when your mother pushed you away? Maka howls in hate for her. She could kill her, oh she wants to. Everything fades away. Maka's head throbs as she opens her eyes. She's laying on a bed, Krona's bed. Maka looks around realizing Stein isn't in the room anymore, but Krona stands with his back to her. Krona. She calls for him, a frown on her face. He doesn't respond. Maka slowly gets off the bed and walks towards him. How could you call me beautiful, Maka? The boy's soft voice breaks the silence, but he doesn't turn to look at her. Why, you know what I am, why you know I'm a freak, a insane boy, a dangerous boy, a disgusting boy. His voice is raising and she can see him digging his nails into his arms. There's nothing wrong with being a boy. She hears his breath hitch and she takes a step closer. Boys aren't disgusting or ugly. I call you beautiful because you are Krona. You may be a boy but you're gorgeous. Inside and out. Medusa was wrong, she was so fucking wrong. She grinds her teeth. And no, she's right as she has to be. He grips his hair. If I was a girl I wouldn't be here right now. If I was a girl I wouldn't be hated. If I was a girl I wouldn't be disgusting. Krona, she isn't right at all. You're a boy, but do I hate you? Do I think you're disgusting? No, I think you're beautiful. Stop calling me that. He shouts but his voice cracks. Please don't lie to me. I'm not lying, Krona. Why, yes you are. There's no way someone could see me as beautiful. No. I am pitiful. Ugly. His voice is getting darker. Krona. He turns on her suddenly, a large smile ripped out on his face. I'm ugly. I'm disgusting. I ruined everything because I'm a boy. If I was a girl, oh if I was a girl. He grabs a hold of her, his eyes shaking. You are what I lack, Maka, you have all that I'm not. You're what's beautiful, a girl, a woman, not me, a boy. I'm disgusting. Men defile everything with their disgusting penis. Krona, you're beautiful, everything about you is beautiful, you're not disgusting. She moves closer, not showing him any fear. I have a penis. It's disgusting. I'm disgusting. You can't just say I'm beautiful. I won't believe it. How can I? Have you seen my body? Have you seen my face? Disgusting. Something has been burning Maka since he's been talking about himself like this, calling himself ugly, hurting himself. Maka can't take it anymore. She tackles him. The boy stumbles back onto the bed, not at all expecting that. Who would tackle a crazy boy? Maka Albarn would. She pins him to the bed, her eyes flaring. Krona's crazy smile has fallen and now he's trembling, looking up at her in fear. Don't you say one more bad thing about yourself. She pants, looks down at him. Don't say you're ugly, don't say you're disgusting anymore, I won't hear it. You're fucking gorgeous, Krona. I don't care what that bitch has told you, there is nothing wrong with being a boy or having a fucking penis. Hell, I love your penis, Krona. Embrace your manhood. You're not a girl, you're a boy, a beautiful boy, a boy I call my own. Her voice slowly gets softer as she watches Krona's eyes get so wide, his face so red, his eyes watering. Maka be but I am. He sniffles, his voice is so shaky. You're beautiful, I want you to say that for me, Krona. She rubs his hair gently, thing to soothe him. Say it for me. He shakes his head and closes his eyes, tears still streaming down his face. She leans down and kisses his cheek, feeling how warm he is. You're beautiful. She whispers as she kisses down his cheek to his neck. She kisses it slowly, gently. Krona's breathing is becoming uneven, he hiccups and she feels it as she kisses his throat. She moves back up to his face, kissing him on the lips. He kisses back, but it's weak. She needs to prove to him that he's beautiful, that she doesn't find him disgusting. Maka kisses down to his throat again as her hands rub down his body, they fall on his thighs and she squeezes them gently as she kisses his neck. She can hear his heartbeat increase and she can feel his arousal, even though it seems the boy is trying to hide it from her or at least stop it. Maka grabs the blanket that had been placed back and throws it over her shoulder as she moves down, now she's between his legs. Maka, what are you? His breath hitches as she lifts up his gown, exposing his growing erection. I'm helping you see that I think you're beautiful, that you being a boy doesn't disgust me. She grabs a hold of his shaft, causing the boy to whimper and lay his head back. Maka licks her lips. It's now or never. She slowly inches forward and timidly licks the tip of his head. Krona lets out a squeak, his whole body tensing and getting so warm. Maka did, why you just... He gulps. Lick me. She responds by licking his head again, this time a little more rougher. Krona can't help but to moan, his body is trembling as she keeps licking him, his eyes are getting so wide. Maka, why you shouldn't ya? He moans loudly as she takes his head in and sucks. Oh. My. GG God. He squeaks on the last part as she goes deeper, taking more of him and trying not to choke. Her body is getting so warm at how loud his sounds of pleasure are, it's motivating her to do more. She goes even deeper, digging her nails slightly into his thighs. Maka, shouldn't he have your mouth, Maka? His head falls back as he moans her name. She had took him all in and she's really about to choke, but she bobs up and down. He's panting so hard, his moans are so loud. Maka pulls away his dick, making a popping sound as it passes her mouth. She looks up at him, their gazes meet. His eyes are so hazy. Please don't. He gulps, pleading with her. His body trembling and his erection throbbing. Then say you're beautiful. She rubs his thighs gently. I. He shivers as she licks up his thigh. You what? Say you're beautiful, Krona, and I'll make you a happy man. I am. He takes a deep breath. I am beautiful, oh. As soon as the word came out of his mouth, she took him back in, tightening her lips, moving up and down at a faster rate. Maka. He screams as she goes faster, tightening her lips all the more. Krona is so sensitive. She loves it. I'm going to. His hand goes through her hair, subconsciously pushing her down more as he moans, his body twitching. Maka does one final suck before Krona releases in her mouth. The boy squeaks, his body going limp before he leans his head back. She gently comes up and swallows his seed. It doesn't taste too bad. Oh Maka. The boy's voice is a whisper, his face is so red, his eyes hold that calmness in them. She took away all the bad again, just leaving him with bliss. Krona, do you believe me when I say you're beautiful? She crawls up so she lays next to him. I don't know, but SHH. She pulls him so his head is on her chest and she rubs his hair gently. I don't want you to say you're disgusting, Krona. If you were, do you think I would have done that? Do you think I would hold you like I am now? Krona doesn't respond. Krona. Then she hears him sniffle. And before she knows it, she feels her shirt getting really wet. Thank you. He wails loudly, griping her tightly. And no one has ever thought I was beautiful. She finishes for him, rubbing him gently to soothe him. Why you think I'm beautiful? He wails, his whole body shaking. Why you don't think I'm disgusting? Oh Maka, you make me feel, why you make me feel so. He can't talk anymore, he can only cry. But Maka knows they're happy tears. She holds him close, rubbing his hair to soothe him. I brought you something. She smiles down at him when she hears him calm down a little. Krona sniffles in her shirt. She slowly tries to get out of his grip, but he tightens his hold. Don't leave. He looks up at her with big watery eyes. I'm not. She soothes. Come on, I want to show you something. Oh okay. He sniffles again as he lets her lead him off the bed and over to her bag of things she left on the floor. She smiles at the boy, her heart is warming and all the bad she's been through seems like nothing. He is her saving grace. An angel in disguise. Maka doesn't let go of his hand as she slowly pulls the bag's contents out. First she pulls out a bag of soil. Then a pack of seeds. A small watering can. Krona watches her with growing curiosity, but when his eyes fall on the last item they glow with realization. Maka pulls out a pot and sets it next to the other items, giving the bewildered boy a smile. I went to a flower shop today and as I was looking at all the beautiful flowers I thought I wanted to grow one for myself. She tightens her grip on his hand, her smile so warm. Will you help me, Krona? I'm not sure of how to do it. That's a lie, but she wants him to do it. Krona bits his lip, a conflicted look on his face as he looks at the pot, then back to Maka. Her warm smile hasn't fallen. Will you help me, Krona? The boy looks at her with those big blue eyes there bite, and at that moment whatever had been bothering him doesn't seem to be anymore as he nods at her. With shaky hands he grabs the soil and opens the package. The first thing you do is add the soil. A plant can't live without soil. That's how they get their nutrients. Krona explains as he takes a handful of soil and puts it into the pot. Maka watches him fill it up, her smile only grows. And now we have the soil. We put in a seed. Krona reaches over, taking the packet of seeds. He glances at the picture. They're pink flowers. He opens the packet before taking out one small seed and reaches it out for Maka to take. She shakes her head. I want you to do it, Krona, teach me how. Oh okay. He bites his lip, looking nervous. Why, you use your finger to make a small hole in the soil for the seed. Krona sticks his index finger in the soil, making a small hole like he said before dropping the seed into it. He covers it. And now we water it. He grabs the watering can with shaky hands and brings it over to the pot. He's trembling now, his eyes flickering with something. Go ahead, Krona. Maka puts a hand over his. His eyes lock onto hers and his trembling stops. Together they bring the can to the pot and tilt it, watering the soil. There you go, Maka. Krona gives her a smile. It shouldn't take too long to grow. It's for you. She pushes it over to him. But Maka, I thought. He looks at her with wide eyes. Could you take care of it for me, Krona? She smiles at him. I would really like it if you did this for me. It could be our flower, you know. When you look at it you can think of me, and while you wait for me you can use the flower growing as a way to make the time go faster. I don't need a flower to think of you, Maka. He blushes and averts his gaze down to the pot. But if you really want me to, I will F for you. Thank you, Krona. She leans in and gives him a soft kiss on the lips. Let's put this somewhere it can get light. Oh okay. The boy's face has gotten darker as he stands up. Holding the pot carefully he takes it over to the window, sitting it on the ledge and pulling the curtain open. It's getting dark out. Maka. Krona turns to face her, his cheeks are tinted but by willpower he looks her in the eyes, a determined look on his face. Why you make me feel? He averts his gaze, his blush darkening. I can't even explain it to you. What you do to me, it feels like somehow you're recollecting me and piecing me back together. When I'm with you I feel right, I feel like I'm sane. He looks at her, his eyes so bright. I never want you to leave. I never want to leave. She walks up to him and wraps her arms around his neck, pulling him into a kiss. He timidly puts his hands on her shoulders, his lips moving slowly against hers as he draws small circles into her shoulders. Everything is okay. Everything is going to be okay. Maybe, just maybe, she won't lose her mind. Right now there's no demon, there's no witches or curses or spirit. There's just Krona and his lips, his heat. Everything is going to be okay. She could stay here forever in this boy's arms. He can save her. He can save her mind. Maka pulls away and smiles brightly at the boy. Krona is blushing badly, but he smiles back. It's small, but it causes her stomach to do a flip. She actually believes in this moment of just bliss that everything is okay. But then something horrible happens. It's 6:30, time for all visitors to leave. A male voice comes over the intercom. Maka frowns. And just like that, her bubble of safety of bliss is popped. It's destroyed. She remembers she has to leave Krona, that she has to go away from him to face the demon. To face Kid, who could be crazy, or the idea that witches could be real. Shit. Fuck. A panic is raising inside of Maka. She is going to lose it. She's been slipping slowly each day. How much longer will she last? She needs Krona. Shit, how many days will it be till she sees him again? Today's Saturday, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maka's breathing is uneven. 5 fucking days. She's going to go insane. She won't be able to last. The eyes will haunt her, the demon will haunt her. Please no. Maka. Krona's eyes get watery as he pulls her into an embrace. Maka's breath hitches, her eyes stop shaking. As if his touch brought her back. See Krona, I don't want to leave. She grips onto him, burying her head into his shoulder. She's trembling. Then don't leave, don't leave me. He holds her tighter, his hands gently rubbing her shoulders. Please don't leave me. I don't want to. She grips him tighter, letting his warmth grab a hold of her and make her feel calm. At that moment the door opens with Stein walking in. The man looks worn out, his lab coat is ruffled and his hands are bandaged. Krona gives him a glare, pulling Maka closer to him. Maka, it's time for you to go. Stein looks at the girl in his arms. Come on. Maka doesn't want to leave. Krona states, his glare not falling. And I don't want her to leave. We want to stay together. It doesn't work like that. Stein looks at him coldly. Maka isn't a patient, she can't stay here. He takes a step closer, wrenching a hand out to grab Maka. Krona. She whimpers. Don't touch her. The boy growls, his eyes flashing as he moves her away from Stein. Don't come any closer. Krona, Maka, stop being ridiculous, you know you can't stay here. Stein takes a step forward. I'm warning you. Krona's eyes narrow as he holds Maka closer. I'll call Ragnarok if I have to. Maka can't stay here. Stein states, but he stops walking closer. Come on Krona, you know this is no place for her. Do you really want her to be here? In this place like you are? Krona's glare falls, a frown coming to his face as he looks down at the girl that's buried into his chest. This is no place for her, and you know this, Krona. Stein studies the two. Maka. Krona gently lifts her head up so she's looking at him. Her eyes are shaking. Krona's face becomes stone as he looks back over at the man. She wants to stay with me. That can't happen. Stein's glasses glare. See, this is why I didn't want you doing this, Maka. Now he is attached to you. Do you like messing up my patients even more than they are? You two could never be together. Why even bother? Fuck you. Maka growls, turning to glare at him. Maka, come now, it's time to go. Stop playing games. She isn't playing any game. She wants to stay with me, so she is. Maka, Kid is waiting for you. Maka doesn't need Kid. Krona's voice gets dark. She has me. Why would she need him? Maka, come on now, this is insane. We're all met here. Maka speaks against Krona's chest, motor-toned. Maka, I think we should get you checked out. Don't touch her. Krona lashes out and pushes the man when he got too close. Do that again and you'll regret it. If you continue this, I will have to rip her from you by force. Stein takes out a needle. Maka tenses. Krona. She looks up at the boy. I don't want you to get hurt, you have to let me go. He's right, I can't stay. But. His eyes start to get watery. I don't want to let you go, I want you to stay. Please Maka, it will hurt too much. I have to go. She speaks softly before giving him a kiss. But I'll be back. I promise you. I don't want to say goodbye. He trembles. Please don't say goodbye. Come on Maka. Stein grabs her by the arm, dragging her away from Krona. Wait. Krona cries, reaching out for her, his eyes shaking. Maka looks at him sadly as the man pulls her out the room. Before the doors close, Krona busts through. Instead of making a run for it like most patients would, he latches onto Maka. And no. He trembles, hugging her close, tears falling down his face. I can't let you go. And not now. And not after. He hiccups into her shoulder. Stein is quick to grab a hold of the boy. He tosses him back into the room and shuts the door. Right at that moment, Krona punches the door. Do that again, you son of a bitch. She hears him scream, but she can tell now Ragnarok had taken over. He keeps banging on the door. You're not seeing him anymore. Stein glares at her. You're making him more and more unstable. Fuck you. I'll see him as much as I want. She glares right back. You can't stop me. Oh, but I can. If I see you back here again, I will send you to jail. You. Be quiet. I'm tired of you. Stein rubs his temples. Hey. Gerkshow comes down the hallway with 2 coffees in his hands. He smiles at Stein. Here's your coffee. He hands him one, which the man takes. Maka raises an eyebrow, looking at the male nurse as he gives her a wink. Oh right. Take her out, Gurko. Stein states before walking a little a ways to talk to another nurse. She smirks as Gurko walks over towards her. So did you do it? She whispers as Stein looks down at the coffee. Hell yeah, I made him and me a coffee at the same time so it wouldn't be suspicious. He beams, looking at the doctor with dark glee. How could you tell which one you pissed in and which one you didn't? That's easy, I marked it with an X in marker. He grunts before being up his coffee. I'm a fucking genius. Maka blinks. There on Giriko's coffee is a black X. She has a choice to make. She could let him know, or... Maka smirks as Gerkshow takes a sip of the coffee only for him to spit it out. What the hell? This coffee tastes like piss. The man's face falls, his eye twitching as he turns the cup over, seeing the mark. Maka can't help it. She cracks up. Oh, you think it's funny, you little shit. He growls, irritated. Gerkshow, don't speak to Maka that way. Stein glares at him. Just take her out of here. Got it. He grumbles as he starts to walk off. Maka glares at Stein before following him. I swear if it's the fucking last thing I do, Stein will fucking taste my piss in his mouth. Gurko growls, his eye twitching. I can't believe I drunk my own piss. I can believe it. Maka grunts as they get into the elevator. Fuck you, kid. He gives her the middle finger. It's not my fault, you're a dumbass. She returns it. Shit, I'm not, someone must have switched them up before I grabbed them. He grumbles. Well, you should have looked for the X smart one. Now you drunk your own piss while Stein got a free coffee out of you. Whatever, I'll get him. His eye twitches, his face red. If it's the fucking last thing I do. There's a silence. Thanks. Maka averts her gaze. 4. He raises an eyebrow. Beating the shit out of Spirit. She grins over at him. That was pretty awesome. Gurko looks at her for a moment before he smiles at her. It's not that sharp. No problem, kid, I'd do it again any day. He ruffles her hair. I told you I got your back. Maka can only smile at him. The doors to the elevator open and they step out. Are you still going to come back? Gurko studies her. Yes. She states bluntly before she starts to walk out of the asylum. Gurko watches her before he grins sharply. Hey, just like me, huh? Maka just walks out. Kid is waiting for her. Her heart speeds a little in a sudden fear. It's deep and now she's scared. Kid smiles at her gently. Maka calms down before she walks over to him. How was your stay with Krona? Kid forces a smile. Good, I didn't want to leave. Maka sighs. How are you feeling? Better than I was this morning. There's silence. Maka feels someone is watching her. I'm so happy you let me stay your friend. Kid smiles at her as he puts a hand on her shoulder. The air around them gets tense. Both Kid and Mako look up at the asylum where it seems to be coming from. Krona glares down at Kid, his eyes looking at where he's touching her, his grip looks tight on his arm. Mako looks over to Kid to see he's glaring right back, gripping the cross that hangs from his neck. It's so tense and Kid is still touching her. Enlu eyes are flaring into golden ones. Maka can feel they aren't alone anymore. Ragnarok is near. Kid, we should go. She looks over at him, taking his hand off her. She sees Krona's glare fall. His expression softens as he looks down at the girl, a relief in his eyes. Right. He looks back up to look at Krona for a moment before he grabs her hand and starts to lead her to the car. The air is really tense again. They get into the car, but she still feels Ragnarok. He's following them. Kid takes a deep breath before he places his cross against the palm of his hands, looking as if he's saying a prayer. There's a growl before she doesn't feel Ragnarok anymore. Kid glares as he pulls out of his parking spot fast. He looks pissed. Mako looks over at Krona. He's still watching them. Krona looks pissed. The air is so tense. Her hand is starting to itch. Will she make it 5 days? Or will she go mad before then? Maka starts to giggle. Witches, demons, and curses, oh my. Such lovely nonsense. She keeps laughing at it all. Kid frowns, looking at her wryly as he reaches out and touches her hand. She grins over at him, her eyes shaking. He brings her no comfort. No, his hands are bloody. Krona is the only one who can save her. Not him. Maka keeps laughing. It's all so funny, isn't it? 5 days. 5 fucking days. Maka's not going to make it. Chapter 24. Oh Krona. Maka moans as the boy licks up her neck, his hands roaming all over her body, making sure no part of her is spared. Maka. He whispers her name in her ear, sexily licking the shell of her ear as one of his hands cup her breast, groping her. Her eyes flutter at the feel of his warm, bare skin on her own. Her legs almost feel like jelly around his waist. Why you keep leaving me? His face is so flushed, his eyes half lidded with that lust that drives her crazy. I can be all you need. He continues to grope her with one hand while the other is slowly going down her bare stomach. And more. He whispers. I don't want to leave you. She pants and her breath hitches when his thumb grazes her hardened nipple. I want to stay, but I have to leave at some point. Do you are really? He leans down slowly and starts to lick around her nipple before sucking down on it. Maka moans, her back arching by itself at the sensation. Answer me, Maka. He purrs against her breast before biting down a little on it. I. She gulps, biting her lip to hold back her moan. I can't just stay. I am not a patient there, Krona. You can change that. He licks up her breast to her neck, kissing it gently. And then we could be together forever. I don't want to go mad. She swallows hard, trying to even her breathing, but his hands are everywhere and it's hard. What's so good about being sane? The boy looks up at her, his breath still on her neck. Because you're sane we can't be together. That's what's separating us, Maka. We can be mad together, me and you forever. It's bad to be insane, Krona. She protests, but when he bites down on her neck she's weaken. How so? He licks her, his hands going back to groping her. When you're mad nothing can hurt you, because you're already shattered. Only when you're sane do you hurt. Do you fear? So tell me, Maka, is it really so bad to be insane? Maka's heavy breathing is the only thing that responds. Don't you want me? Krona frowns as he puts a hand on her cheek. More than anything, Krona. Then forget reasoning. He leans in and kisses her. It's hungy and powerful. And give in to me. I want to. She moans as he goes back to pinching her nipple slightly. She's starting to feel a build-up. Her eyes are as hazy with lust as his. Then do it. His bare chest rubs against hers as he deepens their kiss, his tongue raiding hers. She's so warm. Suddenly she feels someone lick up her leg, but it can't be Krona. She starts, but Krona shhs her by deepening the kiss. Krona's hands are on her face, but she feels someone touching her side, a body moving up hers. It's okay. He soothes, rubbing her face. It's only Ragnarok. Maka's face falls. What? As if on cue someone comes from under the blanket, but it looks like another Krona instead. The eyes are different. He grins at her, his eyes lighting in dark glee as he leans over and bites her neck. Maka yelps into Krona's mouth, but the boy is still kissing her. What's wrong? Ragnarok growls against her neck. I told you, didn't I? You can't have him without me. Maka moans as he keeps biting down on her. At the same time, Krona is on top of her, kissing her and feeling over her body. Soon Ragnarok is rubbing over her. His touch is a lot rougher than Krona's. It's almost painful, but at the same time she likes it. The sensations she feels is maddening. Both these boys touching over her body, nothing is spared, and she's so warm, her face so red. Give in to me. Ragnarok snarls as he licks down her neck, biting her nipple, causing Maka to whimper. Give in to me. Krona whispers as he kisses her gently, his eyes locked onto hers. Maka opens her mouth, but all that comes out is a moan as Ragnarok bites down her stomach, his hand reaching under and grabbing her ass. At the same time, Krona's hands are groping her, rubbing her nipples in a maddening way. This is too much. She doesn't understand what's going on, but she likes it way too much. So many sensations she feels, her womanhood almost ache out of all the places being touched. That part of her has been spared, and it's yearning, needing to be touched, rubbed, anything. She whimpers. She's so wet she can feel herself drip. In a way they're teasing her, she feels, and it's maddening. It's driving her insane. Ragnarok digs his nails in her ass cheeks, causing her to arch up just for Krona to hold her closer, rubbing his chest against her as his tongue keeps raiding her mouth. Oh Krona. She moans, only to feel a stabbing pain on her ass again. What about me, bitch? Ragnarok growls as he bites hard on her hip, right on her waistline. Maka can't stop the moan and how her body arches. Maka, don't moan for him. Krona pouts before he licks down her neck till he's at her chest. He licks her nipple, causing her to moan his name. As if competing with Krona, Ragnarok starts to bite all over her stomach, getting lower and lower. Maka bites her lip, trying to hold back a cry of pleasure. Something drips on her face. Maka looks up to see three vertical eyes staring down at her. Something black and thick is dripping from their ends and onto her face. Give in to us, Maka. Both Krona and Ragnarok look up at her. They're both smiling madly. I don't. Suddenly they don't have their normal eyes, they have the three vertical eyes. Their teeth are razor sharp. Krona leans in with his mouth open, about to bite her face off. Everything goes dark. The only thing she sees is those eyes, those vertical eyes that are driving her crazy. The light comes back, but she's in a forest and she's clothed, and alone. All the trees have those eyes on them. They're all staring at her, mocking her, laughing at her. Maka grips her hair and lets out a scream. It echoes through the whole forest. Poor Maka. She tenses at the voice, her scream dying on her lips. You have lost your mind. I told you, I warned you about Krona. Maka turns around to see Kid standing there. His yellow eyes are on fire. He grips an axe in one hand and a cross in the other. I could have been all you need, Maka. I protected you, held you close when you were scared, but... His eyes flash as he takes a step forward. You chose him. You chose madness. Now look at you, you have ruined yourself. Maka can't speak. She's too afraid, eyeing the axe, Riley taking steps back when he would take a step forward. I'm sorry, Maka, I loved you, but... He grips the axe. I must maintain order. His eyes lock on hers. You witch. Maka takes off running. Kid is running after her. Her heart feels like it's going to hammer out of her chest. He's too fast for her. Her legs give up on her like back when she had first seen him killing that woman, but this time he doesn't just grab her. Kid holds her down, grabbing some rope that seems to have come out of nowhere. He ties her up, then puts something over her mouth, muffling her screams. I must maintain order. He grips the axe and he slams it down on her wrist. Her blood splats on her face as she cries out in pure pain, but it's muffled. Her blood is bleeding so fast out of her as he rips her hand off. Then he cuts down on her other wrist. The pain is unbearable. I must maintain order. Tears are falling down his face. Why couldn't you love me, Maka? I wouldn't have to do this, you wouldn't be insane. Maka only cries out in pain, her blood still pouring out of her. Die now. He stands up to set the cross he has on fire, then he throws it on her. Immediately she catches on fire, she feels it all, it's melting her, cooking her. Die, you witch! He growls, but his tears keep falling. Her screams ring over the whole forest, the smell of her flesh lingering in the air. Die, Maka! He turns his back on her and walks away. Die in fire, die in the madness you have been taken over by. Maka wakes up screaming, sweat is dripping down her face. Another one of those damn dreams. Her green eyes are shaking as she grips her hair, panting, trying to calm down. The only noise in the house is her panting. No one is here, no one has been here since she came back Saturday night. She's been alone for. Damn it, how long has it been? A panic raises in her heart. What is the fucking day anyway? It's Wednesday. She's been alone for 4 days. But then again, she hasn't been alone. Oh no. That demon has been keeping her company just fine. Maka's scared of the demon, but she's scared of Kid just as much. He's tried to come over to talk to her, but every night she's been having these dreams about him. In all of them he cuts off her hands, and burns her alive. She's scared shitless of him now. Maka has gone as far as to lock the door. She never locks the door. She's been barred up in her home alone for 4 days. Maka hasn't gone to school because Kid will be there. There's barely any food in the house, but that doesn't matter, she hasn't been eating anyway. If she tried to eat, it would just come right back up. Her stomach has been a mess. Her throat hurts from all the screaming, and she's tired and scared of being alone, but she can't leave, no. They will take her away, they will know she's insane. So she stays in this home alone in silence, waiting her Thursday to come around. Maka's not even sure if she's sane anymore. But since she's questioning it, that's a good thing, right? Insane people don't know they're insane, right? Maka keeps gripping her hair. She wouldn't be surprised if she has a bald spot now from how much she's been tugging at it lately. Her shaking eyes look over at her alarm clock. It's 1 in the afternoon. That doesn't really matter, it's not like she's leaving the house. Maka hears a thump come from the living room. She buries her head in her pillow. No. No, not again. Can't she get a break? Everything is crazy. She's fucking crazy. She hears the heavy footsteps come closer towards her door. Then she hears her door creak open. The air around her is heavy now, and she feels someone watching her. Go away. Maka screams, getting off the bed and throwing her pillow at where she thinks it is. The pillow stops in midair. Go away, go away. It copies her voice in a chilling tone. Yeah, now she can hear the fucker, and she really wished she couldn't. And she's able to sort of see its outline now. She's insane, most likely, probably. Yeah, go the fuck away. Her voice cracks, she's afraid and it knows. No. It throws the pillow back at her, it hits her hard in the face, but really it just irritates her. Maka hides her face in the pillow, mumbling to herself, rocking her body, waiting for this thing to go away. She hears things smash in her room. She sees through her pillow the lights turn on and off. Something breaks right next to her and she jumps. Keep calm. Keep calm. One more day. One more fucking day. She feels someone grab her foot. Maka almost screams, but she bites her lip. It grips her and it hurts. Maka gets out of the pillow to look. Her heart almost stops. She sees a hand, only a hand, grabbing her foot. It has those 3 vertical eyes imprinted on the back of it. Maka's never seen shit like this before. It looks like a real hand, only a hand. The hand suddenly lets go, only to start waking up her leg. Maka is frozen, she can't move, she's so scared she can't move. The hand keeps getting closer and closer. Fear. A voice growls in her ear, and at that moment the hair grabs her face. Maka screams, struggling to pry the thing off her. She falls off the bed and starts running out of her room, smacking against the walls, still trying to get it off her face. There's a knock at the front door. Maka opens her eyes to find there's nothing grabbing her face anymore. There's another knock at the door, then she hears him. Maka, please, why are you hiding from me? Kid knocks again. I don't understand, we were good Saturday, I thought, why it's been days, Maka. Leave me the fuck alone, you crazy son of a bitch. She screams, but it cracks into a giggle. Or should I say son of a witch? Bitch, witch, bitch, witch. Maka, please open the door, you don't sound well. Fuck you. You're the one who isn't well. You want to fucking kill me. Cut me up to pieces and burn me alive. Maka keeps laughing. Maka, I don't want to kill you, why do you keep saying that? I only want to help you. Bullshit. She screams again, punching the wall hard. Maka. She walks away out of the living room and back into her room, slamming her door so she doesn't have to hear him anymore. Does he take me as a fool? Maka growls as she walks over around her ruined room. He's insane. I'm insane. We're all fucking insane, aren't we? Maka giggles madly. She's starting to twirl in a circle in the middle of her room, a smile on her face. I'm insane. I'm insane. She jumps around her room, waving her arms up above her head. What will Krona think? This causes her to stop completely. Whatever had taken her over is long gone, leaving her hurt and aching. Would he be sad? If I lost it, would that hurt him? She frowns deeply as she falls to her knees, gripping her hair. What would he think if the demon took me before I got to see him? Would he cry? Would he? Maka grips her fist. Thinking about Krona filled her with determination, made her numb body feel something. She can't give up, not yet. She needs to see him. Krona belongs to her, and she belongs to him. And this time when she sees him, Maka doesn't know if she will be able to leave. She couldn't handle another day of being alone, of being so fucking scared. It's torture. Maka hears a thump. The demon is about to come again. Maka quickly grabs her notebook and starts reading all the things she wrote about Krona to calm her down. Her door creaks open. Her hands are shaking. She hears it take a step forward. Maka grabs her pencil and tries to draw Krona's eyes, to think of him and just draw his beautiful eyes. Another footstep. Maka's heart is beating so fast. Her head is getting fuzzy, but her hands keep moving. The footsteps stop right in front of her. Maka finishes her drawing, but when she looks down at it, it's not Krona's eyes. It's 3 vertical eyes, and she keeps retracing them. She retraces it. Retraces it. She retraces those damn eyes till her fucking pencil breaks. Maka. It growls in her face. There is no escape. Her body is trembling. She's so afraid, and it knows it. Go mad. She feels someone grab her hair. Maka screams as it starts dragging her out of the room. She grips desperately on the wall for something to hold onto. It pulls her to the living room. It pulls her to a mirror in the room. Look. It growls as it holds her head up. No. Maka cries, shutting her eyes tightly. Then she doesn't feel the demon touching her anymore. Maka falls to the floor, crying out. This is too much, it's all too much. Please make it stop. She groans. Make it stop. The demon repeats, its voice as an echo, sounding like it's coming from all around. The lights are flickering, the TV is turning on and off. Maka's hand is itching like crazy. Her breathing is uneven. Her mind is coming undone. Maka grins. Make it stop. Make it stop. She screams, but she's still grinning. Stop fucking talking. Stop this. Everything keeps going and it keeps repeating her words. She feels it push her down. It growls in her ear. But Maka's laughing, or maybe she isn't. Her lips aren't moving. It's over. She's insane. He's going to take her like he took her mother. Suddenly Maka feels another presence. A strong, familiar presence, and soon she doesn't feel the demon on her anymore. She hears 2 sets of stomping. She hears someone get slammed into the wall, then to the floor. Soon there is only one presence. What the fuck are you doing? It growls, and it sounds like, no. It couldn't be. Maka doesn't answer. Breathe. He's growling in her face. Fucking breathe. At that moment she takes in a deep breath. It almost hurts her. Maka didn't know she had been holding her breath. She almost suffocated herself. God damn. You're about to fucking kill yourself. The presence growls, but is there a hint of relief? Krona would kill me if I let you die, fucking asshole. Then it hits her. Our Ragnarok. Her eyes shake, but a hope warms her heart. She feels safer. Hell yeah, it's me. He sneers. Huh, so you can hear me without me using Krona? That means you're pretty fucked up. What are you doing here? Maka averts her gaze to the floor, ignoring what he said. What do you think? I'm here saving your ass. He grunts. Krona's been worried sick about you like a little bitch. He has been freaking out so much he wanted to leave the asylum to come and find you. I told him that was stupid, and he would ruin everything, but he kept bitching, so here I am, protecting your ass so he doesn't have a heart attack, god damn it. Krona. She perks up, beaming at thin air. He sent you. He's been worried about me. That's what I just said, dumbass. He sneers. All he does is fucking worry about you, and think about you and all of that gay shit. You got him wrapped around your little finger, don't you? Now I'm stuck here with you, what the fuck? Is Krona doing okay? She frowns thinking about the boy, how the last thing she saw of him was his glare. You're worried about him when you're the one getting stalked by a demon. He scoffs. You're a strange girl. He's fine, of course, he's mine. Of course he's fucking fine, nothing hurts him. And nothing will hurt you now that I'm here. Thank you. She speaks softly, relief filling her heart. Don't thank me. I don't fucking want to do this. He grunts, but there's something odd in his voice. Still. Maka smiles at thin air. Why you smiling? He grumbles. I'm being a dick, don't smile. Her smile only grows. Fuck. Hold up. There's silence for a moment. A panic is raising in her heart. Chill, Krona, I already told you she's fucking fine. You're talking to Krona. She beams excitedly. Yeah, unfortunately, he's blowing me up like there's no fucking tomorrow. There's a pause. Krona, want to know if you're really okay, because apparently seeing you and hearing it from me isn't enough. I'm fine now. Maka smiles. Thank you so much, Krona, you saved me once again. Heh, now he's blushing like an idiot. There's a pause. Krona says, oh, it's no problem, you just owe me some smoking hot sex, baby. Ragnarok chuckles, but it soon dies into an annoyed grumble. Alright. Fine, keep your panties on. He sighs. What he really said is, I'm just glad you're alright, Maka. I swear Krona has a vagina hidden somewhere. He's too much of a pussy to be a man. Krona is a man, alright. She blurts out. Ragnarok cracks up. He just fell off the bed, what the fuck, Krona, you need to chill out. Ragnarok keeps laughing. Krona says, oh Maka, I can feel my arousal in my mangina. The next time I see you, I'm going to fuck you so hard till your face is the color of my cotton candy gay hair. Ragnarok keeps laughing. Maka can only imagine how much Krona is freaking out right now, or how irritated he is. It's okay, Krona, I know Ragnarok is just being a dick. Maka grunts. Hey, fuck you. He growls. Fine. Krona says, thank goodness you know I'm not saying those things, isn't Ragnarok a badass? Maka just rolls her eyes. Really? Hell yeah, I am. She hears the smirk in his voice. There's a pause. No, I'm not saying that gay shit. Ragnarok grumbles. I'm not a fucking messenger. Just be happy I'm here. What is he saying? Fine. God damn it, just stop whining. He sighs. Krona says, I miss you so much, I can't wait to hold you in my arms and keep you safe with my gay powers. I will wrap you in rainbows and shit and everything will be fine. Maka guesses she gets the gist of that. Tell him I can't wait to see him. That I'm so happy to hear from him, he's saved my mind once again. I don't have to tell him shit, he can hear you. What? He can hear and see everything I do, same with me with him. He grunts. I told you I'm pretty much a part of him. Krona, she smiles, feeling so much safer that he's with her. At least she feels that way. Suddenly she hears a thump come from the hallway. Not him again. Ragnarok growls. Maka. She freezes, she knows that voice. Maka, come to me. It's her mother's voice, she's calling for her. She takes a step forward. Someone grabs her. Don't be fucking stupid. That isn't your mother. Ragnarok growls. Maka, please come to me, I miss you so much. Her voice is inviting. Her eyes shake, getting watery. Mom. A tear falls down her face as she tries to get out of Ragnarok's grip. It isn't her. He's trying to trick you and you're falling for it like a dumbass. Maka. Mom. She screams, getting out of his grip and running into the hallway. Damn it! She hears Ragnarok growl, but she keeps running. Maka stops in her tracks. In the hallway is a floating key, the same key she got from Spirit's room. Her eyes lock onto it. Something burns her heart. The key falls down, making a thump sound. Maka walks over slowly and picks it up, feeling it with her fingers. She had forgot all about this. She was so interested in the box. So what's up with this key? It belonged to her mother as well. What the fuck is your problem? She hears Ragnarok march over. This key. She mumbles, looking down it with wide, unblinking eyes. What about it? What the hell is wrong with your eyes? He grunts, but it almost sounds like concern. Almost. Spirit's room. Maka turns on her heel and walks into his room. She turns on the lights before starting to raid the man's room. This key has to go to something. Hey, what? Suddenly Maka feels another presence. The demon is back. Fuck me. Ragnarok groans, but she feels him leave her to go out where the demon is. Maka keeps looking around the room. There's nothing near his bed. Nothing in his dresser. She looks in the closet. Bingo. There in the corner is a purple chest with a keyhole. Please work, please work. Maka feels this is important. That somehow maybe her mother is trying to tell her something. She sticks the key in and turns. It clicks. With shaky hands she opens the chest. What? She pulls out what looks to be a dark cloak. It looks so familiar. She puts that to the side and digs deeper. Maka pulls out a picture. Her breath hitches. Her eyes shake. No. In the picture, her mother as a teenager smiles at the camera with her tongue sticking out, showing her piercing there, and next to her with her arm around her mother is. She feels sick. It's Medusa. The woman looks her mother's age in the picture, maybe a little older, but her arm is around her mother and they're smiling at the camera. Maka notices that her mother and Medusa have a matching snake tattoo on their stomachs that are showing. Her mother and Medusa were friends. No, it can't be. She hears a yelp and a thump come from the other room, but she throws the picture to the side, digging back into the box for answers. There's a lot of test tubes with weird symbols on them. There's a loud bang from the other room. Maka's hands shake as she pulls out a book. She opens it and begins to read. Everything falls apart. I cast my first spell today. It was amazing. I felt so powerful. Medusa was happy. She even smiled for me, which she rarely does. She's so cynical, I swear. So I cast my first spell on this guy, named Damien. This asshole pushed me at school, so I decided he would be my first. I turned him into a fucking cat. Like the pussy he is. Then Medusa smirked at me and said, "We're having cat for dinner," and we did, and it was delicious. Being a witch is fucking awesome. It's amazing. At first I thought it was wrong, but why is it wrong to be what I am? I'm evil and cold, but so is Medusa. We all are. We do what we want and don't give a shit. Why should we? The world won't spare us, so we won't spare the world. No. I bring chaos to the world, me and Medusa will. But first I will kill every man, and they won't have it easy. I'll make them pay for all they do. Well, got to go. Medusa's calling for me. She probably wants to do more spell practice. That's the end of the first entry. And that's the end of everything Maka knew. Her heart is hurting so much. Her mother was a witch. No. No, that can't be. No. 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 Whoever wrote this wasn't her mother. But it's her handwriting, and this is her key, and that picture was of her mother. Maka bites her lip. She hears a yelp from the other room. She no longer feels Ragnarok. Her mother a witch? And friends with Medusa. This has to be a joke, right? This can't be real, right? She hears footsteps slowly coming. Maka turns to the next page. There's a picture of the necklace her mother gave her, the one she's wearing. At the bottom is written, "Medusa's present to me for my 16th birthday, smiley face." Maka feels sick. She throws up a little in her mouth. The footsteps are still coming. This necklace was given to her mother from Medusa? Medusa and her mother were really friends. Witches are real. And her mother's one, so does that make her? Someone grabs her and turns her around. What the fuck are you? Spirit grabs her only for his face to fall once he sees the chest open and what she's reading. His face is that of extreme anger. I told you to not go in my fucking room. He grabs her by the neck and starts to drag her out. Maka keeps a hold of the book though. Mom was a witch. She speaks in a whisper. You weren't supposed to know. We had a deal. He screams, throwing her down on the floor. He's breathing like a bull. You were supposed to be normal, to be human. You weren't supposed to fucking know. Now you have ruined everything. Your mother didn't want you to know. Mom was a witch. She repeats, her eyes shaking. Stop saying that. He hits her across the face. Hard. Maka feel that he busted her lip. She's in too much shock to do anything. Everything is falling apart. Your mother, oh your mother. He grips his fist, his breathing is bad. We wanted the best for you, Maka. She put all that behind her for you, for us, and then you just have to fucking dig it back up, don't you? You have to remind me of all that shit. Mom was a witch. Her voice is trembling. Shut the fuck up. He hits her again. Then again. Then again. Maka falls to the floor, blood leaking from her busted lip. You could never be happy, could you? You just had to fucking know everything. You just had to touch that box. Now everything is ruined. Why can't you just let Kami rest in peace? Now you fucking brought all her shit back to the surface, now you know. My mom was a... Her heart is hammering so fast in her chest, her mind is broken, stuck on these words, making it so it's the only thing she can say. My mom was a witch. He kicks her in the stomach. Maka just takes it. My mom was a witch. My mom was a witch. My mom was a fucking witch. My mom was a fucking witch. Her voice started out soft, then grew to a full-out scream. Stop it. He grabs her by the neck, lifting her up from off her feet. He's choking her. All you have done is torture me, Maka. Do you want me to go insane like your mother? Huh. He keeps tightening his hold on her neck. Maka doesn't fight him. She is losing her air. The light above them is starting to flicker. I loved your mother. And she loved me. She fucking loved me. She wasn't a witch. Deep down she never was one. He's screaming, tears streaming down his face. Maka is about to lose consciousness. Then she sees it. Her heart drops to her feet in horror. There, standing behind Spirit, is the demon, and she can see him. It's tall, standing over Spirit, its face wrapped up in a mask, only its mouth being exposed. It has those vertical eyes imprinted on the mask. It's terrifying. She's never seen anything fucking like it, and it's standing right behind Spirit. Then it smiles. Oh God, please save her, forgive her. Its skin rips, the smile is so large, showing its teeth. It's a smile no human could manage. It's the creepiest fucking thing she's ever seen. Spirit. She cokes out, trying to warn the man. Why did it have to be like this? He drops her to the floor. Maka takes a deep breath, only for it to hitch. It's still behind Spirit, and it's getting closer to the man. Spirit. She cokes out again. She needs to warn him. Needs to tell him to run. But the words never come out. Maka, I think I've lost it. Tears fall down Spirit's face. I'm so sorry, Maka, for everything I... There's a sharp pain in her head, and before she knows it, she's laying on the ground, her consciousness barely there. The last thing she sees is the demon reach out a hand towards Spirit, that grin never falling. It goes dark. It all goes dark. Chapter 25. So you finally know what you are. The cloaked woman looks over at the girl who is staring up at the starless night. Maka doesn't respond. It's okay, Maka, embrace who you are, embrace who we are. The woman is getting closer to her, her voice is soft. Embrace who your mother was. My mom was a witch. She speaks the words numbly, her brain still stuck on it. Yes, she was, your mother was a great witch. The woman's voice is now a whisper. Kami was a dear friend of mine, you know. Who are you? Maka looks over at her, but her face is blank. I'm a lot of things. She crosses her arms. I mean your name. What's in a name? I rather not speak it now, you still don't trust me. I can't trust someone if I don't know their name. The woman stares at her for a long moment before sighing. You know your mother said the same thing to me when we met. I always admired that about her. She trusted no one. Sometimes I think she didn't even trust me. Maka can hear the smile in the woman's voice. She was a smart woman. So you're saying you can't be trusted? No, I'm saying you are much like your mother. Maka, it almost hurts me really. She puts a hand to her heart. I don't even really know if I knew my mother at all. Maka looks back up at the sky. Her eyes are blank. She was a witch and kid said witches are evil and they can't love, but my mother did care for me, didn't she? Witches can't love. I can't love. You can't love. The woman speaks coldly now like it was a bad subject. I wasn't talking about love. Love isn't real. Maka keeps looking expressionless. I was talking about care. Care is different than love. The woman stares at her a moment. You will surpass your mother, Maka. You understand more than she did. The woman takes a step closer. But even care is hard for us to grasp. Maybe, but I'd like to think my mom felt it for me, like I did with her. I wouldn't know. Kami was always careless. The woman growls. She never cared about anyone but herself. I can't believe that. I won't believe that. Maka grips her fist. My mother, I saw care in her eyes. I saw affection for me before she went insane. I know I saw it. What you saw was fake. The woman averts her gaze. She was always an excellent actor. I won't believe that. Maka pauses. So does this mean I'm a... You're a witch? The woman nods. All Kid was saying was true and I totally... Her mind flashes with the nightmares she's been having. Would Kid kill me if he found out? Why wouldn't he? You're a witch, you're evil. He will kill you to maintain the order. They hate witches, why would they spare you? Maka doesn't respond, a deep frown on her face. Do you know why my mother didn't tell me? She wanted to try to stop you from being what you are. The woman growls. That's why. She tried to throw away who she is all for some man. The woman takes a deep breath. Do you hate spirit? Maka looks over at the woman, a little surprised at the question. No one has ever asked her flat out if she hated her father. In her head it was obvious, of course she hated him, but when it was time to say it she faltered. He just beat the shit out of you. The woman sneers when she sees the hesitation in Maka. How can you not hate him after all he's done to you? I'm numb. She responds blankly. I don't really feel anything right now, to tell you the truth. Maka looks back up at the sky. It's like I've lost all feeling. I should hate him. I should feel pissed right now, but I don't. I can't. Maybe I'm broke again, I don't know. I can't feel anything. You really are just like her. The woman sighs. She never truly hated, but she was always numb to feeling all feelings. The woman speaks bitterly. Sometimes it's better not to feel. Then nothing can hurt you. Maka's voice is so bland. I wouldn't say that. The woman starts to fade away. It would be better if you hated spirit, for what you're about to see may break that shell you put on your heart. You might just lose it and everything will be lost. She disappears. If you thought things were hectic before Maka, they're about to get a lot worse. Maka slowly opens her eyes. Her head is throbbing. Her vision is blurry. Her body aches as if she just ran a marathon. She feels she's laying on something wet. It's on her hands and by her head. Maka blinks viscously, trying to get her sight back. When it finally focuses. No. Spirit, or should she say what's left of spirit, lays in front of her, his dull, lifeless eyes staring back into hers. It's only his head. She doesn't see his body. Maka's brain can't wrap around what she's seeing. She feels that wet stuff is soaking in her clothes, but she keeps staring into Spirit's eyes, those eyes of death. Maka forces herself up, a pain shoots through her and she falls back down. Everything hurts. Nothing makes sense. Her mind can't wrap around what's going on, she's confused. Her vision is starting to get blurry again. Spirit. She calls for him. There's no response. Is this another one of her horrible hallucinations, or is this real? Is this really Spirit's severed head she's looking at? It can't be. He was just alive, wasn't he? What happened? When she tries to remember, pain shoots through her head and she whimpers. Suddenly the front door bust open. Cops come running into her home, but Maka just lays in whatever it is she's laying in. They have mixed faces of disgust, but it's mild, as if they were expecting this. They scan the scene before their eyes fall on her. We got a call about a man screaming from this home. Well, now we know why. A cop comes over and turns her over on her stomach forcefully. She feels him handcuff her hands behind her back. You're under arrest for murder. What? Maka's eyes shake as he lifts her up. Murder? I didn't kill anyone. Then what's this? He points down at Spirit's severed head. Maka stares at it a moment before looking back at him. I don't know. And really she doesn't. This is too fucking crazy. I don't know. She screams now, her eyes shaking as she looks at Spirit's head, at his dull eyes, at the blood that is leaking from him, the blood she was laying in. I don't fucking know. What happened to him? What happened? Why can't I fucking remember? I think I know what happened. The cop speaks coldly as he starts to drag her out of her home. You killed him. You finally snapped, kid, and you killed him. I didn't. I know I didn't. Maka screams, her eyes shaking badly. Her shirt is clinging to her, soaked in Spirit's blood. Spirit is dead. Someone killed him. Yeah, sure. Tell it to the judge. The man growls before he throws her into the back seat of his cop car. But it wasn't me. I know it wasn't me. I wouldn't kill him. I wouldn't do that. What the fuck is going on? She's screaming and kicking out everywhere now. She feels Spirit's blood on her hands, on her shirt, in her hair. Spirit is dead. And she's being arrested for his murder. Maka screams till she can't. Then she breaks. Her eyes roll back. She loses her consciousness. We are here today for the case of Spirit Albarn's murder. The judge speaks, eyeing the girl, the one who is being convicted, coldly. She sits in the stand. Her head bowed. Her eyes can't be seen. The jury is all glaring at her. They're all a part of the town she's from. Maka can feel Kid's eyes on her. He's in the crowd. He came to the courthouse to see her. Everyone did. They came to see her fall. Maka Albarn, what do you have to say in defense to this? They are saying you killed your own father. Aren't you going to speak up? The judge raises an eyebrow at the unresponsive girl. Maka doesn't respond. Your Honor, if I may, I have a defense for the defendant. That's Kid's voice. Maka doesn't look over at him. She knows everyone is glaring at him now. Why would he stick up for her after all she's done to him? She's been horrible to him. And she's a witch. If he knew, he probably would just kill her. You're not a part of the jury and you can't just. Maka wouldn't kill her own father. I know you people are ignorant, but come on. Maka would never kill anyone. She is a good person. I heard they got into fights all the time. A person in the jury interjects. There's even a video on YouTube showing Spirit pushing her. Maybe he was pushing Maka and she just snapped. Everyone mumbles in agreement. No. Even if he was pushing her, or hurting her, Maka would never just cut her father's head off. It's true they didn't have the best relationship, but... See? They didn't have a good relationship. Maka probably was feeling mad about everything he's done and she just killed him. I heard he cheated on her mother. Maybe she did it to get revenge. No, Maka wouldn't. I'm hearing from everyone but the defendant. The judge suddenly growls, causing everyone to go quiet. Now girl, you must have something to say. They are charging you with your father's death. Say something, stand for your case. Tell me your story. My story is nothing but sorrow and confusion. Maka finally speaks, but it's low and she doesn't look up. Just tell us what happened with Spirit. The judge studies her. I don't know, but I didn't kill him. At this the whole jury scoffs. Silkney. The judge growls and they shut up. That's hard to believe with the evidence I've gotten. For starters, you're the last person to see him. You were there still laying in his blood when the cops found you. Though they couldn't find a weapon, your hands were stained red. You two have had a history of getting into fights and now he's dead. It's some hard evidence against you. That still doesn't prove she did it. Kid protests. The judge sends him a look and Kid pipes down. Do you have anything to say for yourself, Maka? Is it said? I don't feel anything right now. She holds out her hands that are clean now. I don't feel sad. I don't feel anything but this emptiness. I have lost my mother. And now I lost Spirit. I have no more family yet I don't feel anything. Maka, did you kill Spirit? No. I didn't kill him. Then what happened? Maka then remembers the demon remembers him standing behind Spirit reaching out towards him. She shivers in fear. Her head whips up, her green eyes are dilated and glossy getting a couple people to gasp. I know what happened. She screams. What? The judge looks at her wryly. It was that man. It was the demon. He killed Spirit. He's the one who did it, not me. Maka grips her hair, her heart is speeding. She fails to realize that what she's saying is pretty much the same thing her mother did. And you know what happened to her. Maka Albarn, I hereby convict you for the death of Spirit Albarn and I rule you as insane. You will spend as many years as it takes in Dark Side Asylum till you are healed of your illness. He slams down his hammer, sealing her fate. It wasn't me. It was the fucking man, don't you see? My mother wasn't lying. She wasn't insane. I'm not fucking insane. He killed him. He killed him. Maka screams, standing up from her seat only to be tackled by two cops. They cuff her and start to lead her out. Maka keeps screaming, fighting against them. She finally gets to see Kid. The boy is looking at her with his golden orbs shaking a look of fear in them. Then it hits her. This is just like her mother. And her mother was telling the truth. The demon really did start the fire. But Maka didn't believe her. She thought she was insane. Now it's happening to her. And everyone thinks she's insane. They think she killed Spirit but she didn't. It was the demon, but they won't believe that. Now Kid is looking at her like she looked at her own mother with fear in his eyes. He thinks she's insane. He doesn't know what she's seen, what she's gone through. No one does. What goes around comes back around and she deserves this completely. She thought her mother was insane and she wasn't. And the hurt in her heart at seeing Kid look at her with fear, she can only imagine what her mother felt when her own daughter did the same thing. Just a second ago she didn't feel anything, now she feels too much. She feels hurt, scared, frustrated, but most of all guilty. Maka howls like an animal. Tears stream down her face. She deserves this. She deserves this completely. Everyone looks at her, nodding in agreement, relief in their eyes to have finally got what they wanted. She's being sent to Dark Side Asylum where she belongs apparently. But she's not insane and neither was her mother. What kind of daughter is she? What kind of friend is she? She deserves this. Kid, she's sorry. Mom, she's so sorry. Spirit, she's even sorry about him. She's just sorry about everything. Kid watches her struggle and yell before she's pulled out of his sight. She catches a single tear that falls down his face. She's never seen him cry. And it hurts her all the more. Maka lets out another howl as they lead her out of the courthouse. She breaks again. Her tears stop and she goes limp against the cops. They have to drag her the rest of the way. Her mother is dead. Spirit is dead. She's an orphan. She's insane. She's broken. Everything is moving too fast for Maka to understand. One minute she's sitting in a car, then the next she's being dragged into a building. Her senses are dulled. Her movement is forced. What's happening again? What's going on? Why are people holding her so tightly? Where are they taking her? Maka doesn't know, but she just lets them drag her. There's no use in fighting. There's nothing to fight for. Here she is, Stein. Something's wrong with her though. She gave us a heck of a fight at the courthouse, but now she won't even move unless someone drags her. It looks like she's shut down. One of the people holding her grunts. I'll take it from her. Maka feels someone new grab her arm, pulling her away from the other people. Her eyes finally focus on Stein. The doctor is studying her. Maka expected him to be smiling, or something of that nature. Isn't this what he wanted? Her to be fucking here? But no, the expression on his face almost looks like he's upset or disappointed. Maka's disappointed in herself too. I told you, I warned you, Maka. Stein takes deep breaths. Now you're here and Spirit's dead. She doesn't respond. He doesn't have to remind her. Let's get you into your room, you're going to be staying here for a very long time. Stein starts to lead her over to the elevator. She now notices they aren't alone. 4 other people are following them. But Maka doesn't really focus on them. They're not important. Nothing's important. They get into the elevator and go up. They get off. Maka hasn't blinked once. Stein keeps leading her, or more like dragging her through the hallway. I have to apologize for this in advance. Stein takes a deep breath. I'm sorry about your room. They stop in front of a door. Door 403. Her mother's room. There aren't any other rooms available at the moment. Stein looks over at her to study her reaction. Maka smiles. She thinks it's a good thing she's smiling, but what she doesn't know is how warped it looks, how unnatural. The nurses around her tense. Stein just looks at her with cold eyes before unlocking the door. You may not think so, but Maka's happy she's going to be in the same room her mother was in. It's familiar and she wants to go through everything her mother did. She wants to feel it all because she deserves it. She deserves all of this. Now Maka, I'm going to leave you in here with some female nurses. They're going to help you change into her hospital gown and they will be taking your clothes. You will get them back when you are well enough to leave. He gives her a look before him and all the male nurses leave. Here. One of the women nurses holds out a white gown. Her hands are shaking. She looks nervous. She looks afraid. Afraid of her. Maka just looks at the gown. What she doesn't know is that warped smile hasn't left her face. You have to put it on. Another nurse speaks up. Maka stares at the gown. Doesn't she know someone who wears a gown like this? For some reason she's seeing pink. Isn't that crazy? Maka giggles as she walks closer to the nurses. They shake but they stand their ground. Maka takes the gown from their hands, grinning down at it. Yes, she definably knows someone who wears this thing. But why is she seeing pink? Soon the nurses are on her. They start to undress her, but Maka doesn't do anything. Doesn't blink. Doesn't move. She just smiles. A nurse lifts her arms up before putting the gown on her. It slides on easily. It's a size too big. There you go, see, it wasn't so hard. A nurse smiles nervously at her. Maka doesn't respond. They fold her old clothes and take them away. It's like watching them fold her old life and then having to watch them take it away. Maka keeps smiling. I know you have been through a lot today, Maka. Stein walks back in with his notebook out, his glasses hiding his eyes from her. But I want to ask you some questions. She stares at him. Have a seat. He pulls up one of the black chairs, the same black chair her mother used to sit on. Her smile grows as she takes her seat, a seat she deserves. Why did you kill your father, Maka? Stein takes a deep breath. It comes from his lips to fast her being able to catch the hurt in his voice. She doesn't respond. Answer me, Maka. Why did you kill Spirit? What caused this to happen? My mom was a witch. She suddenly blurts out in a giggle. Did you know that, Mr. Scientist? My mom was a witch. We're not talking about your mom right now, Maka, we're talking about Spirit. Stein writes something down. Spirit knew mom was a witch. Spirit can sure throw a punch. She keeps laughing. So you killed him because he was beating you? Did you just snap? How can I snap when I'm already broken? She throws her head back. I'm already broken. Maka, let's stay on Spirit. What happened, Maka? Spirit was killed. Spirit was murdered. Spirit got his head choked off. Maka's eyes shake madly. I didn't see the body though. I wonder where it went, huh? It couldn't have just crawled off, huh? Why did you kill Spirit, Maka? I didn't kill Spirit. It was that man. It was the demon. He did it. Maka screams, gripping her chair. He's trying to frame me. Maka, you can't start getting better until you admit what you did. We have to start there. Admit what? There's nothing to admit because I didn't do a thing. It was all the demon, don't you see? It's always been him. You can't really believe that, Maka. Is it because your mother said these things that you are claiming them now? Don't you see? My mom wasn't lying. She wasn't insane and neither am I. The demon is real. He's doing all this. Maka. What kind of daughter am I? I didn't believe my mother. I thought she was insane. And now I'm insane. But I'm not really, no. The demon is ruining everything. He's destroying my life. He's taking everything away. Maka grips the chair tightly, her breathing is uneven now. My mom's dead. Spirit's dead. Witches are fucking real. My mom was a witch and I'm a fucking witch. Isn't that crazy? It's fucking insane, isn't it? Maka throws her head back and starts to laugh. It's loud and crazy and it fills the whole room. You have been acting strange, but you were nowhere close to this when you saw Krona last Saturday. The laughter dies on her lips at the boy's name. The memory of him floods her mind. Her eyes get watery and her heart aches. Krona. She shouts, looking over at Stein with wide eyes. Shit. Fuck. What's today? It's Wednesday. Stein studies her. Maka's breath catches, her heart hurts all the more. She missed seeing him Thursday. She broke her promise to him. She's a piece of shit. I have to see him. She screams desperately, standing up. I need to see Krona. You can't. Is he okay? Maka grabs a hold of Stein, shaking him slightly. I'm supposed to see him Thursday. But I didn't. This had to fucking happen and I missed it. Krona is the last thing you should be worrying about, Maka. Your father is dead. I know. But Krona's alive and he's waiting for me. Maka trembles, still shaking him. Please, please tell me he's alright. I think it's best you get some rest, Maka. Stein pulls her off him as he starts to walk out of the room. No. Maka grabs onto his arm, hugging it, trembling. You can't leave me. If you leave me alone, the demon will come. He'll kill me. He'll kill me like he killed Spirit. Maka, you're safe here, get some rest now. He rips her off him by force. He's quick to run out of the room. The door shuts behind him. She's locked in. Fuck you. Maka screams as she picks up the chair and throws it against the door. You didn't tell me how Krona was. And now I'm going to fucking die because of you. There's no response. She screams till she can't scream anymore. Krona's smile flashes through her head. Her voice cracks. Soon hot tears are falling down her face. She throws herself on the bed, crying into the blanket. Everything is shit. Spirit is dead. They think she's insane and that she killed him. Her mother was a witch and now she's dead. She's a witch. Medusa and her mother were friends. The demon is going to kill her. She broke her promise to Krona. Kid is a witch hunter and will kill her. Maka is going to die. She's stuck now, stuck in Darkside Asylum. The same room her mother was in. How did it come to this? How is she supposed to deal with this? No, she can't. She can't be sane anymore. Her tears stop. She's broke again. Maka hears a thump from beside her. The air around her is so heavy. It's back. It's come for her. Maka doesn't move. She's broken. A dark chuckle fills the room as she hears footsteps come closer. You're mine now. Its voice is a growl, its steps are getting louder. She still doesn't move. She deserves this. It stops right by her side, she feels its breath on the back of her neck. Maka is going to die. She's fought this long just to die in the same room her mother was in, the same room her mother suffered in. Maka deserves this. Suddenly Maka doesn't feel the demon anymore. It's as if he just disappeared. Maka still doesn't move. She hears the door open. Then close. It's silent. Someone is in her room. Maka doesn't move. She hears shallow breathing. Then she hears soft footsteps walk towards her slowly, carefully. They stop beside her. Maka. She feels a shaky hand on her shoulder, the boy's voice cracks. Oh, Maka. She turns slowly, and when her eyes lock onto his blue swollen eyes, Maka is revived. Krona. She speaks his name in disbelief. Maka. He stares at her with the same disbelief, but soon his eyes water and he tackles her, crying into her shoulder. I thought you were gone. I thought he got to you. Oh god Maka, I thought you were dead. Our Ragnarok got beaten by the demon. He even got hurt, and Ragnarok's never gotten hurt before. I thought you were a goner and when you didn't come Thursday. God, my heart felt like so I felt so how did you make it? How did you live? What happened Maka? Why are you here? The boy is shaking so bad in her arms. His concern causes her tears to flow and she tightens her grip around him. Krona, my mom was a witch. She cries loudly. And she was friends with Medusa. The boy doesn't respond to this, his body tensing badly. The demon killed Spirit Krona. It killed him and they all think I did it. They think I'm insane. She grips him. What? And no. They can't convict you of a crime you didn't commit. Krona tightens his grip around her, his breathing is uneven. But they can. They can't feel the demon like me and you can. They think I'm crazy. But you're not. Why you don't belong here Maka? Why you don't belong in this awful place? His tears keep falling down on her. I am so sorry Maka, this is all my fault. Krona, you had nothing to do with this, you have nothing to be sorry about. She rubs his back gently. Why yes I do. He wails, his hair brushing against her cheeks. I wished that we could be together but I didn't want this to happen. I didn't want you to end up here. This is the last thing I wanted. Oh Maka, this is horrible. Krona. She lifts his head up so he's looking at her. The boy sniffles, his eyes are so puffy, bags are under his eyes and his face is so pale. It looks like he hasn't slept in days. This isn't your fault. You have done all you can to help me. You sent Ragnarok to protect me and right now you're holding me together with your arms. She looks away from the crying boy. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for Maka? I am the one who failed you. I couldn't protect you. Couldn't he stop this from happening? He sniffles. I'm sorry I broke my promise. Maka can't look at him. I didn't see you Thursday and I don't be sorry about that. He looks at her with wide eyes. Maka, I'm just happy you're alive. That you're breathing. Don't be sorry at all. There was no way you could have came. But still. Still and nothing. Krona grabs her face gently, turning her head so she's looking at him. He has a stern look on his face but it looks more like a pout. Don't be sorry Maka, why you being alive I am so relieved. Why you never broke your promise, why you never left me. I'm never going to leave you now. She gives him a sad smile. Me and you are stuck here together buddy. Maybe for right now. Krona's gaze shifts. But when me and Ragnarok leave we are taking you. How are we going to leave? I don't know yet she hasn't given the order. Is Ragnarok okay? You said he got hurt. Maka frowns thinking about the yelp she heard before. She didn't feel him anymore. I don't know he doesn't stay long with me. Krona frowns, she can see the worry in his eyes. Ragnarok let me in here but he left to go back to Medusa she's helping him I think. How bad are the damages? Maka rubs his arm trying to soothe him. The demon bit a chunk out of him. Krona's eyes shake. But Ragnarok seemed more mad that he lost and he almost seemed worried about you. Krona looks at her with an odd look. He tried to go back to help you but he couldn't and no matter how much I yelled the command he couldn't enter the house anymore. It's not his fault or yours, you two did all you could. Maka pulls him closer. I won't let that demon touch you Maka, and now that you're here I'll be with you all the time and I'll protect you me and Ragnarok will be okay Maka. Krona leans in his forehead against hers, his blue eyes look at her intently taking in everything. Krona. She trembles and he just holds her closer. Then he leans in and kisses her. It's a ghost of a kiss but it warms her whole being. It defrosted what's left of her frozen heart. Sorry. He blushes darkly and averts his gaze. I am just so happy you're alive, that you're here and breathing. I couldn't help myself. Maka cuts him off by kissing him. It's deep and needy. She wraps her arms around him, loving the feeling of him. Even after all that's happened she feels bliss. She fucking feels bliss and it's because of Krona. I don't want to ever leave you again Krona. She speaks against his lips, her eyes are closed. I can't do this without you, I'll fall if not for you. We won't be apart and now Maka I won't let you fall. His breath is on her lips, it's uneven, she can feel how fast his heart is beating. Are you still mine, Krona? I will always be yours, Maka. Promise me. I promise you. A tear falls down her face, a smile on her lips. She actually feels happy after everything, she feels happy. And it's because of Krona. Because of this boy. Why, you're mine. He cups her cheeks, his face is so red. Forever. Forever. She repeats, that smile still hasn't fallen. Forever. His eyes lock onto hers. Then Maka cries. She bawls. She buries her head in his chest and just cries everything out. Krona rubs her back gently, looking at her with that concern that hurts her heart. Maka doesn't know how long they stay like this with her crying and Krona holding her, comforting her, but that doesn't matter. Krona is here and everything is going to be okay. Despite all this shit going on, it's going to be okay. Maka does one final sniffle. Then she's okay. Thank you. She looks up at Krona with her still puffy eyes. Don't thank me, Maka. He rubs her face so gently, kissing her cheek. Why, you have done so much for me, why you held me when I cried, I am repaying you for your kindness, Maka B, but I will always be in debt to you. You have already done enough, Krona. She smiles at him. And no. I could never do enough for you, Maka. His eyes hold something that causes her heart to beat so fast. She sees deep adoration in them, but there's something else, something she can't understand, but it's powerful and he feels it for her. Her cheeks tint. Why are you looking at me like that? Krona's face turns dark as he looks away from her. Looking at you like what, Krona? She gets closer. Like that. He squeaks, his face getting darker when he glanced over at her. Is there something on my face? No, but there's something in your eyes. Yes. She states bluntly, and she can't help but to smirk when he squeaks. What? What's on my face? He starts feeling all over his face frantically, his eyes shaking. Me. Jiga. How can you be on my face, Maka, when you're right here? Krona starts tugging at his hair, his eyes wide. How is that even possible? Maka pulls him into her, kissing him deeply, grabbing his hands to stop his tugging. He gasps into her mouth and she can feel his body warm. That's how. She smirks, breaking the kiss. Oh. He blushes and averts his gaze. Then I don't mind you being on my face, Maka, even though it sounds scary at first. Maka chuckles. She can still laugh, and it's because of him. Krona, what do you think of me? She props her head up with her hand, looking at him with a amused smile at how red he gets. What do you mean? What do you think of me? How do you feel about me? That's a lot to say, Maka. Then just say some of it. I think. He bites his lip before taking a deep breath. I think you're amazing, Maka. Why, you're like no none I've ever met. Why, you're the only one who has been nice to me, or not scared. Why, you're the only one who has called me be beautiful. Why, you make me feel so good. Why, you give me courage to do things I wouldn't even think about doing before. His eyes get a faraway look, a small smile forming on his lips. I think you're so nice, so beautiful, so just perfect. There's nothing wrong with you and nothing at all. Why, you're like an angel sent to me, but instead of judgment you gave me absolution. The smile is starting to grow. Why, you make me feel warm and safe. What you do to me is amazing. I can't understand it, and maybe I don't have to. He rubs her cheek so gently, so lovingly. His words hit a chord in her heart. She feels her heart beat speed as his eyes finally lock onto hers. What do you think of me? He speaks softly, his eyes shifting away from hers. I don't know. Krona frowns, a look of hurt in his eyes and uncertainty. I don't know, because I've never felt this way or acted this way with anyone before. She cups his cheeks. I always keep to myself, never bothering with meeting new people. I can barely deal with the ones I already know, but you attracted me right away, and at first it was just fascination, then you became a need, and I've never needed anyone before. His eyes get wide as she gets closer. So I don't know what I think of you, because there's so much to think, Krona. You're the only one that can make my heart speed or that can make me giggle or laugh in general when all this shit is happening. You make me feel safe when you're with me. I feel bliss like it's just you and me and no one else. This feeling I have for you, I don't know how to explain it in words. I was never good with words. Why, you're doing good with them now, Maka. Krona blushes, but he still looks at her in his eyes. I is the feeling love, Maka. Do you love me? She freezes. What is she supposed to say? Love isn't real, but would he be hurt if she said she didn't? Does he think he loves her? She has to find out. Do you love me, Krona? She looks him in the eyes. The boy tenses, his face becoming so red as he looks away, but Maka saw the look in his eyes. How bright they got. He thinks he loves her. Maka's heart hurts. But love isn't real. So she doesn't love him. She can't love him. And he doesn't love her. He just thinks he does. Why, you can't love, can you? This comes out no more than a whisper. Maka just stares at him a little shocked. Why, you're a witch like Medusa. Why, you can't love? His voice is hard to hear, it's so quiet. Why, you don't love me? I don't believe in it. She averts her gaze, feeling uncomfortable. Then what is it you feel for me, Maka? I don't know. Why, you can't love? He repeats the words, his eyes shaking as he bows his head. Why, you can't? Krona. But I can. He suddenly looks up, something in those blue eyes. And I'll love you, Maka, I know I do. Maka frowns. He smiles sadly. If only you could love me too. These words hit her hard, and it hurts her because she can tell it hurts him. In times like this she wishes she was a normal teenage girl, one who could just say, I love you too, but she can't. She can't say she loves anyone. She never said she loved her mother or Spirit or anyone. And she can't say it to Krona, and it's hurting him. Maka is an honest person. At least to the people she cares about. Krona. She cups his cheeks so he can't look away, her eyes looking straight into his. I don't know about love, but I can say that I care about you, Krona. I care for you more than anyone. I'm sorry though I can't tell you I love you, that I can't just accept that you love me, because I don't think you do, Krona. I think you love me, but really you just care like I just care. And no, Maka, this feeling. He puts a hand to his heart. It can't be just care, it's so much more. Krona. But it's okay. He smiles at her sadly again. For you just to care about me is enough. Even if you can't love me, I like to dream if you were able to, why you would love me just like I love you. Maka doesn't know what to say. That smile is still hurting her though. If love was real, I would, Krona. I would love you. She pulls him close, rubbing his cheek gently. But it's not. Krona just keeps that sad smile on his face. She doesn't want him to be sad. Maka kisses him, wanting to erase, to get rid of whatever he is feeling. He kisses back weakly. She tightens her grip on him and deepens the kiss. He needs to feel how much she cares for him. Her tongue gazes his bottom lip, causing him to gasp. She's quick to stick her tongue into his mouth, raiding his tongue with her own. He moans into the kiss when she scratched down his back, so she keeps doing it. The boy's heartbeat is fast, and she feels how hot his face is. She feels his hands on her shoulders, feels him make circles into them with his fingers. He's melting into her, what she's doing is working. He must be able to feel her feelings through her touch. She at least hopes he does. Suddenly Krona's body jerks before he pulls away from her. Someone's coming. His eyes shake in panic. I don't have time to leave. Get under the bed. Maka gets up to let him move. Krona is quick, and before she can blink he's hiding under her bed. Not a second later the door opens. Her eyes lock onto his. Gurko stares at her blankly for a moment, his face is unreadable as he comes into the room fully. The door closes behind him. I had to see it for myself, I couldn't believe even Stein when he told me. The man looks away from her, holding his face in his hands before taking a deep breath. Shit kid, just fuck, you're actually fucking here. Maka can only look at the man in shock. He seems really upset about this. Alright kid, you have to tell me. He takes his hands off his face to look at her seriously. What did Spirit do? I don't care that you killed him, what I want to know is what he did to you, kid. What caused you to do that? He seems worried, he seems concerned. Maka still feels that fondness. I didn't kill him. She looks him in the eyes. You didn't kill him. No. Look, I know you're not insane, so did you play the insane card so you didn't have to go to jail for the rest of your life? I mean, it's smart, but fuck, kid. Did he hurt you? He hit me a couple of times, but that wouldn't be enough for me to kill him. I didn't kill him. It's alright, kid, I won't say what you did or didn't do, but if you did, I just want you to know I don't think you were wrong. He deserved everything he fucking got. I'm just sorry you have to spend your time in this hellhole for doing justice. Maka doesn't really know what to say. So he scratches his cheek, averting his gaze. Look, I can make your stay here not so shitty, so do you want to go see Krona? You always seem to like that and shit. Maka can't help but to smile at the gesture. You're turning soft on me, Gerksho, that's so sweet of you. What the fuck ever? He grumbles, giving her the middle finger, but he seems flustered. I'm only asking because I know how much you need to see your boy toy and viciously molest him all the time. There's a squeak under the bed. What the fuck was that? Gerksho raises an eyebrow. A mouse. She suppresses her smirk. Really? He gives her a skeptical look. Why, yes. Maka can't help but to facepalm. Oh, Krona. Alright, get out from there, Krona, I know you're there. Kiriko grunts, crossing his arms. How the fuck did you get in here? He's a magician. Maka states bluntly as Krona crawls nervously out from under the bed. Magician, my ass, who the hell let you out, Krona? Gerksho raises an eyebrow. I used my magic to unlock the doors. Krona mumbles. All it took was a flick of the W wrist. Krona mastered the power to unlock doors. Maka deadpans. He's a fucking beast at it. You two are totally fucking with me. Gerko looks between the two, but he seems almost convinced. Right. Oh no, we're not. Krona is a magician, a great magician, and I'm his sexy assistant. Maka keeps a straight face. We just didn't want to tell you, it's a sorcerer. Krona is so powerful we can't let anyone else know. Why, yes, and no door is safe with me. Krona nods in agreement. Maka can't help but to feel a little proud. He's doing a lot better at this. You two are totally fucking with me. Oh gee, what gave you that idea? Maka can't help but to smirk. Nice thinking there, Sherlock. Fuck you. He gives her the middle finger, which she returns. And fuck you too. He gives the middle finger to Krona. Gee, I don't want to do that W with you. He trembles, his eyes shaking, looking at the male nurse in fear. Maka can't help but to crack up. His face is priceless. And how Gerko is looking at him with his eye twitching. It's too funny. That's not what I fucking mean, you smart ass. He growls, giving him both his fingers now. It's not literally, I can get way better than your skinny ass. I don't know how to deal with this. Krona goes to hide behind Maka, still trembling. The shark man still scares me. Just give him the middle finger back. Maka gives Gerko the finger to demonstrate. It's a way to tell him to fuck off when he's bothering you. Krona looks at her finger for a moment before he looks at his hand. He slowly puts down all fingers but his middle one. There, take that. Krona holds it up in the air as if it was a sword he is going to slay Gerko with. Look what you're teaching, Krona, you're a bad influence, kid. Gerko grunts, but he's smirking, even he finds this amusing. Fuck you, Gerko. Maka chuckles, giving him the middle finger, which he returns. Middle fingers all around. It's perfect. I'm glad to see you're still the same. Gerko gives her a smile, and it's not that sharp. Still an asshole even after everything. I wouldn't be me if I wasn't an ass. She grunts, but she's smirking. Krona looks between the two. He looks nervous, but there's a smile forming on his lips. Because she's okay. After everything, she's alright. And it's all because of Krona. Well, I better go before someone gets suspicious. Gerko turns to leave but pauses. I'll see you tomorrow. Krona, do you want me to take you back to your room? And no, I'm okay. Told you he was a magician. I don't care how many times you say it, I ain't falling for it. He grunts before leaving the room. The door shuts behind him. This is going to be interesting. Maka comments. Yuaha. Krona nods. Maka turns on him, giving him a serious look. He tenses when she grabs a hold of him. Krona. Her eyes narrow. What? He squeaks nervously, his gaze shifting till he throws up his hands in defeat. Don't hurt me? I would never hurt you, Krona. She smiles reassuringly only to give him the middle finger. Jiga. What did I do? He looks at her finger with wide eyes, his face getting pale. We need to work on that middle finger of yours, Krona. She smirks. Give it to me back. I don't want to do that. It's bad, isn't it? His gaze shifts. Not always. How is it good? Maka uses her middle finger to lift his head up by placing it under his chin. Fuck you. She whispers close to his mouth. Maka has never seen him change from pale to bright red so fast. He's so flustered with his mouth opening and closing. I'm sure you can see how it can be good, right? She smirks. He's too flustered to answer. Give me the middle finger, Krona. She pulls away so he can calm down. I can't. It's easy. She grabs his hand and gently pushes his fingers down for him. See? She kisses the tip of his middle finger. Krona's so red she loves it. She hears the door open. Krona looks over at it and his eyes light up. She turns around. A boy Maka hasn't seen before walks in, the door shutting behind him. He looks around their age, wearing nothing but black. He wears knuckle braces and chains on his pants. His skin is tan. His eyes are a piercing dark blue, on his nose there's a scar of an X, just adding to the badass look this boy is admitting. Hey Ragnarok. Krona smiles slightly. Don't smile at me. I told you that shit makes me want to throw up. He walks closer. Ragnarok. Maka tilts her head, blinking a couple of times. That's my name, don't wear it the fuck out. He pauses when he sees she's looking right at him. He moves to the side, Maka follows him with her eyes. Maka, can you see Ragnarok? Krona quirks an eyebrow looking at her. She can't fucking see me, she's just getting lucky right now. He grunts, still moving around the room. Maka just follows him. Yeah, I guess I can. She studies him. Wow, Ragnarok, you look more like a douchebag than I imagined. Fuck you, bitch, I look good. His eye twitches only for his face to fall. Wait a minute, what am I wearing then if you can see me? Just all black. A black shirt. Black pants. The only thing on you that isn't black is your eyes. They're blue. Maka watches the boy's face fall in bewilderment. So you can see me? He studies her a moment before giving her the middle finger. And I don't look like douchebag, I look sexy. When I was alive, girls were breaking down my fucking door to bang me. I highly doubt that. Maka grunts. You look like a nightmare before Churst Maze reject. Listen here, you little bitch. Our Ragnarok. Krona glares at him, getting in front of Maka protectively. Don't call her that. Oh, you wanna act all big and bad in front of your little girlfriend now? Okay, I see how it is. Ragnarok looks over at Maka with his piercing eyes. Krona likes to play with his asshole. I do not. Krona whines, his face getting a dark red, his eye starting to twitch. He's lying. Oh yes he does, he likes that ass play. If I remember correctly, just the other day he had a dream that he was messing with your shut the hell up. Krona charges for the other boy. That never happened. Ragnarok is cracking up now and Maka can't help but to chuckle at how frustrated Krona is getting. Wait, what was he messing with? She smirks. And nothing. Krona looks like he's about to faint. Geez, calm down you spaz. Ragnarok chuckles. It's not that big of a deal, you dream about you. Anyway. Krona glares at him, but he still looks like he's about to faint. It's about time isn't it? Time for what? She raises an eyebrow at Krona. F for me to Jigo. Krona frowns at her. Oh. Maka's smile is wiped right off her face. She's going to be alone. She's going to die. Don't worry. Krona must catch her fear because he gives her a reassuring smile. Our Ragnarok is going to stay with you to protect you. When the fuck did this get decided? Ragnarok growls. Just now. Krona sends him a glare. Why you be good to Maka or why you'll get it? Get what? He scoffs. I'll sing Barbie girl for a whole day straight. You fucking wouldn't. IW would. They glare at each other for a moment. Man, what the fuck? Ragnarok growls before kicking the wall. Why am I stuck babysitting this girl? I don't even like her. God damn it. Hell, get over it. Krona walks over to Maka looking sort of nervous. You really have to go, huh? Maka frowns. Why yeah, but I'll be back in the morning. And we can eat lunch together or do a activity. Krona smiles thinking about it. Alright. Maka sighs before she pulls the boy close to her. Give me a good night kiss. Oh, of course. He blushes before he leans in and gives her a kiss on the lips. Her heartbeat picks up speed. I promise you, Maka, everything is going to be okay. He speaks against her lips. I believe you. She rubs her nose against his. Gay. Ragnarok grunts. Maka and Krona give him the middle finger. Hell yeah, there you go, Krona. Maka beams before pulling him into a deep kiss, shoving her tongue in his mouth before he was a chance to react. Krona squeaks in surprise, but he quickly melts into her. When she pulls away, he's panting, out of breath. Well damn, rape him, why don't you? Ragnarok grumbles, looking away with a glare on his face. I would. She smirks at how red Krona gets. But we're out of time. See you tomorrow, Maka. He looks at her with longing, and when he pulls away she can tell he doesn't want to leave. See you, Krona. She smiles at him, but she can feel it's sad. Maka. Alright, let's go before you get caught. Ragnarok appears right in front of Krona. He looks back at Maka. I'll be back after I walk him back, so don't die while I'm gone, alright? Krona would bitch me to my second death. I'm not going anywhere. She grunts. He stares at her a moment before he walks over to the door and opens it. Krona looks back at Maka, that longing in his eyes, before he walks out with Ragnarok. The door shuts. She's alone. Maka stares at where Krona used to be for a moment before she walks over to her bed and sits on it, pulling her knees to her chest. What a day. Her first day of many at the asylum. It's not so bad. She feels a presence in the room with her. I'm back. Ragnarok groans, reappearing a few feet from her bed with his arms crossed. Damn Krona, that asshole. Maka looks over at the boy for a moment. Are you okay? What the hell are you talking about? Krona said you got hurt fighting the demon. She studies him. Are you okay? I'm fucking fine, I don't need your concern. He growls as he looks away from her. Something flashes in his eyes. The demon got lucky that time, but he won't beat me again. Good. She smiles at him. I'm glad you're alright. What the hell is wrong with you? He snaps, taking a step back in alarm. You should be pissed off. I fucked up, and because of that he almost killed you. Why the fuck are you being nice to me? Is it not reason enough that you saved me? And you're helping me again right now. Only because I was told to by Krona. If not for him I wouldn't give a shit about what happens to you. Still. She smiles over at him. You're still helping me, whether you want to or not. It doesn't matter, I'm still thankful. Ragnarok looks at her in disbelief, his piercing blue eyes flashing with something before he looks away from her. You're fucking weird. I know. Heh, I guess you and Krona do fit perfectly together. He grunts. You're both fucking bizarre. Hell yeah, we do. Maka grins. There's silence for a moment. So how did he hurt you? Ragnarok looks over at her only to look away, a glare on his face. Not that I give a shit, but I'm just curious. He didn't touch me after you left, but he killed my father. If he can kill people, he's pretty fucking strong. Ragnarok grips his fist. Did you like him? Not really. I don't really know how to feel about the whole thing. She shrugs. Huh. Silence. I won't let him get to you again. Ragnarok suddenly speaks, but he isn't looking at her, he's burning holes into the floor. The next time I see that motherfucker, I'm going to shove those annoying scarves down his throat. Then I'm going to choke him with his fucking gay sweater. Sounds awesome. She smirks. I know you could. I seen how you fight. I'll admit it's pretty badass. Ragnarok looks over at her for a moment. He looks like he's trying to sort something out. That's when the lights shut off. Maka can't help it. She screams. She still can't handle the dark. What? What the fuck's wrong with you? She hears Ragnarok's growl. He sounds closer. Her scream dies down only for her to grab her hair. The dark, I can't. She trembles, her teeth chattering. You're scared of the fucking dark. He chuckles darkly. What a pussy. Maka can't even be mad, she's too scared. It's too dark. Maka sniffles. Are you fucking crying? She doesn't respond as she wipes the water coming from her eyes, but she can't stop it. Maka's making sounds too, it's embarrassing. What the hell, man? Ragnarok grumbles, but it's somehow softer than usual. Stop crying, alright? There's nothing to cry about. I can't handle the dark. She cries, gripping her hair. Ragnarok doesn't say anything for a while, though she can feel his eyes on her. She keeps sobbing, keeps trembling. She hears him cuss and then he's gone. He left her alone. Maka is close to hyperventilating. What if the demon comes back? She won't even be able to see him. It would be over for her, it would. Maka hears the door open. Ragnarok's back. She hears him march over to the wall. Suddenly there's light in the room. It's not too much, but it's enough to calm her down. She looks over to see Ragnarok holding a night light, it's on in his hand. There, are you fucking happy? He growls. Here's some light, so shut the fuck up. Maka stares at him a moment, her breathing slowly going back to normal. Thank you. Don't fucking thank me. I only did this to shut you up. Your crying was fucking annoying. He grumbles, looking away from her. Still thank you. Maka smiles at him. Ragnarok looks back at her, his piercing blue eyes hold something in them, a mix of surface and she doesn't know what else. Go the fuck to sleep. He growls, looking away from her, crossing his arms. Fine. She smiles at him again before laying down. With the light from Ragnarok's night light, she's able to go to sleep. The last thing she feels is the boy's gaze on her. Then it's all dark. Chapter 26. Maka doesn't know where she is. But it's gross. She studies the moldy wooden walls and the cracked, dirty concrete flooring with her nose wrinkled. It's dark in here too. She can barely see. But it looks like she's in a narrow hallway. Suddenly someone brushes past her. She looks down to see a young Krona look around with wide paranoid eyes. He's shaking badly, his face a deathly pale. His eyes are black. Maka watches the boy carefully as he walks down the hallway slowly. Her feet move without them telling her to. She follows the small boy. Krona is breathing so hard, he's shivering like it's cold. There's something dark at the end of this hallway. Maka doesn't know how she knows this, but she doesn't like it. She wants to just grab Krona and run, but her hand just goes through him. And he keeps walking forward. The sound of ripping and splatting gets louder and louder as they make their way down this hallway of mold. Krona lets out a small whimper. Maka doesn't feel good about this herself. But despite this, they both walk into the room at the end of the hallway. Medusa stands with her back turned to them. She stands over what looks to be an operating table. Blood is leaking from off the table onto the floor. Maka sees her give a tug, and a sickening ripping sound follows after. They should leave. Now. Medusa. Krona's eyes shake as he takes a step forward, his face so pale. What is it, Krona? I told you I didn't want to see you for the rest of the day. Maka sees Medusa tug again. Another sickening ripping sound follows with more blood splating on the floor. I am sorry, Medusa, but I was just. The boy's gaze shifts. He takes a deep breath. What happened to that boy? He's right here. Medusa turns to look at her son, letting what she's working on to come into view. Someone lays on the operating table. The eyes are gone, they look like they have been cut out. The skin of the stomach is peeled back, so you can see all the organs, some are missing. Maka notices jars sitting on a table near the body. Jars of the person's organs sit there, they're bloody and flesh. Medusa is covered in blood, her lips curled in a sick smile. Why, you killed him? Krona's eyes get wide at what he's seeing, he takes a step back in alarm. Yes, but don't worry, I'm using every part of him. Medusa turns back and starts cutting the person's fingers off the bone, making a crack sound when she cuts through it. He won't go to waste. But why did you? He trembles, his teeth chattering. Why did I kill him? Medusa turns to glare at him with those snake eyes. The answer should be obvious, Krona. He broke into our home. He was an intruder, by law I'm allowed to protect myself. Medusa chuckles darkly. I don't think he wanted to hurt us. He could have been lost. Or he needed help. Krona's eyes get watery looking at the mangled corpse. He wasn't lost. He knew exactly where he was and what he was doing. Medusa goes back to cutting off all the body's fingers before putting them into a jar. He got what he deserved. But he? Krona's eyes shake as he looks at all the bloody organs at the body that Medusa is still cutting on. He could have hurt me, but he didn't. I don't think he wanted to hurt us. Are you doubting me, Krona? Medusa turns on him quickly, her eyes are dangerous. And no, I just... Be quiet. Medusa growls as she stabs her scalpel into the body's forehead to hold it there. You should be happy it was him instead of you. If not for this boy, it would be you on this table getting ripped to pieces for my potions. Because of this boy I can finally make you of use to me. A evil smile rips out on her face. I'm glad you like this boy so much to doubt me, Krona. Medusa chuckles darkly. For he will always be with you soon. You won't be able to get rid of him and he won't be able to get away from you. You'll be stuck together. So don't worry about this boy. You'll see him again real soon. Medusa. Krona's knees give out as he watches her finally rip out the heart. Maka hopes it was just her imagination, but she swears she saw it still beating a little before she took it from the chest. Blood spills everywhere. Krona's eyes roll back and he falls to the floor. Everything goes dark. Maka hears that static noise again, it's loud and it hurts. Scenes past her too fast for her to realize what's going on. When everything slows down, she's outside of a bakery. Ragnarok stands leaning against the wall, his arms crossed. A scowl on his face. He looks annoyed. The little bell jiggles as Krona comes out of the bakery, a small bag in his hand. Why, you should have came in our Ragnarok, they had some new cakes that looked pretty good. Krona offers the older boy a nervous smile. Ragnarok just glares at him and looks away. Krona frowns. Are you still mad at me? Ragnarok doesn't respond. Ragnarok. Stop fucking calling me that. The boy growls deeply, looking down at Krona with his eyes flaring. Stop fucking talking to me in general. I don't know who that bitch thinks she is, but I'm no bodyguard or whatever the hell she wants me to be. I'm not your friend. I'm not anything but stuck to you. I am sorry. Stop apologizing, that's fucking getting on my nerves too. All you do is fucking say sorry. Sorry doesn't change anything. I'm still like this, you son of a bitch. I am sorry dash. Krona stops when Ragnarok gives him a glare. Krona just bows his head in defeat. Ragnarok looks away, glaring holes into the wall, gripping his fist tightly. Let's go home then. Krona mumbles, still not looking up as he starts to walk. Ragnarok waits till Krona is almost a yard away before he follows, his arms stay crossed, and that scowl is frozen on his face. Suddenly a couple of teenage boys grab a hold of Krona, slamming him into a wall. Ragnarok pauses, looking at them with a blank look. Krona's eyes are shaking as one of the boys lean real close to his face. So you think you're funny? He growls as he lifts Krona up by his shirt. Killing my baby sister's cat is really fucking funny. I didn't. I let it go. Krona winces a little out how tight the boy is holding him. No, you fucking didn't. You left it on my doorstep for my sister to see when she got home from school. What kind of sick motherfucker are you? You get some joy out of cutting up other people's cats. I didn't do it, I swear. The boy throws him down, Krona letting out a yelp as he drops his bag of things. Don't lie to me, you little shit. He growls. Then he hits Krona across the face, causing him to fall down. His head smacks against the concrete. Krona lets out a whimper. Ragnarok's eyes widen slightly, his scowl fallen, something flashes through his eyes before he looks away, glaring. You may be a little girl, but any person who can fucking cut a cat up like that deserves to get the shit beat out of them. The boy growls as he picks up Krona's bag of things. Oh look, someone got some cookies. The boy smirks down at Krona. Please give that back, I don't have anything else to eat. Krona's eyes get watery as he jumps up trying to grab the bag. The boy grins as he moves it out of his reach, taking joy out of the boy crying. Ragnarok looks back at the scene, his grip on his arms is tightening. To fucking bad. The boy grins before he kicks Krona in the stomach. Krona lets out a cry of pain as he falls to his knees, holding his stomach, taking deep breaths to catch the breath that was knocked out of him. Someone like you doesn't deserve to eat, you asshole. He smirks as he opens the bag. I'm feeling kinda hungry, what about you guys? All the other boys grin and nod. Please don't. Krona cries, but it's too late. All his cookies have been disputed around to the older boys, them all eating his food in front of him. Hot tears stream down Krona's face. You wanna cry over some cookies, you baby? You're no baby. Babies don't fucking butcher cats like a psychopath. The boy smirks, walking closer to the boy. Ragnarok is grinding his teeth now. I swear I didn't kill the cat, I don't know what happened to it. Krona wheezes. Ragnarok disappears. Stop talking. The boy goes to punch Krona. The boy catches it with his small hand, his bangs are covering his eyes. What the? You assholes want to fuck with a little kid? Krona's voice is dark as he looks up, a dangerous look in his eyes. Well, this little kid is going to fuck you up. Krona grabs the boy's arm and throws him with strength a 4-year-old shouldn't have. The teenage boy hits the wall hard with a crack following after. He doesn't get back up. Another boy charges for Krona. He just dodges between his legs, he's so small, before kicking him in the back of his legs, causing him to fall. Krona grabs the boy's hair and begins to smash his head into the concrete. He doesn't stop till there's blood. Holy shit. The last boy looks at his fallen friends before making a run for it. That's right, you run, you piece of shit. Come back around here and mess with this boy again, I'll paint the sidewalk with your blood. Krona growls, gripping his fist before he falls to his knees. Krona bows his head. Maka watches as Ragnarok reappears in front of the boy. Krona looks up slowly at him with wide shaking eyes. They stare at each other for a moment. Ragnarok's face is blank, but Krona looks confused. I thought you wanted nothing to do with me. Krona averts his gaze. I thought you said you weren't going to help me. Don't make me regret it, you shit. Ragnarok growls and turns his back to him. I couldn't just watch you get smacked around like some bitch. It was embarrassing for me to have to watch that. Krona frowns. Ragnarok walks over to one of the boys and starts digging in his pocket. He takes out his wallet, and takes some money out of it. Ragnarok looks back at Krona a moment before holding out the money to him. What's this? Krona raises an eyebrow, looking at the money with shaky eyes, but doesn't take it. It's money, dumbass. He grunts. You use it to buy shit. And no, I mean, why are you giving it to me? So you can buy some more food. But that's their money. They just slapped you like a bitch and ate your cookies. They owe you this fucking money, so take it, damn it. Ragnarok growls, shoving the money into the boy's hands. Don't be so damn complicated. But do I have to take over again to make you buy cookies? Because I'll fucking do it. He glares. And no. Krona sighs in defeat as he stands up. They stare at each other for a moment. Why, you protected me? Krona looks at the older boy, his blue eyes lighting a little. Ragnarok just looks at him. Does this mean why you don't hate me? Krona looks at him hopefully. I never said I hated you in the first place, you're just so goddamn annoying. Ragnarok looks away with a glare on his face. Does this mean we're friends? Krona's voice is soft, hopeful. No, we're not fucking friends. He growls. You're just a kid I'm stuck to. Oh. Krona looks down. I'm leaving. Ragnarok starts to walk away. Krona keeps looking down. Ragnarok looks back. Listen, Krona, right? Krona perks up at him saying his name, his eyes wide. Ragnarok looks away. If some assholes like that are messing with you or some shit, call me and I'll take care of them. Krona can only look at him with awe. And if I find out you didn't buy yourself some fucking cookies with that money? Ragnarok glares at him. I'll give you a lifelong nudgy, and I could do it since I'm fucking stuck to you. Yeah. I am getting the cookies right now. Krona squeaks before running away back into the shop. Maka watches Ragnarok's lips tug up into a smirk. There's static noise suddenly everywhere. Everything is changing around her. Now Maka stands in what looks to be a playground. Little kids are all running around laughing and playing with friends. Her eyes fall on Krona. The boy sits on a swing by his lonesome, staring at the other kids with a longing in his blue eyes. He sways slightly, gripping the chains of the swing as he watches a kid by him get pushed by an older woman. Probably his mother. Krona looks so sad. So lonely. Maka walks closer to the boy on the swing, the boy no one is paying attention to but her. His eyes are so glossy as he watches the other kids play. They all have a friend. Krona sits alone. Maka watches the boy take a deep breath. Our Ragnarok. He whispers. Suddenly the older boy is right in front of Krona, his piercing blue eyes looking down at him coldly. You called me, but I don't see anything wrong. Ragnarok looks around. Seriously, you called me for no damn reason. He growls. I see, can I only call you when I'm in trouble? Krona averts his gaze. That was our deal. Otherwise there's no fucking reason for me to be around you. He turns to leave. What if I just wanted you to be? Krona speaks softly, but it causes the older boy to pause. It's kinda lonely here. If you're lonely, why do you sit on the fucking swings and stare at the other kids? He grunts. The same thing happens every day, no one talks to you, so why even bother? Sometimes I like to dream someone would. Krona smiles sadly at his shoes. I like to see what someday I hope to have a friend to call my own, a friend I can laugh with and have fun with. You sound pretty gay for a 4-year-old. He grunts. Gee, gay. Krona gives him a confused look. What's that? What you are? There's silence. Well, I'm leaving. Thanks for wasting my time. Ragnarok turns to leave. See, could you push me? Krona looks down at his shoes when Ragnarok looks back at him. You want me to push you? He blinks before his eye twitches. What do I fucking look like, kid? I always wanted someone to push me. Krona's cheeks tint in embarrassment. You want me to push you? Ragnarok suddenly grins. Fine, Krona, I'll push you. Really? Krona perks up, beaming up at the older boy. Why, you really will? Of course I will, Krona. He chuckles darkly as he moves behind Krona. Oh boy. Krona cheers, kicking his feet excitedly. Hold on. Ragnarok smirks as he grips the swing's chains and pulls back. Oh okay. Krona looks so happy. Ragnarok lets go and begins to push. He pushes him normally at first, Krona letting out squeals of approval, but soon Ragnarok is shoving the boy really hard, causing Krona to go really high. Oh okay, our Ragnarok, this is high enough. Krona smiles. Ragnarok shoves him higher. Oh okay, this is good. Krona's smile falls slightly. Ragnarok shoves him higher, a smirk ripping out on his face. Oh okay, too high. Too high. Krona screams, his face pale as he almost flips over. But I'm pushing you, Krona. Ragnarok chuckles before giving him one final push. Krona slings right out of the swing. The boy screams, doing a flip in the air, falling fast to the ground. Ragnarok appears below him with his arms out. Instead of catching him, he sort of hits Krona, breaking his fall. Krona hits the ground on his bottom with a thump, but he doesn't seem hurt. Why, you jerk. Krona gets up with a pout on his face, looking at the older boy who is cracking up. You should have seen the look on your face. You looked like you were about to shit yourself. Ragnarok keeps laughing. Jeeger. Krona does a not too intimidating growl before charging for the boy. He only goes through him, falling on his face. You dumbass. Ragnarok just laughs louder. Why, you're lucky I can't touch you. Krona mumbles, getting up and brushing himself off. Oh? What the fuck would you do? I would give you a good beating. Krona, you can't beat shit. Ragnarok chuckles. Krona is about to say something when he hears whispering. He turns to see all the kids are looking at him, staring at him with odd looks on their faces. See, I told you, he talks to himself. He's really creepy. Look at the way he just stares at us with those eyes. My dad said he is just really weird. Krona's face gets red as he looks down, bowing his head. Ragnarok grinds his teeth before he disappears. Krona looks back up with a glare on his face. Fuck off, brats. Krona gives them the middle finger. All the kids yelp and run, screaming at the sudden change in the boy. That's right, all you can kiss my 4-year-old ass. He grunts before bowing his head. You shouldn't let people fucking talk to you like that. Ragnarok looks away from the boy, a glare frozen on his face. But I am weird, Ragnarok, why you shouldn't have scared them like that. Krona frowns deeply. And now they will never talk to me. They never were going to anyway. Ragnarok grunts. Krona only bows his head. Ragnarok watches the tears starting to fall down the boy's face. Don't fucking cry. Ragnarok growls, but Krona keeps crying. Why the hell are you crying? I'll always be alone and no one will talk to me. Krona keeps crying. What the fuck you talking about? Ragnarok growls. You don't need those brats. You have me, you little shit. What? Krona looks up at him with wide watery eyes. I said you have me. He crosses his arms. We're fucking stuck together, so sorry to tell you, but you're not alone and you never will be. Our Ragnarok. He looks at him, his tears stopping. Don't look at me like that, you're going to make me puke. Ragnarok grunts. Thank you. Krona smiles at him. Don't fucking thank me. I don't have a choice. I will never be alone. Krona keeps smiling. Stop making this gay. He grumbles, but something flashes as he looks at the smile on the young boy's face. What did I tell you about smiling? He smirks as he grabs the boy and starts giving him a nudgie. Oh ow. Sorry Ragnarok, don't give me a lifelong nudgie please. No fucking promises. Suddenly the scene fades away from her. Maka sits on that tree, looking up at the starless night now. Everything is confusing, the scenes seemed out of order. You're still intact. The woman comments, looking surprised. I thought for sure you would have broken after seeing Spirit's condition if you didn't hate him. I don't know if I hated him, but his death didn't bother me. Maka stares up at the sky. But the fact I'm getting blamed for something that I didn't do, does. Maka, the demon is getting stronger, and stronger. Soon you won't be able to fight the madness. The woman takes a step closer. You must open up the hate in your heart, Maka, open up your black heart in order to save yourself. You have to accept who you are, you must unleash your power, Maka, before it's too late. So you're saying I could get the demon off me with my witch powers? Maka raises an eyebrow. No, you would be able to slow him down though. The woman looks away. Why do you think Kami lasted for 2 years? She had to use her power, but soon that wasn't enough. How am I supposed to stop this thing completely? Maka looks down at her. You must find the one who cursed you and kill them, then the curse will be broken, the woman sighs. That's where it's tricky, you don't know who it is that cursed you, and you're stuck in the asylum right now. What you need to do, Maka, is unleash your power, accept who you are. Witch's power is evil though, right? Maka studies her. What will happen to me if I let myself become a full witch? Will I turn evil? You're already evil, Maka, you just don't know it yet. Either you release it and have some control, or the madness will end up breaking the seal, and your power will leak out, and you won't be able to control that. Well, how the hell do I unleash the power? I don't even know what power you're talking about. The answer is in the necklace, Maka. Hold close the necklace and don't fight it. What? Suddenly the woman becomes blurry, the forest around them getting a lot darker. Oh. The woman fades away. He's here. What? The forest turns black, all the trees now light the darkness with those red vertical eyes. Maka hears a dark chuckle behind her, and before she can do anything, something wraps around her, trapping her. She screams, struggling with the scarves. Why do you keep fighting me? A dark voice coos in her ear, causing shivers to go down her spine. In the end you will be mine, like your mother, like everyone else I've been put on. Just give in now, Maka, save yourself the struggle. Maka opens her mouth to say something, anything, but no words come out. And he's tightening his grip on her. You can never escape me, Maka. She can hear the smirk in its voice. There's madness in everyone, Maka, don't you know? Maka can't breathe, and yet she's giggling. It hurts her chest, but she's laughing. Her green eyes are shaking as she feels the demon's presence wrap around her, his madness wrap around her. Maka's keeps laughing, something inside of her slowly starting to click into place. She feels something bubble up, it's coming to the surface. Suddenly the demon is gone and she's in what looks to be a mansion. The place is huge with red carpet everywhere. While looking at this place, Maka can't help but to think of Resident Evil. Oh yeah, she's a zombie fan, the shit is awesome. But now that she has made the connection, her eyes narrow and she feels paranoid. She proceeds with caution. She's walking down this hallway, there's a lot of old-looking pictures of landscape and angels. Maka stops in front of a door with a half moon on it. It reminds Maka of the necklace. Something is bubbling up inside her as she reaches out a shaky hand to open it. I wouldn't do that. Maka's face pales at the voice, her stomach dropping to her feet. It can't be. Maka turns around slowly, only to fall on her butt in horror. What now? You're afraid of me, Maka? You're not supposed to be afraid of your father, Maka. Spirit glares at her butt. It's just his head. She sees his neck bone sticking out from the end of it and blood is leaking like a waterfall from him. Are you happy? I'm finally fucking dead, right? His eyes narrow. Well, soon we'll be together, Maka, together forever. No. She screams when the head floats closer to her. She runs past him, getting some of the blood on her, but she keeps running. You can't run from me, Maka. The head is following her. His blood making a trail on the floor. Maka keeps running. Come back here, let me love you, Maka. She can hear the smirk in his voice. He seems closer. Maka runs into a room and slams the door behind her. Her breathing is uneven, her heart beating so fast. Suddenly there's a crack behind her, like the cracking of bones. Maka slowly turns around. Oh God. Anything but this. Spirit's other half, his body, lays on the floor with blood leaking out. Well, it's not really laying anymore. It's moving. Its bones cracking as the body turns around, so it's on its hands and legs like you would do the crab walk. It's the most terrifying thing she's ever fucking seen. The body cracks one final time. Then it charges for her. Maka has no choice. She screams and runs out of the room, running past Spirit's head and down the stairs. His body is fast. It's right on her and Maka can't handle being chased. She loses her footing and falls down the stairs, hitting her side and chest hard. Maka hits the bottom with a thump. She doesn't get up. It's over. Let me love you. Spirit's head roars as his body crawls right by Maka. It reaches out a twisted hand to touch her face. Everything goes dark. Maka wakes up with a start, sweat dripping down her face. What kind of fucking dream was that? Maka feels she isn't alone. She whips her head to the side, her eyes meeting a pair of blue ones. Her heart calms down, her breathing becoming even. Krona stands by her bedside, his pale blue eyes studying her with a frown on his face. They stare at each other for a moment, the boy biting his lip and Maka just looking at him, enjoying his presence. He takes a soft step forward. Maka's heart beat speeds. He walks slowly till he's standing by her bed, standing over her. He stares at her with those eyes, those beautiful eyes. Then he reaches out a hand and touches her face. It's a soft touch, but Maka realizes he's wiping something off. Did you have a bad dream? Krona mumbles softly, still rubbing her cheek gently with the tip of his fingers. Yeah. She averts her gaze, a blush on her face. What was it about? His eyes widen a little. Why you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I don't want to seem nosy or anything, but why you were tossing and turning and I was getting worried. It's okay. Maka smiles at the boy grabbing his wrist. I'll tell you if you get in bed with me. What? Krona blushes darkly but his eyes light up. I want to cuddle with you. She smirks as she pulls him onto her, getting her a satisfying squeak. I have to warn you, I'm a cuddle monster in the mornings. Monster? Krona glups. Are you going to cuddle me to death then? Yes. Prepare to die by cuddle. Maka smirks, pulling the blanket over him as she wraps her arms around him, pulling him close, enjoying the warmth of the boy. He trembles, his eyes shut tightly as if he was really awaiting his death. Maka can't help but to chuckle as she leans in and kisses him, pulling him closer. Soon his trembling stops and his arms wrap around her. Scary story time. Maka pulls away and smirks when she hears the boy whimper. Don't worry, we'll continue that later. She gives him a wink. Krona's face gets so dark, him looking away. He's too cute. She loves messing with him. Maka pulls the blanket over their heads, Krona tensing but relaxing when Maka gets closer to him. Here we go, this is pretty freaky, I must warn you. Why you don't die, do you? He frowns, trembling. I don't, but even if I did, it's just a dream. I heard if you die in your dream, why you die in real life. Krona averts his gaze. Oh, or that's what Ragnarok told me, at least whenever I would have a nightmare. He just wanted to scare you, I don't believe that. Maka grunts. I've died plenty times in my dreams. And no. Does that mean you're dead right now? Did this dream kill you? Maka. Tears start to well up in his eyes. No, Krona, I'm alive. She pulls his hand so it's resting on her neck, over her pulse. Krona feels it, she sees his eyes light in relief. Oh Maka. He pulls her close. Don't scare me like that. You're too easy to scare, Krona. Maka giggles, giving him a pinch on the cheek. Now let's start this. You ready? I guess. He mumbles nervously. So there I was in this large mansion-type place, walking down a hallway, checking out all the creepy pictures of weird-looking angels. How did you get in a mansion? Why are you walking there? And why would you be looking at the PICU trace if they're creepy? Krona frowns. I don't really know how I got there or why I was walking, but the pictures were just something to look at. Maka takes a deep breath. So I'm walking in this creepy mansion and I can't help but to think any minute zombies are going to pop out of nowhere and eat my brains. Giga. They didn't though, right? Please tell me they didn't eat your brains. His eyes shake in fear as he grabs Maka and starts to shake her in desperation. Maka thinks if she should tell him they did, but decides to spare him the trauma. No, they didn't eat my brains, zombies didn't even show up. Oh good. He sighs in relief as he puts a hand to his heart. Something a lot worse did. What? Worse than zombies. Krona screeches, grabbing his hair. What's worse than that? Spirit. Maka shudders at the memory. Who? Krona frowns, he lets go of his hair. My father. The one the demon killed. He was in your dream. Yes. Maka takes a deep breath. Okay, so back to the story. I'm walking down this hallway minding my own business when I find this door. Of course I figure, hey, why not? So I go to open the door, but that was a big mistake. Why? Krona grips her arms, looking at her with those big eyes. Someone spoke behind me and when I turned I saw. She pauses to add effect, she looks at her grimly. I saw Spirit's severed head floating behind me, blood was spilling out of it, but he was talking to me. Run, Maka. He grips her tight, his eyes have this faraway look as if he's actually seeing it in his head. And I did. Maka holds him close. But he followed me. I ran fast, but he was floating right behind me, so I ran into a room and shut the door. So you got away? Krona relaxes against her. Not exactly. He tenses right back up. When I got into the room I heard a crack behind me and when I turned I saw. She shudders thinking about it. I don't know what the hell I saw, but it was Spirit's body minus his head, and then it moved and it started crawling towards me. Oh god. Krona trembles. Did you run, Maka? Tell me you got out of there. I did, but I ended up being clumsy and fell down the stairs. I woke up before he could get to me though. Maka. He cups her cheeks, looking at her seriously. Are you okay? Falling downstairs had to hurt you. Is anything broken? Do you have a concussion? I'm not okay, Krona. She fakes a groan and his eyes widen. I think that fall down the stairs might have killed me. Maka, and no. Tears start to swell up again and he sniffles. You could revive me, Krona. She groans. How? I'll do it. I'll save you, Maka. He looks at her so seriously. He completely believes this crap. Don't you know the fairy tales? Give me a kiss and... Krona crashes his lips against hers. Maka gasps at the force, and it almost hurts because their teeth are clanking together because of how much he's shaking. Live, Maka. He kisses her even harder. I am alive, I'm alive. She gasps for air when he pulls away. Maka. He cheers, hugging her so tight she can't breathe again. Why you alive? I'm about to not be. She wheezes, causing him to let her go in a panic. I am so sorry, I was just happy that... Maka leans in and gives him a calm kiss, hoping it will chill the boy out. His body relaxes and his face gets red. It worked. It's okay. She smiles at him as she wraps her arms back around him. I'm alright. Oh okay. Krona blushes. Kisses are powerful stuff. Yup. Maka can't help but to chuckle. She doesn't think she's going to tell him that it was a joke, she could use this some other time. So Krona. She studies him. How long have you been in here? Is it that late already? You Krona averts his gaze, his blush darkening. I've been here for a while. Doing what? Maka raises an eyebrow. Watching me sleep. Krona tenses badly. That is. And not really, I was watching over you. He mumbles, looking away from her. Our Ragnarok had to leave and... He takes a deep breath. I couldn't fall asleep knowing you were so close to me. I didn't want to be away from you, and being able to see you through Ragnarok just made it worse. I wanted to look at you with my own eyes, so when I knew the asylum was clear, our Ragnarok let me back in. He blushes darkly. I didn't want to wake you up, so I'm sorry. You must think I am really creepy now. I don't think you're creepy. Maka rubs his cheek. I think it's sweet you came to watch over me, and not to mention I love waking up to you and being able to hold you. She nuzzles his head. It's amazing how good you make me feel. Do you want me to do it every morning? Krona blushes darkly. I could try. I would love that. She pulls his head up so she can kiss him. Then I'll do it. He whispers against her lips. Anything for you. Maka just pulls him back into the kiss. It's a lot deeper this time. He kisses her back eagerly, his arms wrapping around her. It started out soft nice, but then it got hungry and filled with desire. Maka's hands trail down his body, feeling how his muscles tighten when she gets down to his stomach. The boy's breathing is uneven, but he gently rubs her arms, getting closer to deepen the kiss. She grabs his hands and puts them on her waist. He keeps them there as she grinds her body against his a little, feeling his hardened member. Krona gasps when she grabs him through his gown, a smirk on her face. You're easy to get excited, Krona. She teases, speaking into his mouth. Krona pouts, but his face is too red, and when she tightens her grip on him, his pout falls into a groan. Maka crawls on top of him, kissing down to his neck. He pants and Maka's breathing is becoming uneven. She wants him. Suddenly they're pushed off the bed. Krona letting out a cry of surprise as he wraps his arm around her. He hits the floor without her getting hurt. What's up, fuckers? Ragnarok grins, sitting on her bed when they get untangled from the blankets. You just got cock-blocked, bitch. Our Ragnarok. Krona's eye twitches, he looks pissed off. I'll leave. Oh, I don't think so. The other boy smirks, putting his hands behind his head. I think I'm going to stay right here, but don't mind me. And no, you're just going to mess with me and Maka or try to embarrass me. Krona glares at him. Me? Embarrass you? Nah. I would never do that, Krona. Ragnarok is smirking. Hey Maka, wanna know something? Our Ragnarok. Krona likes to. IILL sing. Krona threatens. You're bluffing, you wouldn't do that in front of her. Ragnarok glares. As I was saying, Krona likes to. I am a Barbie girl, I in the Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. Why you can brush my hair, you undress me everywhere. Krona is full out singing the Barbie girl song. He even touched his hair when he sang the brush my hair part. Maka stares at him with wide eyes. Before she cracks up. She laughs so hard it hurts her stomach and tears well up at the corners. It's just oh god. To see Krona singing a song like that with such a serious look on his face. It's so much. It's too much. Ragnarok looks at him in shock before his eye twitches. Krona stopped singing when he heard Maka laughing. His face gets a dark red, his eyes wide in shock as if he just realized what he did. But Maka keeps laughing. Maybe he knows she isn't really laughing at him because soon Krona is chuckling. Then they're both cracking up. The boy holds a hand to his heart as if it was hurting him. Ragnarok watches then with amused smirk on his face. Soon they finally calm down, but they're both out of breath. Oh my god, Krona. Maka takes deep breaths. What was that? I don't know. He wheezes. But it's the only thing I know that bothers Ragnarok so much that in smiling. That was hilarious. Maka tackles him into a hug, holding the boy like he's some huge teddy bear. And gay. Ragnarok grunts. Maka and Krona turn to look at him. They stare at him. What the fuck you looking at? Ragnarok growls. Maka and Krona look at each other. A smirk forming on their faces. Alright, this is getting fucking creepy. Hi Barbie. Krona chuckles a little but then keeps a semi-straight face. Hi Ken. Maka speaks a lot higher than she normally would. Do you wanna go for a ride? Sure Ken. Jump in. Wait, oh hell no. I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Krona and Maka start to sing loudly. Oh fucking hell. Shut the fuck up. Ragnarok growls and throws a pillow at them. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. I swear I'll fucking suffocate you with this pillow if you don't stop with this gayness right now. Ragnarok groans. It's like you're fucking puking rainbows in my face. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. That's fucking it. Ragnarok jumps off the bed charging towards the two. Now you're going to get it. Imagination, life is your creation. Maka and Krona moved aside, dodging a raging Ragnarok. Maka smirks only to see Ragnarok reappear behind Krona, a evil grin on his face. He grabs Krona by the neck and starts to give him a nudgie. Oh our Ragnarok, stop, that hurts. Fuck no, do you know what it's like to listen to that shit, Krona? It's like being dressed as Justin Bieber at a fucking Justin Bieber convention then getting raped by everyone and their mothers. Do you know how that feels, Krona? And know how would I? Krona groans, struggling against the other boy. Come on Barbie, let's go party. Maka finishes the chorus before she throws a pillow at Ragnarok. Smacking him right in the face, or it would if it didn't go through. Oh, you wanna go? He smirks as he lets go of Krona only to disappear. Maka backs up to bump into someone. You don't know who you're fucking with. Ragnarok grabs her, his arms wrapping around her neck, pulling her into a choker hold. I'm a lot more to handle than Krona. He growls into her ear. Maka struggles with him. Ragnarok let go of her now. Krona snarls, his eyes flaring as he marches over. Relax, I'm not going to kill her. Ragnarok smirks. Just going to choke her out. Suddenly both Krona and Ragnarok tense. He lets go of Maka, causing her to take a greedy breath of air. It's time for us to go. Ragnarok grunts before he opens the door. Come on Krona. Oh okay. He frowns, walking over to Maka. Hey, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. She smiles at him only for it to fall. I'll see you soon. They're about to come to ask you if you want to do a activity. Krona's gaze shifts. We could do it together, so do you want to cook or do a art class? Let's do art. She smiles. I'll see you then. Why yeah. Krona smiles brightly. Come the fuck on. Ragnarok growls. SCU. Krona walks backwards, a small smile on his lips as he gives her a awkward wave. All hell. Ragnarok grumbles, having to grab and pull the boy out. The door shuts behind them. Maka lets out a content sigh. This place isn't bad at all. No. It's fucking great. Maka hears a thump behind her. Her smile falls. It's here. She doesn't turn around. If she doesn't see it, she won't be afraid it would be able to hurt her. She feels something crawling on her feet. Maka looks down, jumping when she sees spiders crawling over her feet. They're large and hairy. She yelps and takes a couple steps back, being careful not to step on them. That would be gross. Maka's not really afraid of bugs, but she hates bug guts. It makes her wheezy. The spiders follow her though, and more are coming so soon she can't move without stepping on one. They crawl over her feet, but soon they make their way up her legs. They crawl slowly. Maka doesn't know what to do. They all crawl up her body, making it so her whole waist down is covered in them. Maka struggles at them, trying to kick them off, but they keep coming. Soon they're up to her stomach. Now her neck. They're crawling on her face. They have 3 vertical eyes imprinted on their bodies. They're trying to get into her mouth. Maka shuts it tightly, biting her lip. She can't scream or call for help. She's stuck here and it's so gross. Maka loses her balance and falls on her back. She hears all the crunches of the spiders being squished against her that were on her back. It's gross, but she bites her lip harder. They're still trying to get into her mouth. Suddenly the door opens. The demon stands tall, that ghastly grin on his face. It's your time. Maka screams. The spiders pile into her mouth, pushing past her throat and down to her innards. Maka screams, but it's muffled as she rolls around trying to get them off her, to stop them from getting inside her. They keep crawling in. Maka. The demon is walking closer. That smirk hasn't left its face, its skin is ripped. Accept your madness, accept me. Maka keeps fighting, screaming as the spiders pile in, brushing her throat as they crawl down. She can feel them move in her stomach. Maka. The demon grabs her and shakes her. Maka. She struggles against him. Maka. She opens her eyes. Everything stops. There's no spiders and no demon. It's Stein who is holding her, looking at her with that calculating look. There was spiders here. And they were going inside me. She tenses, her eyes dilated and shaking. There are no spiders, Maka. Stein studies her a moment before taking out his notebook and writing something down. They wanted me. She trembles, thinking about how it felt to have them force their way into her body. It wasn't pleasant. I'm starting to think your mental illness is Hidari. Stein hums. You have almost the same exact symptoms as Kami, hallucinations, random freakouts, random laughing. Stein writes something down. I think I'm going to prescribe you with the same medication as her, just a bit stronger to be ahead of the curve. Maka's face falls at this. I don't need medication. I think you do. You're seeing things. The medication will help. No, it won't. Medication can't do shit for me. You won't know that till you give it a try. I'm not taking medication. You don't have a choice. Stein gives her a look. We will start you off with Seroquel to help with your episodes and change of moods, and Buspar to help with your anxiety. I don't need any of that shit. Maka growls, taking a step back. You wouldn't be here if you didn't. Stein comments back as he takes 2 bottles out of his coat pocket. I'm not taking those. It's going to get in your system either way. You just choose if you want it the hard way or not. His glasses glare. If you struggle with us, you won't leave your room for the day. Maka opens her mouth. Krona's smile flashes through her head. She closes it. Good. Stein walks closer, taking out 1 pill from the bottle and hands it to her. Maka eyes it. Go ahead. She grinds her teeth but takes it. A nurse hands her a cup of water. Stein watches her as she puts the pill on the back of her throat and takes a chug of water. Open your mouth. She gives him an odd look. Open your mouth. She does. Lift up your tongue. She just does it to get this over with. Good, now we will give you Seroquel in the morning and Buspar at night. We'll see if this works, and if you get worse we will change your medication to something stronger. Stein nods to himself, writing it down. Maka just glares at him. Since you were good, I give you the option to do a activity. You could cook, we have a small gym here. I want to do art. Maka blurts out. Art. Stein raises an eyebrow, studying her. All right. He nods to the nurses who grab a hold of Maka. Take her to the art class. The nurses nod and start to walk her out. Stein keeps a close eye on her the whole time. Maka sits, or rather squirms, in her seat. She keeps looking at the door to the art room eagerly, and whenever a new patient would come in she perks up only to slump in disappointment when it's not a certain pink-haired boy. It's weird in here. There's other patients in here with her. Some are twitching to themselves while others are just smiling up at the air. Some are drooling on themselves and others are just laughing about nothing. All their eyes are glossy and dilated. She hopes Krona comes soon. This is kind of awkward. The teacher is creepy too. He looks at all the patients slowly. His eyes seem to be stuck on her for the longest time though. He chews on a toothpick, his long hair in his face. He screams pedophile. The teacher slowly starts to walk towards her. She grips her fist ready to punch him in the balls. You're still a kid in a place like this. The teacher mumbles, studying her. It breaks my heart. I'll break your balls if you don't back off. Maka growls. He doesn't seem fazed. He actually smiles. You remind me of my little girl I have at home. He studies her a moment before he digs into his pocket and places candy. On the table, here you go. What the fuck is this? Maka raises an eyebrow looking at it. This guy carries candy around with him. Does no one else see how creepy this is? Candy. Kids like candy. He shrugs. Totally a pedophile. What kind of place is this? Class is about to start. He mumbles as he walks away. Creepy motherfucker. The door opens. Maka perks up, her heart warming. Krona walks in, him gripping his arm with the other tightly. He looks around the room nervously, searching for something when their eyes meet. She can see his whole face light up as he takes strides over towards her. There you are. Maka beams when he takes his seat next to her. I was getting worried you weren't coming. Sorry. He smiles sheepishly. I got into a little tussle with Ragnarok. Maka blinks, looking at his swollen cheek. Don't worry, I told the nurses I fell so they still let me come. His gaze shifts. Are you alright, Krona? Maka frowns, cupping his cheek but not touching where it's swollen. Why, yeah, I'm fine, I am used to it. He still winces a little. He shouldn't hurt you. It's just the way he is. Krona gets this look in his eyes. I think it's the only way he knows how to act with other people. Maka opens her mouth. Alright, let's start this. The teacher suddenly speaks, grabbing some chalk. He writes something on the board. For those who don't know me, my name is Mifune and I'll be teaching you art today. One of the patients starts screaming when he writes his name on the board, so a couple nurses come and take him out. Maka blinks. Well, this is one interesting art class. Okay, now that's out of the way. Mifune clears his throat. Let's begin now, I'm just waiting for my assistant. I'm here, sorry I'm late. Gurko walks in with a fake sweet smile. He's carrying paints and wearing a apron. Maka can't help but to crack up. The nurses in the room give her a wary look, but Gurko looks over at her and she can see his smile fall. Gurko's his assistant. Maka muses, looking at Krona, who seems to be holding back a smile himself. Why, yeah, it's really odd seeing him like that. You're telling me? We're going to be painting today, so I hope you're excited. Mifune looks at all the patients. They all give him a bored look except one who is twitching. Alright, let's start this. Mifune looks at Gurko. Pass out the paints and I'll get the paper. Got you. Gurko offers that fake smile again before he starts handing out his paints. Maka's still grinning like an asshole. This is too perfect. Maka smirks as Gurko jares over to their table. Here you go. He puts their paints down a little roughly on the table. Hey Gurko, nice apron. Maka chuckles. The man's eye twitches and he opens his mouth to probably say some smart-ass comment, but nurses are looking over at him. He grumbles before walking away. He seems mad. Krona frowns, nervously messing with his gown. Nah, that's just his face. Maka can't help but to laugh at her own joke. She is having too much fun at the asylum. It's crazy really. Krona cracks a smile watching her with those blue eyes that hold adoration for her. So what are you going to paint, Krona? Maka asks when Mifune handed them their paper. I don't know. Krona frowns looking down at it. It's always hard to think of things to paint. Well, what do you like? Why you? The word comes out as if it was just on the tip of his tongue. The boy tenses, his face getting dark, he squirms under her gaze. I mean. I like you too. She smiles as she puts a hand over his. The boy stops freaking out to look at where she's touching him with big eyes as if it was the most amazing thing ever. I know what I want to paint. Krona mumbles absent-mindedly as he reaches over to grab his brush. Maka smiles before she looks down at her paper. What is she going to paint? She's not much of a painter, she's worse than most 5-year-olds when it comes to this shit. But Maka glances around the room. Some of the patients are just digging their fingers into the paint and smearing it anywhere but the paper. One is trying to eat it. Maka cracks a grin when she sees Gurko have to run around to stop all the chaos. He looks pissed off. Maka looks down at Krona. The boy's tongue is sticking out in concentration as he carefully brings his brush down on the paper, well, as carefully as one can with shaky hands like his. His eyes suddenly look up at her and he tenses. Why, you can't look. He squeaks in alarm, pushing his paper away from her. And not till it's done. Not a peek. Maka smirks and gets closer. And no. And not even a peek. He tries to give her a stern look. It's just cute. Alright, fine. She grunts, sitting back into her seat, but she can't hide her amused smile. Geez, someone's touchy about their artwork. I am not touchy. He pouts, looking away. I just want to show you when it's all done. Yup, touchy. I am not. He whines slightly, his cheeks tinting. Maka just smirks before she turns to her paper. Okay, so what the hell is she going to paint? Maka reaches over and dabs the brush in blue. Then she gets to work. She doesn't know what she's painting, but oh well. She just lets her hands move. Her head gets fuzzy. Maka. Krona is looking at her now. It looks like he's been calling for her some time now. Yeah. She blinks, looking at him. Are you done? His gaze shifts. It's okay if you're not, but I finished mine. Maka blinks again before looking down at her paper. She painted a blue half moon. She's aware of the necklace around her neck. Yeah, I'm done. She pushes it over for Krona to look at. Oh, that's, he beams at her only for his face to fall. His eyes hold something as he stares down at the moon. Oh. What's wrong? Maka raises an eyebrow, looking down at it. She didn't think it was that bad. And nothing, it's just. He frowns, looking at the picture before shaking his head. And nothing. No, tell me, what does it suck? And no. It's a good painting, just. His gaze shifts. Why did you paint that? I don't know, it just came to me, I guess. She shrugs, still studying him. Oh. He frowns again, staring at the moon. Krona. I hope you like mine. Krona mumbles, pushing his paper over, a blush coming to his cheeks. Maka looks down at it. She can't really tell exactly what it is, the colors are all colliding together, but Maka thinks she's looking at a picture of him and her holding hands. Well, one blonde blob touching a pink blob. But still, it's cute. Maka smiles. Krona, is this us? Why, yeah, of course you don't look like that, Maka. I just couldn't paint you good. He cries out, looking in distress when she looks over at him. You made me a really pretty blob, Krona. She chuckles, feeling the urge to kiss him. She's leaning closer. Hey, what you guys doing? Suddenly Gurko is between them, giving them a smile, but Maka can see it's a hidden smirk. You guys need some help. Yeah, some weirdo is creeping on us. Maka grunts looking at him. She smirks when his eye twitches. What's wrong, Gurko? Something in your eye. She hums sweetly. His face is getting red. You know I have a few words to say to you after class. She can see him bite his lip before he walks away. This is awesome. Maka sighs in contentment. I can be a total ass to Gurko and he can't even say anything about it. I think he's going to try to get you back. Krona frowns. Oh well. Maka smirks before putting an arm around Krona. Me and you, against a dumbass, we'll be fine. Krona blushes darkly but gives her a wobbly smile. The nurses don't say anything. Maka grumbles. She's getting tired of people having to hold her whenever they walk somewhere. Only this time it's Gurko leading her and his grip is a little harder than it needs to be. He's smirking like a jackass. You look like a jackass. She grunts as he keeps leading her down the hall. Fuck you, you're just mad because someone has to lead you to the bathroom like a fucking child. Gurko chuckles. You know kid, if I want to take a shit I can walk myself to the bathroom like the grown man I am. Gurko, if you want to take a shit you probably just let it out in your big boy depends. Maka grunts, getting her a hard tug. Smart ass. Gurko grunts then smirks a knowing smirk. Enjoy the restroom. He chuckles as he stops in front of a door, opens it up, and shoves her in. It smells like something died, came back to life, took a shit, then died again. Maka gags. What the fuck, do they not clean this? She holds her nose as she makes it over to one of the stalls. It's always frustrating when you go to a public bathroom and each toilet has something in it or piss on it and you don't want to use any of them, but Maka really has to go. She picks a stall that doesn't look too bad. Holding her nose, she pulls down her pants. She doesn't sit down, she kind of leans over as she relieves herself. She ain't touching that shit. Maka leaves the stall to go wash her hands. The sink looks in good condition to Maka's relief. She washes her hands, still trying to hold in her breath. Really, what happened in here? She swears someone must have died while taking a shit, it smells so bad. Maka looks up at the mirror. She starts to fix her hair a little. She hears a thump from one of the stalls. Hello. She raises an eyebrow. It sounded like a knock. There's no response. Maka doesn't know what's wrong with her. You would think she's smart when it came to shit like this, but she isn't. She slowly starts to walk down the row of stalls, looking for where the noise came from. When she walks past one, it knocks, causing her to jump a little. Hello. She repeats and then she just stops. Why the hell is she trying to say hello to someone who is probably in there relieving themselves? She's just coming off as a creeper. Maka turns to leave only to hear the stall open. She hears a crack. Maka turns around only to see Spirit's body crawl out. She's too shocked to move. Told you, you can't escape. Spirit's head suddenly floats over to the body with twisted hands. It grabs Spirit's head and starts to try to shove him back on. At this point Maka is running for the door. But when she tries to open it, it won't open. Someone is holding it. Hey fucker. She hears Gurko chuckle. How do you like the stink? Gurko, open the fucking door. She bangs against it. She hears the cracking behind her. I don't know, I think you can be in there a little longer. I really don't think I can. She bangs against the door more frantically. Maka dares look back. Spirit's head is back on his body, his twisted body is standing on its legs but they're backwards, so he's limping towards her. It's disgusting. Maka, love your father. He groans in pain as he keeps walking over to her slowly. It looks like his head is on wrong. She screams. The door swings open and she falls out. She's about to run, but when she looks back at the bathroom, there's no one in there. Damn, was it that bad? Gurko grunts, raising an eyebrow. I thought you would be pissed, not scared. What's wrong with you? You look like you just seen a fucking ghost. And maybe she had. She doesn't know anymore. It smelled like shit and I thought I was going to die. Maka quickly lies, putting on a straight face. I'm never trusting you again. Oh come on, you deserved that. He grunts before grabbing her. Come on, it's time for lunch anyway. Did you make sure you washed your hands, sweetheart? He sneers. Fuck you, Gurko. Maka feels nervous. She's pressed against other patients as they wait in line to get their food. It reminds her of school and she doesn't like that. She doesn't like being pressed against people she doesn't know either. Maka keeps her eyes to the ground as the line moves slowly. She hates waiting too. The food is probably going to suck. Maka finally gets to the front to pick out what she wants. Maka ends up picking a slice of pizza with a cup of chopped pears. Not so bad. She walks slowly out into the cafeteria, her eyes scanning all the tables for Krona. Hopefully he's already sitting down so she doesn't have feel awkward sitting at table by herself. Her eyes fall on the boy and she can't help but to smile. Krona sits alone fumbling nervously with a orange as he looks around at all the other patients. He's looking for her. She can tell. Maka walks over taking a seat next to him. Crowan tenses and whips his head over at her, but when he realizes it's her his eyes light up. I was worried you wouldn't find me. Krona mumbles, averting his gaze to his sandwich. Yeah, me too, sorry we could have been brought here together but my stupid bladder had other plans. Maka grunts. It's okay, I am just glad you're here now. He smiles at her. Maka's breath catches. His smile still has this effect on her. Her hand goes over to grab his under the table, her thumb gently rubbing his hand. Their gazes meet, her heartbeat speeds. Is it weird that Maka almost considers this a date? There's food and they're sitting together. If you block out all the crazy people sitting around them, it could be a perfect little date. Maka smiles. The thought of being on a date with Krona causes her stomach to clench. She can imagine it now, taking him to the movies or taking him to get ice cream or... The scenarios are endless. She wants to experience everything with this boy, but as long as they're here they can do any of those things. Because they're insane. Or so the world thinks. But really, what do they know? Being here, seeing all the patients, yeah, there's some fucking worried ones, but there's others that seem just like her and Krona, not too far gone. Hell, some even look like they could be normal people out in the world. People, sane or insane, are weird. Maka believes there's a thin line between what's sane and what's not. Krona is smiling at her too, blushing at their hands being intertwined under the table. It's bliss. That's what this is. His eyes soon avert though, and then he sees the other patients eating. His smile falls. She thinks he forget where they were as well. Maka just tightens her grip on his hand. No way. Krona's eyes suddenly get wide as he looks behind Maka. She turns around. A boy walks being held by 4 nurses, one of them being Gurko. He seems to be the closest as well. The boy walks slowly, his blue eyes staring forward as if he's looking through everything. He's going to have lunch here. Krona shudders, eyeing the boy cautiously. Who is he? Maka raises an eyebrow at his discomfort. Patient 876. Krona's teeth chatter. The one who always escapes. Maka looks back at the boy to see him being sat down at a table away from other patients. Gurko leaves to get into the line and is back, placing his food in front of him. The boy and Gurko exchange a look before the male nurse leaves. He seemed reluctant to. Maka stares at this patient, the one Krona seems to be scared of, that everyone seems to be scared of since they're watching him so carefully, but she doesn't know why this guy is such a big deal. He's small guy with blonde curly hair, he has a baby face. The only thing that's a little off-putting is his eyes. They're big and blue, but they're soulless. It's disturbing. She doesn't see anything from his eyes, she can't read this boy. Why, yeah, he usually eats in his room, so I don't know why they let him out tea today. Krona mumbles, looking down at his food. Why, you shouldn't stare at him, Maka, he might see. He's too busy looking at his food. Maka grunts, still looking at the boy. He's just staring at his food, his shoulders slumped. Then suddenly his head jerks up. His soulless eyes meet hers. She swerves at this sudden change. He just keeps looking at her. And she keeps looking back. Maka takes a bite out of her pizza, nervously trying to play it off she was just eating and she happened to look over at him, but he's still staring. Suddenly the boy's soulless eyes are full of anger. He gets up from his seat and starts to walk over. Krona seems to notice this because he sits up, straightening out his back as he glares at the boy coming towards us. He pulls her close to him. That was very dirty of you. The boy glares down at her, stopping a few feet away. Don't think you would get away with that. Get away with what? She raises an eyebrow. The Lord blessed you with that food and you're not even going to give him thanks. The boy's eyes are flaring. Unforgivable. I do actually say prayers, I just forgot. She studies him. You can't pray. Don't think I don't know what you are. He leans closer. I don't show any witch mercy, you're an abomination. Be back off. Krona stands up suddenly, getting in front of Maka. I'll leave her alone. Of course she would be with you, the spawn of a witch. The boy wrinkles his nose. Get out of the way, Krona, I'm just having a chat with her. And no. Krona grips his arm. I said back off. Are you challenging me? The boy raises an eyebrow. You could never beat me, Krona. God's hand is upon me, the devil is upon you. I'll crush you. They glare at each other. Soon the boy is smiling and it's warped. Krona is smiling right back. Both of these boys just grin crazily at each other. Maka looks between them wary, about to get up and say something. Ah. The boy's smile hasn't fallen. There isn't time for this now. I'll kill you one day, Krona, but not today. He turns to smile at Maka. A warning, you witch. Azura is going to take you soon. He gets strong with each day that passes, each time you sleep. Then he frowns, a conflicted look on his face. Azura is a demon god, but I only worship one god. He's mumbling to himself. It seems I've confused myself. He chuckles madly before he smiles back at her. Here. He takes something from off his neck and places it on the table. Maka looks at it. It's a crucifix. This will both hurt and help you decide now which. Do you die? Or do you walk the path of the damned? The boy keeps chuckling till suddenly he stops. His eyes go back soulless. I'll see you around. He speaks slowly as he walks away. That guy is creepy. Krona mumbles, taking his seat next to her. I won't let him hurt you, Maka. That was odd, he knew I was a witch. Maka grabs the cross and starts to move it around in her hands. He knew my mother was a witch the first time he saw me. Krona's gaze shifts. He vowed to kill me that day. I haven't talked to him since. Till and now, that is. He grips his arm. He isn't going to threaten you. I don't care what he says to me, but he isn't going to talk to you like that. Maka looks over at him a little shocked. Krona looked like he was about to shit himself when the guy first walked in, but now he's threatening him. And it's because of her. Maka goes under the table to grab his hand, giving him a reassuring squeeze. Everything is going to be fine. She smiles at him. I won't let anyone hurt you. He tightens his grip on her hand. I know. She leans in and gives him a soft kiss on the corner of his mouth. I'll come over later tonight. Once it dies down a little. Krona mumbles with a blush. It's a visiting day, so it's going to have nurses walking around a lot. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. She smiles, giving him a peck. Patient 876 just watches them glaring. Maka rocks back and forth on her bed, waiting for the time to go by. She grips the cross that boy gave her. It feels weird holding it. Maka sighs as she gets up and places it on the black chair just to go back to her bed and sit. She wonders when Krona will come back. She hopes soon. He's too addicting. He's better than any medication that Stein could prescribe. Today at the asylum has been crazy, but it's fun. Maka is having fun, but at the same time crazy shit she doesn't understand is going on. And she has the demon to worry about. And her being a witch. She can feel the necklace heat up from under her gown. Maka looks down at it. She hears a thump. It's back. She hides her head in her knees. It takes a step closer, then stops. Maka looks over to see the demon eyeing the chair with his lips turned downward. He starts to walk towards it, reaching out to it. Then he disappears. The door opens. Maka looks over, expecting to see Krona, but instead, Kid walks in. Nurses follow in after him. He looks nervous, his golden orbs shaking slightly when they fall on her. It looks like there's bags under his eyes, and is it her imagination or is his eyes puffy? Maka stares at him. And he stares at her. She doesn't know how to feel. Maka can feel her fear bubbling up inside her at seeing the boy her dreams coming to mind. What if he knows, like that patient knew she was a witch? What if he knows and he's come to kill her? Maka's breath is becoming uneven. At the same time she's afraid, she's confused, shocked to see him. After all the shit she's done to him, why would he come back? Why would he come to visit her? An insane girl who killed her father, chopped his head off? Or so the world thinks. He must have come to kill her. But as Maka stares into this golden orbs and as he stares back, she doesn't see anything like anger, no. But there's fear. Is he afraid of her now? Is it because he thinks she's insane? Or that she killed her father? Or because he knows she's a witch? There's a lot of reasons for someone being scared of her. Maka is starting to feel panicked. Why isn't he saying anything? Kid's eyes are shaking. He hasn't come any closer. He's searching her eyes for something, but she's not too sure he finds it. She watches him swallow. Maka. He speaks her name softly, weakly. She doesn't respond. Her words are stuck in her throat from her fear, but also from her guilt and everything else she's feeling right now. Kid's eyes light up a little and he takes a step forward. Maka tenses. He pauses. He waits a moment before he takes another step forward. He holds up his hands as if saying he comes in peace. Maka watches him get closer and closer. Kid doesn't look so good. His face is pale and he definably has bags under his eyes, something Maka's never seen before. It's weird seeing him so close now. Maka hasn't seen him up close since 2 weeks ago. So many emotions are swirling around the boy's eyes, too many for her to sort out. She doesn't feel like drawing his eyes anymore. He's really close now. She's getting nervous. She doesn't want him to chop off her hands. Kid stops right in front of her, his body stiff. He reaches out a hand slowly, it shakes slightly. Maka wants to back away from it to freak out, but she just stays still. Kid moves his hand slowly towards her, moving carefully. He hesitates right when his fingers are almost touching her cheek, takes a deep breath, then he touches her gently. Maka tenses at the touch, but when he just holds his hand there, she calms down. This is Kid. This is her best friend. Kid. She speaks his name uncertainly. Maka. His eyes flash with relief at her saying his name and not smacking him away. His eyes get watery like he's about to cry, but he just blinks it away. He's relieved because, well, if he tried to talk to her 2 weeks ago she would yell at him, cuss at him. She's pretty sure she hit him too. Maka's still afraid, but she's trying to hold it back. They stare at each other again, neither knowing what to say or should she say where to start. Kid's hand stays on her face though. She doesn't mind it, it reminds her that he isn't going to hurt her. Or so she hopes. I'm sorry. Maka breaks the silence and averts her gaze from him. She's surprised when she feels him gently grab her chin and turn her head so she's looking at him. You have nothing to be sorry about. He speaks firmly, looking her in the eyes. Yes, I do. I didn't believe you when you told me about you being a witch hunter. I thought you were crazy, Kid, and I treated you like shit for it. I yelled at you and hid from you, and I'm sorry. You were scared, Maka. Anyone would be. You saw me murder someone, and well, it's hard to believe that something like witches could be real. I deserved that, Maka. The way you found out was horrific. You don't deserve that, Kid. You have done nothing but be there for me, and all I do is treat you like shit. She grips her fist. I don't even know why you would bother coming here after everything that's happened. Don't you think I'm insane? I don't know what to think. He looks at her, a conflicted look in his eyes. But I know you didn't kill Spirit. I know you, Maka. You wouldn't do that. I know you wouldn't. I didn't kill Spirit. She closes her eyes. But everyone thinks I'm insane. I don't. Maka opens her eyes to see Kid looking at her firmly. Yes, you do. I saw it in your eyes, Kid, that fear. Don't even try to lie. I was afraid. Kid speaks, his eyes shaking slightly, his voice hush. Not of you, Maka, but what was going to happen to you. I was so worried that this would break you, and as I watched those cops take you out of the courthouse, the way they held you like some criminal and the way you struggled with them. His eyes get watery but he blinks. I know you didn't kill Spirit, but you were convicted of the crime like that. He snaps his finger. The jury was of people from that horrific town and they wanted nothing but for you to be sent here. How can I describe to you the anger I was feeling? I can't. It's too much. That case wasn't fair. When the judge slammed his hammer down, my chest felt like it was about to explode. Kid bows his head, his breathing uneven. I have never felt so powerless, so disgusted, so guilty. His voice is shaky. I couldn't help but to feel I had a part in this. If you didn't see us killing that witch, if I would have just told you, maybe this wouldn't have happened. You wouldn't be mad at me, and I would have been there with you when what happened with Spirit occurred. Maybe Spirit would still be alive right now. It wasn't your fault, kid, none of this is your fault. Maka puts a hand over his that's on her face to give some comfort. I lied to you, and because of that lie you were alone. And he shakes his head. My chest still hurts thinking about what I done and how it made you scared of me, how it made me lose you. He takes a deep breath. After all that though, to see you at the courthouse being trialed for a crime I know you didn't commit, couldn't have committed, I hated it. I hated having to sit there and watch them take you away. Kid looks up, his eyes glossy, but he looks her in the eyes. I was afraid, but not of you, Maka. I was worried and scared for you. I didn't know how things were going to go for you here, I didn't know how they would treat you, and I knew I wouldn't be able to see you for a couple of days. I was afraid when I finally got to see you that you wouldn't be you. From all the things you gone through, I was scared you would break, scared that the last thing I saw of my friend was your glare, that look of fear in your eyes. Maka doesn't know what to say. She wasn't expecting this, and by the look in the boy's eyes, he doesn't think she's insane. He just doesn't understand. Is it bad here, Maka? Do they treat you right? His voice is still shaky as he gently rubs her face. It isn't bad, it's actually kind of fun. She smiles a little, thinking about the 2 days she's been here. The food isn't that bad and I get to see Krona a lot more, so that's a bonus. Ah yes, Krona. Kid smiles, but it's a odd smile. I'm glad you have someone here, Maka, I'm glad you're alright. He stops rubbing her cheek, something flashing through his eyes. Can I hold you, Maka? He looks her in the eyes. Or would you be afraid? He looks nervous. Maka tenses at the thought. This is Kid. He is her best friend. She nods slowly. Kid's face lights up completely as he slowly pulls her close, wrapping his arms around her. She can feel how fast his heart is beating. Maka's heart is beating pretty fast too, being this close is scaring her. She swallows. I'm so glad you're okay, that you're not. He pulls her closer, his chin resting on the top of her head. I'm so sorry, Maka, for everything that has happened to you. You don't deserve any of this, yet you have been put through trail after trail. I do deserve this. I deserve this completely. She cuts him off, speaking into his chest. No, Maka, you don't. Why would you say something like that? She can hear the frown in his voice. Because what goes around comes back around. She mumbles. I've been a bitch for all my life. I've betrayed people the closest to me. I'm a horrible person. I hurt my mom, Kid. I didn't believe her. I was just as bad as the townspeople. I may have came to see her, but I abandoned her in my heart. Maka, you are nothing like the townspeople. You're not a horrible person. You don't deserve this. Kid pulls her closer. Your mom's case and yours is different. But it's not, Kid. Our case isn't different at all. She grips his shirt. Do you believe my mom was insane? Kid hesitates. If you believe she was insane, then you believe I am insane. You're different than her, Maka. I'm not. I'm not different at all. She mumbles sadly into his chest. What messed with her is now on me, and at this rate I'm going to end up just like her as well. Maka. Why are you being so nice to me? She suddenly growls, gripping his shirt. Don't you know we're enemies? Enemies. Kid pulls away to look at her, his eyes shaking. You're not supposed to be nice to me. What are you talking about? What if I was evil, Kid? She looks away from him. Would you kill me? You're not evil, Maka. But if I was? Would you kill me? She looks back at him. I could never kill you, Maka. He studies her, a frown on his face. You don't know that. I do. How? Maka, I couldn't even think about hurting you. No matter what you do, I could never hurt you. He looks away from her, something in his eyes that she doesn't understand. I know you're afraid of me now and I can't blame you, but believe me when I say that I will not hurt you, Maka. I won't kill you. I'm your friend, Maka, and I'll be that no matter what. Maka stares at him, wanting to believe his words, but she still has that fear. He doesn't know she's a witch. If he knew, would it change everything? Would he try to kill her? I'm your friend. He whispers again, pulling her against his chest. Remember that, Maka. She grips on his shirt and bows her head. She feels a mixture of guilt and fear. This is Kid. This is her best friend. He wouldn't just kill her because she's a witch, right? It's 6:30, time for visitors to leave. The intercom sounds. Ah, it seems it's time for me to go. Kid smiles sadly at her when he pulled away. I'm so glad I was able to talk to you. You don't know how good it feels to be able to hold you again, to see you smile even if it's just a little. Everything is going to be fine. She speaks, still studying him uncertainly. Yes. He stares at her for a moment before he starts to walk away. He stops. I'll see you Saturday, okay? If that's okay with you. He looks back at her. He seems nervous about her answer. Yeah, that's cool. She offers him a smile. Kid brightens up, he looks so much better. See you then. He smiles and turns to walk out with the nurses. Hey Kid. Yes. He looks back at her. When you come back, could you? She scratches her cheek. Could I what, Maka? He faces her completely now. Bring me some McDonald's. Really? Kid raises an eyebrow. Well, yeah, they don't have a McDonald's here. I mean, their food is okay, but it isn't McDonald's. She grunts. Kid stares at her a moment. Then he cracks a smile. You really haven't changed. He chuckles, but it sounds out of relief. Of course I'll bring you something. What do you want? She puts a hand to her chin. How about a Big Mac with a large fry? Would you like some apple pie for dessert? He hums. Oh yes, that sounds randy, baby. She tries to do a Austin Powers impression, but it's not too good. Kid blushes though for some reason. Come on, it's time to go. A nurse barks. Sorry. Kid looks over at Maka. I'll see you Saturday with your meal. He smiles at her, taking her in with his eyes before he leaves with the nurses. Maka feels a little relieved that he's gone. Her heart isn't beating as fast anymore. She closes her eyes. When she opens them, Ragnarok is in her face. What the fuck did he want? His eyes narrow at her as she jumps. He just came to visit me. Maka takes a step back. It's pretty mentally challenged to be friends with a witch hunter when you're a fucking witch. He crosses his arms, his piercing blue eyes glaring at her. How stupid can you get? Kid won't hurt me. She speaks a little unsurely. Maybe not now because he doesn't know. Ragnarok takes a step forward. And Krona gets all pissy when he sees him. Right now he's in a bitchy mood because he saw him come out of your room. He's such a jealous bastard, I swear. He chuckles at this. The more he comes around, the more of a chance I'm going to be sent on him, just saying. He would only come on visitors' days and Kid isn't going to find out. Maka crosses her arms. I can hide it. You can't hide it forever. There's a soft knock at the door. Here we go. He grumbles as he walks over and opens the door. Krona walks in with a pout on his face. Their eyes meet and he looks away quickly. So I saw Kid came in your room. Krona moves his foot a little, not looking at her. What did he want? He just wanted to see me, haven't really seen him in 2 weeks. She studies him. He seemed happy when he walked out of your room. Krona mumbles. He had a big smile on his face. I think he's just relieved I'm talking to him. So you're back to being good friends. Krona frowns, not looking at her. I wouldn't say good, but we're friends. Maka looks over to see Ragnarok has disappeared. Oh. Krona pouts suddenly. You have nothing to be jealous about, Krona. She takes a step forward. Kid is just a friend, only a friend. I am just a friend too. Krona mumbles and looks away. No, you're not Krona. You're more than that. She walks closer. You're a need, Krona. I don't want anyone else. But. His eyes flash with uncertainty. But you call us the same thing, why you say he is a friend, but I'm also a friend. Do you want me to call you something else? She's right in front of him now. What else could you call me? His eyes flash as he looks over at her. What do you want me to call you, Krona? She wraps her arms around his neck, her speaking close to his lips. I don't know, but... He pouts. I don't want to be called the same thing as K-Kid. You're not just my friend, Krona. You're my boy. You're my fascination. My desire. She pushes him against the wall, her words are spoke against his lips. The boy tenses against her, but his eyes hold excitement. The only thing I can think of calling you, Krona. She pulls away to look him in the eyes. Is mine. Maka. He blushes darkly, all doubt leaving his eyes as he looks at her with awe. Do you understand, Krona? You have nothing to worry about with Kid, I keep telling you. You're mine, he isn't. You're my boy, Krona, not Kid. Don't even worry about it. She rubs his cheek gently. I need you and I'm not giving you up for anything or one. Krona closes his eyes, his face so red. Krona. The boy suddenly pulls her into him, his lips clashing on hers. Maka gasps as he kisses her with a lot more strength than he's ever used. He tugs at her bottom lip, his hands going in her hair. His hands are shaking, his lips quivering. She can tell he's nervous about this, but he's trying. He kisses her so softly. It warms her whole body up. She gets closer, pushing him against the wall as she deepens the kiss, her hands sliding from his neck to his waist. He shivers when she licks his bottom lip. He quickly opens his mouth, letting her come in. Their tongues tussle as he lightly tightens the grip in her hair, her grip tightening on his waist. His body is so warm against hers. This is more than just a kiss, it's passionate and it's coming from the boy. Her hands slide down to rub his thighs, causing him to groan in the kiss. His shaky hands leave her hair to go down to her shoulders. Soon she's grinding her front against him, lost in this boy's kiss, his touch, his everything. His hands go a little lower on her arms as he moans into the kiss, his hardened member rubbing against her thigh. Maka breaks the kiss to kiss down his neck, but he stops her. Maka, why you always make me feel so good? His face is so red, his eyes half-lidded. Let me do it to why you. Maka blushes darkly, but she can't help to nod. Krona pulls her closer, his face going into the crock of her neck. She feels his small tongue lick her timidly and she can't help but to gasp. The boy must like this reaction because he licks her more before he gently nibbles on her skin. Her breathing becomes uneven as his hands find their way in her hair again, lightly going through it as he kisses all over her neck. They're ghost of kisses, but Maka feels them. Just the thought of Krona kissing her neck is enough to make her stomach clench. The boy nibbles on a very sensitive part. Maka moans softly. Did I hurt you? Krona pulls away, his face pale. And no. Maka speaks breathlessly and she can see his eyes widen. It felt good. Krona's eyes take her and she can see his gown is getting a little tight on him below his waist. He leans back in and with more force he kisses that sensitive part. Maka pants and groans, but then he bites her. Her back arches a little against him. Krona. She moans, her hands going down to grab his erection through his gown. She needs to feel him. She feels his breath hitch on her neck as she goes down, lifting up his gown. Don't stop. She tells him as she grabs his shaft. She hears him whimper, but he quickly starts to kiss her neck again. Maka is so warm as she groans and begins to pump him. Her grip tight, feeling up and down his leg. Krona moans against her neck, but she holds his head there so he can't pull away. Oh God, Maka, we can't do this standing. Maka grips him even tighter, pumping him faster. It's okay. She coos out of breath herself. He keeps moaning, his breathing so hard as he leans against her. He isn't able to kiss her neck anymore, but that's okay. She likes hearing his loud cries of pleasure anyway. You're big, Krona. She whispers in his ear. Are really Maka. He throws his head back and moans, coming a lot faster than the last time they did this. His legs give out and she has to catch him. He's limp against her, so she sits him against the wall. Really? She smirks at him before she licks off his seed from her hand. Krona looks at her with his face still red, his eyes half-lined with lust, but he's calm. And she loves it. See, come here. Krona whispers, holding out his arms. Maka comes over, getting in the boy's arms, letting them wrap around her. Why, you're mine, Maka. His voice is shaky as he rubs her hair gently, a wobbly smile coming to his face. Why, you're mine. I'm all yours. She hums, looking up to peck his lips. So don't be so worried about kid. I'll try not to be. Krona nods, his eyes looking down at her with that tired lust. Her womanhood aches. Touch me, Krona. She leans in, whispering in his ear. The boy shivers, his eyes getting wide when she licked the shell of his ear. Where? He moans quietly when she nibbles on his ear. Anywhere. She smirks into his ear. Everywhere. Krona shivers again, but she feels his hands slowly go down her back. Her heart picks up speed in excitement. She feels he's only touching her with his fingertips, but it's something. His hands are traveling down her back, him feeling her so gently. She can feel how shaky they are as they get to the small of her back. Go ahead. She whispers. Krona gulps, his hands going lower. He's almost going to slow for her. He stops right at her lower back. Maka grabs his hands and puts them on her ass. The boy tenses up, his eyes getting wide, and if possible his face gets darker. It's okay. She reassures, running her hands through his pink locks. He nods slowly, his body so stiff. He doesn't move his hands away, but he doesn't grab her either. He's just frozen. Hey, Ragnarok suddenly appears next to them. He looks annoyed, but when his eyes fall on Maka and Krona, a smirk comes to his face. Well, will you look at this? When I left, Krona was a pissy bitch, and when I come back he's feeling a girl's ass like a man. Fuck you, Ragnarok. Krona's eye twitches, but he quickly takes his hands off Maka. His face is dark with embarrassment. Oh my. You're cussing at me too. Say it ain't so. Ragnarok smirks, giving him the middle finger. Maka and Krona both return it. Ah, awesome. It's time to leave, asshole. Ragnarok grunts, walking over, opening the door. Krona frowns deeply before looking back at Maka. You'll be here in the morning, right? Maka smiles at him. Why, yeah, I'll try. He nods as she gets off him. Well, good night, Krona. Maka smiles, giving him a kiss. Gee, good night, Maka. He smiles back, his eyes holding that adoration in them. No, it's stronger than that. She doesn't know what it is. Let's go. Ragnarok grumbles, annoyed. Oh, okay. Krona mumbles, walking beside the other boy. Why, you don't have to be a jerk. Oh, what was that? You want another swollen cheek, Krona? Ragnarok growls, glaring at him. You got lucky that time. Krona mumbles, walking past him out the room. Like hell, Ragnarok closes the door, walking out. She's alone again. Maka smiles to herself. It's probably goofy looking, but she doesn't care. That got her in a good mood. She hums to herself as she walks back to her bed, sitting on it, hugging her knees to her chest. Her eyes fall on the cross sitting on the chair beside her bed. I'm back. Ragnarok grunts, reappearing in front of the door. You're going to stay with me again? She raises an eyebrow at him. Like I have a fucking choice. He grunts, walking closer. Krona stuck me with night duty. I got to watch his little princess, or he's going to puke rainbows in my ears. Aw, come on, Barbie girl, isn't that bad? Maka sneakers. That is the gayest song ever made. He growls. I can't handle shit like that. A lot of things seem gay to you. She hums. Are you sure it's not you hiding in the closet? Oh bitch, you getting ballsy? He growls, a creepy grin ripping out on his face. Let's see how you. Then he stops dead in his tracks, his eyes falling on something by her. Maka turns to see what he's staring at. It's the cross. Maka raises an eyebrow and looks back at him. Ragnarok is looking at the cross with something lighting his eyes. It's not fear, but it's close to it. His piercing hard blue eyes are shaking slightly looking at it. What's wrong? She raises an eyebrow but it falls when she thinks of something. Does it hurt you? Maka still doesn't know what Ragnarok is. No it doesn't, it just reminds me of. His eyes flash, before he looks down, his bangs covering his eyes. Don't ask me shit like that. His breathing is uneven. Maka frowns looking back at the cross. She doesn't know if this will work but in a lot of horror movies if you turn a cross upside down it loses its holy power or something. Maka gets up and turns the cross upside down. Ragnarok instantly looks up, that weird look in his eyes gone. Why the fuck did you do that? He growls. It's a good defense against the demon. It was making you uncomfortable and besides. She looks over at him. I have you to protect me don't I? You said you wouldn't get beaten again so I have nothing to worry about right? Ragnarok really stares at her for a moment with his face blank. I'm curious though. She frowns crossing her arms. If the cross doesn't hurt you why do you seem afraid of it? I'm not afraid of shit. He growls looking away from her. He looks like he's getting pissed off. Okay. Maka studies him. She should drop it. She knows she should but. Ragnarok. She takes a step closer. Are you a demon? The boy's head whips over, his eyes burning into hers. Maka takes a step back in alarm. His piercing blue eyes are on fire, his face red, his fist clenched. He's looking at her with extreme anger and it's scary. His chest is puffed up, his eyes narrowed. Before she can even react the boy has her pinned against the wall his hand around her neck, choking her. You fucking bitch. You're going to call me that too? Do I look like a fucking demon? He's growling in her face, his eyes on fire, his grip on her neck tight. Maka can't breathe. Our Ragnarok. She croaks out. I didn't mean it like that. She wheezes out. Then how did you fucking mean it? I want to fucking know. His forehead is against hers as he snarls in her face. I don't know. Her chest is starting to hurt from lack of air. You don't look like a demon. You're just trying to save your ass. He tightens his grip on her neck. I'll fucking kill you. And no. Ragnarok. She wheezes she is about to lose consciousness. I just don't know what you are. I'm not a fucking demon. His grip loosens just a little bit on her. You can't just fucking call me that and. Ragnarok stop being such an ass. She suddenly growls and his eyes widen a little surprised. I didn't mean to piss you off you acted weird with the cross and I've been dealing with this demon and, I just wanted to know what you are I'm just curious is all. Just because I have problems with crosses doesn't mean shit. He tightens his grip back up. You're just like the rest of them. What do you want to drench me with holy water? You want to perform a fucking exorcism? I dare you to try to bitch. I don't want to do any of those things to you Ragnarok. She wheezes. And if you're not a demon those things won't affect you anyway. Damn right they won't. He gets this weird look in his eyes his grip loosening up again. Ragnarok, if you say you're not a demon I believe you. She looks up at him, his eyes flare with anger. It wouldn't matter if you were a demon, or not anyway. You're still a part of Krona still Ragnarok. You protected me you helped me last night, that isn't what a demon does. I have to protect you. He grunts. I'm sure demons don't take orders. He looks her in the eyes that anger seeming to die down just a little. You thought I was a demon. He growls, it returning. No, I just asked a question. I didn't know. She keeps her eyes on his. After all I've been through with this demon Ragnarok can you blame me for being curious about you? You can fight the demon and the cross seemed to affect you so I just assumed. This gets his eyes to flare more. But it has nothing to do with what you look like to me you look like a normal boy. The boy lets go of her neck and she takes a big take of breath. He stares at her, a conflicted look in his eyes. That anger is still there but it's fighting it out with something else. That's when the lights shut off. Maka screams at the sudden change she grabs the nearest thing to her and buries her head in it. What the fuck are you doing? She feels Ragnarok tense. D-Dark. She mumbles to Scared. Not this shit again. He grumbles but he doesn't push her off. What are you so scared of? It's just the dark. I can't see, I am helpless. She trembles against him. Ragnarok's quiet for a moment. You're helpless either way you little shit. She feels his arms go around her. Ragnarok picks her up bridal style. She's too shocked and scared to do anything. Go the fuck to bed. He grunts before he throws her onto what she's guessing is the bed a little roughly. She hits the wall against the bed with a thump. See, can you please get the light? Maka whimpers, gripping her hair. Why the fuck should I? He grumbles, crossing his arms. I'm pissed off, you should be lucky I didn't take your ass out. Maka starts to rock back and forth, gripping her hair tightly. It's too dark, she needs some light. Please Ragnarok. She whimpers out. There's no response. The tears start to fall and she sniffles. Suddenly there's light. Maka being able to see Ragnarok holding the nightlight. He doesn't look at her, him glaring holes in the wall. She calms down, being able to lay down thanks to his light. Thank you. He doesn't respond. You're no demon, Ragnarok. She smiles, her eyes becoming half-lidded. I just don't know what you are. His eyes widen slightly as he looks back at her. She closes her eyes. Darkness takes her. Chapter 27. Maka blinks. She shudders as she looks around this dirty place, this dirty home. She's here again. Her eyes fall on the small boy in front of her. He holds a small brown kitty in his arms, smiling down at it with such a sweet smile. Despite how this place makes her feel to watch the boy play with this animal, to watch the joy in his eyes when the cat would lick his finger. She can feel her lips tug up in a smile. This is too cute. Then Medusa comes. Maka's smile falls when her eyes fall on this woman, this bitch. Krona notices her at the same time. His eyes get wide with fear as he tries to hide the cat behind his back. But it's too late. She saw it. What's that you have there, Krona? Medusa gives him a fake sweet smile, her yellow eyes lighting up. It looked cute. It's Brittany's cat. He ran out of the house and I caught him. Krona blushes, pulling the cat from behind his back, his black eyes shifting. I was going to return it right away, but... He looks down at the small animal. He seemed to like me. I just wanted to play with him a little. Do you like that cat, Krona? Her eyes narrow, Maka seeing that smirk starting to form on her lips. Maka glares. She has a bad feeling. Krona doesn't see her smirk. His black eyes light up as he stares at the small animal in his arms, that sweet smile on his lips. Those black eyes are throwing her off. She doesn't understand them. Did Krona's eyes change when he got older? It seems she doesn't know. Why yes, I like him a lot. He gently scratches the cat behind the ear. He's a really nice cat. Are really playful. He likes playing with me. Medusa walks over Krona, not realizing this bitch is getting closer. Maka can feel anger inside her. If she's thinking about this right, then she's going to. Medusa suddenly grabs the cat by the skin on the back of its neck, taking the cat away from Krona. I have a new game to play with this cat. Medusa smirks at the look of fear that flashes through his eyes for a second. A new game? He frowns, his face getting pale. Yes. She walks away from him before she places the cat on the floor before him. She snaps her finger and a knife appears in her hand. She looks at it for a moment with a sick smile on her face before she throws it towards her son. Krona ducks out of the way at the last moment, his body shaking and his teeth chattering. Kill it, Krona. She speaks coldly, not at all caring she almost stabbed her own son. Kill it. Krona looks up with big eyes, they shake badly. But why? He's not bad. He hasn't hurt me. Kill it. Her eyes narrow. Are you back talking me, Krona? And no. I just he's not even mine. He's Brittany's. I have to give it back to them. Krona pushes his index fingers together, looking away from her. No, what you have to do is kill it. Medusa takes a step forward, her eyes flaring, but then they dull back down. Don't you want my love, Krona? The small boy's breath hitches as he looks at her with his dark eyes full of uncertainty. Kill it, Krona, and I will hug you. I will give you affection. Medusa smiles at him, her arms out for him. This is your last chance to prove to me you deserve my love. If you fail to kill this animal you will be severely punished. Krona looks at her, his eyes shaking so much he looks at her arms with longing, then at the cat, then at the knife on the floor. He bows his head. There's a moment where everything is still, just waiting for what's going to happen next. Krona walks over to the knife with this head bowed. He picks it up, holding it in his tiny hands. Medusa's lips curl up in that smirk Maka hates so fucking much. The boy tightens his grip on the handle as he walks back to the cat. The animal is licking its paw, unaware of what's it's in for. Krona stops in front of it, his body shaking so bad. He brings up the knife. Medusa watches now with cold eyes, her arms crossed, waiting for him to strike. Maka holds her breath. The cat looks up at the boy and meows. Krona tenses, then he sniffles. He falls to his knees, the knife falling from his hand, his head bowed. He didn't kill the cat. You disgusting piece of trash. Medusa growls, coming over to stand before him. The cat takes this chance to run away. I give you one last chance to prove yourself and you don't do it. You're a pitiful excuse for a life. Can you not do anything? Were you made just to be useless? I couldn't hurt him, Medusa. You couldn't hurt any of the animals. Her eyes are hard. You cannot learn. If you can't kill an animal you can't be of use to me. She growls. The only use I can have for you is a meal for my snakes. I'm tired of living with this disgrace. My child cannot even kill a cat. No, you're not my child. You're a meal for my snakes. Medusa is walking closer. Krona is crying. I am sorry, Medusa. There's a thump coming from the other room. The sound of glass breaking follows after. What was that? Krona grips his arms with the other. He still backs up from Medusa. She stops, looking at where the sound came from. Maka can hear footsteps, stuff moving around. Medusa, I think someone's in our house. Krona turns to look at his mother only to find she's gone. Everything goes dark. Static noise filling her ears. It hurts whenever this happens. When the static dies down she opens her eyes. Medusa stands with her back to her. She's over what looks to be a large pot, a book laying on a table, and jars of body parts. Maka's eyes wander over to Krona, who lays on the floor, his face pale, his eyes fluttering open every couple of seconds. He looks barely conscious. Medusa is bloody, her hands are still bloody. This is it. The woman coos as she takes some fingers out of a jar and throws it into the pot. It responds by making a bubbling sound. I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner. She chuckles darkly as she adds what looks to be a chunk of dark hair. Maka feels something inside her, something turning, something bubbling at watching Medusa mix the pot, at looking at the book. It's an odd feeling, she's not too sure she likes it. Maka should be disgusted right now, but as she watches her take half a lung and throws it in the pot, she's not. That bubbling feeling increases. You, my boy, will give me what I want. She chuckles darkly again as she adds an ear. You truly will be the beginning of the end. Aren't you happy you could be a part of this? You should be. Medusa does a stir before she backs away. All the jars are empty except one. The last jar holds a bloody heart. Medusa flips a page in her book before she puts her hands over the pot. Snake, snake, cobra, cobra. She chants, her voice dark. Combine this, make it whole, make it black as night, let it be stronger than the light. Maka's eyes get wide. Her heart is starting to hurt, this feeling. She doesn't like it, but it feels so natural, so right. It's scary. The pot responds by making a popping sound and smoke comes up. Medusa takes a cup and sticks it in. She pulls it out and it's filled with a black substance. Medusa studies it with a blank face. She turns to look at Krona, the boy still barely there. Her lips turn in an evil smile. This is truly the beginning of the end. She laughs madly as she starts to walk towards Krona. Get the hell away from him. Maka screams and charges for her. You crazy bitch. She just runs through her. Then everything goes dark. Maka groans as she rubs her temple. To keep switching it hurts her, it's confusing, and she knows the scenes aren't in order. She already knows where she is before she opens her eyes. She's back in that forest with the starless night. The woman stands in front of her with her arms crossed. She seems pissed. What are you doing? She snaps. What are you talking about? Maka raises an eyebrow as she sits down on the tree. Why haven't you unleashed your power? Why do you keep fighting it? Do you wish to be killed? The woman grips her fist. I don't know how to unleash my powers, okay? She looks away from her. That's a lie. She growls. You have been feeling it plenty but you try to ignore it, or to throw the feeling away. Maka knows what she's talking about but she doesn't say anything. Stop trying to fight it. You must accept it or you will die. She takes a deep breath. Your power is already starting to leak out, soon the seal will be broken and your power will go crazy. You will be crazy from the overwhelming dark power. You must unleash it now before it's too late. How has it been leaking? Nothing's been happening. It's been happening in your plain sight, Maka. Haven't you noticed in times when you're extremely angry things around you? Yeah, the demon starts acting up. Ah, but what's the demon's doing and what is your own? What are you? Do you remember that lock on your father's door? How it just fell. The woman tilts her head. Don't think that was the demon's doing. He wouldn't help you out. That was me. Maka's eyes widen a little. Yes, it was. Your power leaks out when your emotions are out of whack. She takes a step closer. But your emotions have been out of whack a lot lately, and the more you have these madness attacks the more likely it's all going to pour out of you, and who knows? You may be destroyed in the process. Tell me. Maka takes a deep breath. How do I unleash it? You already know how, Maka. You're the one choosing not to. Look, I don't know what the fuck to do. If I did I would be doing it. Maka, don't play dumb. Her eyes narrow. Your time is running out. Everything is soon going to crash around you. You have enemies in the asylum, Maka. They are on the demon's side. You must be strong. That boy can't protect you forever. How do you know all this shit? Maka snaps, standing up. Who the fuck are you? That doesn't matter. She glares. Tell me, Maka, are you going to unleash yourself? Or are you going to try to hide from it like your mother? Maka looks away, a glare on her face. I see. The woman growls. Well, it seems you need a little push in the right direction. Before Maka can react, the woman is right in front of her, about to grab her butt. Everything goes dark. She has that bubbling feeling again. Her eyes open and she's in that mansion again. Her breathing is uneven. She knows what she's supposed to do. She has to open that door. It's dead quiet here. Maka slowly starts to walk down that hallway, the one that will lead her to the door. Her eyes are darting everywhere, looking out for any sign of spirit. She stops in front of the door. Her eyes shake as the bubbling feeling almost becomes unbearable. Right when she's about to touch the doorknob, the door disappears. She's now in a dark forest. Do you really think that is the best choice, Maka? Her stomach drops at the voice. She doesn't look back, she just runs. She doesn't want to look at him. But she can hear his awkward footsteps following her. He's running after her. And she can't handle being chased. Maka falls down, her breathing hard as she looks behind her. Spirit's body is cracking as it hobbles after her, its bleeding head floating close by. Maka is about to shut down. She's so afraid. What the fuck you doing? Maka looks up to see Ragnarok. He glares at her as he grabs her arm and pulls her up. When you see shit like that, you run, not fall like a dumbass. He growls before he starts pulling her along with him. Maka runs with him, but he's a lot faster than her, so it's hard to keep up. Where's Krona? She shouts as she looks back at the creepy head that is still following them. Always has to be about him, huh? I'm not enough for you. He grunts suddenly and lets go of her. Fine, Krona can save your ass. Wait. She goes to grab him, but he disappears. Maka takes off running, looking around for anyone to help her, trying not to think about what's chasing her. Vertical eyes are staring at her everywhere. Krona! She shouts. Her eyes finally fall on him, but she frowns. The boy stares at her with haunted eyes. A snake is around his body, staring at her with dark glee. I'm sorry, Maka. He speaks slowly, his eyes staring into hers. But it was always going to end like this. I can never say no to her. Krona. She runs closer. Help. I can't. He doesn't blink. Why do I need another witch in my life? No, you'll just hurt me. You can't love. You can't love me. Krona. Goodbye, Maka. He disappears with that snake. Maka's left alone with Spirit and there's nowhere else to run. Oh Maka. The man comes to a stop close by her, his head grinning at her. You're all alone now. See, I told you boys were bad, didn't I? Only your father can truly love you. Fuck off. Maka screams, her eyes shaking in fear. That's no way to talk to your father, right, Kami? He turns his head, the skin ripping, showing more of his neck bone as he does so. Maka freezes as her eyes look over. Her mother stands looking at her with those green eyes she has missed so much, her hands together as if in prayer. Mom. She speaks breathlessly, her eyes shake. Maka. She whispers softly as she starts to walk towards her. It's been so long, hasn't it? Mom. She can't move. See, Maka? We're all together again. Spirit walks over and puts a twisted arm around her beautiful mother. We will be together forever. Come join us, won't you, Maka? Her mother smiles, a smile that breaks her heart as she holds out her hand. She wants to take it, but this feeling. Why be a witch, Maka? Spirit grunts, pulling her mother closer. When you could join us. We can be together, Maka. Together forever. They both say at the same time, their eyes looking at her like they can see through her. Maka shivers and takes a step back. What's wrong, baby? Her mother frowns. There's nothing to be afraid of, it will all be over soon. Let Azura take you, Maka, he will bring us together again. Spirit's blood leaks. And no. She backs up. Don't you want to be with me, Maka? Her mother frowns and it strikes her heart. She takes deep breaths, staring at her mother, the woman she hasn't seen in so long. Come to me, my baby. She holds out her hand. Don't be afraid. It's quick, I assure you. Maka trembles and shakes her head. So you chose the path of the damned. She smiles sadly. My baby, I feel sorry for you. Maka watches as the demon appears behind her parents, smirking. Mom. She cries as she watches the thing's scarves wrap around her. She charges for it as it brings her mother into its arms, his hands going over her eyes so all you see is the vertical eyes imprinted on the back of its hands. Its smile is large and its skin rips. Her mother is smiling like him now. You're next, sweetie. Her mother laughs madly and at that moment scarves lash out to grab her. Maka jumps. She's panting. She hated that dream, hated it so much. It made her look at her mother, the one she hurt so badly, and yet she couldn't take her hand. She couldn't just die, no. She has to become a witch to save herself, but is it the right thing to do? Or should she just let the demon? Maka doesn't want to think about that. She has spent 18 years on this world, yeah, it's been shitty, but all of that would have been a waste. All the fighting she's done will be for nothing if she just gives up. She can't. But can she really be a witch? What if she turns evil? Isn't there a reason why her mother would abandon that part of her? Maka's eyes scan the room. Krona isn't here. Ragnarok isn't here. What time is it? Was he not able to come? She really needs to see him now. Her eyes move over to the corner of the room. She sees a dark figure in it, but when she blinks it's gone. Maka's necklace is starting to heat up, it's getting hot being under her shirt. She doesn't touch it. A dark feeling falls over her. She grips the bed, her teeth starting to chatter. What is this feeling? It couldn't be the demon, could it? Maka feels something sliver up her body. She throws the blanket off to come face to face with a snake, its piercing yellow eyes looking at her coldly. Maka screams, throwing it off her as she gets out of the bed. She doesn't make it far. Her floor is covering in snakes, and as soon as she stepped on the floor a couple wrapped around her feet, causing her to fall. They work fast, all of them wrapping around her. She struggles, but she can't get out. The feeling of darkness is getting worse. And she's screaming. The lights start to flicker on and off. That bubbling feeling starting again. A snake slivers up to her face, its yellow eyes staring into hers. You just need a little push. It hisses before it lashes out. Maka screams, her mouth open, and it goes in her mouth. She can't even stop it as she feels the snake push itself deeper down her throat. She chokes, her eyes fluttering from the pain and the feeling. The darkness is overwhelming. She feels the tail past her lips. Maka bows her head. Hey Maka, sorry I'm late. She hears Krona's voice, but she doesn't look up. No. She doesn't do anything. Maka. His voice sounds uncertain, then panicked. Maka. She hears his soft footsteps as he runs over to her. She doesn't move. Krona grabs her by the shoulders, saying her name over and over as he shakes her. She doesn't move. Ragnarok, something's wrong. Krona pulls her into his chest. What the fuck? She feels Ragnarok and he pauses as she feels his eyes on her. What the hell? I didn't feel the fucking demon. She hears him march around the room. Come out, you fucker. You think. Then he stops. Krona tenses. Shit. Ragnarok takes a deep breath. Fuck Krona, do you feel that? Krona doesn't respond, but he's shaking. Maka, what happened? Krona grips her tighter, his voice panicked. She moves, her hand twitches. Both Ragnarok and Krona pause. A smile rips out on her face, it's large and painful. Then she laughs, it starts out as a soft giggle, then it gets louder, and louder. Her hand itches so bad. Her necklace is on fire. Maka. She can hear the worry in his voice as she looks up. She doesn't look him in the eyes. He gasps and Ragnarok gives her a weird look. She knows she looks crazy, she knows how her eyes look right now. Glossy and dilated. This causes her to laugh more. It's all so funny, you know? Krona. She coos, still laughing as she stands up. I'm sorry I can't love you, I'm sorry I'm a witch. You must hate me, don't you? You must want to kill me. She lashes out, not looking the boy in the eyes. That bubbling feeling is unbearable. The lights are going crazy. What the hell is Ragnarok gets in front of her, but when she touches him he growls in pain, the contact making a sizzling sound. He disappears. She's about to grab Krona and she doesn't know what she's going to do. But she wants to touch him. She's laughing too hard now, it hurts. Krona's eyes flash and Maka knows Ragnarok has control. He runs out to meet her, he grabs her around the neck and throws her to the floor, pinning her there. What the fuck is wrong with you? He growls as she keeps struggling and laughing. Everything is fucking wrong with me. She screams into fits of giggles. Krona's face scrunches up, his eyes lighting in realization. That fucking bitch. The bitch is the witch. And the witch is the bitch. She chants, still giggling. Krona looks down at her, or Ragnarok looks down at her with a look she can't explain. How can she explain anything right now? Suddenly his eyes change to Krona. The boy trembles, his teeth chattering. Maka, you can't let her win. He cries, his eyes full of fear, full of concern. One look into his eyes, it causes her laughter to die on her lips. Medusa, leave her alone. Please don't hurt her, don't do this. Krona's tears fall. Please, not her, anything but her. The tears fall down his face onto hers. It's like a refreshing rainfall, cleansing her mind. That bubbling feeling dies. The lights stop flickering. Her necklace goes cold. She stares up at him with blank eyes. His tears keep falling. Don't cry. She whispers quietly as she reaches a hand to touch his cheek. This is all my fault, Maka, everything is my fault. He sniffles, his shoulders shaking in silent sobbing, his eyes are flashing with guilt. I didn't know at the beginning. What are you talking about, Krona? That dark feeling leaves her, leaving her with nothing but emptiness. You stop freaking the fuck out. Ragnarok reappears, looking down at her with this weird look in his eyes. He glances at Krona, a glare on his face. Krona looks down and shivers. Yeah. She speaks numbly, not feeling so hot. You look like shit. He grunts, studying her. Maka, I am going to lay you down, okay? Krona frowns as he gently picks her up. He holds her against his chest as he walks her over to her bed and lays her down. He's so careful with her. Like she would break. And maybe she would. Maka, do you want anything? Anything at all? He looks her over with those eyes full of concern, him biting his lower lip. She doesn't respond. This feeling she has is too weird. Please Maka, say something. Krona's eyes are getting watery again as he grabs her hand in his eyes shaking so bad. Ragnarok stares at the two, his arms crossed, but soon he looks away. She can't speak. Maka, what did she do? His shoulders shake in that silent crying as he tightens his grip on her hand. Maka just stares up at the ceiling unblinking. She broke her Krona. Ragnarok looks back with hard eyes, but there's something in them. You have seen this before. You know what fucking happened. She's broken. And no. Krona starts to shake her now. Please Maka. Please say something. Anything. Please Maka, I need you. I need you. He cries louder. Why you can't be broken? Why you can't leave me? Why you promised, ... Maka doesn't even blink. She feels nothing. It's like she isn't there anymore. And maybe she isn't. It's fucking over. Ragnarok growls, looking away. She got to her, at least the demon didn't get her, right? It seemed like a fast way to go. He says the last part a little coldly. She should feel blessed. And no, it's not over. Krona takes deep breaths. I know what I'm going to do. His eyes light in hope as he gets closer to her. My kiss broke at her back before. It can do it again. What the fuck are you talking about? Krona doesn't answer, he just pushes his lips against hers. His move desperately against hers. Maka stares up at the starless night. She's trapped in snakes. But that's okay. She doesn't have anywhere to be right now. Or does she? She can't remember. Things are going to get harder from here on out. That woman walks over towards her. She takes the snakes off her, peeling them off carefully. But here's this one large one that won't come off. Are you really giving up? So quickly the woman speaks quietly, looking at her. Maka doesn't respond. You could have been a great witch, Maka, but you won't open yourself up. The woman looks away. If you would have just accepted who you were, you could have fought against that woman's spell, but look at you now. She looks back at her. You're going to die. The demon will come, and you'll just lay here. Stuck. Maka doesn't respond. Goodbye, Maka. Then she disappears. Maka just lays there. It starts to rain. It gives her an odd feeling. But then she feels lips on hers. Her eyes widen. Something inside of her is swelling. She keeps feeling those lips. Then she remembers. Krona. The snake hisses as it lets her go. He may have saved you now, Maka, but things are about to get a little more twisted. A light takes everything over. Maka groans as her eyes open. Her head feels fuzzy. Did she just wake up? Her eyes look around her room groggily. She's all alone. Wasn't someone in here? Or was that just in her imagination? When she tries to remember what happened, a sharp pain shoots through her head. Maka groans again and rubs her eyes. She feels like she's forgetting something really important. The door opens. Hey Maka, sorry I'm late. Krona walks in nervously, a smile on his face, his cheeks flushed. I overslept. He averts his gaze, rubbing his arm shamefully. She can't help but to feel déjà vu, but Krona didn't come in her room today, she just woke up. Right? It's okay, Krona. She smiles. So did I, apparently. He smiles at her nervously, but he doesn't walk any closer. He fiddles with his gown, awkwardly standing there as he keeps glancing at her, then the floor. You can come closer, you know, I don't bite. She smirks when he tenses. I didn't think you did. He mumbles, walking a little closer. You don't know, I could be a wolf in disguise. She hums with a serious look on her face. Giga, a wolf? That's not possible. Especially since we've been. His eyes get wide in horror. Maka can't help but to chuckle. Come here and give my head a scratch. She tries to keep a straight face as she howls. Werewolf. He squeaks before he runs over to a corner and crouches down. Don't eat me, Maka. Oh, so you're scared of me too. She uses a soft voice and looks away when Krona whips his head up, looking at her with wide eyes. I thought you of all people would accept me. I do accept you, Maka. Why, you just startled me. Krona frowns deeply, getting up to walk towards her. No, you don't like me anymore. She puts a hand to her heart and fake sighs. My heart feels broken. And no. He suddenly grabs her, him looking her seriously in the eyes. Don't say you're broken. Maka blinks a little, shocked. He got so upset at that, and Krona's eyes widen a little like he's shocked too. They stare at each other a moment. Don't say you're broken. He takes a deep breath as his gaze shifts. Maka, I don't care what you are. If you're a witch and werewolf, I'm okay with that. As long as it's you, then it doesn't matter. I accept you, Maka, like you accepted me. Don't say you're broken. Maka pulls him into her green eyes never leaving his blue ones. She's forgetting something really important. But as she looks in the boy's eyes, it's not as important as him. She leans in and gives him a soft kiss. Okay, I won't say it. She whispers against his lips. Because I'm not broken. Gee, good. He takes a deep breath, his face red. Maka cuddles against his chest, happy he's here. She can hear his heart beat against in her ear. It's got a nice little rhyme. I think I had a nightmare. Krona suddenly mumbles. His heartbeat picks up speed. Lube-dub. About what? Maka mumbles into his gown. Do you want to get under the blanket? What? He squeaks. Lube-dub. So you can tell me the scary story like I always tell you. She smiles into his gown. I don't think I would be a good storytelling, and he looks down. I can't really remember what it was about, but he shudders. I know it was bad. I hate those. Maka grumbles. I think I had a dream too, but I don't remember it either. Huh. She can hear the frown in his voice. There's a pause. Maka. She hears him swallow. Can I touch your hair? Maka blinks and looks up at him. He averts his gaze, a blush on his face. Whoa, slow down there, you pervert. Maka teases, smirking at him. I didn't, his eyes get wide and panicked. I'm just playing, of course you can touch my hair. She lays back on him. You can touch anything you want, Krona. Maka hears him gulp, his body becoming stiff. Soon though, she feels shaky hands go through her hair gently. It feels nice. Hey Krona. She mumbles in a sigh. Where's Ragnarok? Krona pauses mid-stroke for a moment before going back to playing with her hair. He said he had to talk with Medusa. She can hear the uncertainty in his voice. He seemed really angry this morning. Huh. Maka frowns, thinking about last night. He isn't still pissed about that, is he? Maka. He stops playing with her hair, his body trembling. Is it bad that I'm happy you're here with me? When this is such a awful place, but why you make it so much better? It's not bad at all. She looks up at him, a smile on her face. This place is awesome, not because it's Dark Side Asylum, but because you're here, Krona. Wherever you are, is where I'm going to be happy. I never want to lose you. He hugs her tightly, his breathing uneven. For some reason I feel like I almost did be, but I don't know why I feel like this and nothing happened, but you're never going to lose me. She hugs him back. I promised I wouldn't leave you, remember? Promise. Promise. How do I know for sure? He mumbles, his body trembling. Maka pulls away to look at the boy. He looks away, his eyes wide with fear. She holds out her pinky. Krona blinks, looking at her small finger, confused. Pinky promise. She smiles warmly at him. It's a lot more powerful, trust me. Krona looks at her, then down at her pinky. How do we do it? Hold out your pinky. Krona does as he was told. Maka grabs his with hers. He gasps, looking at this with awe. There. She brings their enjoined hands up to her mouth and kisses his small pinky. It's a promise. A pinky promise. You have nothing to worry about. Krona looks at her for a moment before a wobbly smile comes to his lips. Then he giggles. It's soft and it sounds out of relief. It causes her stomach to do a flip. Maka. He looks at her with those beautiful eyes as she wraps her arms around him. Yeah. Are you really a werewolf? Nope. This gets her a playful shove, which causes Krona to spaz out because he thinks he hurt her. Maka shut up him though. By playfully shoving him on the bed, with her on top. Shut him right up. Maka sits hugging her knees to her chest on the bed. Krona just left. She still feels like she's forgetting something. It's starting to bother her. Her brain still feels fuzzy. Maka smiles a little. Krona and her decided to do cooking today, and since it's not a visitor day, there's another activity after lunch. Maka wanted to do the gym but Krona seemed to be afraid of the idea. Something along the lines of "Gah. I can't deal with all the sweat and smelly people Maka and what if oh god with if I end up stinking in front of you. Then you'll hate me and I'll stink. So yeah, no gym. They decided just to do cooking then art after lunch. Sounds like a fun day. The door opens. Stein walks in with that notebook of his. Maka glares at him. Good morning Maka. Stein hums as he pulls out a chair and sits down. Mind if I ask you some questions? Yes. She grunts. Okay. He turns a page ignoring her. Have you seen any changes from taking the medication? No, because it's not going to help me. Give it time. Stein writes something down. So tell me. He looks up, his glasses glaring. How you liking seeing Krona every day? Maka tenses at this, but keeps glaring at him. You two have been spending some time together. He hums knowingly. Krona seems a lot happier now that you're here. He's responding better. Maka doesn't say anything. And it even seems Ragnarok isn't as hostile as he used to be. Stein stares at her. You have a remarkable effect on that boy. Maka looks over at him to freeze. There standing behind Stein is the demon. She doesn't know what to do. What is it? Stein raises an eyebrow as he turns around. He looks right at the demon but just turns around with this eyebrow still raised. He can't see him. Maka bites her lip and shakes her head. She tries not to look at the demon as he starts to circle around them. If she acts up, Stein will think she's getting worse and put her on stronger medicine. She has to be strong. Her necklace is getting warm. Well, I was thinking we could. Maka tunes him out. She can't pay attention him when this monster is walking around her smirking at her. This fucking bastard. It knows she's stuck, that she can't do anything. It's taunting her. Maka, are you listening? Stein suddenly says, his eyebrow raised again. Maka looks behind her, the demon is gone. Yeah, just repeat all that. Stein looks at her a moment before sighing. I said soon I want to have a day with you and Krona together. I wish to take some more notes on this. You're not going to watch us like some creep. She growls, her eyes flaring. We're not guinea pigs. I'm just curious. Curious my ass. She growls. Fuck off. Stein looks at her a moment before he pulls out a bottle from his coat pocket, taking out a pill and holds it out to her. Maka glares at it. Remember our deal? Maka grumbles but takes it from him, takes the water from the nurse and swallows the pill. Stein watches her take it, something in his eyes that if Maka would have seen she would have stopped what she was doing. But she doesn't see it. His glasses are glared. Maka sighs as she holds her stomach. She doesn't feel so hot. Her eyes scan the other patients in this small room and really, they don't look so hot either. She recognizes some of them from art class yesterday, like the twitchy one, and the other one that screamed and got kicked out. All the others are new crazy people. Maka's legs shake impatiently as she waits for Krona to walk through the door. He finally does and it's a relief. Her legs stops and she smiles at him, waving. Krona's eyes fall on her and he blushes, looking everywhere but her. Then when he looks back at her he gives her a timid smile. Maka chuckles. He's still nervous around her. Krona walks slowly over, being careful not to get too close to the other patients before he takes his seat next to her. They're able to share a smile before the teacher walks in. "Sorry I'm late. You won't believe how big this place is." A woman walks up to the front of the class looking out of breath, her blonde hair slightly messed up. "I think I need nurses to take me everywhere too. As much as I get lost." She chuckles, but all the patients just stare at her, that is except Krona, who smiles. "You know her?" Maka raises an eyebrow. "Why yeah, she's Miss Marie. She's really nice to everyone." He smiles looking at the lady. "She helped me make that pudding I gave you." Maka shudders. If she helped make that, she doesn't think she should be the cooking teacher. Maka studies her. She has a eye patch. Maka can feel her curiosity itch her, and she almost wants to raise her hand and ask what happened. But she doesn't. She has self-control. "Okay, let's start." The door opens. Everyone looks over. Gurko walks in with. Maka groans a little. "Oh hell no. And no." Krona whines a little as his eyes fall on that patient. Patient 876. His blue soulless eyes look at all the patients slowly as he's led by Gurko to a seat. Why is he getting out so much? Krona mumbles. She feels him grab her hand under the table. Gurko looks at the other boy with a worried look in his eyes. He looks annoyed. The boy looks back up at him. And is it her or? Nah, she's just seeing things. "Hey Gurko." Maka grunts, feeling like being an ass to him. This gets both the nurse and the patient to look at her. She smirks and gives him the middle finger. Of course his eye twitches, but it seems the patient is more pissed off than he is. The boy glares at her, his eyes burning holes into her. Gurko must notice this because he turns to him and says something. She can tell he's telling the patient to chill the fuck out. The boy huffs, and looks away. Gurko grumbles before he walks out of the room. "Okay, well, now that everyone is here," Marie says in a cheerful voice as she grabs some chalk. "Now I'm Miss Marie for those you don't know me, and we'll be cooking today." One patient starts to scream, the same one from the art class, so they have to take him out. Maka blinks. Why do they even bother? Maka can still feel patient 876 glaring holes into her. Krona tightens his grip on her. Don't look at him. He whispers to her. Maka just nods. He doesn't have to tell her twice. Today we are going to be making a cake. Aren't you excited? She smiles as some of the patients cheer. Good, now since this is a big thing, you are going to be paired up into groups of 3. Maka freezes. She has a feeling. Marie starts pointing off the groups. Maka puts an arm around Krona to make it known she wants to be in his group, the boy blushing darkly. When she gets to them she freezes, her eyes lighting up, they're almost sparkling. Ah, Krona, you didn't tell me you had a girlfriend. The woman scurryules looking at the two. That's so cute. Get on with it, woman. Patient 876 glares at her. She gives him this look before looking back at Maka and Krona and smiling. Well, you two are in a group of course, but I'm sorry I have to put such a rude person in your group, but... She sighs. You two will be paired with Justin. Justin, who the hell is that? Oh no. Krona sighs as he looks over at that patient. The boy is grinning crazily now, his eyes locked on her. Shit, he's Justin. She knew they were going to be paired with him. This is bullshit. Get into groups now, everybody pick a kitchen. Marie smiles as the patients get up with their groups and walk to different small kitchen. Nurses are everywhere. Justin gets up and walks over to them, Maka and Krona both not looking too happy. I will be the leader. He speaks confidently looking at the two. It's obvious I'm the man in this group. Maka can feel her blood boil. He insulted Krona. The bastard. Hey asshole, Krona's more of a man than you'll ever be. She growls. So shut your mouth, you curly-headed fuck. My. He tsks as he moves his finger in front of her face. Such a dirty mouth, someone needs to wash it out with acid. He grins at that. Someone needs to fix that crooked ass smile of yours. She grunts. How dare you? His blue eyes flash as he puts a hand over his mouth. It's not crooked. Maka blinks. His voice somehow seems different now. Whatever, let's start this. She grunts and looks at Krona, who is looking at her with his mouth wide open. Cat, got your tongue again? Maka can't help but to smirk at the way he tenses and checks his tongue. When he sees there's no cat, he gives her a pout. Too cute. Marie comes around and hands out some ingredients. I believe I am the only one who should touch the food. Justin walks over and picks up the bowl. I am, obviously, the only clean one here. Fuck you. Maka growls as she goes to grab the eggs. I can touch whatever I want. Justin grabs her wrist, his soulless eyes looking into hers. Maka stares back at him. You can't touch it, I haven't blessed it yet. He lets go of her to bow his head. Whether therefore ye eat, or drink, or whatsoever ye do, do all to the glory of God. Corinthians 10:31, he says this part fast and hushed before he lifts his hands up. Bless this food, O Lord, may your blessing help these sinners. He looks up slowly, looking at her. Amen. Maka and Krona give each other a look. Let's start, we're already behind. Justin looks at them coldly before he starts opening up the box of cake mix. We will do the eggs. Maka grumbles, snatching them before he can grab her this time. He doesn't look at her. Maka looks over at Krona, who is shaking slightly, obvious afraid of this boy. She touches his arm and gives him a reassuring smile. You know you two are going to hell. The boy suddenly turns to look at them. A witch cannot make it into God's gates, and no less a murderer. I don't think you have any right to judge us, Justin. She glares. You don't know where we're going, you don't even know us. I know more than you think. He looks at her with those soulless eyes before looking away. This jackass. Krona grabs her arm when she takes a deep breath. She forces a smile for him. They all work quietly for a moment, Maka and Krona breaking the eggs while Justin mixes the other things. Maka smiles as she hands Krona an egg. He takes it nervously in his hand, staring at it for the longest moment before he leans it over and taps it timidly against the bowl. It doesn't even crack. Maka watches him do this for a while till she takes his hand and taps the egg a little rougher, causing it to crack. There you go. She smirks as he breaks it over the bowl. Why yeah. Krona smiles at her. Are you almost done with those eggs? Justin is suddenly right behind them, looking down into their bowl with his nose wrinkled. One egg really? Fuck off, Justin. Maka growls, sending him a glare. Sorry, it was me. Krona mumbles, looking down. No, don't say sorry, it's not a fucking race, we're making a cake. Her eyes lock onto his. Chill the fuck out. She doesn't know why she's feeling so angry towards him. All of a sudden the light above the stove flickers. Justin stares at her a moment before smirking. Ah, so your evil soul is soon to be released? I see. He turns his back on her and starts working with the mix again. Maka feels so pissed off right now. She doesn't even know why. Usually she's cool, but not today. Maka, are you okay? Krona frowns, studying her. Is he bothering you that much? He's just pissing me off is all. She takes a deep breath to calm down. Let's finish these eggs. Krona looks at her a moment but nods, getting back to work. She feels that bubbling feeling, her stomach hurts. Maka looks over at Krona and freezes. The boy is holding 3 eyes. And putting them into the bowl. Wait, no, he cracks the vertical eyes and something black comes out and goes into the bowl. Maka is starting to sweat. Maka. Krona frowns at the look on her face. What? Am I doing it wrong? And no, it's just. She stares at the eyes, blinking, trying to make them eggs again. I don't know, but keep going. Krona looks at her a moment before going back to work. What's wrong? Seeing things, Maka. A voice coos in her ear, her whipping around to see Justin smirking at her. Be careful, those eyes are watching you. Maka can't respond because, well, she's seeing those vertical eyes in everything, even in the boy's face. You're close to losing it, witch. Pick what to do now before it's too late. Justin keeps whispering. You're in quite a pickle. The snake has her eye on you, but at the same time all these eyes have their eye on you. You're in quite a pickle. Shut up. Maka screams and grips her hair. Just stop. She waits for the nurses to come or Krona to touch her but she doesn't hear or feel anything. When she looks up her breath catches. Everyone is just standing frozen in place. Krona is still halfway putting a egg in. Justin is smirking at her. Out of all the people he is still able to move. Ah, so it seems you're leaking your power out. He studies her. It's interesting you can do this without fully letting it all out. Impressive witch. Why the hell aren't you frozen, dot? She growls, that anger bubbling up. How the hell did I even do this? You're a witch. He then smirks. I'm not frozen because I'm protected from dark magic, my lord Azura dash. Justin's face scrunches up, suddenly a look of horror on his face. No. No, I mean my god, not. He mumbles to himself, his eyes shaking. I don't serve him, but maybe I do. I don't know anymore, do you? He pants. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Maka stares at him. You're just crazy. And so are you. Justin straightens himself out. But being crazy isn't deadly to me as it is to you. I could kill you right now. A huge smile rips out on his face. No one would hear you scream. I could make it look like a suicide and then I could kill Krona. Oh, how I've longed to kill that boy. You're not touching him. Maka shouts. A pot is thrown across the room at her voice. You shouldn't be so protective of him. The boy hums. Especially after all the things he's done to you. What the hell you talking about? Maka growls. Oh, poor witch, you don't know, do you? Justin tilts his head, that smirk on his face. Krona has betrayed you. From the very beginning he betrayed you and you don't even know it. You treat him highly but yet he is a big part of your sorrow. I don't believe you. She glares. Krona hasn't done anything to me. You really are stupid, aren't you? Justin sighs. I'm sure if you can think back, Maka, there was a time he almost killed you. That was Ragnarok. No, it was all the boy. Justin smirks. Don't you remember, Maka, that punch? She tenses at the memory. Don't be so clueless. He taps a finger to his head. You don't know anything about this boy. I know everything about him. Maka growls, her anger returning. Please. He cracks his neck. You don't know what you have gotten yourself into. That's when everything unfreezes. Everyone starts moving again. Maka lets a breath out. So Krona. Justin suddenly leans over closer to the boy, causing him to tense up and look at him. Talk to your mother recently. Krona tenses but his eyes narrow. Justin, fuck off dash, Maka growls. She's been doing good, hasn't she? Both of you have been in good commutation, oh yes. He smirks. What are you going to do with the witch? Make some more punch. Krona drops the bowl of eggs, his eyes getting wide with fear as he whips his head to look at the other boy. Justin smirks at him, his eyes lighting up in glee. You still want your mother's love, don't you? Justin's smirk grows. You'll do anything to get it, won't you? Even. Maka grabs the bowl of mix and dumps it over his head. Her anger is bubbling over at seeing how Krona looks at him with a mix of hurt and fear. Fuck the hell off, Justin. You don't say shit like that to him. She growls, her eyes on fire. You don't know anything about him. Stay out of our business. Oh, you witch. The boy looks up with the mix dripping off his hair, a large smirk ripping out on his face. You will die. By my hands. I will murder you. You won't do shit. She shouts, gripping her fist. Krona is just staring at her with wide eyes, probably not believing she dumped mix over this crazy patient's head. Well, she's fucking crazy too. So where's your cake, guys? Miss Marie comes over with a cheerful smile on her face. Right there. Maka grunts, pointing to Justin. Her eyes flash in alarm as she watches the boy clean himself off. What happened? Justin has such a fat ass head that he leaned over too much and fell in. She grunts. A liar as well. Justin coos. Your sins keep piling up and up. Well. Marie hums nervously. Let's. She motions for the nurses. Get you cleaned up, Justin. The boy's eyes go soulless as he stares at Maka. Your time is coming. I just hope I get to you first before he does. Justin chuckles darkly as the nurses start to lead him out. Maka takes a deep breath. Maka. Krona lightly grabs her arm. She looks over at him. His eyes are shaking, he looks uncertain. Where did that come from? He was being a dick to us the whole time. Maka grunts. He deserved it. Why, you just seem really angry. So. She snaps, causing Krona to squeak in alarm and tense. Maka frowns when she sees the hurt in his eyes. She sighs. Sorry Krona, I just don't feel too good is all. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Krona frowns and reaches out a shaky hand, touching her face. Is it weird she has the urge to bite his hand? Just bite it. Maybe it would hurt him a lot, maybe he would cry. Who knows, it might feel good. Maybe he likes pain. Maka's lips start to twitch up into a weird smile. Maka. Krona rubs her cheek, his eyes flashing with worry. Maka frowns. Yeah, I'm sorry. She grabs his hand. I don't know what's wrong with me today. Are you sick? Krona gets closer, looking at her face. Why, you do look red. Oh god Maka, are you sick? Are you dying? Please tell me no. Maka blinks as Krona freaks out. Then she smiles a real smile. Maybe I am dying. She groans, putting a hand to her forehead to be dramatic with it. And no. Why, you Pinky promised. He sniffles, his eyes getting watery as he grabs a hold of her. You know how to make me better. She whispers. Krona blinks. Then he nods, his face flushed, but there's a determined look in his eyes. He leans in and kisses her. All the bad leaves her and she clings to him, begging him to deepen the kiss. He trembles, but he licks her lip. She opens for him, their tongues brushing against each other. A great desire fills Maka. She wants him now. She wants to just throw him over the counter and fuck him. She wants to taste the salt in his sweat, and hear his sweet moans. Maybe she could burn him a little, put him under the stove, watch his skin melt under the flames. Maka's breath hitches and she pulls away from Krona in alarm. What kind of fucked up thoughts were those? What's wrong with her today? Krona looks at her confused, but Maka looks away. She's ashamed. She's so ashamed, but thinking those thoughts almost didn't feel wrong. Like it was okay to think about burning Krona and liking that. But it's not okay. She doesn't know what's wrong with her. Krona is looking at her now with that frown on his face. She could make him smile. All she has to do is take that knife and... Her eyes widen, that bubbling feeling is overpowering. What the fuck? Just stop thinking. Something's wrong. Maka looks away from him. Maka. Krona walks over, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. She wonders how much force it would take to break his hand. Her breath hitches. Bathroom. She suddenly shouts, causing Krona to jump at the outburst. The nurses all look at her but don't move. For fuck's sake, someone take me to the bathroom. She growls, and this gets a couple of them moving. They grab her and lead her out. She can't look at Krona. Maka breathes in. Maka breathes out. Water drips off her face as she pants, staring into the bathroom mirror. Just what's wrong with her? She can't get these awful thoughts out of her head. The worst part is they're all about Krona. The boy she cherishes most. Yet she's thinking about hurting him. But worse of all, she's liking it. Maka splashes more water on her face, her breathing is uneven. This isn't me. Maka whispers to herself. But it is Maka. Her breath hitches at the voice. No way in hell. She doesn't look up. It's your nature, don't fight it. She can hear the smirk in her voice. You're a witch, my dear, these thoughts are normal, let them flow. No. Maka shouts and looks up at the mirror. It's not me, you fucking bitch. Medusa smirks, leaning against the bathroom door with her arms crossed. Maka, my dear, stop fighting it. Medusa's smirk hasn't fallen. So what if you want to hurt my boy? It's natural. You're our evil Maka, of course you would want to hurt him, and the fact he's close to you makes it all the more appealing, does it not? Maka looks down, panting, not responding to her. It's okay. She coos. Let it out, Maka, let your evil heart do as it desires. You'll feel better in the end, and Krona would never leave you. You could smack him around, you could do anything and he would come crying back to you, Maka. He is yours, you have said so yourself. Stop. Maka trembles, gripping the sink. Just fucking stop. The horrible part about this is she can feel her lips tug in a smile at her words. She liked what she said. She liked the idea. This isn't her, it can't be her. Maka. Medusa tilts her head. You keep fighting it. You truly don't want me to stop. You like my words. I can see right through you, my dear. Her smirk grows into a sick smile. After all, you and I are one in the same. We are of the same kind. You are just like me. I'm nothing like you. She screams, turning around with her fist gripped, but Medusa is gone. Are you so sure about that? She reappears next to her. Maka tries to hit her, but she disappears again. It's stupid to fight it. She hears Medusa's voice, but she doesn't see her. Shut the fuck up. Maka screams, marching around the bathroom looking for her. You want to hurt Krona, you want to make him scream in pain, you want to taste his tears, taste his blood. Medusa's voice is getting darker and darker. Just stop. She screams, falling to her knees, gripping her hair. Please make it stop. You can make this stop, just give in to who you really are. Medusa reappears in front of her, holding out her hand. Join me, Maka. I can make you into a great witch, better than your mother. You will have all that your dark heart desires, my son is yours for the taking. She purrs. Together we can stop this demon, we can break this curse, my dear, just take my hand. I'd rather die. She growls, gripping her hair, looking away from her. If this is what it means to be a witch, to think these horrible things, to want to do these things, I don't want to be it. I'd rather fucking die before I hurt Krona. That's a lie. You want to hurt Krona very much. Medusa smirks. No, I don't. I don't at all. She screams. Your face is saying otherwise. Suddenly Medusa holds out a mirror. Maka is grinning from ear to ear, her eyes shaking and dilated. You like the idea of hurting Krona, of being a witch, of being powerful? She smirks as she disappears to talk to her through the mirror. Give in, Maka. You can have it all. We can have it all. Give in to your desires, we are selfish creatures. Why does it matter if Krona gets hurt in the process? You don't love him. He isn't your problem. Why not save yourself, Maka? Shut the fuck up. Maka screams before she punches the mirror. Her breath hisses as the glass shatters on her hand, cutting it up. She pants as she bleeds, but she doesn't move. My dear, such hate in your heart. Medusa reappears in front of her. You are a child I wish I would have had. Kami tried to waste such a prize. Maka looks away from her, glaring, her hand still bleeding. Think about what I said, my dear. Medusa grabs her hand, she rubs it a little and it burns. Maka hisses and pulls away, only to find her hand is completely healed. Think about it, Maka. Medusa whispers before she disappears. Maka grips her fist and bows her head. This is really what she is? This evil creature? Is it bad she's even considering her offer? She's Medusa. She's tortured Krona. Made him kill people and treated him like shit. But she also was her mother's best friend, she's offering her a way out of her death. And all at the same time, this feeling she has. She can only describe it as a desire for chaos. Maka's lips rip out into a smile. Krona's smile flashes through her head. She frowns, gripping her hair. She can't see him. She will hurt him. She's evil. This is what she is. Maka's trying to hide, trying to be hidden. She doesn't want to see Krona. She can't. Her head hurts. Her heart hurts. Two different sides are fighting it out inside her. And she's scared of who the winner is to be. Maka snuggles herself in line with the patients, hoping it will add some coverage. She can't see him. If she does. She doesn't know, she just can't see him. Maka takes a deep breath as she gets to the front of the line. She takes more time than necessary to pick out something to eat, which happens to be a cheeseburger. Maka takes her tray and freezes. If she walks out into the cafeteria, if Krona's already there, he will see her. Maybe she could just chill here. Yeah, that sounds good. Someone shoves her out of the line, out of their protection, into the cafeteria. Maka whips around, glaring only to find Justin smirking at her. What's wrong, witch? You hiding from someone? He keeps smirking. Maka can feel her anger bubble up, her fingers are starting to twitch. You can rip him apart, Maka, just say the words, let your hate rain out. She can hear that snake's voice in her head. Maka bows her head, a smile starting to form on her lips. I would watch what you do here. Justin bumps into her as he walks past her. You don't want the nurses getting tense, do you? Maka keeps her head bowed, taking deep breaths. She has to stay calm. She has to find somewhere to hide. Maka looks up. Damn it. Krona has just looked up from his plate of food, his blue eyes widen a little, he blushes and gives her a awkward wave. He looks at her expectantly, but she just stands there. Of course he would be expecting her to sit with him, but... Maka's eyes shift as she looks for a escape from this. There's a empty table in the corner. She could seat there, but... Maka frowns, looking back at Krona, who is looking at her uncertainly now. If she were to sit away from him, it would hurt him. It would make him sad. He's starting to tremble as she looks away from him. It might even break him. Maka feels her lips tug in that crazy smile at the thought, but she quickly bites her lip hard. She's sure she tastes blood. This is why she can't be near him. These thoughts are horrible, and yet it makes her happy. She could handle it if it was thoughts about anyone else, but not Krona. She can't hurt him. But anything she does will. If she hides from him, he will be hurt. But if she stays around him, she will end up hurting him. So Maka just stands there like an idiot, not looking at the boy. She's evil. Maka. She hears his soft voice, somehow it sounds so weak, fearful. Her body moves without her telling it to. Maka walks over to Krona and sits down next to him, looking down at her food. Hey, are you okay, Maka? Krona gets closer to her and her breathing becomes uneven. He's so concerned about her. She could break him, it would be so easy to shatter his fragile mind. Maka grips the table before she picks up her burger and shoves it into her mouth, eating like an animal. Krona's eyes widen a little as he watches her attack her sandwich. Why, you hungry? He mumbles when she finished it. Maka doesn't respond. Why, you can have mine if you want. Krona pushes his plate over towards her. Maka looks over at it, her eyes blank. He's so sweet to sweet. She could make him cry. It would be so easy. All she has to do is say one mean thing and he will crumble. Or she could just walk away. Maka can feel her lips tug up into that smile, but she bites it again, causing her to yelp a little. Maka, you're bleeding. Krona moves close, Maka being to hear the concern in his voice as a shaky finger touches her lip, wiping the blood. She grabs her seat, trying to fight the urge to bite him, to bite his finger, to taste his blood. It's okay. She speaks slowly as she grabs his wrist, shoving his hand off her. Are you sure? Maka, it looks like you have a gash. I said it's okay. She growls, feeling the boy tense next to her. A sharp pain of guilt hits her, but she doesn't look at him. Oh, okay. Krona's voice is soft. I am sorry, Maka, I didn't mean to make you angry with me, It's fine. She snaps before pushing his plate back over to him. Eat your damn food, Krona, I don't need it. Maka is angry, but she's angry at herself. She can't fight these feelings, she feels so irritated. Oh, okay. Krona is shaking against her now. She heard the crack in his voice. Maka doesn't look at him. Instead she looks up. Justin is staring at her, with that fucking smirk on his face. She wants to bash his face in, take one of these plates and smash it against him till his face is gone in a bloody pulp. And then there's all these other patients and the nurses. Just looking at all their faces pisses her off. You want chaos, Maka, let your dark heart have what it wants. Medusa's voice coos. That smile comes to her face, and this time she doesn't bite her lip. She wants to break all these tables, wants to hear all the screams of the nurses and patients, she wants to paint the white walls red with blood. Maka giggles, her shoulders shaking in spasms. Maka. She feels Krona's hand touch hers gently. She tenses completely, her shaking eyes looking at it. Maka has a thought flash through her head. Krona is cut up, tears streaming down his face as she takes a hammer and starting at the hands. She takes his hand off her. Don't touch me. She growls, her finally looking at him with a dangerous look in her eyes. Don't fucking touch me. What? Krona's eyes widen as he looks at her with those blue eyes shaking. What did I? Don't touch me. Don't look at me. Just. She looks away from the boy whose eyes are getting watery. She bows her head. Krona, listen to me. She mumbles. I want you to leave me alone. Stay away from me. What? Why Maka? Krona's teeth are chattering and she knows he's reaching out to touch her. She smacks his hand away. I said don't touch me. She shouts, her heart hurting so much, but another part of her likes this. What's wrong, Maka? Why do you want me to stay away? His voice is shaky. We're friends, why you said you wouldn't leave me? We Pinky promised. Well, I lied. She growls. We're not friends, Krona. Not anymore. Maka, why? I don't need a reason. Just leave me the fuck alone, alright? Don't try to see me. Just forget about us even meeting, alright? She keeps her voice hard, but this hurts. I can't. Krona is shouting now, his voice cracking. I can't just forget about you. Why you after everything? I can't. I love you, Maka. I can't stay away. Please tell me what's wrong. Please tell me what I've done. It's nothing you have done. It's me. All me. She grips her fist. Krona, loving me is a waste. You said it yourself. I can't love. I don't love you. Leave me and find someone who can. I don't want anyone else. His breathing is uneven, his voice so shaky, so unstable. I only want you, Maka. It's okay you can't love me, I am used to it, but I need you now, you can't just dash. Krona, I don't want you. I don't need you. She looks at him coldly, trying to cover up her voice that cracked a little. It's a lie. Krona looks at her with those eyes full of hurt, tears falling down his face. She hurt him, but she'll end up killing him. She can feel her desire to hurt him increase with being close to him. Why you don't want me? Krona looks close to hyperventilating. But you told me you needed me. Why you told me you cared for me? Don't trust a witch. She looks away. Don't trust me. Maka, please. Krona is begging her. And she can feel her smile. She hates herself. She wants to die. She's evil. Find a new crazy friend, Krona. I don't want you talking to me. Just forget about everything. She stands up to leave. But Krona grabs her wrist. She can't stop herself. Maka slaps him across the face. It makes a loud sound as his face is turned to the side. He lets go of her wrist, to slowly look at her with his cheek red. Maka feels like shit, but she's fucking smiling. He's looking at her with such hurt in his eyes, his tears falling more. That's when Maka snaps. She laughs loudly, throwing her head back, her eyes wide and shaking. The cafeteria goes quiet as all eyes go to her. What you looking at? She jumps on top of the table with that crazy grin on her face. You have a fucking problem. Of course you do. You're all fucking crazy. And so am I. Maka cracks up as she starts jumping from table to table, spinning on her heel like a ballerina. Nurses are running to get her. Maka giggles as she kicks out plates of food, hitting a couple of nurses. Her eyes meet Gurko's. The male nurse is just standing to the side, frozen with shock as he watches her do a backflip onto another table. He doesn't move to stop her, this look flashing through his eyes. Maka's crazy grin grows as she gives him both her middle fingers, still dodging all of the nurses. He doesn't return it. Food fight, bitches. She screams as she grabs a plate of pizza and throws it at a nurse, then she takes some milk and throws it on a group of patients. They start to spaz out, one starts shaking, one passes out and one screams. Maka laughs loudly. It's all so funny, you know. Use your power, Maka. Medusa coos. Kill them like you know you want to. I'm going to kill you all. Maka screams into her laughter, her body shaking so much. That's when her eyes meet Justin's. The patent is just sitting staring at her with this knowing smirk. What are you looking at, you curly-headed fuck? Maka giggles as she starts to jump the tables away from the nurses towards the boy. I'll rip that smirk right off your face. What a disgrace. Justin looks up at the ceiling before closing his eyes. It seems you have completely lost it. You're about to lose your fucking head. Maka shrieks as she jumps in midair, about to land on him. Her hands are twitching. She feels this power bubble up inside her. You shall not permit a sorceress to live. Exodus 22:18. Justin slowly opens his eyes. Let this witch see the light. Something hits her and it's powerful and it burns. Maka hisses in pain as she falls into the table, missing Justin by a long shot. That feeling is gone. Her madness is gone. She's left with nothing but pain. The nurses are on her in a second. They pull her off the table, snapping her out of this state. Let me go. She screams as she struggles against them. She punches one before two nurses grab her arms. They force her down but she keeps struggling, screaming. Maka looks up only for her eyes to meet Krona's. He's trembling, his eyes shaking and his teeth chattering as he watches this. Though, it's so loud right now she can somehow hear what he's saying. And no. He whispers, watching as they force her hands behind her back. Maka struggles, still screaming, howling in pain from her guilt from just everything. And no. His grip on his arm tightens. A nurse brings out a needle. Maka's eyes get wide with fear. She then sees something snap in Krona's eyes. No. You don't touch her. He shouts, everyone turning to look at him as he runs over. His teeth are grit, his eyes on fire. He tackles the nurse with the needle, knocking him down before she sees his eyes change. He's Ragnarok now. Get the hell off her. Ragnarok growls as he grabs one of the nurses by the face, digging his nails into the flesh before he throws them off. He kicks the other one in the face. Maka hears the jaw pop. She can only watch in awe as the boy fights 5 nurses, then 10, then 15. Ragnarok is beating the shit out of all of them. You want to fuck around? Krona is pissed. Ragnarok takes one nurse and slams her head down on the hard floor, making a cracking sound. Maka watches as a nurse behind him takes out a needle. They're all starting to take out needles. Stay away from him. Maka screams before she jumps on the woman's back who is about to stab Ragnarok. She bites her hard on the shoulder, causing her to cry out. I have this shit. The boy growls, knocking the woman to the side when Maka jumped off. It's not like you fucking care about him anyway. Someone grabs her. She screams and Ragnarok's quick to get the person off her. I don't even know why I'm fucking helping you. He growls. I heard that shit. You fucking bitch. I should be killing you. Then do it. She cries, punching a nurse that got too close. I deserve it. I don't deserve to live Ragnarok. I don't deserve Krona as a friend. I'm evil. I had to push him away, don't you see? I'm afraid I'm going to hurt him. The boy doesn't respond as he breaks a nurse's arm. Blood is getting on his gown. Krona means everything to me. She trembles as she elbows a nurse. You're a liar. The boy growls, kneeing a nurse in the face. Maka gets in front of him suddenly, her eyes staring into his burning ones. Kill me. His eyes widen a little in surprise. You said it yourself. Just kill me. I don't want to hurt Krona. I'd rather die. Maka can feel the tears fall. I don't want to think these thoughts about him anymore. I don't want to be a witch. I'd rather die. She looks up at him with her eyes burning. So fucking kill me. The boy's eyes go back to normal before he grabs her, pulling her away from a nurse that was about to stab her a needle, giving the man a kick in the face. The sad thing is, he growls in her ear. It would hurt him more if I killed you, so you're going to fucking live, bitch. And you're going to like it. He throws her down, glaring at her. I don't care what the bitch has done, or what she has planned, but you can't fucking give up. Are you that much of dumbass? I'm not going to have to deal with Krona crying the rest of his fucking life and being more gay than he usually is because you gave up. You were a witch all this fucking time. Why is it such a big deal now? Fight it, dammit. Maka stares wide-eyed at the boy. Ragnarok. He looks down at her with this look before someone grabs him from around the neck. Maka gets up in alarm as she watches a needle pierce his skin, but he headbutts the person and they fall off. Damn it. He growls. Fucking hate this shit. Maka goes to help him, but a nurse grabs her. Ragnarok turns around, but it's too late. A needle pierces her skin, causing her to yelp as the medicine gets pushed into her bloodstream. Ragnarok punches this person in the face, watching as Maka falls to the ground and hits her head hard on the floor. Shit. The boy is then tackled by what looks to be 10 nurses at one time, and more are jumping on him. Maka's vision is getting blurry, all the screaming is getting blocked out. She sees Krona get stabbed with a needle. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times. And he's still going. Maka's eyes close. Everything gets quiet. Chapter 28. Krona. Maka shouts, frantically looking for the boy she so desperately needs, so desperately wants. There's no response as she runs down this never-ending hallway. Her chest hurts so much. Maka shouts the boy's name over and over again, praying he will answer her. Praying she didn't lose him. Maka hears a whimper as she passed one of the doors in the hallway, causing her to come to a complete halt. She whips around, a horrible feeling gripping her heart, but she throws the door open anyway. Krona. Her breath hitches. Her eyes shake. Krona trembles before her against a wall, his hands tied up above his head. The rope is digging into his wrist, making him bleed. Tears are falling down his face. He wears nothing but a blanket over his waist, his chest bare and exposed. There's cuts all over him. His blood is pouring out from him as he groans in pain. Krona. Maka cries as she runs into the room, not noticing the door shutting behind her as she falls to her knees before him. The boy's eyes flutter into focus. Krona, who did this to you? Tears are falling down her face as she struggles with his ropes. But it's no use. It's too tight. If anything, she will just make them dig more into him. Why you did? He croaks, his eyes lighting up in fear. Maka, why, oh why would you do this to me? But I didn't. She looks at him with wide eyes. I've been looking everywhere for you, Krona. I would never do this to you. Oh yes you would. A voice coos behind her. Maka tenses but looks around. There stands, Maka? Another one of her? She smiles evilly, taking in her and Krona with dark glee. Who the hell are you? Maka snaps, getting in front of the already hurt boy protectively. I'm you. She smirks as she takes a step closer, a bloody knife in her hand. You're not me. Maka growls, her eyes flaring. You're the one who did this, aren't you? No, you're the one who did this. The girl chuckles darkly. The blood is on both of our hands. I didn't. Maka stops when she feels something in her hand. She looks down to see the knife, her hands are all bloody. Why did you do this to me, Maka? Krona's tears fall, him still groaning in pain. It wasn't me. It was her. Maka screams as she throws the knife out of her hands like it was on fire, trying to wipe the blood off, but it doesn't leave her hands. And who am I, Maka? The girl smirks as she takes a step closer. I'm you, we are the same. No. No, we're not. Maka takes steps back, her eyes shaking. I'm nothing like you. Why are you trying to reject me now? Why do you try to hide from yourself? The girl smirks as her eyes fall on Krona, the boy tensing up. You wanted this, you wanted the boy to be hurt, and now he is. Don't you feel it, Maka? The joy? I'm happy, so that means so are you. The girl grins. Maka can feel a grin on her face, causing her to quickly shake it off in a panic. Stop fighting it. It's no use. The girl sighs before she walks over to Krona, standing over him with that knife tight in her hand. You don't really care for this boy. We don't care about anyone but ourselves. That's the way of our kind. The girl smirks as she lifts up the knife. Krona's eyes are shaking. Let's see how much blood I can make him lose before he loses consciousness. That sounds fun, doesn't it? No. Maka tackles the girl before she can stab Krona. Get away from him, you crazy bitch. You're the crazy bitch Maka. The girl giggles as they fall on the ground. Maka punches her in the face. Once. Twice. The girl grabs her hand, stopping the third punch, a large smile ripped out on her face. You can't beat me Maka. She coos as she flips them over so she's on top. She's trying to stab her in the neck with the knife. Maka grabs it, grinding her teeth as she tries to keep it away from her. I'm much stronger than you Maka. I'm your desires. I'm your hate. I'm your power. You're nothing but a waste of space, something that a witch doesn't need. Her eyes narrow. No witch needs morals. Fuck you. Maka growls, but the knife is getting closer to her neck. Then you're fucking yourself over Maka. The girl smirks as she presses the knife against her neck. Prepare to die. Then I can reign. Maka. Krona cries as he struggles with the ropes, only making them cut deeper into him, but he grinds his teeth and bears it. Maka, you can't let her win. Why, you promised me. Nice try foolish boy, but... Maka punches the girl in the face with enough force to knock her off. While the girl is stunned, Maka grabs the knife and stabs her in the stomach, leaving the knife in her. The girl's eyes are wide as she takes a couple steps back, looking at the knife sticking out of her blood dripping on the floor. My, aren't you stupid? The girl smirks. Hurting me is hurting yourself. That's when Maka feels a sharp pain in her stomach. When she looks down, there's a hole there, blood is falling out. Maka feels weak as she puts a hand over her wound, trying to stop the blood. You're foolish. The girl rips out the knife and drops to her knees. Killing me is killing yourself. I don't care. She pants, wincing as her blood keeps pouring out of her. Maka. Krona cries, staring at her with those beautiful eyes full of pain, full of concern. Krona. She smiles sadly as she forces herself to move towards him. Each step is painful. Each movement makes her wince. But she has to get to him. Krona watches her with those eyes, tears are falling down his face, his blood is pouring as well. They're both dying. You're going to be okay. She reassures weakly as she falls to her knees in front of him. You dumb bitch. That girl growls and throws the knife at her. It sticks in Maka's shoulder, causing her to cry out. Maka. Krona is struggling with his rope, he's bleeding more. It's okay. She forces a smile, but it looks more like a grimace as she grabs the handle of the knife and rips it out of her. She hears that girl grunt in pain. Maka brings the knife over and starts cutting the rope carefully so not to cut him. Her vision is getting blurry, but she forces herself to stay conscious. She cuts the rope, setting the boy free. Krona pulls her into hug, holding her so gently, so lovingly. A hand goes to her stomach to stop the bleeding as he holds her against his bare, bloody chest. Maka, you're hurt. He trembles, his tears falling on her. It's okay. She soothes weakly. And no, it's not. He sobs, a shaky hand holding her head against his chest. You should be laughing at me. She smiles sadly. I hurt you, Krona, I deserve this. And no, you don't. Krona pulls away to look at her seriously, his eyes shaking so bad. I don't care what you do to me, Maka. I don't want you to die. I love you. I love. The words get caught in her throat and she feels really weak. She falls back, but Krona catches her. Maka, no. He wails. How did you think this was going to end? There can be no happy ending. That girl growls as she forces herself up. Not when you keep fighting me, you keep fighting yourself, Maka. At this rate you will surely die. That's okay. She smiles up at the boy whose tears are drenching her. She reaches a hand out, touching his cheek softly, getting her blood on his face. He grabs her hand, holding it there, his body trembling. As long as I take you with me. Maka smirks over at the girl. Then I don't give a fuck. But you see, I'm stronger than you. The girl laughs madly as she puts a hand on her wound. It lights up, and when she moves it away, the wound is gone. I have power, Maka. What do you have? Nothing. I have Krona. She pulls him closer. He is all I need. You will die in his arms. She laughs. Don't you know this? So be it. She smiles at the boy. I couldn't think of a better way to go. I will live on even if you die. She keeps laughing. And without you I will be the greatest. No one will surpass me. I won't die till you do. Maka, with the help of Krona, stands, her leaning against the boy for support. We'll see. The girl smirks before she disappears. Maka. Krona turns towards her, cupping her cheeks, his blue eyes staring into hers. Why, you saved me? No, I didn't. Maka averts her gaze. I'm the reason you got hurt. I don't care about that. He holds her close, his words spoke against her lips. I just care that you're with me and now and why you're alive. Maka looks down as she gently runs her fingers over the boy's bare chest, looking at all the cuts, all the wounds she had inflicted on him. This pain is nothing. He brings her head up, his breath ghosting across her lips. This pain is nothing compared to the pain of you being away from me. Krona. Stay with me, Maka. He pulls her close, their blood is colliding together. Stay with me forever. Her eyes shake as he pulls her into a kiss. She melts into him as his tongue plays with hers. It's such a soft kiss. A kiss full of love. Everything fades away. Maka's eyes flutter open. Her head is killing her. It throbs. She looks around groggily. She's in her room, her mother's room. Maka tries to move her arms only to find she can't. She looks down. She's wearing a straitjacket. Oh fucking hell. So you're up. Maka glares as she looks up, already knowing who it is. Stein sits in a seat, staring at her with that calculating look. Get this the hell off me. She struggles with it, but it's not giving in. It has her. Will you answer some questions for me? Stein gets out his notebook. No, I'm not answering some fucking questions. She struggles with the restraint. I'll make you a deal. Stein hums. If you calm down and answer my questions, I will let you out of your restraint. Do we have a deal? I want to be out of this thing first. She glares. I don't trust you. Very well, but if you try anything it goes back on. Stein gets up and walks over. He sits her up, and Maka can feel him untying something in the back. Soon the restraint looses around her, causing her to let a sigh of relief out. Remember, calm. Stein gives her a look before he takes it off and moves to sit back down on his chair. I hear you. She grumbles as she hugs her legs to her chest. First question, how are you feeling right now, Maka? He studies her. That was the first time you were injected with Valium. I can imagine it wasn't pleasant to your body. It feels like someone took a fucking hammer to my head. She grunts. So no, I don't feel too good. I feel like shit. That will wear off, I assure you. Stein writes something down. Second question, what happened at lunch, Maka? She tenses, looking down at her knees. She didn't want to think about that, she wanted to forget that all. She pushed Krona away. She slapped Krona in the face. Guilt is striking her heart and it hurts. And even after all that he still protected her. She feels like shit, and it's not just the Valium wearing off. Well. Stein looks at her expectantly. You had quite a freak out. I don't know what happened. She grumbles, pulling her knees up to her chest. I just snapped. Why? What caused it? I don't know. She lies. It had a huge effect on Krona. Stein's glasses glare. He called on Ragnarok, and he ended up sending 30 of our nurses to the hospital. What happened to him? Maka looks over at him. Is he okay? You didn't hurt him, did you? Let's talk about you, Maka. Stein changes the subject. I looked into the camera footage of lunch and I saw that you slapped Krona. Why did you do that? Did you two have a fight? Is that what caused you to snap? I didn't mean to hit him. Maka's breathing is becoming uneven. It just happened. I'm not proud of it, and seeing that I hurt him caused me just to lose it. I see. Stein writes something down. Krona didn't seem to let this affect your relationship with him. He still was quick to protect you even though you struck him. It's interesting, really. He shouldn't have done that. Maka remembers the look on his face as he watched the nurses grab her. Even though his cheek was red from where she hit him, he still looked at her with concern. He still protected her. Why do you think he did it? Stein looks at her. He cares about me? She shifts her body a little. Are you sure it's just care? He raises an eyebrow. What else would it be? It could be love. He studies her. Love isn't real. I wouldn't say that. The man writes something down. But I can't say much on the subject. It's a concept I can never understand, but I do know that Krona's feelings are more than just care. His glasses glare. He has close to a obsession with you, and I believe love is a obsession. I wouldn't know. Maka grunts, looking away. Are you all right now? Stein's eyes are able to be seen. Do you feel unstable? Do you think you need something to help you calm down? No. I'm fine. She looks over at him. I'm stable. I'm good. Okay. Stein looks at her before he stands up. I'll leave you alone, get some rest, I'll check on you in the morning. What about Krona? Maka gets up after him. He is fine. You will see him tomorrow or whenever he wakes up. What? Stein leaves the room, shutting the door behind him. Maka takes a deep breath before she walks over to her window and pulls back the curtain. It's starting to get dark outside. How long has she been out? Maka stares up at the sun that is slowly going down beneath the clouds, her eyes getting glossed over. Krona. What is she going to do? She doesn't want to hurt him, but no matter what, she will. You can't hide from yourself, Maka. A voice coos in her head. Why does the boy matter anyway? Maka grips her fist. She won't listen to this voice. Krona. The boy has protected her when she stuck him, when she treated him like shit. He will never leave you. That voice coos. Why not hurt him some more? Maka hits the wall, her knuckles stinging, but she doesn't care. Krona doesn't deserve this, but she wants to see him. She has to make sure he's okay. Maka lied when she told Krona she didn't need him. She needs him now. You only need yourself, you only need me. But that's not true either. No. It's not. Krona is in need. He helps her. You don't need help, you just need me, unleash me. Maka punches the wall again. Her necklace is hot. The air gets dense around her. Her breath can be seen. Someone is behind her. She already knows who it is, so she closes her eyes. But all she sees is those vertical eyes. There's no escape. The deep voice chuckles. Maka opens her eyes and turns to face this thing. The demon grins at her, that mask still over its face, its scarves floating by idly. What do you want from me? Maka backs away from this thing. Who sent you on me? I cannot speak the name. The demon's smirk grows as it takes a step forward. But that doesn't matter. You're going to be mine now. My madness has you have lost your sanity time and time again. It's time to collect what is mine. Maka takes steps back, the whole room is turning black, red vertical eyes popping up everywhere. Use me, Maka, I can save you. That voice speaks gently. Maka grips her fist as she looks around for anything that can save her. Her eyes fall on the cross. She takes off running towards it, the demon laughing darkly as she grabs it and holds it out to him. The demon stops laughing and he frowns for a moment. Back the hell up. Maka growls. I have Jesus and I'm not afraid to use him. The demon takes a step back, but then he grins again. You do not have the Son of God. You have no power behind that. The demon starts to walk closer. I've never seen a witch try to use holy power before, how interesting. You don't know who you are. I'm Maka Albarn. She spats as she takes a step back, the cross shaking in her hands. That's who the fuck I am. But who is she? That voice coos. A witch. At that moment the cross gets hot and it actually burns her, causing her to drop it. Maka holds her hand, looking at it with wide eyes. Her hand is hurt, it's red from where the cross burned her. You are of the same darkness as I am. The demon keeps getting closer. The light hurts you just as it would hurt me. Shit. Maka hisses as she backs up, holding her hand. Eyes are popping up everywhere as this monster gets closer, its grin ripping its skin. He is going to kill you, unleash me and you will be saved. That voice speaks urgently. Maka's hands are twitching and her eyes are shaking. Sweat is falling down her face as this demon keeps getting closer and closer. Her back hits the wall, her eyes widen. It's over. You see now, don't you? The demon grins. Your fate is the same as your mother, as your father's. Given to me. Its scarves are getting closer to her, all the eyes are staring at her, the room is getting darker till all she can see is this demon. Its grin is growing by the minute. It's time to join your parents. Unleash me. Unleash me now. I can save you. That voice is yelling at her. Maka's breathing is uneven, that feeling bubbling up inside her as she grips her hair. Your mother put up a better fight than you did, child. It keeps getting closer. That's because she was a witch. Accept me. Save yourself. Maka trembles as she falls to her knees, her grip on her hair tightening. She pants. She can feel the madness wrap around her, she's losing her sight, losing her mind. Do it now. The voice is screaming. Her lips twitch into that smile, her fingers moving around in anticipation. Krona's face flashes through her head. HH's eyes watery and his cheek red. Maka frowns. You want me? Maka bows her head for a moment before she looks up at the demon, her eyes flaring. Then fucking take me. Stop playing fucking games and do it already. What the hell are you doing? The voice shrieks. It's going to kill you. I'd rather die than be you. Maka watches as the demon's smile gets more sinister. That's it. It coos, walking closer, its hand is reaching out to her, twitching. She's going to die. But maybe that's okay. She won't be able to hurt anyone. And all this bullshit will be over. Kill me. Her voice is shaky as she looks up at this thing, at the thing that killed her mother, that ripped Spirit's head off. Now it's come for her. But that's okay. She was never meant to have a good life. Fate has decided it to be so. The room gets darker and Maka can see the mask is moving, about to come off as its fingers are about to make contact with her. Unleash me. The voice screams. Maka smirks as the demon is close to grabbing her face. This is it. It's over. Suddenly the demon is knocked into a wall. Maka blinks as her eyes fall on the boy standing in front of her. What the fuck are you doing? Ragnarok growls, turning on her with his eyes on fire. I told you, you can't fucking give up. Don't be such a stupid bitch. Ragnarok. She looks up at him with awe, surprised to see him, surprised he would still protect her. That's my name, don't wear it the fuck out. The demon comes right back, its scarves lashing out, wrapping around Ragnarok. The boy struggles with them till he is thrown against the wall, the boy making a grunt of pain, but his eyes are on fire, his face red. Not you again. The demon growls, his scarves ends balling up like fists. I will put an end to you once and for all. I'd like to see you try, you got lucky the last time, you son of a bitch. Ragnarok runs towards him. Maka watches with wide eyes as the scarves are sent on the boy. Ragnarok runs past them with ease, getting to the demon. He hits him a couple times in the face, sending the demon back some before he kicks him into a wall. He's fighting this demon. And he's doing good. You want to fuck with me? Ragnarok roars as he knees the demon in the face, but scarves come out and grab him again. The demon punches Ragnarok in the face, sending him back, hitting the wall hard. Then it turns towards her and charges. Maka is too scared to move. She watches as its jaw unhooks, making its mouth inhumanly large. It's going to swallow her whole. Oh no, you don't. I'm not fucking done with you. Ragnarok runs back to it, grabbing it by the back of its red sweater and throws it down. The boy gets on top of the demon, and starts raining punches to the face, never skipping a beat. You think you can fuck with me and not get the shit beat out of you? I don't care what the fuck you are, I'll rip you apart like everyone else. His lips rip out into a large grin as he keeps punching this demon in the face. I'm the beginning of the end, asshole. Maka is speechless. Ragnarok's winning. You are nothing but a boy, a unlucky boy at that. The demon's scarves grab Ragnarok's arms, stopping his hits. The demon's grin is larger than his. I am the demon of madness. You are nothing but what the witch has made you. Ragnarok is thrown off the demon into the wall, but this time the demon follows after him, its jaw unhooking again. Maka feels a fear in her as she stands up in alarm watching this. The boy struggles against the demon, hitting him when he can, but it doesn't seem to be affected. "I'll show you pain, boy." The demon licks its lips before it lashes out, sinking its teeth into Ragnarok's arm. The demon then yanks out, ripping a chunk of Ragnarok with him. "Fuck." He curses in pain, his face scrunching up, but before he can react, the demon punches him across the face. The boy hits the ground and rolls. He stops on his side, his eyes closed. "Ragnarok!" She cries out in alarm, her eyes shaking as she looks at the boy's wound. The boy's eyes shoot open at his name and he begins to force himself up. His arms are shaking as he tries to support himself. He looks faded. Ragnarok's wound lights up red and he cries out in pain, falling back down. The demon is chuckling darkly as he slowly walks towards the hurt boy. "It's over for you." It coos. And no. She looks at the boy who is getting more faded. Stop. The demon doesn't stop. "Are you just going to stand there?" That voice sneers. "You can save him. All you have to do is call on me, Maka." She grips her fist, her eyes shaking as the demon keeps getting closer. Ragnarok's piercing blue eyes are hard, but she can see the pain in his eyes. He has protected her so many times. It's her turn to return the favor. "Hey demon." Maka growls as she grabs the cross. It burns like hell, but she grinds her teeth and endures it as she runs towards the demon. The man turns towards her and Ragnarok looks up at her. "Leave him the fuck alone." She screams as she throws the cross. It hits the demon smack in the forehead. It screams, the cross melting into its skin. It digs viciously, trying to get it off him. Maka lets out a battle cry as she charges for it. She goes through it, falling on her face. Maka looks up to see Ragnarok is looking at her. His face is nothing but surprise, his piercing eyes looking at her a way she hasn't seen before. "What the fuck are you doing?" He growls, but it's almost soft. "You're just asking to be fucking killed." "I'm helping you." She gets back up as the demon keeps screaming. "I don't need fucking help." He snaps as she watches as he tries to force himself up. The wound on his arm looks bad. "You're going to die." The demon finally gets the cross off its head as it lets out a roar. Before Maka can do anything, it has her pinned against the wall, its jaw becoming unhooked as it leans closer. It's going to bite her, it's going to kill her. She looks behind him to see Ragnarok. Something flashes through his eyes, and he grinds his teeth. The demon jerks down, going to bite her neck. She closes her eyes. Maka hears the crunching sound of its teeth piercing through flesh, but she doesn't feel pain. Maka opens her eyes to see Ragnarok in front of her. The demon's teeth are in his shoulder. His chest heaves up and down as he grabs the demon with shaky hands. "Don't fuck with me." The boy growls in hate and pain as he rips the demon off. Ragnarok's eyes are on fire as he punches the demon in the face. This time sending it out of the room, it goes through the wall. Ragnarok pants, his shoulder lights up that red color, causing him to growl in pain and fall to his knees. "Ragnarok." Maka moves to kneel next to him to help him. "You're hurt." "No shit, Sherlock." He snaps as he jerks away from her. "Stop moving, let me see." She glares a little, trying to get closer. "You don't need to fucking see. I'm fucking fine." He growls as tries to force himself up. He's trying to act tough, but she can see the struggle in his eyes. "You don't look fine." She reaches out to touch him. "I am. 2 fucking bites isn't going to hurt me." He hits her hand away, his eyes are on fire. And he turns to look at her and stops. His face falling for a moment before that fire returns, he glares and looks away. "And stop fucking looking at me like that." He growls. "Looking at you like what?" She tilts her head, still trying to get a look at his wounds. "Looking at me with that fucking dumb look on your face." Maka swears she sees the faintest tint of pink in his cheeks, but it's gone way too fast. "I'm fucking fine. That demon took 2 chunks out of you, you're not fine." She glares as she gets closer. "Just let me help you up." "I don't need fucking help." He growls and yanks away from her again, holding a hand over his shoulder. "Especially from someone like you. You can't even take care of yourself." "I'm not weak, I don't need anyone to fucking help me." "I'm not saying you're weak. I'm saying you're hurt." She glares and walks over to him, reaching out a hand. Stop being a jackass and just let me help. Fuck you. His eyes suddenly flash, his chest puffing up as he pushes her. It's a strong shove causing her to skid against the floor till her back hits the wall. She lets out a yelp as her eyes lock onto his. They're still on fire, his teeth grit. I don't need anyone. No one helped me when I was fucking alive, I don't need help when I'm fucking dead. He pants as he holds his hand over his shoulder tighter, forcing himself up. Maka frowns at how faded he looks. He even looks pale for a ghost or whatever the hell he is. Ragnarok. She gets up still frowning. Stop fucking looking at me like that. He growls, looking away from her. I just shoved you. Stop looking at me like you care. You shouldn't fucking care. I don't care about you, you don't care about me, that's how it works. But I do care about you. She starts to walk towards him. You saved me again, I just want to help you. Take a step closer and you'll regret it. He snaps, looking back at her with his eyes flaring. It's a dangerous look and it causes her to pause. Ragnarok pants as he goes to walk away, but he grunts in pain and falls to his knees. His face is red, he looks so pissed. The boy is getting more faded. You can help him. The voice speaks quietly. Use me, we can heal him. Maka's eyes shake as she watches the boy keep struggling. He has been bitten by a demon. It will slowly eat at him till there is nothing left. The voice sighs. The witch who did this is rejecting him, so he can't go back to her. At this rate the boy will be a goner. She grips her fist. You know what to do. Her hands start to twitch, that feeling bubbling up inside her as her necklace lights up. Maka looks down at her shaky hands. Let me help. Ragnarok is becoming more faded, his piercing blue eyes are shaking as he holds his shoulder wound. Maka's lips go in a tight line. It's now or never. She walks slowly over to the boy, her eyes are burning with determination. That's it, that's it. The voice coos. Ragnarok looks over at her and growls, but when he tries to get up to attack her he just falls back down. He's too hurt. I said fuck off. Ragnarok, stop being a dick. Maka growls as she grabs the boy, ripping his arm away from shoulder. Let me help you. Get the fuck off me. He snarls, punching her in the face. The hit hurt. He's strong. She keeps her head to the side a moment before turning it to look at him. He's glaring at her, his teeth bared. He looks like a hurt animal. It's okay. She says softly, and his glare falls as she slowly moves closer, her hands outreached and twitching. I don't trust you, witch. He snarls and hits her in the face again. She winces but grabs a hold of him. Now let me out. She closes her eyes as her hands light up. Maka doesn't know what she's doing, if this is a good idea or not, but it's too late. Her body has a mind of its own now. She touches his shoulder with her hand, and it lights up. Ragnarok hisses at her, but she holds on to him as she touches his other wound and it lights up. He punches her in the stomach and she falls back. What the hell did you do to me, you fucking bitch? The boy's eyes are on fire, but when he looks down at his shoulder they dull completely. His wound is gone, they both are. His eyes are wide, he looks completely shocked. You healed me. He speaks oddly, looking back at her. Maka can't answer him. Her lips are ripped out into a crazy smile. Did that feel good? The voice coos, it's a lot louder now. Just imagine how much better it could be if you used me for chaos. We could destroy the world, make everyone suffer. Let them feel the pain that you have, Maka. Take away their mothers. Take their fathers. Show the world your hate. Yes, yes. She giggles, her eyes shaking as her hands light up again. Suddenly Ragnarok grabs a hold of her, his eyes burning into hers. Hey, what the hell now? Don't go losing it after all that fucking work I just did. I will destroy the world. Maka screams into fits of giggles. I will make the whole world red with blood. All will know my pain. All will know my... That's when Ragnarok punches her across the face. Get a fucking hold of yourself. He growls, shaking her. What the hell is wrong with you? Get it together. I didn't do all this shit for you to go crazy. Maka frowns as she looks back at him with shaky eyes. Well. He bares his teeth, tightening his grip. Are you done with your freak out? Or do you need more fist in your face? I think I'm good. Maka grumbles as her eyes slowly stop shaking, that feeling leaving her. Her hands don't twitch anymore. His hit knocked some sense into her. Thanks. She sighs a little when he lets go of her. No problem, I'll gladly punch you in the face any day. He grins at her only for it to fall. This odd look flashes through his eyes as he studies her. You alright? I don't know, you hit me pretty hard. She grumbles as she rubs her cheek. I'm not talking about that dumbass, I'm talking about. His eyes shift as if he was looking for someone. This whole witch shit. Not really, I don't know what to do. Maka takes a deep breath. Krona's smile flashes through her head. Where is he? Maka looks up at him with wide eyes. Where's Krona? Is he okay? Krona's drugged up his asshole. Ragnarok grumbles. Those prick nurses stabbed him about fuck, I lost count, it got so bad I couldn't control him anymore. He's laying in his room unconscious, his ass ain't getting up anytime soon. Krona. She bows her head, guilt hitting her here hard. That boy is a dumbass. Ragnarok crosses his arms. Even after you slapped him he still wanted to fucking help you, I don't get him. If someone slapped me on my face I'd kill him, not get all teary-eyed when someone is just grabbing them. I don't want to hurt him. Maka mumbles, gripping her fist. Then don't break your promise. Ragnarok growls. He is set on you, thinking you're really his and all that gay shit. He thinks you're the one. God, I swear you have the dick in this relationship and Krona has the fucking pussy. But if I stay with him I'll end up hurting him. Her hands shake as she looks down at them. I have these thoughts about hurting him, Ragnarok, and I'm afraid I'm going to act on them. I wouldn't be worried about him. Ragnarok grunts. If you hurt him again, I'll take you out, bitch. Will you really? She looks at him hopefully, causing the boy's face to fall a little. Fuck yeah. He mumbles, studying her. They're quiet for a moment. Take me to see him. Maka gets up. I need to see Krona. Fine, but I doubt he's going to get up. Ragnarok stands up with her, his eyes never leaving hers. I just need to see him. Maka grips her fist. And hurt him. That voice coos. Ragnarok doesn't say anything for a moment before he walks over to the door and opens it up. If you try anything, your ass is grass. He growls, his eyes holding that dangerous look. Good, that's what I like to hear. She smiles at him as she walks past him out into the hallway. Don't let me hurt him, Ragnarok. Ragnarok watches her, that dangerous look leaving his eyes. I won't. His voice is dark, but Maka doesn't understand it. He closes the door and they start to walk down the hallway together. Ragnarok walks close to her, his hands in his pockets, a bored look on his face. Maka grips her fist, trying to prepare herself for this. Hey. Maka looks over at the boy who is scratching his cheek. What you did back there was. His voice is soft for a moment, but when he looks at her he grips his fist and looks away. Healing me wasn't a bitch thing to do, even though I didn't need it. I would have been fine without your help. I'm sure you would have been. Maka can't help but to smirk. Shut the hell up, bitch. His eyes twitches as he looks back at her. I didn't need your help. Maybe you didn't, but I wanted to help you. She cuts him off, looking the boy in his cold eyes. He opens his mouth to make a comeback, but he ends up just closing it back up. He looks away from her, a glare on his face. You're fucking weird. I know. There's silence between them as they finally get to Krona's door. Maka takes a deep breath as Ragnarok opens the door. Bitches first. Ragnarok grunts, mock bowing to let her in. Maka gives him the middle finger but walks in. Her heart hurts. Her eyes shake as they fall on Krona. The boy is laying in his bed, his face scrunched up in a grimace, his face pale. He's completely out. Maka feels anger burn her as she looks at all the bandages on his arms. They hurt him. She takes a deep breath as she walks over towards the boy, walking slowly. Maka can feel Ragnarok's gaze on her. She feels Krona is safe. Maka stops right by his bed, looking down at the boy with a frown on her face. He looks so weak, so vulnerable. You could do whatever you wanted to the boy. That voice coos. He probably wouldn't even wake up. Krona. She falls to her knees by his bedside, taking his limp hand in hers and lightly kisses it. I'm so sorry, this is all my fault. The boy doesn't respond. Why did you do this, Krona? She gently rubs his hand with one of her hands as she cups his cheek with the other. At the contact his face relaxes a little. I hit you, why would you do this? Why would you try to save me when I hurt you? He doesn't respond. You don't deserve this. Maka hears her voice crack as she moves closer and kisses the cheek she hit gently. Why do you care about me so much? I'm evil, Krona, you must know that. The boy doesn't even move. I told you he's going to be out for a while. Ragnarok grunts, moving to stand by the foot of his bed. I'll stay here till he gets up. Maka grips the boy's hand tighter. I don't think that's a good idea. He looks over at her. They'll notice you being gone out of your room if you stay here for too long. But. Her eyes shake as she rubs Krona's face gently. Why not try pain? Pain could wake him up. Maka grinds her teeth. Ragnarok is staring at her closely now. I'm sorry I'm this way, Krona. She leans her head against his, her chest hurting. I wish I wasn't this, that I wasn't evil, that I didn't want to hurt you, but I am and I do. She sniffles as she looks at his pale face. This is her fault. Maka lays her head down on his chest, clinging to him. The only comfort she has is the memory of what she did. It's haunting her just as Krona's limp body is. She's evil. Her tears fall, she's crying into this boy, soaking his gown. She's a witch. She wants to hurt him. She hit him in the face. He is laying her unconscious because of her. The guilt hurts so much, this all hurts so much. Krona. She whimpers his name, her shoulders shaking. Pathetic, but I'll help you once again. The voice sighs. Maka feels power leave her, but she doesn't move. She just keeps sobbing into his chest. Krona suddenly stirs from underneath her, she hears him groan. Maka whips her head up, wiping her tears as she watches the boy's eyes flutter open. His blue eyes meet hers. Her tears fall freely. Krona. She throws herself on him, burying her head in his shoulder. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Maka. She feels his hands on her back, gently rubbing her shoulders. It's okay. No. No, it's not. Her tears keep falling and she sniffles. I hurt you, Krona. I hit you. That's not okay. It is okay, Maka. The boy grabs her face weakly, lifting her head up. Krona looks at her with a small smile on his face. I am just glad you're okay, Maka. He frowns when he sees her tears as he wipes them away gently. Don't cry, Maka, please don't cry, it's okay. How is it okay? She pulls away from him, her tears keep falling. I hurt you, Krona. I treated you like shit. How is that okay? It's okay because you're here now. He reaches out and grabs her hand gently, his eyes shaking and a little hazy. Why you can do anything to me, Maka, hit me, why yell at me just? His eyes get watery. Just don't leave me, don't push me away, that's something I can't deal with. Krona, you shouldn't even want me. Her voice cracks and it sounds pathetic. I'm a witch. I'm evil, Krona. I want to hurt you, don't you see? I've been having these horrible thoughts about you. I'll end up hurting you, Krona. I know I will. I don't care. He pulls her into him so her head is on his chest. I can deal with pain, Maka, as long as I have you. I can deal with anything, but I can't do this without you. I need you. I'm no better than her, Krona. She wails now, her tears falling. I'm no better than Medusa. Don't you ever say that. Krona pulls away to look at her with a frown on his face, his eyes firm. Why, you are nothing like her, Maka. Yes, I am. I hurt you, Krona, like she did. I want to hurt you like she did. Maka's shoulders are shaking in spasms. She is no better than Medusa. Maka, you care about me. I know you do. He looks her in the eyes. Medusa didn't even care about me. I know that now only because you have showed me what affection is supposed to be. Why, you may hurt me, but I know you don't mean it. Right now you're crying, Maka, Why you're crying about hurting me? Medusa never shed a tear, so please don't ever compare why yourself to her, why you're nothing like her. He wipes her tears away, leading close. Why you're amazing, Maka, which or not I love you, and nothing could change that. Krona, I don't want to hurt you. Her tears keep falling, her body trembling. But I know this is just going to get worse. And what if I turn into a full witch? I'll hurt you, Krona. I don't care. He pulls her closer, still wiping her tears away. We can deal with it together, Maka. If you hurt me, that's okay. I can deal with it. I am used to it, but I can't deal with being away from you. So don't push me away, and no matter what, don't push me away. Krona. She hiccups. When Ragnarok almost hurt you, I pushed you away because I didn't want you to get hurt. His gaze shifts. But you came back telling me to never push you away, and I promised you I wouldn't. His eyes lock on hers. And now the roles have been switched, and I now ask you, to promise me, you won't push me away. Maka closes her eyes and looks away, her tears still falling on the boy's chest. Please. He whispers as he lifts her head up again. She doesn't open her eyes. Maka, that hit didn't hurt nearly as much as when you told me I wasn't your friend, that you wanted nothing to do with me. I felt like I was going to die, that my chest was going to explode, and nothing you could do could hurt me as bad as that. So hit me, cut me, just don't leave me. You deserve better than me, Krona. She tries to protest, but she feels him bring her face closer to hers. Maka, I don't deserve you. He whispers against her lips. Why, you are the only one I want, the only one I want to call mine, all mine. Please think about what you're saying. She trembles against him. Why do you want someone who will hurt you? Who can't love you? Why, Krona? Because it's you. He smiles at her sweetly, it hurts her heart. If you hurt me, it's okay. If you can't love me, that's okay too. As long as it's you and I can hold you in my arms, then it's okay. Please, Krona, I don't want to hurt you. She sniffles as she clings to him. It's okay. He leans in and rubs her cheeks so gently. Maka. He speaks her name so softly. Her breath hitches. He still cares about her, even though he knows she will hurt him. Why? We will do this together. We can deal with it. He puts his nose against hers. Please stop crying, Maka. It's okay. Her tears keep falling and she sniffles. Krona holds her face as he wiggles his nose against hers. Her breath hitches and she looks at him with wide eyes. That makes you feel better, right? He looks at her seriously. I don't want you to be sad anymore. He wiggles his nose against hers again. I'll never leave you, and no matter what. Maka puts her hands on his cheeks as she closes her eyes, a smile coming to her face as one last tear falls down her face. His words stuck her heart. This part of her can't be evil, no, this is the part that cares for him. Maka. Krona suddenly shouts excitedly. She opens her eyes with her eyebrow raised at how Krona is looking at her with awe. Why, you did it? Did what? She tilts her head confused. Why, you just wiggled your nose against mine. I saw it. He grabs her, his eyes bright with excitement. Really? Maka frowns, looking down at her nose. She doesn't remember trying to move her nose. Maka tries to wiggle it, but it doesn't work. Maybe the trick is not trying so hard. She closes her eyes and focuses on her nose. She feels it move. Why, you did it again. Krona squeals, actually squeals. And it was the cutest thing ever. I did, didn't I? Maka opens her eyes, a big smile coming on her face. Fuck yeah, I can wiggle my nose. I can still do it better than you. He blushes and sticks out his little tongue. Maka leans in and bites it, causing him to squeak. That's what you get for teasing me with that cute tongue of yours, Krona. She smirks at how red the boy is now. Oh. Krona quickly sticks out his tongue again but pulls it back in before she can get to it. You tease. She chuckles as she jumps him, causing him to lay on his back. Her face is close to his, the boy is so red. Open your mouth. She whispers in his ear. Krona bites his lip and shakes his head. Oh, you want to do this the hard way, huh? Mako leans up to start cracking her fingers, making a ball with her fist. Then prepare for. She lifts up her fist like she's going to hit him. Krona's eyes get wide. The tickling of your lifetime. She shouts before her fingers start to assault his sides. The boy lets out a shocked laugh at first as he squirms underneath her, but she keeps tickling him. Krona is laughing so loud he lets out a snort. Oh okay Maka ha 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 I sorry for, teasing, p please, ha ha ha, stop. He wheezes out between laughs, his face so red. I don't know. She purrs as her hands go up and down his sides. I can't breathe. He wheezes out of his laugh. Open your mouth. He does so. Maka stops tickling him and leans in, sticking her tongue deep into his mouth. Krona squeaks but quickly melts into her as his tongue timidly rubs against hers. Her heartbeat is picking up speed as she feels his hands get tangled up in her hair, the boy's lips eagerly meeting hers now. It's a powerful kiss, and she wants more. Maka keeps kissing him as her hands run down his chest, feeling how small this boy is, feeling his ribs. She wishes she could still make him bread like she used to, but that's in the past. This is the present. His body is so soft against her own. Suddenly the lights turn off. Krona grabs her and holds her head against her chest immediately, whispering reassuring words for a moment. Ragnarok. He calls. See, can you? Got it. He grunts as he places the night light near the bed. I had to deal with this shit for the past few nights. Mako lets out a sigh of relief from the light. She looks up at Krona and smiles. I'm okay now. I'm leaving. Ragnarok looks at them a moment before he disappears. Maka stares into Krona's eyes, they're light up from the night light. He smiles at her as he rubs her cheek gently. Krona leans in and gives her a soft kiss. Soon this kiss turns deeper, Maka's hands find their way to his waist and his in her hair. She wants to feel his bare skin. Krona. She breaks the kiss, looking him in the eyes. Can I try something? What? His gaze shifts nervously, but even in the dark she can see how red his face is. Would it be okay if you touched me? She can feel her leg rub against his a little. I can help you, but I want to feel your hands on me. Maka hears him gulp. If you want me to. He sounds nervous. Do you want to? Yes. He squeaks at his quick response. I mean. I just. It's okay. She smirks as she takes his hands and puts them on her waist. She feels him tense as she brings his hands till they're resting on her ass. He takes an intake of breath, but she's surprised he actually grips her a little. There you go. She coos as she pulls his face to hers and kisses him. Their tongues tussle as he gently squeezes her ass. His hands are shaky, but that's okay. It's driving her mad, he's just touching her. Maka bites his lip hungrily and he gasps, her tongue goes in quickly, roaming his mouth. Just from kissing him, from feeling his hands gripping her ass, from feeling his hardened member press against her leg. She can feel her womanhood ache. Maka takes his hand off her ass to put them on her thighs. He freezes, but she keeps kissing him hungrily, encouraging him to go on. She feels his shaky hands slowly go up her thigh, his soft fingertips brushing against her skin, causing her to shiver in excitement. He stops right before he reaches his destination. Maka, I don't know what to do. He mumbles nervously, breaking the kiss. It's different from mine. I'll help. Her voice is low and she knows her eyes are hazy as she grabs his hand and pulls it up the rest of the way. It's so warm. He squeaks when his fingers touch the inside of her lips. It's warmer inside. She leads his finger over and pushes it inside her. She groans a little at finally being touched. Doesn't this hurt? He trembles as she feels him wiggle his finger around inside her, causing her to groan again. The boy tenses. It's so tight. Are you sure I'm not ripping you open? This might not be meant to touch. She can hear how uneven his breathing is. It was meant to be touch. She takes his hand and starts to pump his finger in and out. This is how you do it. Surprisingly, Krona starts to do it himself. He goes slow at first, wiggling his finger a couple times in curiosity. Maka moans and arches her back when he hit a certain spot. The boy looks at her with wide eyes. They're getting hazy as he hits that spot again, causing her to moan. Krona's breathing is uneven, his erection pressing tight against her thigh. Is this right? He looks at her with concern for a moment. Is it okay to go faster? Yes it. The boy starts to pump his finger in and out, him hitting that one spot. Maka moans, throwing her head back, her heartbeat speeding so much. Who knew Krona would be so good with his hands? And he keeps hitting this damn spot. It's driving her mad. Krona. She gasps as she finally releases over his hand. That was. The boy's body tenses at her using his name. She sees how he's looking at her, how he bites his lip. His gown is getting a bit too tight for him. I made you. His face is so red as he pulls out his hand to look at his finger. It glistens with her fluid. You made me come. She pants. Good job, Krona. She grabs his hand and sticks the finger in her mouth, cleaning it off for him. I didn't know you were so good with your hands. I was really good. Krona's face is so red as he watches her lick his finger, the finger that was just inside her. Yes. Her lust-filled eyes fall on his. They stare at each other, both their eyes hazy. Maka gets a idea, a wonderful idea. Krona, let's try something. Maka grabs the bottom of his gown. Can I undress you? I don't know. He trembles, the idea obviously making him uncomfortable. That's okay, we can do it clothed. She leans in to kiss him to calm him down. The boy melts into her as she grabs his dick through his gown. He groans into her mouth, his body shaking with anticipation. Krona, I want to try something. She pulls away to look him in the eyes. What? His lusty eyes stare into hers. I want you to lick me. She gets closer. Why you mean? He gulps. Down there. He squeaks. Yes, but while you do that I'll be doing you. How? His eyes get wide at the idea and Maka swears she sees a little blood drip down his nose, but he quickly wipes it. Maka doesn't answer him, instead she straddles him with her back to the boy's face. She pulls up his gown, letting free his erection, causing the boy to gasp. She gets down so she can get to it, her ass being in the boy's face. Do you see now? She whips hers as the boy shivers underneath her. How do I? He's trembling, but that blood is falling down his nose again. Just lick, and kiss. Think of it like kissing me on the lips. Before he can say anything she licks the tip of his head, causing the boy to groan. She takes him in and starts to move her tongue in a circle, feeling how he squirms under her. Maka's starting to get worried he won't do anything when she feels timid hands gently lift up her gown. She goes deeper, trying to encourage him, her heart is beating so fast. Krona moans as he grabs the back of her thighs and leans closer. She can feel his breath on her. Maka takes more of him in. As if in a way to muffle his moan, he starts to lick her. She barely feels it, but it's there. Maka bobs up and down, tightening her lips as Krona starts to lick around her. She feels him kiss her clit, causing her to moan, letting his dick fall out of her mouth. Did I do something wrong? She tenses as he trembles. No. Just don't stop what you're doing. She pants before she takes the boy back into her mouth. Oh Maka. He moans before he grabs her thighs again and leans in, kissing that same spot gently. This is so much. And she loves it. She loves it so much. His small tongue works between her, licking her like a soft cream, ice cream. Maka shivers at how he moans into her, how his lips rub her, how she can feel his breath. It feels amazing. Maka grips his thighs as she goes as deep as she can. Maka. He squeaks as he releases in her mouth. Maka swallows easily as she pulls out. She turns around to look at the boy. His eyes hold that calmness, the underneath of his nose is red from his blood. He looks close to pasting out. You did good, Krona. She whispers as she lays next to him. The boy immediately wraps his arms around her, pulling her close. Really? His eyes light up. Yes, really. She gives him a peck and a wink. You should pleasure me more often, Krona. You know how to work that tongue. Krona's face gets even darker as he hides his face in her shoulder. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Maka chuckles. It's a good thing. I. The boy is speechless. Did you not like doing that? No, I liked it. He squeaks again at his fast reply. I just never did anything like that before ever. I didn't know that was even a thing, but I liked doing it. I liked doing it too. She kisses the top of his head. They're silent for a moment as Maka rubs his hair and as he holds her close to him. Maka. He looks up at her with those beautiful eyes. Does this mean you're not leaving me? She doesn't respond to him. Maka. He frowns as she looks away. Krona, I don't want to hurt you. She takes a deep breath. The only way you could truly hurt me, Maka, is if you left me. His eyes shake. Promise you'll stay? She doesn't respond. Maka, I need you. He's begging her. I promise. She bows her head in defeat. Krona reaches out his pinky towards her and she blinks at it. Pinky promise. He tilts his head looking at her so seriously. Maka smiles as she wraps her pinky around his. Pinky promise. Oh Maka. His eyes get watery as a wobbly smile comes to his face and he hugs her tighter. Thank you so much. It's you I should be thanking, Krona. She mumbles into his chest. And no. Why you just make me so happy. She hears him sniffle. Maka pulls him back so she can look him in his eyes. His face is so red, his eyes so watery. Oh Krona. She smiles as she leans in and closes her eyes, wiggling her nose against his. We can do that together now. He chuckles. Do it again. So she does, and at the same time Krona wiggles his nose against hers. Maka sighs in contentment against his chest, her eyes staying closed. She feels his hands go through her hair. It's such a soft touch, so lovely. I love you, Maka. He whips hers against her head. And no matter what, as long as you're okay, then I'm fine. Darkness is slowly taking her. I love you. He pecks her nose. He's so soft. I love you. He pecks her cheek. He's so warm. I love you, and I'm not afraid to say it. He speaks against the top of her head. I finally know what love is, and I'm not losing it. I am not losing you. The last thing she feels is a kiss on top of her head before darkness takes her. Chapter 29. Maka yawns as she buries her head into the soft thing she's laying on, a smile on her face. She slept so good. A dreamless sleep. And Maka is okay with that. Her pillow shifts, collaring her eyes to open. Krona is snoring softly, his head laid against his pillow, his pink locks spread out everywhere, a little drool coming from the corner of his mouth. He looks so peaceful. So cute. Maka smiles and stretches, realizing she stayed the night in his room and that it's still sort of dark in here. The night light is still on. Maka can't help but to stare at the boy. It's odd seeing him like this. The only time he's calm is after she makes him release, but this is different. There is no emotion. But even in sleep he looks tired. Does that make sense? He just looks between peaceful and exhausted. It's an odd combination, but she's fascinated with him. His shallow breathing is lightly touching her face, his hair getting mixed in her own. Krona is so small, so frail, so pale. Maka leans over slowly, getting to the boy's face as she studies him more closely. She would never have guessed Krona to be one to snore or drool, but it makes it all the more cuter. Krona suddenly takes a deep breath and then he holds it. Maka raises an eyebrow as she gets closer in curiosity. Boo bitch. Krona's eyes shoot open as he shouts in her face. Ah. Maka yelps in alarm as she backs away too fast, hitting her head against the wall next to his bed. She holds her head and groans as Krona cracks up, but she knows it's not really Krona. It's Ragnarok. You should have seen the look on your face. Damn, and you hit your fucking head. Damn, I'm good. Ragnarok keeps cracking up. Jackass. She growls as she gives him the middle finger, still holding her head. What the hell was that for? You shouldn't watch people while they sleep. He sneakers. It's creepy as fuck. I wasn't really watching him. I was just. Maka blushes and looks away in defeat. What are you doing taking over his body anyway? She huffs. Enjoying the feeling. He grunts as he puts his arms behind his head and smirks at her. You made him all loose. Damn, I can't believe this bitch actually ate some pussy. Maybe there's hope for him yet. I guess he isn't going to end up as some guy's ass slave. Don't talk about it. Her blush deepens when he grins at her. Krona's more of a man than you give him credit for. Yeah right. He laughs. He was seconds from pasting out last night. I thought he was going to kill over from loss of blood. Damn bitch can't handle anything without bleeding out of his fucking nose. He sneakers. Who the hell actually gets nosebleeds? Fuck you. She gives him the middle finger, her blush still there though. Krona was amazing, he knows how to work that tongue. PSSH, I bet I'm better at it. He leans closer, a smirk on his face. I used to have a tongue ring just for that purpose. He puts two fingers in a V shape in front of his mouth and sticks his tongue between them, giving her a wink. Maka blinks. Get out my face with that. She chuckles a little as she pushes his face away. You're blushing. He smirks as he leans back, putting his arms behind his head. I think you liked the idea. Yeah right. But she feels her face heat up. I only need Krona. And I'm a part of him. He leans close again, grinning. Does that mean you need me too? I guess so. She looks at him blankly this time. Something flashes through his eyes as he pulls back from her. He looks at her a moment before looking away, a glare on his face. Yeah, I bet you do fucking need me. Without me you would have been that demon's lunch. Probably. She studies him. Thank you for that. Don't fucking thank me, I didn't dash. Have a choice. She smiles at him. I know. Still. He looks at her from the corner of his eye before looking back away. So. She plays with the edge of her gown. You can feel things in Krona's body. Certain things, like when he's loose like this. Ragnarok cracks his neck. I remember the feeling. He's a lucky bitch to have his body. If I had my body, damn I don't care who, but I'd grab the first bitch I see and fuck her silly. You're crude. She grunts. Yeah? So what? If you've been in the same state I've been in for 18 fucking years you would be the same way. His eyes get this far away look. People take shit for granted, all the feelings, the touch, the feel. I can't feel shit unless I'm in his body. I feel what he does but then I don't. It doesn't make fucking sense, but it was almost a relief when that demon bit me and I felt something 18 fucking years and I almost forgot what it felt like. His eyes get hard. But no, I could never forget what pain feels like. I've felt it all and yet I miss it and fucking hate it at the same time. In this state it's like you're numb to everything only for random shit to hurt like a bitch. Mako looks at him with wide eyes, not expecting him to talk so much about this. It's hard to understand because he's contradicting himself, but pain is the only fucking thing I can feel. His eyes are so hard. And I don't even get the luxury of it so often. But you feel Krona now. She speaks slowly. I don't really feel him, I just. He takes a breath. I just remember the feeling from when I was alive and I can imagine it better in his body. He glares over at her. You better not say anything smart, bitch. I'm not. She looks him in his flaring eyes. I understand, Ragnarok. You could never understand. He looks away from her, his hard eyes staring at the ceiling. Mako looks at him a moment, a frown on her face. Don't stare at me. He snaps. Mako looks away. It's silent. The air is tense between them. She takes a deep breath. This could end badly, but Mako leans over so her head is resting on his chest. What the fuck you doing? He growls as he grabs her hands that were going to hug him. I'm not fucking Krona. But you're a part of him. She blinks when his face falls. It's his body, and he's soft. I don't want you on me. He snaps, but his eyes soften a little. Please. She tilts her head at him. Maka doesn't know, but she feels like it would help him in some way. Ragnarok stares at her for a moment, the shock in his face, before he glares and looks away. Fine. He sighs. I know I'm fucking sexy, bitches can't keep their hands off me. Maka just lays her head back on his chest, curling her legs closer to the boy. He's tense now. And when Mako looks over at him, he's staring up at the ceiling with that glare on his face, but his eyes are odd. It's hard to explain, but she doesn't think he minds her being here. Maka wraps her arms around him, causing him to tense more. She lets out a content sigh as her eyes close. 1, 2. 3. Alright, enough of this fluffy shit. He growls as he grabs her by the face and shoves her off. Ah, but I was enjoying myself. She smirks at him. I wasn't. He huffs and looks away. Your head weighs like fucking 20 pounds. You could cause a solar eclipse with that shit. My head is normal size ass. She grunts as she lays back down next to him. Keep telling yourself that. He doesn't look at her. Silence. I only saved you because of him. He speaks suddenly, his voice dark. If I didn't think you dying would destroy whatever is left of his mind, I would have left your ass and laughed as it ripped you to pieces. I know. She looks at him blankly. I don't care about you. I know. I'll beat the shit out of you if you hurt him. Good. Silence. Maka feels better. She feels Krona is protected from her if she were to go crazy. Ragnarok wouldn't let her hurt him. And that's a relief. Maka smiles. Why the hell are you smiling? He growls. I just threatened to beat the shit out of you. I know. She keeps smiling. It's just a relief, you know? I know you will protect him from me, and that just makes me happy. He stares at her before looking away. You're different from her. Who? Maka raises an eyebrow. Nothing. He closes Krona's eyes. Ragnarok appears next to Krona's body. Krona slumps and snores again, a small smile on his face. It's time to go before they find out. He grunts before he walks over to the door. Okay. Maka gives Krona a soft kiss on the cheek before she gets off the bed. Krona reaches out towards the now empty spot and frowns. She hands him a pillow and he hugs it close, that smile returning. Her lips tug in a smile out of her own. Come on. Ragnarok grunts. Maka walks over towards him as he opens the door. Ragnarok watches as she walks through his hard, piercing eyes holding something. He just glares and follows her. Maka is running as fast as she can. The demon is coming. But he isn't alone. Maka dares look behind her. Spirit's twisted body is hobbling after her. The demon is close with that grin on his face. Then there's the snake. They're all closing in on her. Eyes are everywhere watching her every move. Maka runs to the end of a cliff. There's nowhere to run. The demon gets to her first, but right before he can touch her the snake advances and eats her. It swallows her whole. It's dark. A light soon consumes her. I saved you once again. That other Maka at her. They're in a small black room together. Maka just glares. Of course my help isn't free. She smirks as her eyes look to the side of Maka. Maka turns and falls to her knees. Krona lays on the floor, his dull eyes staring back at her blankly. His blood reaches her feet. A cross is shoved through his heart, his skin of his cheek peeled back so she can see his jaw. Her hands shake as she looks down at them. They're bloody. She killed him. She tortured him. So much blood, isn't it beautiful? The girl smirks. Maka wants to scream, but instead she giggles. Vertical eyes pop out everywhere staring at her with dark glee. That snake from before comes out and wraps itself around her, but she doesn't fight it. She just keeps giggling. You must unleash yourself, Maka. It hisses at her. This is your last chance. Today will be the deciding factor if you live or die. Maka keeps giggling. Either you're a witch or... Its piercing eyes narrow. You're dead. 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 She laughs like a maniac. Then you understand. She can hear the smirk in her voice. There's no stopping it now, Maka, you're either mine or... The snake's eyes look over at the demon that is grinning in the corner. Or his. Maka keeps laughing, her eyes on the dead body of Krona. Tears are falling down her face. Make your choice. The snake hisses. We both can't wait any longer. Krona. Krona. She screams, laughing so hard. Then it goes dark. Tears fall down her face as she opens her eyes. Her heart feels gripped. A dark feeling of dread is haunting her. Today isn't going to be good. Today is going to be a disaster. Maka wipes the tears off her face. No use crying over it. What happens, happens, but... She's afraid. Maka grips her bed sheets, her teeth grit. Can't she have a fucking break? Just one. She takes deep breaths. She will get through this somehow, she will. The door opens. Maka's eyes meet Gurko's as he walks in. She's surprised to see he's looking at her blankly. He doesn't look afraid and he isn't judging her. He's simply just looking at her. They stare at each other for a moment before he sighs. I've come to get your ass for the assembly. He grumbles. Assembly? She raises an eyebrow sitting up. Yup, and I'm telling you right now it's bullshit. He groans, rubbing his temples. I'm fucking getting drunk before I step in there. What's it for? It's a gay video about not hurting yourself and others. He sighs. They always show it after a incident. Oh, so they're showing it because of her? Is it that bad? She gets up, still raising an eyebrow. Hell yes. I can't even explain in words how. He just groans. I don't get paid enough for this shit. Maka walks over to him with her arms crossed. It can't be that bad. Oh, you'll see. He grunts. I swear we have more suicide attempts after each time we watch this fucking video. Hell, I want to take a bullet to the brain while watching that shit. He gives her the middle finger. That's for causing this. Maka gives it back to him, but she can't help but to smile. He isn't going to ask about what happened. And really, she likes him more for not. Sorry, but you must admit that backflip was badass. She grunts as he grabs her and leads her out of the room. I could do better. He smirks as he puts something around her body. Maka looks down to see. What the fuck? She growls and struggles with it. Why the hell did you put a leash on me? Stein's orders. He smirks sheepishly. Sorry kid, but this is funny. Stein. That bastard. She growls as he starts to tug on the end of the leash to get her to walk. Like a fucking dog. You're telling me? He growls. He's been a dick. Why do you have two more? Maka studies the other leashes in his hands. We have to pick up two more patients. He grunts, obviously annoyed. Your boy toy and the crazy religious boy. Not Justin, dot. She groans, but then she remembers he's going to be put on a leash and she can't help but to smirk. Then it falls again. You're around him a lot. She comments. I know, and it pisses me off. His eye twitches. Stein assigned him to me because he's fucking tired of running after him, so now I have to deal with his shit all the fucking time. He assigned me to pick up all the dangerous patients today. I think he knows I tried to make him drink my piss. I'm considered dangerous now. He doesn't answer. He doesn't have to. You know I'm getting blamed for that fucking kid. He growls as he pulls on her leash, them heading down the hall to Krona's room. I heard the rumors. They fucking think I'm the one letting him out. They're all dumbasses. I just started watching him this week. I wonder how he keeps getting out. Hell, like I know, I'm still wondering how Krona got in your fucking room. We told you, he's a magician. Don't give me that shit. He grunts as they stop in front of the boy's door. He gets his keys out and unlocks it before they walk in. Maka. Krona jumps from his corner at seeing her, his whole face lighting up, a wobbly smile on his lips. I didn't expect to. He stops as his eyes take in the leash Gurko is holding. What are you doing with her? Krona's eyes narrow as he grips his arm hard with the other. It's okay, Krona. Maka sighs. Stein's orders apparently. We're going to see a assembly. Oh, not again. Krona whines as he grabs his hair and tugs. He looks in distress. Is it really that bad? She looks between the two. Why yes. Fuck yeah. They both shout at her. Well damn. She throws her hands in the air. Alright, come on Krona, I got to get this thing on you. Gurko grumbles. Oh okay. He frowns a little, but when his eyes fall on Maka he seems more comfortable. Gurko puts the leash on him. Maka and Krona look at each other. You know I used to laugh when I saw little kids with these things on. Maka grumbles. I'm not fucking laughing no more. Why yeti, this is weird. Krona tugs at the leash. Let's go. Gurko grunts as he pulls on their leashes, dragging them both with him. This is ridiculous. She grumbles as they follow the male nurse. They're silent. Maka looks over to see Krona staring at her, his cheeks slightly tinted. When he sees he's been caught, he looks away, his face getting darker. What? Maka smirks at him. And nothing. He squeaks. You thinking about last night? By the way his face gets a impossible shade of red, she knows she hit the hammer right on the head. Fun, wasn't it? She reaches over and grabs his hands, intertwining their fingers. Krona looks down at their hands with big eyes, they're so bright. A wobbly smile comes to his face, it's still so red. Anything is fun with you, Maka. He mumbles shyly. Especially in bed, right? She gives him a wink, causing him to squeak. Maka smiles as she rubs her thumb against his hand. I was said to wake up without you there. Krona mumbles, looking away. I was almost scared that last night was all a dream. How do you know it wasn't? Why, you left a mark. He whispers, looking over at Gurko cautiously. Oh, on my thigh from your nails. Maka frowns. She didn't think she was digging in his skin that hard. It didn't hurt. He quickly adds, seeing the look on her face. I didn't really even notice you doing it. If I do that again, tell me to stop. She looks at him firmly. I shouldn't be leaving marks like that. It's okay. He smiles at her, it's so sweet. I am glad you did it. It's proof that last night wasn't just a dream, that you really came back, that you promised me you wouldn't leave. Maka stares at Krona, her cheeks getting slightly tinted. He's too cute. She doesn't deserve this boy. You're too cute, Krona. She leans in and gives him a kiss on the cheek. Why, you're cc cuter, Maka. He blushes, averting his gaze. Yeah, right. She grunts. You're cuter than a basket full of kittens. Why, you're cuter than 10 baskets of kittens. He counters, looking proud of himself. Maka can't help but to chuckle. You're cuter than 100 million baskets of kittens. She takes a deep breath. That's a lot of kittens. He shrieks, his eyes wide. Hell yeah, and you're cuter than all of them. She kisses his nose. That's impossible. He blushes darkly and shifts. How? She squeezes his hand. I'm looking at the possibility right now. Oh my god, can you two stop? Gurko groans. You're so sweet, it's sickening. You're just jealous no one is calling you cute. Maka grunts. You're old with the face of a deranged wolf. Bitch, I'm sexy. He snaps. You know, you remind me of someone. Maka can't help but to chuckle. Krona looks over at her, smiles, getting what she's saying. Whatever. He grunts as they stop in front of a door. He gets his keys out and unlocks the door. Here we go. They walk in with Krona holding her closer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Justin kneels on the floor, his hands together in prayer, his head bowed, eyes closed. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Krona raises an eyebrow, watching the boy with curiosity. Maka just stares at him blankly. She hates this guy. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Gurko starts to tap his foot impatiently. Lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. Justin takes a deep breath as he opens his eyes. Amen. You done? Gurko grunts. Yes, I. Justin smiles slightly at the male nurse, but when his eyes fall on Maka and Krona, his eyes harden. Oh, it's you too. Yeah, we're not thrilled with seeing you either. Maka grunts. Did you see what I just did? Justin stands up, brushing himself off. It's called praying. You should try it sometime. Fuck you. Maka spats, feeling her anger bubble up. Don't let him get to you, Maka. Krona frowns, grabbing her arm. Why, you're giving him what he wants. I know, but he's just so ugh. Maka groans, but she lets Krona hug her. I know. Krona nuzzles the top of her head. Justin stares at them a moment before his nose wrinkles up. How sinful. He looks away. So let's go then. Gurko grunts as he walks over to Justin with the leash. Got to watch a assembly dash. Oh dear. Justin pitches the bridge of his nose before he sends Maka a glare. Nice going. Learn some self-control. Why you don't have any room to be talking, J. Justin? Krona speaks up before she can, he's glaring at the other boy. Justin's eyes narrow. Alright, let's not start a fight, I don't feel like fucking dealing with that. Gurko grumbles as he puts the leash on Justin. What on earth is this? Justin frowns, tugging at the leash. Stein's orders. Gurko grunts as he starts to pull all three of them out the room. It's the only way I can take all of you to the cafeteria. Oh, how I despise that man. Justin huffs but walks willingly with Gurko. Maka just rolls her eyes. Let's show him real hate, Maka. That voice coos. She tenses up. It's back. Maka. Krona frowns, tightening his grip on her hand. Why, you okay? I'm fine. She lies, her breathing is uneven. I will never leave you, Maka, just give in to me, it will be so much easier. Maka grinds her teeth. Give in to me? Maka. Krona suddenly yelps. Why, your hand is too tight. She blinks as she looks down. She has his hand in a choker hold, the skin turning a different closer from lack of circulating. Maka quickly lets go of him as if his hand was on fire. I'm sorry. It's okay, Maka. He looks her in the eyes. He really forgives her. Maka takes his hand and kisses it gently. She will hurt him. This is nothing. She will make him cry. She will make him bleed. This is only the beginning. Her lips twitch up into that smile. Maka. Krona frowns as he touches her face. She frowns. I'm good. She takes a deep breath. Not for long. Justin scoffs into their conversation. Be butt out, J. Justin. Krona snaps, causing Maka to look at him a little surprised. So she brings out your aggression. He smirks. Of course she would, her kind is known to do that to men. They fall in love with them easily, only for the witches to destroy them. That is your fate, Krona, you have fallen in love with misery. Maka looks away. Deep down she knows he's right. She will be the death of him. The final straw. And no, I fell in love with Maka. His eyes narrow and his grip on his arm tightens. She gives me nothing but happiness. We'll see how long that lasts. Justin smirks. Then again, you're used to not being loved by witches, aren't you? Krona's eyes flare at that and he grinds his teeth. He's getting pissed. Justin, fuck off. Maka suddenly shouts, the light above them shatters and the glasses falls on the boy. Justin covers his face but he gets cut on his arms. Maka is grinning from ear to ear. That's it, let your anger flow. This is our way. Leave Krona alone. She giggles. If you continue, I'll punish you. You don't scare me. He spats. You're nothing but a creature of the dark. You will be destroyed with the darkness. Man, what the hell? Gurko looks at the light with wide eyes, then back down at the three patients. Let's keep moving before this whole fucking place crashes down on us. Justin turns away from them and starts walking. Krona gives her hand a squeeze and her giggling dies on her lips. She looks over at him with blank eyes. Are you okay? His eyes shake a little as he takes her in. I'm fine. She takes a deep breath, steadying herself. Krona keeps his eyes on her, a frown on his face. They all walk in silence for a while. Justin staying close to Gurko. Krona staying close to Maka. She can feel his affection for her at how gently he rubs her hand in his. The way his blue eyes light up as they fall on her. She can't understand his feelings for her. They're too strong, too different from her own. Sometimes she wished she could be like Krona. But she can't. We can never love. That voice growls. It's not a part of us. Because she is evil. But she wishes she wasn't. Maka smiles sadly at Krona. She wishes she was a better person for him. But she isn't. She's a witch. Maka leans her head against Krona's shoulder as they wait for all the patients to find their seats. They have a screen in the cafeteria set up for all to see. Justin sits next to her, staring at her with those soulless eyes. Gurko sits beside him drinking out of his water bottle, his eyes getting out of focus. All the patients are groaning to themselves, sending her glares every once in a while. She doesn't care. Her hand is in Krona's tightly. So my cross was of use to you. Justin suddenly whispers in her ear. But fighting Azura is useless. He always gets what he wants. Maka doesn't respond. The snake is coming. You have a decision to make. The boy smirks as he leans away. What will your fate be, witch? Is he talking to you? Krona whispers in her other ear, looking at the other boy with narrowed eyes. What is he saying? Nothing important. She grunts as she leans closer to him. The lights dim down as the movie begins to start. Hey Krona. She turns to look at him. Why yes. He looks at her with those beautiful eyes. Could I sleep with you again tonight? She blushes a little. It was nice. Oh, of course. His gaze shifts. I was actually thinking about asking you the same thing, but I was afraid you would get mad. Why would I get mad? She raises an eyebrow. Well, Ragnarok says you're not supposed to ask a girl to sleep with you, they're supposed to jump on you. Krona frowns. I don't really get it. Well, Ragnarok is a butt. She grunts. But. Krona cracks a smile at her and giggles a little. What? He is. She smirks. Why yeah, but I wasn't expecting you to call him a b-butt. He chuckles. I'm just good like that. She laughs with him. Will you to be quiet? Justin growls. You're being rude. Maka and Krona give him the middle finger. Sinners. He scoffs, still glaring at them. They angor him. You know lust is a sin. Justin's eyes narrow. You know I don't give a fuck. Maka snaps. Lust for a witch is a horrid sin. He glares at Krona. You know pride is a sin. Maka grunts, glaring back at him. Of course I do. He blinks, looking back at her. But I'm not prideful. Yeah right, get out of here with that shit. She growls. Let's get rid of him. I can do whatever the hell I want. Maka leans over and licks up Krona's cheek, causing him to squeak and his face to get red. If I want to lust for him, I can, and I don't give a fuck what you say. Mind your own fucking business for once. You will burn in the endless fires with your mother. That was too much. You son of a bitch. Maka screams, punching him across the face. You don't talk about my fucking mom. Kill him. Kill him. I'm going to rip you apart. Your blood will be paint for these floors. Maka giggles as her fingers start to twitch. She jumps towards him, a large smile ripped out on her face. The lights are flickering. The whole cafeteria is watching them. Justin grabs a chair and bashes it on her side. She yelps in surprise as she falls down, Justin getting on her, smirking. You're no match for me, witch. Justin is tackled by Krona, or should she say Ragnarok. He punches the blonde boy a couple times in the face before nurses flock to break up the fight. Maka lays on the floor, her shaking green eyes staring up at the ceiling. You can't fight me anymore, it's over, just give in. She just stays there, not blinking. Ragnarok grabs Justin's hand and twists the wrist till there's a crack. The boy cries out as he punches him in the face. He busted Krona's lip. A deep anger burns in her. All of the lights in the cafeteria suddenly break, the glass raining down on the patients and nurses. Nurses scramble to calm down the patients. Why do you fight for her? Justin growls as he punches Ragnarok in the stomach, his eyes flare. She's going to die anyway. Nothing good can come from her, and you know this. You of all people should know this. Stop talking. Ragnarok headbutts him. Justin falls to the ground, his eyes closed, and his head bleeding. Nurses are all over the place trying to calm down all the other patients. Maka watches as Krona's eyes flash back to his. He walks over towards her and kneels down next to her, his eyes wide and shaking. He touches her so softly and says something, but she can't hear him. Break his heart. She puts a hand on his chest, causing him to stop talking. Maka closes her eyes as she feels his heart beat against her hand. Make it stop. She grabs him by his gown and pulls him down, clashing her lips to his. He's all yours. Maka throws him down, climbing on top of him she pins his hands to the floor, kissing him deeply. He's all yours. Screams sound around them as the patients struggle with the nurses. Maka bites his lip right where it's busted, causing him to groan in pain and for her to taste his sweet blood. He's all yours. Maka pulls away to look down at the boy who is looking up at her with wide eyes, his face so red. You're all mine. A large smile rips out on her face, her eyes shaking down at him. I am all yours. He looks up at her with no fear, his eyes light up in that adoration. Maybe he doesn't see how twisted this is. Maybe he can't tell the smile on her face means bad news. But as her eyes look into his, her smile falls. They stare at each other for a moment. For once she can't read his eyes. Maka leans in and gently licks his lip in apology. She tastes his blood. Get used to the taste. The voice chuckles. He is yours, and so is his blood. Maka pulls away from him in alarm. It's okay. Krona leans up after her, a frown on his face. It didn't hurt. Krona. She sighs as she leans her head on his shoulder. It's okay. He holds her so gently. No, it's not. Maka bows her head as the nurses finally get to them. This can never be okay. Maka stares up at the ceiling unblinking. She feels all the gazes of the nurses on her. They're afraid of her. She can tell. Maka is considered dangerous now, just as her mother was. She grinds her teeth at the thought. They all have their needles ready, their pathetic bodies tremble as they stare at her. She hates them. Stein's coming soon. She doesn't want to deal with him and his questions. He thought her mother was insane and now he thinks she is insane. Nothing she could say could justify her actions. She's really like her mother, huh? A nurse whispers to another. Yeah, it's creepy, man. Maybe it really got passed on to her. No, she's not as bad as Kami, that was one crazy bitch. Well, Kami started out like this, unresponsive. Maka puts her hands over her ears, her teeth grit. She doesn't want to hear this. She will lose it and kill them all. Do it, Maka. Her breathing is uneven, that bubbling feeling is becoming unbearable. Did you see what Krona did to Justin? A nurse whispers. Yes. He broke his hand because he touched this girl. Krona has a thing for her, I think they're a couple. Crazy people shouldn't get in relationships. Someone chuckles. Love is crazy enough as it is. Amen to that. They don't know. Maka speaks to herself, staring up at the ceiling. And neither do you. Maka wants to stop this, to stop what she has with Krona, but she can't. She doesn't want to hurt him, but she wouldn't be able to stay away. Maka is a very selfish person. She wants Krona even though she knows she will end up hurting him. But she promised she wouldn't leave him. He doesn't want her to go. He thinks he loves her. It's sad, really. He deserves someone who can give him love, someone who won't hurt him yet. He chose her. And she doesn't love him. And she will hurt him. Her heart is beating so fast. Maka grips the sheets. Krona, please leave her. Krona, please don't leave her. She doesn't know what she wants. Everything is confusing and her head swirls. Krona's beautiful pale blue eyes flash through her head. She doesn't deserve him. But she wants him. It's something she knows she shouldn't have, yet she's greedy with him. He is hers. Nothing will take him away from her, but at the same time, wouldn't it be best if he wasn't with her? It's too confusing, but Maka has bigger problems right now. Her necklace is on fire. She reaches to take it off, but as soon as she touches it, darkness consumes her. Maka opens her eyes only for her heart to be lifted up, then just to plummet. She is back at the park in town. But something is wrong with it. The swing set she used to swing on as a kid is destroyed, the poles scattered everywhere like a hurricane came through and blew it apart. The bench where her mother and her used to sit in is no longer there, just a pile of wood. The beautiful pond no longer is filled with blue water, it's filled with something dark and red. The grass is dead and dry, crunching under her feet. The moon casts shadows on this place, making it so Maka wants to run and scream from here, but she stays put. She isn't alone. Her mother stands before her dressed in black with her skin so pale. She has no eyes. Just black holes where they used to be. She's covered in blood. 3 vertical eyes on her dress stare back at Maka, causing her to take a step back. Don't be afraid, Maka. Her mother speaks softly. It's only me. But you're. She feels the lump in her throat as she takes her in. She can't look at those black holes. I'm dead. She speaks slowly. But I haven't moved on, baby, I can't. What do you mean? Maka's eyes shake, not able to look at anything but those vertical eyes. I'm stuck to the demon. She smiles sadly. But even if I moved on, I wouldn't be going anywhere good, baby. Mom, is this really you? Her voice shakes. Or is someone trying to mess with me? I don't know what's real and what isn't anymore. I never wanted this for you. She frowns deeply. I don't have much time, he is coming, but I have to warn you. Her mother takes a step forward and by sheer willpower Maka doesn't take a step back. People are lying to you, baby, they're using my name for things I didn't want. She points to Maka's chest. That necklace was not meant for you to find, I didn't want this for you. I didn't want you to end up like me. Believe me when I say, baby, I was close to destroying the demon once and for all, but I was betrayed. Blood starts to leak from the black holes like tears. I never wanted you to be a witch, to have to feel such hate. Her mother's voice is shaky. Please, Maka, don't let the darkness overpower you, don't trust anyone. Mom. She takes a deep breath. We're evil, aren't we? You're what you choose to be. Her mother speaks firmly. Remember that, baby. Suddenly the moon turns red, the park gets all the more darker. It's so cold Maka can see her breath. Run, baby. Her mother speaks urgently before she disappears. Maka takes off running, already knowing what's coming. Everything starts to melt around her into blood. Soon she's swimming in it, it's so much. Something grabs her leg and she gets pulled down into it. Maka can't breathe, but she still fights. Kicking out, but it keeps pulling her deep into this thick substance. She's pulled into a cave, finally getting out of the blood, and the thing lets go of her. Maka takes deep breaths trying to wipe the blood off her face, but it just smears it. It's everywhere on her. Poor Maka. The demon grins at her, its scarves dancing around him madly. Look how dirty you are, such a shame. Maka jumps up looking for a way out of here, but there is none. It's over. It coos as it starts to walk closer. Maka takes steps back. No one can help you now. Its grin rips its skin. I love your fear, fear me more, girl. Her teeth chatter, her legs feeling weak. She falls to her knees. Maka is so afraid. You have the same look in your eyes as your mother did. It chuckles darkly as it opens its hand. Her mother's eyes lay in them bloody, staring back at her. I liked them so much I decided to keep them. Its smile is devilish. Yours will be a nice add to my collection. Maka stares at her mother's eyes. That fear dies in her. All she feels is anger. You fucking bastard. She screams, more like roars, as she gets back up. I'm not fucking running anymore. I'm going to rip you to shreds. How dare you do this to my mother? You will pay for all you have done to her, you motherfucker. Unleash me, Maka. The voice screams with her. This time Maka doesn't fight it. There is a click inside her. Then a pop. You're dead. She laughs as she charges for the demon. Let's see. Its smile falls as it lashes its scarves out for her. Maka just giggles as she points at them, sending them a different way. Is this all you got? Maka's smile is so large as she stumbles over towards him, she points at him. When the demon tries to move, he can't, his feet are stuck to the ground. Wouldn't want you trying to get away. Maka stops right in front of its face. That would ruin all the fun. You're completely mad, girl. The demon smirks at her. You can't hurt me with madness, I am the demon of madness after all. Maka grabs its arm and rips it off. It doesn't come off fully at first, she has to twist and pull, hearing the bone crack and the skin rip. The demon keeps smirking at her. It won't be smiling for long. Maka digs her hand into the open stump of the arm, giggling in fits as she rips out bloody pieces of flesh. The demon keeps smirking. Maka roars as she bites into its neck right where the jugular vein is. Her teeth sink in and then she rips out. The demon's blood squirts on her like a waterfall, but it's still smirking. Maka's hands twitch as she shoves them into the demon's stomach, breaking the skin. She digs further till she grabs his intestines. She starts pulling them out, laughing like a maniac. So much guts. She digs back in, pulling out its stomach. It's so gooey. The demon is still smirking. Maka digs up to the ribs and breaks one off, pulling it out and examining it with a horrid smile. Then she shoves it through the mask into the demon's eye. It's still smirking. Maka keeps pulling this demon apart till it's nothing but a head on a piece of meat. It's still smirking. Oh, poor Maka. It coos at her, still able to speak. You have completely lost it, such a evil creature you are. Stop talking. She screams, but she's smiling as she takes another one of its ribs and shoves it through its forehead. The demon falls with a splat. I killed you. I killed you, you motherfucker. Maka throws her head back. That was so fun. So fun. The fun is only beginning. That voice coos. But Maka finds she's the one speaking this time. It's no longer a voice, it's her voice. Maka keeps laughing. A light surrounds her. Maka groans as her eyes open. Her vision is blurry and her head is killing her. She moves around a little in something wet. Wait, wet? Maka blinks, trying to get her vision back. She does, but she wished she didn't. Maka is laying in blood. She jumps up in alarm only to see the horrid scene in front of her. Blood is everywhere, all over the room, along with mangled limbs and guts. Bodies lay all around, or what's left of them. They were ripped apart limb from limb. Maka recognizes them as the nurses now. One has what looks to be a bone sticking out of his eye, others have no arms. One female nurse got her intestines ripped out, they're now tied in a bow like you would put on a present. They're all dead and none of them got the easy way out. Maka's eyes fall on the walls. In blood there is a message. Which? That's all it says, and that's all it needs to. Maka looks down to see she is covered in blood, all their blood. In her hand is someone's foot. Instead of throwing it away and screaming like a normal person would do, a sane person, Maka pulls it close to her face to examine it. She looks over all the mangled bodies and finds the one that is missing a foot. Maka throws it over towards it but doesn't get up. Her tongue comes out and licks up the blood on her lips. It's metallic. It's sweet. Maka's eyes look at the wall near the door. Another message in blood is written. There is no going back. And Maka knows this is true. She remembers all their screams. She killed them. She killed them all. Maka doesn't scream. She doesn't cry. She laughs. She made the walls so pretty. White is so boring. No, red is where it's at. And now red is everywhere. Maka keeps laughing, feeling nothing but joy. There is no sorrow, no regret. Just bliss, happiness. It feels good, doesn't it? That voice coos, but it's Maka who is speaking, it's no longer in her head. Maka nods, giggling. It feels so fucking good. The blood coating her, the screams of her victims, the feel of their guts. It feels so fucking good. Maka lays back down in the blood with that large grin on her face as she moves her arms and legs. She's making an angel. A blood angel. Blood is just as fun as snow. And it's red. She can make a snowman with these nurses' body parts. She doesn't need snow. She doesn't need the color white. All she needs is red, sweet, sweet red. The door opens. Maka looks up to see Stein with a couple other nurses. A woman nurse screams at the horrid sight, her eyes roll back, and she falls back. Oh hell no. I'm not doing this shit. One nurse takes off running. Soon all the nurses either pass out or have made a run for it. The only one left is Stein. He looks at all the blood with those cold eyes, taking in the scene as if it was just something there. Then his eyes fall on hers. They're hard, cold, judging. Isn't it pretty? Maka giggles, looking at the man with shaky eyes. I painted the room a different color. Aren't you happy? Stein's glasses glare as he takes out a couple needles. Then he steps inside. He has stepped into the lion's den. Oh, you want some of this? Maka gets up, some guts falling off her gown she didn't notice was there. Stein doesn't answer her, he just charges. Maka waits for him to get to her. She licks her lips of the blood that is still on them, her fingers starting to twitch. He is more paint. That's all he is. Nothing more. Stein grabs her arm and is about to shove a needle in it, but Maka has different plans. You think it's okay to go around stabbing people like you do? Maka screams in his face as she grabs his arm and yanks it off of her. I think it's time you had a taste of your own medicine. She forces him to stab himself with the needle with a lot of strength she's never had before. She can never go back. Shit. Stein backs away from her in alarm, but his eyes are already unfocused. Not so pleasant, is it, Mr. Doctor? Maka giggles as she walks slowly over towards him, her feet making a spatting sound as they hit the blood. I need backup. Stein talks into his jacket before he falls to his knees as Maka makes it to him. She grins down at him as she slowly reaches out towards him. Her hands lighting up, they twitch. Stein falls down, his eyes closed. She's close to touching him, to ending him. Maka, my. She stops to turn to look towards the door. Medusa stands in the doorway with that smirk on her face. She's wearing a nurse's outfit. Will you look at you? She coos. This is a beautiful sight. I thought I'd never see the day. Maka can only laugh as she turns her attention back on Stein. She wants to kill him. Now. Medusa appears in front of her, poking her in the forehead, causing her to stumble back. You have done enough for today. If you continue, you will strain yourself, and I don't want that. It's time for you to work on your control. This is good, but if you can't control your madness, the demon will take you even after such good progress. Don't touch me. She giggles as she smacks her hand away. I'll do what I want. I want to destroy the world. If that is what you want, that is what we will do. Medusa takes a step closer. Together we can have it all, Maka. Destroy. She giggles madly. I want to destroy you. Maka charges for her with that grin on her face. Snake, cobra. Medusa speaks hushly. Maka is sent flying back, hitting the wall hard with a thump. Hey. That wasn't nice. She pouts as she gets back up. You must calm down. Her eyes narrow. Or this will all be wasted. I don't want to calm down. Maka runs back towards her. This is too much fucking fun. Medusa watches her for a moment before she smiles. She snaps her finger and she's right in front of Maka. Medusa grabs her face, her piercing eyes burning into hers. Calm down, Maka. She purrs as she rubs her face. It's over now, you're all mine. Maka's giggling slowly starts to die on her lips as she stares into her eyes. Her knees buckle, but Medusa catches her, laying her down gently on the floor covered in blood. Your hate, it's so beautiful, Maka. Medusa looks down at her body covered in blood with glee. I could never hope for such a prize. Her eyes shake as she stares up at this woman, unable to do anything. She's frozen. You have given in to your true nature. Medusa rubs her cheek gently, her long nails almost piercing her skin. You're mine now, Maka. My plan is falling into place. Maka's body twitches, but she puts a hand over it, stopping it. Medusa starts to chant something low. Maka's body relaxes and her eyes close. Veil. Nurses run into the room looking at Medusa with shaking eyes. What the fuck happened? The patient had a freak out, killed the nurses that were in here. Medusa turns to look at them. Get the bodies out of here, call the families, get the janitors here, they have a lot to clean up. Get Stein to the infirmary to rest till he wakes up. What about her? The nurse looks down at the sleeping Maka and shudders. I'll deal with her. Medusa stands up with Maka hanging limply in her arms. I'll wash her up, keep an eye on her till the room is cleaned up. Are you sure about that veil? The nurse looks at her with a frown on his face. If that girl did all this shit, I don't think it's safe for you to be around her. I'll be fine, I have medicine to keep her out besides. Medusa starts to pass all the bodies. She walks past the nurse out the door. I believe you have enough to deal with yourself. Medusa walks slowly down the hall with Maka in her arms. She can't help the large smirk on her face. Everyone is running opposite of her, trying to get to the room to help. Medusa looks down at the girl in her arms, her piercing eyes lighting up. It's all falling together much better than I could ever hope. She tightens her grip on her. If only your mother could have seen that this is what you're truly meant to be. Maka doesn't respond. It's not time yet, but it's coming soon. Medusa leans close. You will be my daughter, my heir, but first. She pulls away her serpent tongue, coming out to lick her lips. Let's do a little experiment with my son, shall we? Maka doesn't respond. Medusa crackles madly. Krona shivers, a dark feeling gripping his heart. He's close to hyperventilating. He knows this feeling all too well. The crushing grip of fear on his heart. How cold his body gets. Something is wrong. Something is really wrong. Ragnarok. The boy calls softly from his corner, his pink bangs in his eyes from laying his head down for so long. What's going on out there? Like hell if I know. Ragnarok appears with an irritated look on his face. Looks like some shit went down, saw body bags, cleaning shit, just a whole bunch of shit going on. See, could you see where it was coming from? Krona frowns. Nope, and I'm not getting any closer. Ragnarok grunts. Your bitch of a mother is here, I don't know where, but I feel her. I feel her too. Krona grips his knees to his chest, his breathing becoming uneven. What could she be planning? Hasn't he told us anything? What is she trying to do? What do you think? Ragnarok grunts. Face the facts, Krona. You knew what she wanted from the very beginning. But I didn't know it was her. Krona trembles. I didn't know it was going to affect Maka. You should have known better than to fall in love with Medusa's fucking toy. Ragnarok looks away, something flashing through his eyes. You know, if she found out, she would hate you. I know. Krona looks down, his eyes getting watery. Are you going to tell her? Krona doesn't respond. If you tell her, she will leave you. Krona's breath catches. If you tell her, she will hate you. His teeth chatter. Isn't there something we can do, Ragnarok? Can't we stop it? Krona looks up, his tears falling now. You mean go against Medusa? Hell no. Ragnarok scoffs. I'm not dealing with the consequences of that shit. We wouldn't be able to beat her, and you know that. So stop bitching and just finish what you started. Krona bows his head. But what's going to happen when we finish? Krona's voice is so shaky. What's going to happen to Maka? Don't know. Don't care. Ragnarok looks away. Krona's tears fall down his cheeks, his eyes shaking with guilt. She trusted me. A lot of people trusted us. Ragnarok still doesn't look at him. And we betrayed them all. Krona doesn't respond, his shoulders shaking in silent crying. Krona, stop with this shit. Ragnarok growls, but it's soft. When Krona doesn't stop, he shoves him, causing him to hit his head against the wall. I said fucking quit. Krona gets still. They're silent for a moment. Ragnarok, go check on Maka. Krona speaks slowly. The other boy just gives him a look before he disappears. Krona leans his head back against the wall. What have I done? He looks at his hands with shaky eyes before he holds his face with them. Maka, I didn't know, I swear I didn't know. Ragnarok reappears, a odd look on his face. Well. Krona sniffles, trying to stop crying again. She's in her room. Anne. Is she okay? I don't know. Ragnarok speaks slowly, looking at Krona cautiously. I ran into Medusa. What does that have to do with Maka? Krona stops. His heart feels like it just stopped. Medusa was in the room with Maka when I appeared in there. Maka kind of was just sitting there. He takes a breath. Medusa didn't say anything to me either, just told me not to touch her. What did she do? Krona speaks quietly, at first his eyes wide, but soon they narrow. What did she do? What did she fucking do? Ragnarok's eyes widen a little at his outburst. Like fuck if I know, she didn't look hurt though. He studies Krona. Man, you're getting riled up about this. You knew Medusa had her eyes on her. I know. I know. Krona takes deep breaths as he stands up. Take me to her, Ragnarok. I don't think that's a good idea. He glares. The witch said not to touch her. You're pushing your luck with not doing what she said, but to go against her, hell, I don't know what she's going to do. Krona's teeth chatter at the thought. Maka's smile flashes through his head, her beautiful green eyes staring into his. Krona puts a hand to his heart. I don't care. Krona looks at Ragnarok. I need to make sure she's okay. I need to. Medusa is going to. I don't care. Krona grips his hair. She has taken everything from me, but I can't let her take Maka. I can't just end no. I won't. He looks at Ragnarok with those tears falling down his face. I'm terrified, but I love her. His cheeks tint at saying this to the other boy, but his eyes are firm. I have to make sure she is okay. What if she isn't? Ragnarok growls. What the fuck are you going to do then? I don't know. He speaks slowly. But I'll do something. Anything is better than just staying here. Ragnarok studies Krona for a moment, his face blank. Please, Ragnarok. Krona grips his arm with the other. You're really going to do this? Why, yes. You're a dumbass. I don't care. But you're my dumbass, so. He smirks at him. Let's do this shit. He walks over to the door and opens it up. Krona's eyes widen a little, looking at the other boy in shock. Come on. Before I change my mind. He grumbles. Krona's eyes go back to normal as he nods and runs out of the room. Ragnarok. Krona speaks quietly as he walks silently down the dark hallway. Whatever happens, you don't hurt Maka. I can't promise that. He grunts. You come first, you're my fucking second body. If she attacks, so will I. Just don't. Krona takes a deep breath as he comes to a stop in front of her door, the door of the girl he loves. Ragnarok doesn't say anything as he opens the door. Krona holds it open as he walks in. His breath hitches. Maka sits on the floor with her head bowed, her hair is still wet and dripping. He can't see her eyes. Maka. He speaks slowly, hopefully. Her head slowly lifts up. Her eyes are large and dilated. They peek at him from her wet bangs. A large smile rips out on her face. Oh, hello, Krona. She purrs in a dark voice. Why don't you come in? Maka moves her finger in a gesturing way. Krona is pulled in by a strong force, the door shutting behind him. It clicks. His fate is sealed. Chapter 30. The clicking of the door is music to Maka's ears. He's locked in. He is all hers. Maka's smile grows as her eyes take in the boy in front of her. Krona looks at her with those blue eyes shaking, his arm gripping the other tightly, his breathing is uneven. He's searching her eyes for something desperately, hopefully. But he doesn't find it. She can tell by that look. The look of fear in his eyes. I'm so happy to see you, Krona. Maka giggles as she stands up, stumbling a little as she gives him a lopsided smile. I missed you so much, so fucking much. I missed you too, Maka. The boy speaks slowly, carefully. What happened? What did Medusa do to you? Your mom's such a bitch. Her fingers twitch. She's such a bitch. I wanted to destroy her, but she said no. Well, I get the second best thing. No, I get the best thing. Her eyes light up in dark glee. I get you instead, Krona. She giggles as she takes a step closer. Maka. Krona's eyes shake as he takes a step back, that fear flashing through his eyes. Have I ever told you how beautiful your eyes are, Krona? Maka licks her lips. Krona can only nod at her, his eyes following her every movement. Good, because they're fucking gorgeous. Especially with that fear, I could just eat them up. Maka throws her head back. I have to rip them out. I have to have them. They would look perfect on the wall, don't you think? Right by the window. She's getting closer, walking painfully slow. But I also like your fingers and your small legs. I just like everything about you, Krona. I just need to take it all for my own so I can have you forever. Krona hits his back to the wall, he can't back up anymore. Maka, you don't really want to kill me. He speaks slowly, his eyes looking into her dilated ones. But I do. Oh, but don't worry Krona, you will get special treatment. She is walking closer, her fingers twitching. You won't get the easy way out like those nurses. Their deaths were way too fast. That won't be you Krona. I will take all the time I need on you. I will break every single bone in your body, hear every cry of pain from those sweet lips. It's going to be so fun. Aren't you excited? She crackles madly, her whole body shaking so much she has to stop walking. Why you? His eyes widen, his face getting pale. Why Yuri, I feel why you're a fool. Witch. She laughs so high-pitched the boy winces. Yup. I'm a witch. And it feels so fucking good. I like being this Krona. Don't you want me to feel good? Of course Maka, but... He frowns deeply. Why you didn't want this earlier today? This isn't you. It can't be. But it is. It's completely me. Her wet hair drips on the floor, starting a small puddle. This has always been me. Maka. The boy looks so conflicted, not knowing what to do. But why is he thinking so hard? He's going to be dead soon anyway. Why so serious? She tilts her head, that grin ripping out on her face. I wish I could tell you it will all be over soon, but no, it isn't. I'll make you feel everything Krona, because I like you. I fucking like you and you deserve all my attention. All of you deserves my touch. I will touch everywhere inside you. Maka keeps giggling, she's a couple feet away from him now. Then something weird happens. Krona's eyes stop shaking along with his body. A look of resolve lights up those blue eyes as he bows his head. This is all my fault. His voice is so quiet. I caused this. I deserve what you do to me Maka, but I... He looks back up at her, his eyes so watery. I'll do all I can to fix this, to amend what I've done to you. Stop talking. Maka suddenly screams as she charges for him, her hands ready to grab him, to rip him apart. I don't want to hear you talk. I want to hear you scream. Krona looks her in the eyes, accepting this. He's just going to take it. I still love you Maka. He speaks the words so softly, his eyes not looking away from hers. Maka just giggles at this, her smile growing as she's about to touch the boy. This comment may not seem to have affected her on the outside, but inside Maka something is starting to shift. Maka's eyes open. It feels like it's been forever since she's opened them. Her eyes are heavy and she looks around groggily. Maka is in a dark room, the only light coming from a fireplace. The flames crackle, illuminating a large chair in this room. Someone is in the chair. Maka grips her fist as she slowly walks towards it. She knows who it is. She knows who she lost control to. Maka holds her breath as she stops right behind it. She gathers her courage and peeks around the chair quickly. No one is in it. What? Maka frowns, coming out from behind to study it. Looking for someone. A voice coos behind her, causing her to whip around. The other Maka is smirking at her. The girl is practically glowing in this darkness. What's wrong? She chuckles. You look tense. Get out. Maka grinds her teeth. Now. You're telling yourself to get out Maka. She shrugs. I'm afraid that's not how it works. Why are you trying to fight me still? Are you not the one to let me out? Why are you trying to stop me now? I can't let you hurt him. She grips her fist. But you want to hurt him Maka, you want to rip him apart. The girl smirks when she tenses. Stop trying to be something you're not. I don't want to kill Krona. She takes a deep breath. I never wanted to kill him. Her eyes get hard as she glares at the other girl. It's always been you, not me. But who am I? She coos. I'm you, Maka. I don't care. This is as far as you're getting. You're not going to hurt Krona. She screams. I'm drawing the line here. You can't redraw the line you erased. The girl scoffs. You asked for me and here I am. Stop being such a brat. I didn't know what I was doing. Her eyes narrow. I'm warning you. Don't hurt Krona, don't touch him. It's a little too late for that. The girl crackles madly. What did you do? Maka screams. You already know Maka. We are one and the same. She laughs. I'll kill you. Maka charges for the other girl. Just like you killed all those nurses. The girl smirks. Fuck you. That was you. Not me. But who am I, Maka? Maka lets out a battle cry as she pulls her fist back ready to beat the shit out of this girl out of herself. You're no match for me, Maka. The girl chuckles as her hands light up. But let's see what you can do. You're dead. Dead, dead, dead. Maka squeals as her hand is close to grabbing Krona's face again. The boy's head is busted from her basting it against the wall. She's about to do it again when the boy tenses. His eyes flash. Get the fuck off him, you crazy bitch. The boy growls as he grabs Maka by the hand and twists it. Her hand doesn't break. She only giggles as he punches her in the face, causing her to stumble back a little. I warned you. Now you're fucking dead. The boy roars as he charges for her. Maka smirks as her body fades away. She reappears right behind him. Oh, how fun. She giggles as she hits him in the back of his head, sending him into the wall. The boy is quick to rebound, and instead of punching her in the face like it looked like he was going to do, he kicks her legs. Maka's grin doesn't fall as she does, hitting the floor with a thump. The boy doesn't waste time, getting on her, punching her in the face. They don't hurt. Or maybe they do. Maka is laughing too hard. Hit me again. Do it. Do it. You don't have to tell me twice, bitch. The boy grabs her by the neck, his grip so tight. He's choking her, but her body is still shaking in her laughter. The boy's grip suddenly loosens, his eyes flashing with something fighting with him. Krona, what the fuck are you doing? The boy screeches as the flickering gets worse. She's fucking trying to kill you. What the fuck's wrong with you? Soon the boy bows his head, his grip loosening on her completely as another boy appears by his side. I told you not to hurt her. Krona snaps, his teeth grit. You dumbass. She's trying to kill you. That isn't her anymore. Ragnarok's eyes flare, his chest puffing up. I don't care. Hey. Krona stops to look down at the girl he is still on. She's looking at him with that lopsided smile. Hey. Why yes, Maka. He raises an eyebrow at this change in her, and she sees a hope in his eyes. I've always wanted to say you have such a fat ass. Maka giggles. I mean, damn. Krona's face gets so dark and he squeaks when she grabs his ass, digging her nails into him. You're so fucking cute, I could just eat you up. She crackles as she grabs his face with the other hand, digging her nails in, breaking the skin as power leaves her hand, sending the boy flying back into the wall. Krona cries out in pain. Maka's eyes flutter, her smile growing. You sick bitch. Ragnarok growls as he charges for her. Maka jerks her head towards him, giving a crooked smile. That's me. Her hands light up. I'm tired of you getting in the way, you stupid boy. I don't want to play with something that's already dead. Bitch, I'll end you. His eyes are on fire as he reaches out to grab her. Nope. She smirks as she points at him. He stops in mid-run. Now goodbye. Have a nice fucking day somewhere else. She giggles as she throws the boy out of the room, him going through the wall. A power surrounds the room. She hears banging on the door. Let me the fuck back in. He's roaring, hitting the door so hard. Maka doesn't care about him. Her eyes fall on Krona, who is forcing himself up. It's just her and him. He's all hers. Maka's smile is so large her fingers twitching. This is where the fun begins, Krona. She points at him and watches as the boy struggles to move his feet. He can't. He's stuck. He's hers. You know I like you, Krona? I like you so fucking much, you're not like the others. She chuckles darkly as she tacks a step closer. So I'll make your death interesting, special. No one will have gone through what you are about to. I'll keep you alive till it's over. I will take my time with you. Maka. His eyes start to shake. Please, I know this isn't you. Why you're not like her, Maka. I'm a witch. Maka chuckles as she stops right in front of the boy. This is exactly me. Maka's lips curl up into the sickest of smiles. Let's begin, shall we? Maka hits the wall with a cry of pain. She falls to the ground, her body limp. This isn't good. She's losing, and she's losing badly. It's no use. The other girl smirks, her hands lighting back up. You're finished and so is the boy. No. Maka grinds her teeth as she forces herself up. It's not over for him, maybe me, maybe you, but not him. Why do you fight so hard for him, Maka? The girl frowns. He is nothing special, just a boy. We have killed boys before, haven't we, Maka? Krona is different. Maka grips her arm that's hurt, her eyes hard. I'm not giving up till you're dead. You're going to kill yourself. She raises an eyebrow. If that's what it takes. Maka screams as she charges for the girl again. All she does is flick of her wrist and she's sent back into the wall. You're becoming a problem. The girl gumbles as she snaps her finger. A cage appears in the room. This will shut you up. She smirks at the girl who is barely able to stand now. Maka's body is lifted up and floated towards the cage. Goodbye, Maka, and hello, me. Maka's fist connects with the boy's face once again. She doesn't know how many times she's hit him, but his lip is busted, blood coming out of his lip and nose. His cheeks are swollen. The boy trembles, but he's biting his lip, holding back his cries of pain. Maka doesn't like that. Don't be a tease. She giggles as she leans in, holding his face tightly in her hands. She starts to lick his chin where the blood fell down to. It tastes so sweet. She moves up and bites one of his swollen cheeks. He whimpers in pain. And she loves it. You're so frail. She pulls away to examine his body, her eyes lighting at his stomach. You'll be easy to break. She punches him in the stomach, hard. He cries out in pain, blood coming out of his mouth, splashing on her face. Maka is grinning from ear to ear. Yes, that's it. She pushes where she just hit him, causing more blood to come out of his mouth, his cries getting louder. Maka. He whimpers out, his body trembling. You know I don't love you, Krona. She digs her nails into his thighs, scratching down them, leaving dark red lines. I enjoy your pain, I enjoy your cries. I don't love you at all. Krona doesn't respond, his breathing uneven as he bites his lip. I could care less about you, you're nothing but my play toy. She sinks her teeth into his thigh, tasting the blood there. And no. Krona suddenly shouts, his voice so shaky. That's not true. I know you at least care for me, Maka. I know you do. Why you can't just. But I don't care for you. She comes up with his blood on her mouth. If I did, would I be doing this to you, Krona? No. I don't love you. I don't care for you. Maka hurt me, kill me, but don't say that. His eyes start to get watery. Why you have to care somewhere? I know that you. I never cared. I only did what I felt like doing. I used you to make it through my own problems. A smirk comes to her face as she licks up some more blood on his cheek. I used your body to make me feel better. I took your innocence for myself. She runs a hand up his leg towards his stomach and presses where she hit again. The boy coughs blood. You're nothing to me. You never were. I just used you, don't you get it? The boy's body shakes, his head bowed so she can't see his face. Well. She grabs his face, lifting it up. Tears stream down the boy's cheeks, his body shaking in spasms from his sliant crying. That's it. She giggles as she leans in, licking the tears as they fall. I never cared. You're nothing. Is it sad? Krona's voice is shaky as he looks her in the eyes, tears keep falling down his face. Even if why you're telling me the truth now and you never cared for me, it doesn't change anything. His tears mix with his blood. I still love you. He looks her in the eyes. And she sees that strong emotion in them. Her eyes flicker. Maka. Her breath hitches. Shut the hell up. She screams as her fist connects with his face again. Stop making me feel shit. It's over. The girl coos as Maka floats by her. She doesn't respond. You have nothing to worry about, I'll protect us and save us. She smirks. Forget all about the boy, he's in the past. Maka's eyes are closed. I have everything under control. Maka's body floats above the cage about to be thrown in. Maka doesn't care. It's over. I still love you. Krona's voice sounds through all the darkness. Maka's eyes shoot open. He still loves her. Even after all of this. She knows she's hurting him, she doesn't know what's completely going on, but she knows. And yet he's saying he still loves her. Maka's teeth grind as she stops floating, falling to the ground next to the cage, her eyes burning into the girl. It's not fucking over. Maka growls as she tackles the girl, punching her in the face. This is my fucking body. I'm the one in charge, you bitch. It's too late to save him. The girl cries out, her eyes shaking. And what are you planning on doing? Killing me. You would kill yourself. You can't. Maybe not, but... Maka smirks. I'll work with what I got. What are you? Maka grabs the girl by the neck and throws her into the cage. It locks. You dumb bitch. The girl screams, struggling with the bars. This won't hold me forever. And when you come out, I'll be right here waiting to kick your ass. Maka smirks at her as the room lights up. You can never get rid of me, Maka. You let me out. It can never go back. And it doesn't need to. Maka smiles sadly. It can never go back, but I can be in control just enough not to kill Krona. Maka smirks. I'm what I chose to be after all. Maka's eyes flutter open. Her vision is blurry, but she blinks desperately. She needs to see the damage done. Her eyes fall on the boy. Her breath hitches. Krona is on his knees now, blood coming out of the corner of his mouth. His face is bruised up, different colors of blue and black adore his face. His gown is ripped, showing off the long cuts she gave him on his thighs and chest from her nails. He is wheezing as if it's hard for him to breathe. But he's breathing, and that's relief enough. She made it in time. The boy slowly looks up, tears still falling down his face as his eyes meet hers. Maka doesn't feel anything. She doesn't feel sorrow or regret. But deep down something is stinging like a small jolt of electric shock. She doesn't let that show though. Maka's not sure if he realizes she's in control now. He looks at her with those tears falling down his face, his body shaking. He looks so hurt, almost broken. Krona. She speaks softly, unable to say anything else. The boy's eyes widen, lighting up so bright at just his name being said. Maka? Maka? Are you back? Krona tries to get up, but his legs shake and he falls back down. I'm back. Maka's voice is unsure. Not completely. That voice sneers. It can never go back. She can see the difference in herself even if she locked up that side of her. She doesn't feel nothing good anyway. Maka, I'm so... Krona puts a hand to his mouth as he coughs up more blood. She looks at the red liquid, being pulled to it and put off by it at the same time. Maka walks over slowly towards the boy, her eyes blank. She kneels in front of him, her eyes looking into his watery ones, looking at his bruised face. There's a stabbing feeling in her heart. I hurt you. Her voice is shaky as she reaches out, touching his face gently, causing him to wince. I hurt you so bad, Krona. It's okay. Don't you dare say it's okay. Maka snaps, her eyes starting to shake as she takes in his abused body. I almost fucking killed you. That isn't okay, Krona. I fucking lost it and almost killed you. I know it wasn't you, Maka. He speaks weakly, but his eyes. Oh, his eyes. They still hold that adoration, that strong feeling in them. Don't look at me like that. She hears her voice crack. You can't, just after all that, you can't fucking look at me the same way. You shouldn't care for me. You should hate me. But I don't. He reaches out a shaky hand, resting it on her cheek. I could never hate you, this is nothing. He gives her a weak smile, the blood still on the corner of his mouth. I fucked you up, Krona, you're bleeding so much, and oh god, your face. Her voice cracks again. Please just yell at me, hit me, do something. Don't just forgive me for this. I'm evil, Krona. You can't just let this slide. You can't just keep caring for me like this didn't happen. Why you want me to do something? He looks at her serious, his voice getting dark. Yes. She grips her fist and looks away. Just hurt me back, just do something. Okay. He grabs her face and turns it towards him, glaring at her. He pushes his bloody lips against hers, causing her to gasp in surprise. It's a soft kiss full of passion, full of affection. This alone causes her tears to fall. He pulls away, his eyes softly looking into hers. I love you, Maka, and this doesn't change that. And nothing could. He smiles at her. Why, you said it yourself, I am yours and I always will be. You can't. She looks away from him as she wipes her tears. You can't do that. I'm a full witch now, Krona. I'm evil. I will end up killing you. I barely stopped myself now. Please just leave, just stay far away. I am not going anywhere. Or remember what I told you last night? I told you we would deal with this Togthur, and I meant it. I knew then I would get hurt, and I know now that you will hurt me again, but I don't care. His shaky hands cup her cheeks. I only care about you, and I'm going to stay by you, and no matter what. Krona. Her voice cracks at saying his name. I'm nothing but trouble, I don't want to hurt you again. Her eyes look into his. Krona, I'm evil. Even after all this I have to say, I'm still happy. I still feel fucking joy from what I did. I'm no longer the same Maka. I can never go back. Do you care for me? His body trembles, his eyes shaking so bad. The answer could break him. Maka doesn't hesitate. Yes. And just like that, all the fear and doubt leaves his eyes, his body stops trembling. As long as you care for me, Maka, there's no reason to go back. He looks her in the eyes. You say you're no longer the same, Maka, but you cried for hurting me. Witches don't cry, Maka. They don't feel sorrow for hurting others. You still aren't like Medusa. You're different from the other witches. Krona, I ripped a woman's intestines out and made a fucking bow out of them. Her eyes shake as she grips her hair. She can feel the smile on her face. Do you see this? The smile. I fucking like it. If that isn't evil, I don't know what is. I killed people too, Maka. Medusa made you. You didn't want to. You feel guilty about it, Krona. I don't. I don't feel anything but joy when I think about it, even now when I locked her away. Her eyes shake and her smile falls. I can never go back. Maka, you feel remorse for what you done. He looks her in the eyes. No, I don't. I really don't. Then what is this? He reaches out a shaky hand and touches her cheek, wiping her tears off for her to see. Why, you started crying when talking about killing those people, Maka. Why, you cried when you saw you hurt me. Maybe you do enjoy it, but there's another part of you that doesn't, and it's still there, Maka. Even after you became a full witch, you still feel remorse. That's what makes you different. I'm not different by much. She pulls away, hugging herself. I'm still evil. I feel it now, the hate for everything, everyone. Her eyes look up at the way he tenses. At least almost everyone, but even you I hurt, Krona, and I care so much about you. I'm evil. Maka, anyone who went through the same things you have, they would be full of hate too. Why, you have had it so hard. Even if you weren't a witch, why, you would hate just the same. He looks her in the eyes weakly. Just you saying you care for me tells me even after all this you're not too far gone. I'm completely gone, Krona, or maybe I never really was here. Her voice gets soft. When I think back to who I used to be and then to what I've become, there's a part of me that wants to just hide from this, but then there's this other part that feels joy, and right now I even feel relief to let all this bad out. It's like letting out a bunch of compressed air from a bottle. I just feel better. Then maybe you can control it better now. He gives her a weak smile. Why, you let a lot of power out, maybe things will be easier to deal with from here on out. Oh, of course you will always want to hurt someone, but maybe you'll be able to control it better. What if I don't get better? She looks at him, her eyes going hard. Do you really want to take that risk? I didn't kill you this time, but next time you might not be so lucky. I know. His face is getting really pale. I will take the risk for you, Maka. Why, you're worth it, and really I couldn't go on without you anyway. He smiles weakly at her, his frail body starting to shake. Let me help you get somewhere more comfortable. Maka gets up and points at him. It came natural. Krona tenses a little as he is lifted up. Throw him, crush him. Maka moves him slowly till he's hovering over her bed, then she lays him on it gently. Why, you did it. Krona smiles brightly at her. Yeah, it's a lot easier now. Maka walks over and sits on the bed studying the boy. His gown has some red spots from his blood soaking through. I'm going to take off your gown, okay? She looks him in the eyes. I want to get a look at what I did to you. I might be able to help. Oh, okay, Maka. Krona takes a deep breath, his face getting red, and he shifts, obviously uncomfortable with it. It's okay, I'll cover you. Maka takes the blanket, and when she lifts the gown she puts it over his waist. Krona calms down a little, only to wince as she lifts his body so she can pull the gown from over his head. It's ugly. Cuts are everywhere on his body, but what's really bad is his stomach. It's black. She hit it so hard she turned his pale skin a black color. Her fingertips lightly brush the bruise, causing Krona to take an intake of breath. She did this to him. She caused this. Don't you like it? Maka leans down and begins to lightly kiss the bruise. Krona whimpers in pain, but soon that melts away. She feels her power leave her as she kisses the mark she caused. Slowly but surely it disappears, leaving nothing but smooth silky skin. From there, her tongue works its way over all the cuts, licking up his blood, causing his breathing to become uneven, but at the same time as her tongue goes over each cut they disappear. His blood is sweet. Like candy. She slowly starts to lick down his stomach, pulling the blanket back so she can get to his thighs. They're deep cuts on them. Krona groans as she sucks and licks down the cuts, healing them and getting a treat at the same time. I'm sorry. She kisses up to his neck and licks a cut there. I'm so sorry I did this to you. It's okay, Maka. He sounds a lot better now, his voice no longer stained. Why, you're healing me? Yeah, you taste good, Krona. She sucks on the cut. Thank you. He speaks nervously, his body heating up as he groans. Maka pulls back to look at her work. His body is completely healed, just silky pale skin like it never happened. But it did. Krona trembles under her gaze as her eyes fall on his lower waist. She can't help but to smirk. Someone likes this. She teases. Why, you're licking me and biting me. He blushes darkly, him squeaking in defense. It's hard not to get one. Well, I just beat the shit out of you, but I still can give you a stiffy like that. She snaps her finger and chuckles. I'm starting to think you like pain, Krona. I do not. But his blush darkens even more. Are you sure? She smirks. You're blushing awfully dark there, Krona. She gets a dangerous glint in her eye as she leans closer. I just. His gaze shifts as he tries to hide his face in his pillow, only to wince. Now hold up, I still have to heal your face. She leans over, laying her body on his as she licks his swollen cheeks. Maka pulls back to watch as they turn from a blue color to a red. He's still blushing. If you're going to stay with me, you better get used to pain, Krona. A grin rips out on her face as she licks his lower lip. I may be able to stop myself from killing you, but I'll hurt you all the time, don't you know? I can handle it. He looks her in the eyes. You really want to stay by me after all of this? She looks at him seriously. I can't say what's going to happen after this hell. I killed a whole bunch of people and almost killed you, all this when I just turned into a full witch. Whatever happens after this won't be sunshine and rainbows. That's okay, Ragnarok doesn't like rainbows anyway. Krona mumbles so seriously. Maka can't help but to chuckle. What I meant is it's not going to be good, Krona. Well, it wasn't too good to start with. He smiles sadly. But if we made it this far, we can make it to the end. His eyes get a faraway look. We can finish this. Krona, think about what I'm saying. She takes a deep breath. I don't want you to go, Krona, even after this I don't want you to leave, but I know it's best for you, so choose now. Her eyes lock onto his. If you choose to stay by me, I'm not letting you go no matter what. I will hold on to you as I squeeze out your dying breath, so choose what you do now, Krona. I am staying with you. He doesn't even blink. Your fate is sealed. She leans close as she rips off the blanket, exposing him fully. He squeaks and tenses, but she grabs his face and clashes his lips with hers. Krona melts into her tongue exploring his metallic-tasting mouth. Her hands roam over his body hungrily, feeling all his smooth skin. Maybe she should make some more cuts, add some texture. Krona. She pulls away from him, her breathing uneven just as his is. I'm about to make you mine. Tell me now if you want to leave and I'll let you while I still can, but if you continue this, you're mine. I was yours from the start. He speaks against her lips. That's it. Mako loses all control. She leans in, biting his lip hard, causing him to gasp. Maka takes this chance to shove her tongue as far as it will go down his throat. Krona gags a little as he goes to wrap his arms around her. She grabs his wrists and shoves his hands down, pinning them to the bed. Mako looks Krona in his eyes, they shake with excitement, his face so red. He doesn't know what he's doing. But it's too late. His fate is sealed. Maka takes his hands and makes them rub up her thighs, taking the gown with them. Maka, what are you dash? His question dies on his lips as the gown comes off of her. Krona's eyes, beyond his control, instantly roam her body, taking in the girl on top of him. Maka watches the blood fall down his nose, how red his face is, how wide his eyes are. He's about to faint. Don't you passed out on me? She slaps him across the face, a growl admitting through her throat. Maka softens a little as his eyes go back to focus just a little as he looks her in the eyes, only her eyes. Sorry. She mumbles as she rubs his cheek. I'm a bit more aggressive, huh? It's okay. Krona's voice is shaky, his eyes staining to keep them on her face. Do you really want someone like me? She leans closer, her bare chest brushing against his, causing him to shiver and gulp. I'll never care about you like you do to me. That's okay. He takes a deep breath. I can deal with that as long as I have you, Maka. Don't leave me. As you wish. She pulls back, the boy still so focused on her eyes. Maka looks at him blankly. Hey Krona, is there something on my chest? What dash? His eyes instantly go down only to shoot back up, he leans his head back as he gasps for breath. Don't do that. Can't handle it. She smirks at him. Well, you're not going to be able to handle this either. Maka shifts her body lower. What? He shivers as she grabs his member, a gasp escaping his lips. A promise. Maka positions herself over him and without giving any warning slams down on his erection. She didn't think this through. Most people get warmed up before they just shove the whole fucking dick in, especially when you're a virgin, but she didn't. Maka bites her lip, holding back a whimper as the tip of his head hits a barrier. She's going to have to break it. Meanwhile, Krona's well. Maka. He moans despite his eyes being wide with fear. What are you doing? It feels like I'm ripping you in half. I don't think it's supposed to go in there. It's oh god too small. And really he is kinda ripping her. The boy is large compared to her small virgin hole. But she ripped this boy. So now he's ripping her, causing her pain. It's a promise. A promise of the pain that is sure to follow them. Maka ignores him as she shoves down again. The barrier doesn't break, and this time she whimpers as Krona moans. Stop, Maka. Why, you're hurting yourself. He looks at her with concern as his hands reach out to her, maybe to push her off. She just grabs his hands and shoves them back down. This pain is nothing. And she deserves it. In a way, she thinks of it as a way to punish herself, but most of all, it's a promise. Maka takes a deep breath, sweat dripping down her brow as she slams down one final time. The barrier breaks as Krona goes all the way in. Maka bites her lip as she digs her nails into his wrists. Oh my god. Did I just break you? He moans, unable to help it, but his eyes are wide with fear as he feels something wet slide down his shaft and onto his thigh. Maka, are you bleeding? Oh god, is this going to kill you? I'm fine. Her breath is uneven as she starts to move up and down on him despite the pain she's in. The bleeding's normal, Krona, this is a promise of us, of our pain, of the blood that is going to be shed. She leans close to his face as she moves slowly on him at fist. We don't leave each other no matter what. We stick with each other through the pain and blood, we deal with it, do you understand? Aye. He bites his lip trying to talk, but all he can do is moan. He ends up giving her a nod, his eyes are so hazy, out of focus. You have to stay with me. Maka lets go of his wrist to grip into his shoulders, moving a bit faster as the pain turns into pleasure. If you passed out, our promise won't work and I'll be upset. This gets his eyes to focus right back up as he grips the bed sheets, his moans and groans getting louder as she keeps pounding down on him, going faster and faster. Maka, you're so tight. He wheezes out, his eyes straining to keep focus. And warm tea, this is, oh god tea, this is nothing like before, it's Maka. He moaned her name as she scratched down his chest with her nails, leaving a line in his skin. Say my name louder, Krona. She purrs as she digs deeper into his flesh as she hops up and down on the boy. Sweat is dripping down her face, running down her chest, down her body. Her breathing is uneven. Maka. He almost screams as his back arches, causing his hips to meet hers. She can't help but to moan at feeling him hit a spot with this movement. Krona's shaky hands go to her waist as he starts to move his hips against hers. It's still really soft and timid, but it feels so good. Krona. She moans as she picks up the speed, her nails digging all over his flesh. Surprisingly, he picks up speed with her, his moans a lot louder than hers as he tightens his grip on her waist. Oh Maka. A growl of approval escapes his throat as he rocks his hips, going deeper into her. She moves his hands so they're gripping her ass as she leans down, licking the blood she caused on his chest. His heart is beating so fast and so is hers. His breathing is so heavy. Krona's grip tightens on her ass as he pounds faster into her, overcome by the feeling. Maka moans, resting her head on his chest, but she looks at his eyes. They're so hazy, so unfocused, nothing but lust and affection. He's biting his lip, his face is serious, he's concentrating hard on this. Maka takes him in with her eyes, how messy his hair is, the cuts running down his body now. It's so hot. He shoves her back down on him. Maka moans as his eyes flutter. He suddenly lets go of her. Maka, I have the feeling that. She doesn't listen as she keeps going, groaning as she forces him in and out of her. NGH. Maka, I'm close to T2, you know. Why you got to stop. He's moaning though. He doesn't want her to stop. Maka keeps going, if anything she goes faster. D-Don-T. I am really about to, dash. Maka pulls off of him just in time as the boy releases onto his stomach, a strangled cry leaving his throat as his body completely relaxes. He goes limp. Maka watches as his eyes roll back, his head leans back. He paced it out. But it doesn't matter now, the promise has been made. Maka studies the boy, at how relaxed he looks, at how weak he looks. Her eyes fall on all the cuts she made on him, they're not deep but some are bleeding. It makes the sight all the more beautiful. Maka's eyes feel hazy as she looks at the peaceful boy. The promise was tiring. Maka falls beside the boy and pulls up the blanket, but first. She gently puts back on her gown, then goes to shove Krona's back on. He's going to need a new gown. Maka pulls the blanket over their necks as she grabs the boy and pulls him close, laying his limp head against her chest. The boy mews in her arms, curling his legs closer to her, and she can't help but to smile as she runs her hands through this pink locks. Maka kisses the top of his head as her eyes close. They made a promise. A promise of their relationship. A promise of blood, pain, and pleasure. That's all it is, and that's all it needs to be. His fate is sealed. He is hers, and she is his. This promise cannot be broken. No matter what. Alright, you fucking bitch. You better not have killed Krona, he's my dash. Ragnarok finally busts through the door, his face red from anger, his chest puffed up, but as his eyes fall on Krona, he stops in his tracks. Krona lays in the arms of Maka, the girl holding him close as she sleeps nuzzled in his head. Their hands are together, their fingers intertwined, they look so peaceful. Krona is okay, he looks fine, and really it doesn't take a genius to figure out why they're both smiling so big. What the hell? They go from fighting each other to hot sex in like a fucking second? I know I wasn't out of here that long. He throws his arms in the air, but he can't help the smirk on his face. Ragnarok almost feels well relieved as his eyes fall on the unhurt boy. He scowls. And maybe his eyes fall on the girl he was planning on killing just a second ago, planning on ripping her to pieces. Maybe he's even a little relieved that she's okay, that he doesn't have to kill her. Ragnarok shakes his head, a glare on his face. Hell no. He doesn't feel. He doesn't care about anyone. Just as no one cares for him. It's science. That's how the world goes. But as his eyes take in the two so close to each other, huddled in each other's warmth, he can't help but to feel jealous. Ragnarok grips his fist and looks away. The feeling looks nice, something warm and soft, but he can't feel that. He didn't even feel that when he was alive. There was never warmth, or anything soft. Everything was cold and hard like his heart. Ragnarok feels a slight tugging as he looks back at the two. He wants that feeling. To feel the warmth. He almost wants to join them, to fit in so snugly behind the girl. They would fit perfectly, but he has no warmth and he couldn't feel theirs. He doesn't have a body, but they do. They can feel pleasure while he feels nothing. Nothing but hate and pain. Ragnarok would never, ever admit it, but he's fucking jealous of Krona. And it kills him to even think that, but it's true. Krona has a body, he has his life, and he is experiencing love. Ragnarok doesn't have any of those things. He is just a bodyguard stuck to this boy since the beginning, all because of a stupid mistake. But he won't think about that now. He would destroy the place out of his anger. Ragnarok hates this about himself. He hates thinking. Thinking leads to feeling, and who the fuck needs to feel when you're fucking dead? He'd rather not think. He just goes head first, and that's what got him in this mess in the first place. Because he doesn't think. He just goes with the first thing that pops into his head. But, damn it. He growls as he punches the wall from looking over at the two again. It's all their fucking fault. No. It's that girl's fault. Ever since she's caused him to think. To think about the past, to think about what he is, to think about just every fucking thing he didn't want to think about. Krona never did that, but this girl, she's so fucking nosy, she's caused him to think, and now he can't stop it. It's all her fault, all this stupid bitch's fault. Ragnarok punches the wall again, his chest puffing up as his eyes flare. Now he's no better than fucking Krona. No, he's not that bad yet, but still. He doesn't feel. He doesn't think. But now he is, because of her. Because of her he longs to feel again. He longs to be alive. Of course he's always wanted to live again, to be away from Krona and to have his own life, but he forgot about that because it was useless, and maybe he gives a little shit about Krona, okay? He's been fucking stuck to him since he was 4. People grow on you, though Ragnarok will never admit this. He would never admit a lot of things. Because of the girl he longs to feel warmth again, to feel her. But that's not possible. He's dead, and fucking dead people aren't supposed to feel this way. He's not supposed to feel this way. After all the shit he's been through, you would think he would learn, but he doesn't learn. And he doesn't think. That is till now. Because of her. Ragnarok's grip tightens on the wall. He doesn't look back at the two. He can't. He doesn't want to think anymore. Ragnarok takes a breath, recollecting himself as he feels someone else appear in the room. I was wondering when you'd show up. He grunts as he turns around to face Medusa, the witch smirking over at the two laying in bed with dark glee. So my experiment worked. She chuckles. I wasn't too sure what was going to happen, but it was sure a interesting sight. This was you planned all this, didn't you? Ragnarok's eyes widen as he takes a step back. Medusa smirks. His eyes narrow. And that wasn't the girl keeping me out. His breathing is becoming uneven as he glares at her. It was fucking you. You're the reason I couldn't get back in the room. All true. She chuckles. I didn't want you ruining my experiment, Ragnarok. Krona could have been killed, you bitch. He snaps, gripping his fist, his eyes on fire. My Ragnarok, why so angry? Why do you care so much? If Krona was killed, you would have been set free unless you care about the boy. A smirk rips out on her face at how he tenses. I thought you didn't care about anyone, Ragnarok. Shut the hell up. If Krona were to die, I may have been released, but he looks away. I won't be going anywhere fucking good. That's true. You would have gone straight to hell, wouldn't you? Medusa is crackling now. How lovely. What was the point in all this? Ragnarok grinds his teeth. I know you're a sick bitch, but you had a reason to doing all this. Well, what the hell is it? Stop keeping us out of the loop. This was a test. I knew of my son's affection for Maka is very strong, but I wanted to know if it was enough to help Maka gain control. She smirks. Turns out it was. Maka now has some control, which is good. Even a witch needs control to survive, and it seems her control comes from Krona. You didn't know if it was going to work. He speaks slowly, that anger burning him. No, I didn't. I was fully prepared for the idea that Maka would have killed him. She shrugs. It wouldn't matter either way, I'm not concerned about him, I'm only concerned about Maka, and it seems luck is on our sides. She smirks over at the two. Ragnarok uses all his self-control not to attack her. He's learned his lesson. He knows what will happen to him if he does. He can't beat her, and it pisses him off to no end. She is the only one he truly wants to kill. To make her suffer for taking away his body, for taking away his life and making him like this. What are you planning on doing with her? Ragnarok nods over to Maka, his face blank. I know you want her as your heir and some shit, but there's more to it than that, isn't there? Don't worry about my plans. She waves him off. Only worry about my orders. What about this fucking demon? I'm handling it. Her cold eyes fall on him. The first step is complete now, I only need for her to trust in me and she will. Medusa turns her back on him. Just no. She turns to look back at him, her body fading. You're not staying here much longer. It's almost time for you all to leave, but while we wait, you are to protect her. Her powers are unstable, not until I can teach her will she be able to fight against the demon, so take care of her. Her body disappears, all that's left is her eyes. Don't you let me down. Then her eyes are gone. Ragnarok growls and hits the wall again. He knows the deal, they're nothing but pawns in her big old fucking plans. She's playing with all of them. She doesn't care about what happens to him or Krona, but the girl is different. Ragnarok isn't worried about her, he doesn't worry, but this just pisses him off. He can't help but to wonder how this is all going to fucking end. Medusa got what she wanted, the girl is a full witch now, but there's more to it and he knows it. She's planned it all out from the start, and this pisses him off even more. How could she have planned this, the sick bitch? Did she plan on her son falling in love with her? That he would be happy? And yet she's playing with this emotion. She sent him in here with a crazy witch without blinking. Krona is nothing but her toy, her pawn to do her bidding. Then what does that make him? The toy's guard. Nothing. He gets nothing. He's just there to do the work. He's just stuck here. Ragnarok takes a deep breath as he turns to look back at Krona and Maka, his eyes falling on the girl. Did she plan her making him feel like this too? Making him feel. She probably did. The bitch likes to make him suffer. His eyes stay on Maka. There he goes, thinking again. And feeling. He will deal with this as he deals with any feeling. He will hide it. Feelings are useless for someone like him. He's dead, they only get in the way. Ragnarok leans against the wall, his piercing blue eyes looking up at the ceiling. He won't look at them anymore. He can't look at the warmth he can't have. No, he will stand here and guard. That's what he's meant to do. Nothing more. Check the description for the links to the author.